Welcome back to Mystical Manhwa Recaps. Share your thoughts below and enjoy the story. The full moon shone in the sky, the cold night wind, and the feelings of a hired killer whispered the same things to him. Rayon sat on his knees while his mentor praised him for his work. Rayon opened his blue eyes. Mr. Darius looked down at him. His face was serious. Today, the young man would die at his hands. They stood under the night sky as Darius said that Rayon had shown a performance worthy of his position as the leader of the shadows, and their family began to develop much faster. Thanks to him. The guy closed his eyes and replied that he only did what he had to do. The mentor called him with a smile. There was a shadow on the ground and the man asked if his subordinate thought that mercenaries needed freedom. Rayon closed his eyes and replied that it was enough for them, the shadows, to follow their master's orders and they did not need feelings. The mentor smiled faintly as he looked down. Suddenly, a blue mist appeared around him, and he furiously asked why Rayon acted of his own free will. He opened his eyes wide and asked how he was able to free himself from mind control. The young man sweated, not understanding how Darius knew it. People screamed loudly as Rayon thought about how it was with the help of the mind control skill that the Robert family controlled a group of assassins called Shadows. The slave cried after kidnapping or buying very young children. They turned them into hired killers, ready to devote their whole lives to the vile and dirty deeds of the family. The boy's face was hidden in the dark. In other words, the Robert family was making dogs out of them. Rayon suddenly broke the handcuffs. He was also under mind control. But ironically, during one of the tasks, he managed to break it. He looked straight and asked how Darius knew about it. The man raised his finger and replied that all murderers have two collars on them, and the first one is mind control, which the guy somehow threw off. Then he snapped his fingers, talking about the second collar. Rayon pressed his hand to his mouth, feeling a crack inside his body. His eyes widened, red spots appearing on his face. It fell down, emitting a scarlet aura. The young man pressed his hand to his chest, feeling as if his heart was being sawn apart. The mentor smiled and explained that it was called a raging worm. Rayon gritted his teeth, looking at him with hatred. A parasite crawled through my heart, which ate the organ on the orders of the scoundrel. Rayon clenched his jaw tightly and said that the slave owner did not have enough mind control, so he also created this worm, although he was pretending to be the very embodiment of justice. The man raised his hand and replied that it was not cruel, but carefully thought out. He smiled and added that all people wear some kind of mask all their lives and his mask is only thicker and more special than others. Blood flowed down the mouth of Rayon. He was kidnapped at an age when he did not even really remember anything. He imagined predators and thought that he had been raised as an assassin and hunting dog of the Robert family. And even after becoming a shadow leader, he lived without heart and emotion. Suddenly, the shackles broke. Then the guy accidentally had a chance to master the fire ring technique, and he was able to get rid of mind control. The dog was walking towards the cliff and Rayon thought that he would finally be able to come out of the shadows and become free. But in the end, death awaited him. He lay on the ground, not understanding what sin he had committed, that he should die so in vain. Suddenly, Rayon gritted his teeth tightly. His eyes shone brightly, and he decided that he couldn't end up like this. He got to his feet and thought that if he was going to die here anyway, then before he died, he had to inflict a wound on the enemy. Darius opened his eyes in amazement, and asked how the slave had been able to stand up in such a state. The young man leaned his hand on the ground, ignoring his words. His eyes turned bright white with anger. He then opened his mouth wide, shouting surely that he was not going to meet his end in disgrace. Rayon directed the flow of energy to the man. The slave owner furrowed his brows and jerked his hand. A straight streak of light was reflected in the young man's eyes. Rayon's head flew off his shoulders. It fell down, a look of shock on his face. The decapitated Rayon fell before his mentor. Darius looked down and thought that he was hoping he had blocked him. But this garbage had not only freed itself from mind control, but had also managed to attack. He walked away, concluding that this had not happened for a long time. The man looked at his wound and said that it had been a long time since he had been bitten by his own hunting dog, which he had raised as a consumable. He looked to the side and concluded that Rayon was dead now, so he didn't need to worry about it anymore. He closed his eyes, ordering the other slaves to remove the body. The guy's eyes were wide open. Darius walked away. He is called one of the strongest warriors on the continent. There were blood spots on Rayon's face, and he couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't do anything. He imagined himself in the middle of a fire, and thought that he was offended that he had been forced to live such a life for no reason. The villain's eyes shone brightly. All this time he was his toy. The guy stood facing the flames, thinking that he was offended that he could not perfect the ring of fire received by the will of fate. He imagined God and the devil mentally asking them for help. Blood flowed under the body of Rayan. He wanted to take revenge using any methods. Suddenly, the artifact next to him shone brightly, and the system reported that the young man had been chosen out of anger, but the chosen vessel had died. A butterfly hovered over the meadow. The woman looked down with a smile as she played with the child. The boy stretched his hands up. He opened his round red eyes wide. Sylvia hugged her son, saying that he was very handsome. Rayan closed one eye and thought that he was still not used to it. The mother picked up the baby, trying to teach him to speak. Rayan furrowed his brows in embarrassment. He was reborn as the child of this woman. Rayan looked to the side. He also retained all the memories from his previous life. Rayan's eyes bulged in amazement. At first, he thought it was just a dream and only slept for 100 days. But time passed, and he did not wake up from this dream. Sylvia looked out the window and said that the weather was wonderful. Then she looked to the side and said that she wanted the head of the house to return as soon as possible. She smiled, adding that it was he who would come up with a beautiful and sorest name for her son. The boy looked up at her and thought that he really couldn't bear the name he had been called before he was born. Looking straight ahead, he assumed that the head of the house was very busy since he had not appeared once in 100 days. The room was luxuriously decorated. After his rebirth, the young man did not have the opportunity to study much. He still realized that this was the house of the rich, and very noble at that. Curtains hung from the ceiling, and Rayan decided that it was really better to be reborn in a rich and influential family. He imagined Darius's face, and reminded himself that he had to take revenge. His eyes were bulging. The thirst for revenge and rage that enveloped his body before his death was still with him. But still, there was no hurry. Sylvia stood in the middle of the blue carpet, while Rayan thought that since he had only lived in this room until now, he didn't know where he was, and like everything else about the situation he was currently in. Rayan imagined his two bodies and thought that he had not yet been able to properly master the fire ring technique. So, he had to endure and hold on. Rayan looked to the side. He was called the best in the history of the Robert family. His face was serious for the day when he would finally take revenge on Darius. He was ready to restrain his feelings and thirst for revenge as much as he wanted. The boy turned his head and thought that this large house was even higher in level than the famous one. Suddenly, he looked away. Helen burst into the room and screamed loudly. Sylvia turned and the maid told her that the head of the house was on his way. The woman sweated and was frightened when she heard her father coming here. The maid came closer and said that it was too late to cook anything for him because he had already arrived. Sylvia's eyes widened, stunned. Suddenly, both of them looked straight in fear when they heard a loud sound. Rayan opened his mouth in shock, feeling some kind of power. 3 dark silhouettes were heading towards them. The man walked forward. Only his presence felt the pressure. He wore a long red cloak. Sylvia held the child close to her. He raised his eyebrows as he looked at the man in front of him. The father approached the woman. He opened his mouth slightly, pointing at the boy. A drop of sweat ran down Rayan's cheek. He recognized this man. Glenn furrowed his brows. He was called the King of the North. He looked down sternly. There was fear on Rayan's face, and he realized that he had been reborn in the strongest family on the continent. Glenn took the boy in his arms and said that from that day on his name was called Rayan, so that he, according to the meaning of his name, would live in a quiet shadow, as if he did not exist. The baby's eyes widened, thinking that he had received his name again, as if in the continuation of a past life. Sylvia followed her father. Curtains covered the windows. Rayan was lying in bed, wondering if everyone in the house had already fallen asleep. He sat down and thought that now that these oppressive 100 days were over, he finally had a chance. He narrowed his eyes. All this time, he was constantly sleepy. Sylvia looked at her son with a smile. She was always there. So, the guy couldn't use mana. He closed his eyes and decided to try it. Rayan repeated the pose from his previous life, activating the Ring of Fire. He imagined a person in the middle of the forest, and thought that the usual cultivation techniques on the continent involved obtaining mana from nature through breathing and then coordinating the aura in Dantian. But with the fire ring, it was completely different. The flame shown behind the person is like a mage creating a circle of mana. It forms a ring on the heart that allows you to develop stamina and physical abilities. The young man was holding a sword in his hands. Rayan imagined Dara's face and thought that even he would not be able to determine the presence of the ring of fire. Rayan imagined the flames and thought that if he could use the ring to develop his body and spirit, and at the same time mastered the techniques of Sieghart's sword, revenge on the scoundrel would no longer be just a dream. He imagined the slave owner behind him. Rayan looked at his hands and thought that the mana circuit in his new body was filled with the most terrible cold. He closed his eyes and counted 9 clogged places that could cause him to die. He imagined fire and ice, thinking that he should combine these two energies together. There was a white moon over the forest. The guy looked down and thought that the process was going slowly but without problems. Suddenly, blurred streaks appeared in front of his eyes. The child turned on his side and was surprised that he was already tired. Although he had done a little cultivation, drops of sweat dripped down his skin. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Glenn kept a close eye on his grandson. He put his hand to the boy's head. The room was dark. Then morning came. Rayan crawled on the carpet, making childlike sounds. Sylvia watched him with a joyful smile and praised him. Rayan turned pale and thought that inside he was an adult, but he felt that he would die pretending to be a baby. His mother took him in her arms, and he thought that it had become much easier to tolerate cold energy. Suddenly, she looked to the side, hearing someone's voice. A happy smile immediately appeared on her face. The old man in black clothes closed his eyes. With a smile, he told the woman to call him uncle. Rayan's eyes bulged in surprise, recognizing the ragged saint. He imagined an old man with a staff in his hand and thought that he possessed healing and divine power, but he led a vagabond lifestyle. The healer touched his chin and explained that he had come along the path because he had heard about the birth of a child. He took the baby in his arms, noting his red eyes and golden hair. The saint looked up, asking what the boy's name was. Sylvia looked away and replied that his name was Rayan. The healer looked to the side and asked if the boy had been given this name with the meaning of shadow. He turned away and asked what Glenn was thinking. Rayan looked up and thought that the old man had just called the king informally, so they were close. The saint pressed him to him, saying that they would go to their grandfather for a while. Suddenly, he put his hand to his body. Sylvia watched this excitedly. The healer furrowed his brows and thought that the child's condition was not very good. His mother sweated when he told him that Rayan carried the curse of bitter cold. He handed the boy to her, and added that his mana circuit was now clogged with cold energy, and it would be difficult for him to become a swordsman. The woman's eyes bulged out in fright when the saint said that if everything was left like this, then Rayan would not live too long. Sylvia said with horror on her face that this was not true. The old man furrowed his brows and said that he would prescribe medicine for the boy first. They turned around when the maid announced that the head wanted to meet right now. The healer closed his eyes and said that Glenn, as always, was not at the right time. He walked over to Helen. Rayan looked to the side and thought that nothing changed from what he found out about his curse. A tear fell on his cheek and he thought it wasn't a problem because he was using a fire ring right now. Sylvia was trembling. Tears flowed down her face. She wiped it off her cheeks and said she couldn't lose her son like that. The woman held him close to her and shouted that she would cure him by any means. She sat down on her knees, promising that she would definitely find a way. Rayan's eyes widened, feeling an excruciating and throbbing pain in his chest. He imagined himself in the body of a mercenary, not wanting to see something like this. He held out his hand to Sylvia, wanting her to stop crying. She opened her mouth in surprise. The baby was wiping her wet face. The girl looked at the child in amazement. Rayan stretched out his hands to her. She froze with wide eyes. Glenn looked away and asked why it was so noisy. His daughter opened the doors, ignoring the screams of the maid. She ran into the room. Drops of sweat ran down her face. Glenn furrowed his brows and asked what kind of ill-mannered manner it was. He looked away, suddenly falling silent. Sylvia put her hands on the floor. She sat on her knees, begging the head of the house to save her son. The men were sitting at the table, not looking at the girl. She opened her mouth wide, saying that Glenn knew exactly about her grandson's condition. He closed his eyes and replied that it would be difficult for Rayan to live as a warrior, and he saw no point in helping someone who would not be able to contribute to the family. He sat on a chair, saying that this was the grandson that Sylvia brought in after she left the family. The girl cried when the king told her to be thankful that he had already given the boy the name Sieghart. The guards took the woman by the arms on the orders of the head of the house. She sobbed, screaming loudly for her father to save Rayan. The subordinate blocked her passage with his hand. She closed her eyes. Her hand remained raised in the air. The old man turned and the door closed loudly. He sighed and called his comrade stubborn. Glenn drank from a cup and asked the healer to tell him more about the condition of Rayon. He furrowed his brows as the saint revealed that the boy's mana circuit was blocked by the cold, and as he grew older, the situation would become more dangerous. The old man raised his hand to his face, saying that the head of the house had pushed the cold away a little with his aura, so there would be no problem for a while, but it would be almost impossible for his grandson to become a warrior. Glenn raised the mug to his lips and said that it would be enough for him to just live. He put the tea on the table, and the saint asked why the king had decided to call him by that name. The man opened his mouth, holding the drink in his hand. He explained that Rayon did not only mean shadow. There was a reflection of him in the tea. And he added that 1,000 years ago this name had a completely different meaning. There was a blue sky above the mansion. Rayon opened his mouth taking a bitter medicine. Everyone closed their eyes, waiting for a reaction. Sylvia opened one eye. Rayon reached for her with both hands. She and Helen smiled admiringly as they saw the child endure and drink the medicine. The mother shed a tear. They were standing at the window and Rayon thought that this was an extremely necessary medicine for him now with the properties of fire. He knitted his brows. The boy concentrated the fire in his hand. 2 years had passed since he had started training by taking this medicine. It was light outside the window. Sylvia and Helen played with him in the morning and during the afternoon nap, and around midnight he exercised. He was sitting in front of the window. He was already 5 years old. A system notification about the creation of a second ring of fire has appeared. The guy smiled. He stared at the screen, glad that he had finally managed to do it. As he sat on the bed, he thought that now the second ring of fire was revolving around his heart, intersecting with the first. He looked to the side when he heard someone's voice. Helen approached him asking permission to take things to the laundry. The maid began to collect the linen. The young man looked to the side and assumed that she didn't see it. A screen suddenly appeared in front of him after he had reached the first level of the ring. He furrowed his brows. Then he had no idea what was in front of him. Information about the skill was visible. It turned out to be a system in which an aristocrat can check his current state at once. He was sitting on the bed. Judging by Helen's reaction, she did not see this window. The boy touched his chin and thought that the curse of bitter cold and low endurance had not gone away. He looked to the side and thought that everyone in the building was worried about whether he was uncomfortable. Sylvia held her son in her arms. She looked at him while he slept. He and Helen smiled warmly. Rayon sat down on the edge of the bed. He closed his eyes and thought that he still had a lot of time, so he could take his time. He imagined falling into a field and thought that it was his low endurance that had always made him tired so quickly, even when he moved the slightest. He had fire in his hands. He had been called the best assassin in his previous life, and if he mastered the Sieghart sword technique, he would definitely be able to cut off Dara's head without any problems. Rayon looked at his hands and decided that there was no hurry because this scoundrel is one of the strongest on the continent. The slave master was smiling, and the guy thought that if he started focusing on revenge right now, his mind would simply not be able to stand it. He turned around when he heard someone talking to him. There was a relaxed expression on his face. Sylvia said with a smile that they had to go somewhere today. The young man was sitting in the lotus position. There were white clouds in the window, and he thought that there was a power on the continent that maintained the overall balance. 6 kings and 5 demons. The cart was driving along the road. The family in which Rayon was born just belongs to the 6 kings. He was looking out the window. Kings were a good influence on everyone, and demons were threatening the peace and tranquility of the continent. And each of these forces was hosting a ceremony to recognize abilities. The carriage was approaching the castle, and today was the day of the Sieghart family recognition ceremony. There were many aristocrats inside. They stood in groups of several people, saying that the 4th son of Kuruns would not participate. Sylvia went inside. Everyone turned looking at her with contempt. The crowd looked at her. There was disgust on the faces of the men. The girl held Rayon's hand while the scoundrels around discussed them. She walked slowly forward while the other aristocrats said she shouldn't have come here. Rayon furrowed his brows, not understanding whether his relatives had any reason to talk about her like that. He was walking beside his mother, and someone called her shameless. He frowned angrily. His eyes widened as Sylvia said it was okay. He looked away with a smile. She told him to look only at her. The woman gripped his hand tighter. They turned around when the head of the house was about to enter. The king took a few steps forward. The guy looked up and thought that they hadn't seen each other in 5 years. The man was wearing gold jewelry. Glenn sat on the throne. He knitted his brows and said that everyone had gathered. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared in the middle of the room. The young man looked up and assumed that this was the sword of discernment. He furrowed his brows and thought that if he put his hand on this object, it could determine the attributes of the mana that a person possessed. The worker picked up a piece of paper and said that Blin would be the first to start. The boy approached the railing, shouting with joy. He put his hand to the weapon. By the age of 4, the children's skull that was originally open to him begins to close, and since then, the attributes have not changed. A green light appeared around the sword. An event where such children are gathered and their mana attributes are determined is called a recognition ceremony. The boy's parents smiled happily, praising him. Glenn looked down and said that it was a good attribute for a future swordsman and advised Blin to focus on feeling the wind better. Renan jumped out of her chair. As she stood by the sword, Rayan thought about how the purity of mana is determined by where the light reaches the blade of the sword. He stared straight about how the Sieghart family defined ability. The aristocrats clenched their hands into fists. Discussing the girl's abilities, Rayan imagined a heart and thought that he shouldn't expect a good result because there is still too much cold energy in the mana circuit. The man opened his mouth wide, saying that it was the turn of the last participant. Everyone turned around with contempt on their faces. The young man furrowed his brows. The king looked down intently. His grandson was standing in front of the weapon. Sylvia looked at her son and told him to go. He looked to the side and thought that he wasn't really hoping for anything. The woman raised her hand and told him to just repeat what the other guys were doing. A drop of sweat appeared on his skin. He raised his hand. Fire appeared around the sword. The wind blew over his face. He did not understand what kind of light it was. His eyes widened. He saw many terrible monsters. Strange creatures stared at the warrior. The young man sat behind the stranger. The knight raised his sword high. A beam of golden light attacked the enemies. A loud explosion thundered. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Then he shuddered and thought of the stone sword. The light of his mana didn't even rise to the middle. The aristocrats laughed, shouting that this was the first time they had seen such mana, and without an attribute. The king furrowed his brows in displeasure. Sylvia put her hand on her son's shoulder and said that everything was fine. Relatives looked at them and laughed at them. Glenn opened his mouth and ordered them to be quiet. They turned sharply. The head of the house sat on the throne, saying that it was too noisy here. He then looked to the side and announced that the ceremony was over and ordered everyone to leave. Grins swept through the crowd. The butler put his hand on his chest and told Blin that it was time for them to go. The doors closed loudly. The stone sword remained standing in the middle of the room. Glenn leaned his cheek on his hand and said that there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, a red light began to appear below. The old man's eyes bulged in amazement. The weapon was surrounded by fiery energy. The king raised his head. He knitted his brows, thinking that this light was like the sun. He presented the book and said that the aura of the first chapter of House Sieghart was distinguished by its transcendent fiery power, capable of melting even the fire of the underworld. Glenn looked down, frowning widely. He said that it was a mana of intense golden light that appeared only once in the history of the Sieghart family. Suddenly, he raised his head. In front of him was a dazzling golden flame. The king with a stunned face called the name Rayan. The window of Rayan's state was visible. He smiled slightly and said that very soon the number of rings of fire would increase to 3. 7 years had passed since the first recognition ceremony. The guy sat on the grass, thinking that his progress would be greatly accelerated if he could only do something with the cold energy. He turned when he heard a loud scream. Sylvia walked up to him and told him that they should move out already so as not to be late. The young man furrowed his brows and thought that it was time for the second recognition ceremony, which meant that he would see those infuriating things again. The door opened. The ceremony was over. The boy sat on a chair thinking about the fact that only half of the participants had gathered here today, and everything ended earlier. Glenn sat on the throne addressing his grandson. He looked down and asked why even after a month there was no answer from the guy about the order to participate in basic training. Rayon was covered in sweat, not understanding what the old man was talking about. Sylvia put her hand on her chest and shouted that her son was different from other children, and it would be difficult for him to withstand training. The king furrowed his eyebrows angrily to the bridge of his nose and said that there were no exceptions for those who bore the name of this family. The woman opened her mouth wide, screaming for her father to give Rayon at least some time. Sweat appeared under her eyes as the king told her to leave the house again, and she couldn't take it. Sylvia pursed her lips, and the head of the house said that the only way to live on this earth was Sieghart. The aristocrats laughed. They covered their mouths with their hands, calling the girl wretched. Sylvia lowered her head. Rayon looked to the side and thought that now he finally understood why his mother was being treated so terribly. She was standing at the door. She had left her family. The broken sword lay on the grass. There were still traces of the fact that the woman had once studied martial arts, but she did not have an aura. Sylvia and Rayon's father held hands. She left the family and married this man. Her long hair was visible. When she became pregnant with Rayon and her husband was killed, she had no choice but to go back. She looked down because she had personally rejected the place of the direct heir before, and they began to treat her badly. The guy walked past the woman. This is just a view from the outside and their circumstances. Sylvia turned. Rayon unfurled his brows and thought that he was her son now, and couldn't stand the way she was treated. He walked forward, ignoring the shouts. His mother opened her eyes wide when the guy said that everything was fine. He approached my grandfather and said that he would participate in training starting next month. Rayon furrowed his brows. Glenn looked down and advised him to retreat before it was too late because it would be difficult training. The boy looked up saying that he must live up to the name Sieghart bestowed upon him. The king furrowed his brows and asked if Rayon knew how much weight the name had. His cry raised the wind. A drop of blood fell to the floor. The boy arched his eyebrows, feeling a lot of pressure. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that there was such power in his grandfather's gaze alone that it was as if his heart was squeezed out of his chest. The head of the house raised his hand. Sylvia embraced her son and she and the steward urged the king to calm down and ease his pressure. They fell silent as Glenn furrowed his brows and said that he was speaking now. The woman hugged Rayon and said that he was not yet able to undergo these training sessions. Rayon opened his eyes wide. He imagined himself in a past life where he was an assassin and lived in darkness. He stood in the shadows and was closer to death than to life. Suddenly, the old appearance of the guy pushed his new appearance. Now everything was different. The aristocrat looked at Rayon. He decided not to hide in the darkness anymore. The young man's eyes widened. The killer was smiling. Rayon bit his lips. He then walked forward, deciding that he would return Sylvia to the place she was originally supposed to be. He clenched his hands into fists and said that he had grown up in a remote outbuilding, but he wanted to take part in training and find out what that place was all about. The guy imagined himself next to his mother. Sylvia and Helen sat in the clearing and Rayon thought of the happiness and smiles of the people he cared about. The maid carried food and drink on a tray. The young man was sweating, deciding that he would return it with his own hands. The king looked down and asked if his grandson had decided to understand the level of the Sieghart family from basic training. The boy raised his head and replied that this was the only way available to him now. He was breathing hard. Suddenly, he began to fall. The aristocrat lay on the floor thinking that he could rise in this family if he could use his skills. His hand was clenched into a fist. Students fought with swords. Karun crossed his arms and asked if Rayon was being called a sick, barely moving child. The subordinate covered himself with sweat and replied that the boy was really seriously ill. The manager of the Central Military Palace furrowed his brows and thought that this child's body was anything but normal. He raised his hand to his face and said that Sylvia's abilities were also outstanding. The worker stood in front of the man, and he ordered to give an order to the maid and sent the man to the outhouse. Rayon ran across the field. He was breathing heavily through his open mouth. Glenn walked forward. The man was lying on the sofa. The hat covered his face, and he pretended to be asleep. Rimmer stood up when he saw the king in front of him. The Sword of Light smiled and said that the pretense of the head of the house had no effect on him. He sat on the couch saying that the teachers were following his orders because he was working with his head and they were working with their bodies. The elf smiled broadly saying that a person usually changes before dying. The old man looked at him with displeasure as he asked if he had come here because of his youngest grandson. Rimmer crossed his arms and said that Sylvia was already there, asking to look after Rayon so that he would not get hurt. He put his hand on his waist and reminded him that Glenn had promised not to interfere in the affairs of the 5th Parade Ground. With a stern look, he said that he would not make any exceptions, even if it was the grandson of the head. Rimmer opened his mouth in surprise when the king said that this was exactly what he wanted. He looked straight ahead and asked his comrade not to slow down the intensity of his training so that all the unworthy would be eliminated. The mentor covered his mouth with his hand, not allowing himself to call Rayon weak. Then his cheeks turned red and he said that Glenn loved his youngest grandson more than he looked. He turned around, summing up that in this case he would do what he wanted with peace of mind. The king turned away and Lima said goodbye to him. He crossed his arms thinking of Rayon. Rayon looked at the system notification thinking that the third level was noticeably different. His body sensitivity had increased. He remembered how Sylvia had hugged him, saying that you can't overdo it like that from day one. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that this state window was clearly accelerating his cultivation. The guy imagined the coat of arms and thought that the Sieghart family's training had a notorious situation. He imagined a game of checkers and thought that only by laying a good foundation could one build a tall building and stay alive. The young man took out his sword and thought that by showing achievements higher than anyone else's, he would shut up all those who taunted him. Rayon then presented Darius's face. He put his hand to his face and thought that he would never stop until he personally cut off the villain's head. Rayon turned around. Sylvia came into the room asking if he was asleep. She sat down on the bed saying that tomorrow he was going to the training ground for basic training. She asked with a smile if her son had to go there. He sat across from her, as she said she really wanted to stop him because he might get hurt in training. The woman put her hand on the guy's shoulder and asked if he could postpone it for a year. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when he replied that he couldn't stand it. Rayon presented contemptuous looks. The aristocrats grinned. He put his hand on his chest and said that it made his heart heavy and could not stand it. Sylvia stared at Rayon, dumbfounded as he said that if he went through this training with dignity, those people would no longer ignore her. The woman's cheeks flushed. She folded her hands and said that perhaps he thought it was strange that they lived far away and why everyone scolded them. The girl introduced herself in her youth and said that during one of the tasks, she accidentally met a guy and fell in love. But due to his status as an ordinary knight, it was not easy to be with him. The sword fell from her hands, she gave up the mana circuit, an energy circuit, and left the family. Sylvia stroked the head of Shia, the young man's sister who was 2 years older than him. The cloaked men advanced, and the woman said that they lived together in peace and tranquility until the top of Eden attacked them. She was standing behind the man, and she was already pregnant with Rayon. The woman's eyes widened. They couldn't do anything. She opened her mouth wide and cried, and the king's guard stood behind her, but they arrived too late. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Sylvia looked down, saying that she had no choice but to return to her family, and for that reason, she was considered a sinner in this house. They were sitting next to each other, and she said that she really had nothing to say to her father. Rayon furrowed his brows and thought that she was selfish. He imagined black silhouettes behind her and thought that for the sake of personal happiness, she had thrown off her responsibility to her family, and then returned again begging for her life. The woman looked at the child with love. It was she who gave him this feeling, and she is the only mother for Rayon in his 2 lives. She said with a smile that she had no regrets. The man was hugging Sylvia. She smiled and said that she was happy at that time, and she is happy here with her son. She looked down and added that she felt guilty to Rayon for being so stupid. Rayon put his hand on her and told her not to worry. He thought with a smile that even if others said that she was selfish, she was the only precious mother to him. The woman's cheeks flushed. A tear rolled down her cheek. The light was on in the room. The guy raised his hand and said that he was very tired while calming Sylvia. He sat down on the bed and said that it was worth checking the activation of the Ring of Fire, and he could go to bed. He sat in the lotus position. Mana appeared around him, and he thought that he was already seeing the result. Suddenly, the fog in front of him began to take on an incomprehensible shape. An indistinguishable figure shone brightly, saying that the time had finally come. The spirit said with a smile that the anger that had risen in the boy had reached him. The aristocrat widened his eyes in amazement, and the system reported that anger had been awakened. The magical creature grinned maliciously and stated that the anger that had risen within him had reached him, and then added that in the name of the second king of the underworld, he would avenge him. A stream of magic swirled around the ball, and the evil spirit asked the interlocutor to give him his soul and body in return. Rayon put his knee on the ground and asked who it was, and Wrath didn't understand why there was a child hovering over the head of Rayon. The mythical entity clarified who it actually was and then added that the anger that reached the king could hardly belong to such a boy. Suddenly, the spirit looked down and said that it was indeed him. The descendant of the Sieghart family closed his lips in bewilderment, when his interlocutor noticed that deep inside his heart there was indeed an uncontrollable anger. Rayon furrowed his brows angrily, and the second ruler of the underworld told him to give up his soul and body in any case, because then he would be able to bring to life the revenge he had dreamed of for so long. Looking sideways, the teenager wondered if the creature had come from the anger he had felt towards Darius before he died, even though it was too late. Lifting his chin, Rayon replied that he didn't need any help from him, and then continued to take revenge with his own hands. The evil spirit slipped down Rayon's neck and said that this guy was very mistaken. While he thought that he had a hard time getting this chance, and couldn't give it to someone else like this, and exclaimed what Darius would do with his head personally, smiling maliciously, Wrath declared that he had no intention of negotiating with him. Magical streams spread in the air in front of Rayon, and the creature said that it had already made its choice. The boy grabbed his shoulder with his fingers, and the second ruler of the underworld was surprised to feel the icy flames. Rushing forward, the mythical creature shouted that it was enough for him to simply give up his body. Rayon held out his hand in front of him in fright. The guy's pupils noticeably decreased in size. Rayon sat in front of a bright flash of light. There was an icy glass on the floor. Clutching his chest, the descendant of the Sieghart family realized that he was cold and that his body and mind were frozen. After which he wondered if his attribute was actually cold and not fire. The evil spirit reached out his fingers to the young man's back and suggested that he awaken his anger by thinking of the bastard, and then added that even if he turned out to be a god, he would still kill him. Rayon instantly began to shiver, and at the same time he thought that he was still holding on thanks to the resistance of the water attribute. But it wasn't just the cold that was scary in this attack. Wrath was smiling broadly. Looking down, Rayon realized that he was constantly stimulating his anger. Approaching the boy's head, the magical creature reported that it would crush his head and then chew and swallow his flesh. But he just needed to give up and give him the body. Biting his lower lip, the descendant of the Sieghart family decided that if he gave him the body, it was not yet known what would be done to Sylvia and the maids of the outbuilding. In the past, the girls had happily closed their eyes, and the young master realized that he could not allow his body to be taken away, even if he died here. Hovering over Rayon's head, Wrath explained that he only needed to arouse his anger and accept it, and then he would feel comfortable. But he still continued to resist senselessly, and then added that he wanted to reduce the damage to this body since he still had to use it himself, but there seemed to be nothing he could do. The teenager bent his torso down, and in his thoughts assumed that he would soon be torn to pieces, while the interlocutor said that he would no longer give him indulgences, but would simply devour him. Gritting his teeth tightly from the cold, Rayon thought that he was already at the limit because his body would no longer be able to withstand it. And if he continued like this, he would definitely die soon. So, he did not understand how he could survive. Suddenly, Rayon rounded his eyes and was bewildered. As he leaned his palms against each other, the descendant of the Sieghart family realized that since he was able to cope with cold energy by resisting the water attribute, it could be that if he used the Ring of Fire, he could completely get rid of the pain in his mind and body. Lowering his chin, the teenager said in his mind that no matter what, now this is the only way to survive. At the same moment, Rayon's silhouette was surrounded by streams of flames. Wrath looked down in fright and didn't understand what it was. The magical creature clenched his jaw viciously, exclaiming that he did not understand how this was possible, even if it had been a short time since he had woken up, and then added that he was a human boy. With his eyebrows lowered in concentration, Rayon said that he would carry out revenge on his own and would not give his body to some evil spirit. The wrathful creature was indignant at the fact that the ruler of the underworld was called an evil spirit, to which the young man smiled and clarified whether the ruler of the underworld was a spirit that could not cope with even one boy. Wrath clenched his jaw in anger, and Rayon asked if all the kings had died, and then advised him to just disappear silently. Furrowing his brows, Rayon mused that if you think about it, he said that he had just woken up and did not understand if this meant that because of this, he was not able to properly use the Force. A system notification appeared on the side of the descendant of the Sieghart family that he had unlocked an additional ability, to which he wondered why it would happen all of a sudden. Turning his head to the side, Rayon noticed that the skills had become visible in numerical values when suddenly the evil spirit shouted that it was a state window, namely Wrath's ability, and then asked where he got it from. Rayon asked what this message and the state window in general were, and whether it had anything to do with him. To which he replied while flying in the air that it was true because he created this system personally, but did not understand where he got it, and was asked what it was for. Closing his eyes, the second ruler of the underworld said that he had no reason to tell him this. When suddenly the youth clarified whether it was necessary to accelerate growth, the angry creature was indignant that he knew this, and Rayon put his fingers to each other, and realized that his interlocutor could not hide his emotions at all. But there is no doubt about it because this is anger. The screen of the system was enveloped in streams of flames, and Rayon thought it was strange that the effect of the ring of fire surpasses the one in his previous life. But it turns out that this is all thanks to the system. With his mouth wide open, Wrath told him to give up either his body or his ability. Looking down, the creature began to repeat the order loudly. The spirit was outraged by what he was doing, and the descendant of the Sieghart family held his fist near his face, and noticed that it could work because he even put mana into the blow. The angry entity exclaimed, "How dare some person fold his hands and assume that he might not have a material component." But in this case, the aura would not have any effect, and moreover based on the fact that even after his aura pressure, no one had come here. Waving his palm, the teenager realized that only he could see and feel him. Flying past Rayon's limb, Wrath begged him to stop. Rayon furrowed his brows in bewilderment. Looking at his wrist, the young man did not understand what it was. A bracelet appeared on his hand, and the second lord of the underworld said that even though he had only managed to free himself now, his power would return. After which he added that no matter what he did, he would not be able to stop it because he would be there as long as he could hear his breathing. Shifting his gaze to his fingers, Rayon said in his mind that the evil spirit was like a leech, and if he had his way, he would tear it off immediately. The maid stood near the entrance to the room, and Rayon mused that if she took it down by force, the system might disappear, or the creature would try to harm Sylvia or Helen. Lowering the corners of his lips, the boy decided that it would be better to keep him to himself and watch, and he could only believe that he could develop quickly enough to control him. A view of the bright moon in the night sky opened up, and Rayon said that this was understandable, but clarified whether it was necessary to turn into a bracelet, although it did not suit him at all. A light was burning in the only window of the manor, and at the same time Wrath exclaimed that it was a matter of taste that should be respected, to which he was told that it would be as he wished. The grassy slope of the mountain was illuminated by the sun. The maid took Sylvia's hands and said that the young master could handle everything, to which the young master replied that she knew it. The ladies raised their eyebrows sadly when the teenager announced that he was ready. Descending the stairs, the descendant of the Sieghart family noticed that it was time to go to the training ground. Standing at the iron gate, the maid asked the teenager to be careful and not to overdo it, to which he promised to be careful, but now it was time for him. The mother looked down at the ground in frustration, and her assistant asked if she would accompany her son to the parade ground with such a face, and then added that he might be upset. Putting her fingers on the child's shoulder, Sylvia wished him good luck in training, and he asked her not to worry because, as he was told, he would not overdo it, and if it was hard, he would give up. The young man waved goodbye to the family members. Looking after her departing son, the woman asked if everything would be fine, to which she was told that he was already much better, so it could be that he would come back when he had completed all the training. Biting her lips in frustration, my mother thought that compared to what it was before, it was so. Looking at the parent and child embracing, the maid said that this head tree had the best eyes in the Sieghart family, and then added that the young master had been working hard all this time, so he would definitely be able to do it. Smiling broadly, Rayon said that he had promised his mother that he would not hurt himself, and would go through this training well. Tears flowed from the woman's eyes while her son said that she should not worry, and since he had made a promise, he would definitely keep it. Sylvia pressed her hands to her chest and asked him to return unharmed, and he said that she had to believe him. Helen began to calm the trembling woman. Flags hung between the columns on the Sieghart family's 5th training ground. The guys wandered down the street and asked each other what family they came from and if there would be anything difficult in training, although their parents told them to get into the top 10. Closing his lips in confusion, Rayon thought that as he had heard, there were really a lot of students here. The students ran forward behind him, and Rayon thought that this was understandable because on the parade ground there were not only representatives of the forward and lateral lines of the family, but also members of vassal families and also those who were recommended from the outside. Turning his head to the side, the teenager remembered that the maid had told him that there were so many people this year that they even opened the 6th parade ground when suddenly someone asked if it was him. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the guy told his friend to see what weak limbs he had, which would immediately break if they were hit, to which he asked why it was necessary to get involved in this. Because if he was sick, he could just study a little somehow and run away as soon as possible. Rayon stared at the bracelet from which the displeasure of the evil spirit could be heard, while the candidate said that his bracelet of flowers made him a redneck. Flying in front of the bullies' faces, ethics claimed that they were insects that didn't know the word sophistication, so they had to immediately smash their heads and pluck out their eyes. The future fencers looked back in fright when Rayon told them not to buzz here like mosquitoes, but rather to say everything right in the face of the person being discussed. A descendant of the Sieghart family asked if they knew that if they couldn't say something to their face, they shouldn't say it behind their backs, to which they lowered their jaws in alarm and told him to close his mouth, indignant at what some fallen man who was locked in the outbuilding dared to do, although he was not even a representative of the direct branch, but only from the side. Lowering his chin, the teenager asked on what grounds they told him that how dare he if they also referred to the side branch. The examinees gritted their teeth in anger, and the interlocutor asked if they said this when a person was lower in status. The guy grabbed him by the clothes abruptly, clenching his fist. The bully exclaimed that he needed to know his place. Rayon's pupils have sharply decreased in size. Putting his hand on his side, the future student ordered them to stop, after which he clarified what they were doing there, although training would begin soon. Bun furrowed his brows angrily and said that people from the outside were present here, so there was no need to tarnish the name of the Sieghart family in front of them. Scratching his head in confusion, the hooligan called out to his master, and his comrade began to ask for forgiveness. Folding his hands in displeasure, the representative of the direct branch noticed that Rayon still did not know his place. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he was just dust under his feet, which could be removed at any time, and then added that if he didn't want to be expelled from the outbuilding as well, he had to live as quiet as a mouse. In the past, the girl had reached forward with her hand, and the guy remembered that the head had not paid attention to him because of his abilities, and that the arrogant man had only taken the opportunity to single-handedly capture the leader's attention. Biting his lips, the examinee thought that this was an outcast who would fail and not even go through the training properly. Turning his head to the side, the young man explained that if he wasn't going to obediently train here, he had to disappear immediately because he didn't have a single chance to undergo this training anyway. Standing behind the interlocutor's back, Rayon noticed that he was saying some nonsense, and even in such a boorish manner. Clenching his fists, Rayon clarified that he imagined himself, although he was only a direct descendant who had no status. And what right did he have to treat him like this, even if he had not yet become an apprentice? Bun's pupils shrank visibly with anger when he was told that the most he could do now was to go and tell his father, gritting his teeth tightly. The guy was indignant at the way some side branch dared. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man with long red hair appeared in the open door. Raising his hand, Rimmer was surprised that they were already fighting and then exclaimed that they were not just young, but young, and that was probably why they had all this audacity. Shifting his gaze to the side, Rayon wondered if it was the Sieghart family's light sword, even though they had been told that it had damaged the Dantian, and resigned. Smiling broadly, Rimmer wondered how he could get into fights at least after the admission ceremony, and the young man said in his mind that he didn't think he was here now. The representative of the straight branch furrowed his brows menacingly. Standing on the stage, the guy said that he was pleased to meet everyone, after which he added that he would supervise their training. Squeezing his eyes shut, Rimmer told his name and said that he hoped they would get along. Putting his hands on his sides, Rimmer said that he had heard that this time there would be 160 people participating in the training. And no matter how you look at it, that was too much. So they would now conduct a test to reduce their number. Raising a finger up, Rimmer announced that only 1/4 of them would remain. With their jaws lowered in alarm, the candidates did not believe that it was so little and shouted that it could not be. And the elder remarked that, as they say, they would separate the wheat from the chaff because he was in favor of educating only the best. Rubbing one hand with the other, Rayon begged Wrath to shut up when he was outraged that this impudent man would dare to look down on Wrath. Sitting down on a chair, the head of training said that it was the law on this parade ground, after which he added that if they wanted to argue, they could go straight to the head and now they would start the test. Pointing his finger forward, Rimmer asked why they were standing and told everyone to run. One of the future students rounded his eyes enthusiastically. Suddenly, the candidates threw themselves forward, and their main teacher shouted that the foundation of martial arts is endurance and willpower, so they need to run as fast as they can until they are told to stop. Flying near the guy's elbow, The second ruler of the underworld said that since he had started running, he should run at the head and clarified why he was plotting at the very end. Pulling his hand back, Rayon stated that this is not a competition, so he does not need to overtake them. Rimmer's face showed a satisfied grin, and the descendant of the Sieghart family thought that he was looking at the hidden strength and character of humans. Rayon was overtaken by other candidates, and he realized that the head of training pays attention not only to what is in front of his eyes. Sweat ran down the teenager's face from fatigue, and then he decided that the one who lasted longer would win this test, and he himself would definitely reach the end. It has been pointed out that Mr. Ben and Mrs. Renan are incomparable as expected when they moved forward rapidly. The elders were watching the teenagers training, and one of them said that although everyone here had a high level in general, the two were particularly conspicuous, to which his colleague replied that even now they were not running at full strength, so they would surely hold out for a few more hours. The children put their hands in front of their faces, and the employee of the parade ground said that if these children have such abilities at the age of 12, then their future is frightening. Folding his hands, the guy noticed the child and clarified if this was the same Rayon about whom everyone knew only from rumors. Rayon was holding on to his jacket on his chest, and it was said about him that as expected he would not be able to catch up with them, and besides he was always trailing at the end. But if you consider that he was sick, then it was already amazing how he was running now. The elder stood on the stage and noticed that this boy already looked tired, so he would definitely fly out soon. A joyful grin crossed Rimmer's face. Putting a finger to his mouth, Rimmer thought that this was amazing and that it was the first time he had seen such a boy. The head of the house frowned menacingly, and Rimmer said in his mind that he believed that he could not determine the abilities of only the strongest people of the continent because he was not able to assess the full depth of their strength. Blue splashes of water were visible, and it turned out that most of the children had roughly visible threads of mana in their colors, which allowed us to estimate what they would be like in the future. Renan wrapped her fingers tightly around the hilt of her sword. Shifting his gaze to the side, Rimmer thought of a guy named Rayon. Folding his hands, the officer of the parade ground did not understand why he did not see any color in it. Smiling, the tutor wondered if this meant that he had already managed to become stronger than him and go beyond his perception, and then added that it was interesting. Running ahead of Rayon, the candidate exclaimed that it was only necessary to look at the one who was very impeded and now was the last. To which his comrade replied that it was difficult to call him the last because he was about to fall and fly out, and would not even last 10 minutes. Bulging pupils, Rayon did not believe that this could happen. Looking straight ahead, the teenager didn't understand why they were just running if it was a workout. In the past, animals had rushed after Rayon. And now he thought about the fact that in his previous life, hungry animals had been on the trail after him. And in order to survive, he had to run until he lost his pulse no matter what. Smirking, the descendant of the Sieghart family wondered if it wasn't too easy now. The candidates moved forward rapidly. Rimmer watched Rayon rush by. His jaw dropped in bewilderment. Rimmer did not understand how this guy could run. The teenager tilted his head in exhaustion, and Rimmer thought that his endurance had long since come to an end, and that was clearly too much for stubbornness or anger. The young man raised his elbows sharply, and then the elder realized that he should no longer have any strength left to squeeze out. With frightened eyes, the training supervisor said in his mind that he was now demonstrating a spirit that only people who trained on the verge of death could acquire, but it was not clear where this guy got it from. Putting his fingers to his chin, the man muttered that he was very interested. Ben gritted his teeth tightly in anger. Looking back, the candidate asked why he was still running, and then he thought about the fact that he had definitely heard that his body was not in a state to train. The altar boy had touched his chest with his palm in the past and reported that the ragged saint had said that because of the curse of the bitter cold, Sylvia's son was not only a warrior, but not even a fact that he could live. And the representative of the direct branch noticed that he seemed wretched to him when they met him in person. At the same time, the guy was hiding behind the wall, but did not understand how this was possible. Gritting his teeth tightly with anger, the future fencer reflected that everyone annoyed him. Using mana activation, the young man abruptly pushed his foot off the ground and decided that he would show everyone that there was such an abyss between their abilities that they could only surrender. At speed, drops of sweat dripped from the candidate's face. Rayon began to approach Renan. Lowering his eyebrows, Rayon thought that he only manages to speak well and otherwise he is still quite a child. The girl was looking straight ahead and the descendant of the Zaggart family noticed that she was mentally more mature. moving behind the back of a member of the vassal family. The teenager decided that in any case, this exam was not a rivalry, but a fight with himself, so such vain antics could simply throw off the pace. There was a view of lush clouds in the sky. One of the candidates tilted his torso down from fatigue, rubbing his chin with the back of his hand. The guy wondered what was going on here and why the little one was still running, to which his partner said that they had been told that he was weak due to illness. Rayon continued to move forward confidently, but no one understood whether he was even tired. Lowering his jaw, Rayon in his thoughts asked the others not to talk nonsense because he would die very soon due to the cold in his body. Streams of flames hovered near the location of his heart. And at the same time, the descendant of the Sieghart family thought that he felt that his heart and lungs would simply flatten now, but only by activating the ring of fire could he still squeeze his strength out of himself. Grinning happily, the young man thought that fortunately the ring of fire was progressing rapidly, and assumed that it manifested itself to its full potential when it was given its best. So it was necessary to continue in the same vein. Wrath's sharp fangs were visible inside his jaws. And then he noticed that he was wretched and then added that not only did the one who was obsessed with him lag behind, but he also looked lousy. Flying up to Rayon's back, the evil spirit again asked him to give him his body so that he could do something else besides bypassing the future disciple with blue hair. Rayon looked sideways and was indignant that he appeared at such a time. A bright flash of light appeared at the side of the boy and the second ruler of the underworld shouted that he would freeze him completely. Suddenly, energy currents stuck into the back of the descendant of the Sieghart family. The teenager clenched his teeth tightly in anger, and realized that he had to endure even if his whole body was covered with a veil of anger. Looking up, Rayon decided that he needed to keep the appearance as if nothing was happening as much as possible. Furrowing his brows menacingly, the young man ordered the creature not to do anything stupid and to sit still as it didn't affect him anyway. To which the creature said that it was not worth making him laugh, and then added that there was no person in the world who could resist the wrath of Wrath. Rayon grabbed the jacket on his chest with his fingers and his escort decided to see how long he could endure it. At the speed of running, drops of sweat flowed down his face and Rayon realized that he needed to hold on because if he showed even a little weakness, he could be immediately swallowed. It seemed as if the descendant of the Sieghart family was screaming while sitting on his knees. Opening his jaw in displeasure, Wrath shouted that he was stubborn and didn't understand why he wasn't affected by Wrath's wrath. The guy sharply tilted his head down, pulling his hand back. The candidate sighed heavily and thought that it was hard for him, but he felt as if he was going to die because his body did not obey at all. At the same moment, Renan turned around and Rayon reflected on the fact that his eyes were becoming cloudy and he could no longer breathe properly. The future fencer frowned menacingly and did not understand whether this was his limit. The examinees collapsed to the ground from exhaustion when Rimmer claimed that this was enough. Frowning menacingly, Ben called his opponent stubborn. Sighing heavily from fatigue, Rayon thought that the truth was that he almost died and this life is not easy for him either. Turning her head to the side, Renan said nothing. Grinning angrily, Wrath declared that he was a monster and did not understand how this was even possible. To which he replied that he had already told him that it was not worth wasting his strength because it did not work anyway. Putting his palm to his chest, the young man said in his mind that it had definitely helped the ring grow and that the development of his body had been successful thanks to the window of state. So, he needed to continue training in the same way. Suddenly, Rayon looked straight ahead. Rayon saw a large screen of the system which reported that the movement condition was fulfilled at the limit of abilities which allowed him to increase his performance. The enraged spirit hovered over the guy's shoulder and resented what it was and that his stats were being improved for holding him back. The pupils of the descendants of the Sieghart family had drastically shrunk in size and the second ruler of the underworld didn't understand what the hell it was. Standing on stage in front of a crowd of examinees, Rimmer remarked that everyone had a hard time today and added that the test was over. The candidates looked down at the floor in frustration as Rimmer began to talk about the words he had said before starting. Smiling broadly, Rimmer explained that the fact that in the end only 1/4 of the people would remain was a complete lie. With their mouths open in displeasure, the boys shouted that they had driven themselves almost to death because of this, to which he wondered if he could weed out so many people on the first day, because in this case, he would simply have no one to teach. And besides, he did not tell them that he would judge by the results of this test. Rimmer furrowed his brows angrily and said that if they trained like they did today, most of them would definitely fail. Suddenly, the candidates lifted their chins. Standing on the stage, Rimmer said that from now on they would become temporary students, After which he added that if they passed the exam in 6 months, the word temporary would be removed. Closing his eyes, Rimmer noticed that he planned to choose the best student among them, although he would not rank them separately. There was a view of the buildings inside the 5th training ground, and at the same time Rimmer said that was it. And now they could go to the highest level dormitory, which was provided by the Sieghart house, and then added that there was a hidden training ground on the left so that they had to keep in mind. Grass sprouted near the powerful roots of the trees. The employee of the 5th training ground moved after the head. With a satisfied grin, Rimmer was surprised to see a guest on his rock for a daytime nap. Squinting his eyes, Glenn asked how it had gone. The man's red cloak fluttered in the wind. Lowering his eyelids, Rimmer asked why they were asking him, because since he had come here, he must have seen everything himself. The children held their fingers tightly to the hilts of their weapons. Rimmer wondered if his ability to see talents was not surprising, and then added that Glenn and Renan had talent as expected, and the rest also promised to be a reliable support for the family in the future. Folding his hands, the head of training admitted that he wanted to say something. A shadow fell on Rayon's back, and at the same time an employee of the 5th training ground reported that he had not been able to see anything. Pressing his back against the stone, Rimmer noticed that only that his strength was clearly at the limit, so he did not understand how he managed to run to the end at all. And this was the first time since the chapter that he could not see anything at all. Shutting his eyes, Rimmer said that since his dantian had turned into rags, his whole life had become painfully boring. And now, for the first time in a long time, there was finally a smell of something interesting. Looking away, Glenn said that he wanted to be a teacher himself. Walking away from the rock for a daytime nap, the man advised him not to waste time on strange things, but to focus on his duties, to which he agreed. Smiling broadly, Rimmer said that he also felt that there would be someone on this course who could be trusted with the future. Frowning menacingly, the head of the Sieghart family muttered that this was an accident, and that it would be difficult for that child to become a warrior. The head of the training remained standing near a huge cobblestone. A satisfied grin appeared on his face, and then he said that he must be well aware that this was not the case. Lowering his eyelids, Rayon said that since their main training was over, they could go to the training ground, to which Wrath clarified whether he was going to do more training after that, and called him ruthless. Looking after the departing protagonist, the temporary student was silent. The guys closed their lips angrily. There was a view of the foliage of the trees when suddenly someone exclaimed that this could not be. Crine lowered his eyebrows in displeasure, as his comrades discussed that descendant of the Sieghart family couldn't have lasted that long without using some trick. And that's right, because they had heard exactly who he was sick. Turning his head towards his companions, the representative of the side branch stated that it was definitely because of the medicine. A vial of magic liquid was lying in the palm of the man's hand, and at the same time, the candidate said that he had heard rumors that he had received it from the Ragged Saint, which surprised the others. Stretching out their hands forward, the guys were indignant at whether this meant that he managed to escape only due to the medication, and at the same time boast that he ran to the end. With a sly grin, Crine asked if they thought that was why they needed to teach this conceited man a lesson. Suddenly, Rayon slammed his back hard against the trunk of a tree. Sitting on the ground, Rayon did not understand what he was all of a sudden, to which the representative of the side branch clarified if he was asking again, pointing his finger forward. The candidate was indignant that someone who had lost his kinship would dare to behave so arrogantly just because of the medicine he had so successfully drunk, while the other shouted that if it hadn't been for the elixir that had been received from the Ragged Saint, he would not have been able to escape at all today. Biting his lips, the descendant of the Sieghart family thought that only children would do this for such an absurd reason. When enemies complained that what offspring of the side branch, who had no abilities, would dare to use such cowardly tricks. Kneading his shoulder with his palm, the guy told his opponent not to be too frightened because they had brought him to talk calmly, and the other noted that they would talk to him without leaving any traces. Smiling broadly, Crine advised him to be calm because this happens often. Preparing to strike with his fist, the guy asked if he had heard what the teacher said and then invited him to talk since they were all students now. Closing one eye, Wrath asked if his lord tolerated it even when he was treated like this, and then added that it was not something to regret. Suddenly, Rayon attacked the enemy directly on the cheek. The bullies bulged their pupils in fright. Rayon raised his leg above the ground. The evil spirit opened his mouth wide in surprise. The representative of the side branch collapsed to the ground, and the young master asked if this was really a conversation between the disciples and then added that it was the right words. Wrapping his fingers around his wrist, the teenager noticed that they would only touch them. Rayan sharply elbowed his opponent. A temporary disciple with green hair tried to pounce on him. Lowering his jaw in alarm, the student asked what they were doing here. Rayan struck a punch in the face with concentration, and the observer did not understand how they lost to such a slack. Krine's mouth drooled with his eyes rounded in delight. The second ruler of the underworld said that he was hitting so hard that it was even amazing, and it was a stunning sight. The candidate threw his head back, leaning his hands to the ground. The guy began to cough loudly, clutching his throat. The representative of the side branch muttered that they were wrong, so he asked him to stop while his comrades said they could not breathe. At the same moment, Rayan stepped on his toes with his boot, smiling. Rayan said that before finishing, he wanted to ask something. The young man's pupils bulged in fright when the descendant of the Sieghart family asked who had pushed them to deal with him, and if it was Blin. Tilting his torso downwards, the guy exclaimed that this gentleman did not know about anything, and they themselves decided so, after which he added that he had nothing to do with it. Looking at his opponent, Rayan imagined the silhouette of a representative of the direct branch and thought that this was unexpected because it seemed that he did not like him, but apparently he was not completely spoiled. The teenager raised his eyebrows in alarm and declared that he would not say anything when asked if they would tell anyone about this conversation between the students. A moment later, Rayan grabbed the enemy by the hair. Approaching the face of the bully, the young man explained that in this case, if they did not want to talk to him tomorrow, then they had better avoid him. The pupils of the future swordsman noticeably decreased in size, and his comrades shouted that they would not even step on his shadow, after which they added that they had done wrong, to which he replied that if everything was clear to them, they should disappear alive. Rimmer was hiding behind a tree behind Rayan. Turning his head to the side, Rimmer thought that it was pleasant to watch because it was as if he had seen the head in his youth. So it was not for nothing that they said that blood was not water, and this guy clearly had a talent for martial arts. Smirking, Rimmer said that he was still unidentified and hiding among other top talents, and then added that his expectations for this person continued to grow. A view of the student dormitory opened up under the moonlight. The descendant of the Sieghart family sat in front of the screen of the system which reported that the condition was met, and Wrath was pleased with his actions for which he received 1 point to agility. Grinning furiously, the evil spirit was indignant that as soon as he pleased, his glasses immediately rose and did not understand what this absurd system was, to which the teenager asked if he knew about it, although he had created it himself. Gritting his fangs tightly, Wrath shouted that no one had ever taken this system away from him, and the guy was now just stealing the power that was left in his body. Tilting his torso down, Rayan asked if this was true, to which the interlocutor called him an ungrateful reptile. Wrath looked at him with displeasure. Lowering his eyebrows, the magical creature announced that he had a proposal for him. The young man turned his head back and then Wrath offered him a bet, after which he explained that if he managed to win, he would get a tribute point, and if he lost, he would take his wrath. Rayan raised the mug to his mouth when the system suddenly announced that the condition for the dispute was to obtain the highest score in the official student exam, after successful completion of which all stats would increase by 2 points and a random ability would be chosen. But in case of failure, 10 points of anger would be created. Looking at the screen, Rayan asked if he meant what Rimmer was talking about, to which he replied that it was because he said that he would choose the best student, and they would look at this result. The human silhouette in the hologram pressed his palms together, and it turned out to be the skill of perceiving a snowflower when suddenly the descendant of the Sieghart family asked what this random ability selection was, and the evil spirit explained that it meant that one of his abilities would pass to him, but its level would decrease according to his inferiority. Holding the cup in his hand, the teenager said that he had another question about what kind of anger he would have when he lost, to which he was told that it was simple enough because he would have the same feeling of anger as the king. Smiling maliciously, Wrath noticed that the amount of anger that he transmitted to him would be negligible. The guy squeezed the skin on his chest with his fingers, and then the evil spirit said that, as they say, water wears away a stone. And if he continues to receive anger, then sooner or later he will not be able to cope with this feeling. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man understood what the second ruler of hell was trying to achieve. Bringing the mug to his mouth, Rayan thought that judging by his manner of speech, he was not lying now, and contrary to expectations, he even answered all his questions. Honestly, it seemed that Rayan was holding the fruit in his hand and thinking that besides, the higher the risk of losing, the more worthy the reward. But he did not understand whether he should refuse the offered poisonous apple because in this case, it would be incredibly difficult for an ordinary patient to take the first place. But he was reborn. Stretching out his palm forward, the guy said that these were not bad conditions, after which he said that he accepted them. Sparks burned in the evil spirit's eyes and he stated that it was a good choice. Rayon's palm was enveloped in streams of magic when suddenly the system announced that an argument with Wrath had been accepted, and he decided that if he used the experience of his past life, he would never lose. There was a view of the bright sun over the parade ground. The exhausted guy's face was dripping with sweat. The guys sat on the ground and said that their legs seemed to explode now because they did not even have the strength to get up because they had run a lot in the morning and now again. Some time ago, Rimmer smiled broadly and explained that what they are doing now is called the rider's pose, after which he added that it literally means the position in which they sit on a horse. But it should not be underestimated. The examinees stretched out their palms in front of them and Rimmer said that this pose is the basis of all martial arts, which means that such an exercise should be performed by everyone without exception, and then advised them to maintain this body position until they were told to stop, and he himself decided to sleep a little for now. The girl bit her lips in alarm and the elf said that he was not forcing them under any circumstances, and repeated once again that the exam was to be taken by them, not him. With his mouth wide open in rage, the teenager shouted that he could not do this anymore and asked when they would be taught fencing. To which the other noted that for the last couple of days they had been doing nothing but spinning circles and sitting in a rider's position. Bun looked to the side and said that they should stop complaining that the training was over so they could go practice swordsmanship themselves, and then added that if they did only basic exercises, then their sword skills would be completely dulled. Flying behind Rayon, Wrath said that they were gone. With his eyes rounded in surprise, the evil spirit asked why he did not go with them. Although they said that they were going to practice fencing. Moving towards the wooden door, Rayon said that he did not need it now because with such low skills, it would be a waste of time to practice swordsmanship, and then added that he needed a sword now. The teenager put his hand on his knee and thought that what he really needed was basic endurance and physical strength. Streams of magic appeared in space, and at the same time the descendant of the Sieghart family said in his mind that at the moment, due to the cold, his body had much less endurance than anyone else, and for growth and further training, the base was the most necessary component. A drop of liquid fell down, and the guy decided that he should not rush and look back at others. Drops of sweat tripped from the temporary student's face. Resting his elbows on the floor, Rayon realized that now he only needed to focus on tempering his body. Behind him, behind the wall, the silhouette of a man appeared. Renan raised her eyebrows and noticed the guy hiding from him. The girl thought that he was progressing quickly and was already lifting more weight than yesterday, although she had heard that he was quite weak. Lowering the corners of her lips, the representative of the vassal family realized that despite this, the weight he lifted only grew every day. But this is natural when a person goes in for sports. Rayon lifted the barbell and the temporary student thought that it was impossible for the weight to increase every day because only last week he had added 10 kilograms. Rayon was lying on a bench press and then the lady wondered if it could be all about his posture, which is a little different from the one that was in the classes of others, but did not understand how the patient constantly trains like this. Suddenly, Renan decided to approach him. The teenager was wrapping his wrist with a bandage, and the future fencer thought that there was definitely something in him. The girl clenched her fist when suddenly the young man called out to her. The representative of the vassal family lowered the corners of her lips, and the interlocutor clarified why she was there. Suddenly, Renan lowered her chin. At the same time, Rayon turned his gaze upward. Rayon put his hands on his feet, and the girl did not understand what so accelerated his development. Suddenly, the guy's hair moved forward. The representative of the vassal family rounded her eyes in amazement. At the same moment, the lady looked down. The examinee resolutely approached the guy. In confusion, the applicant clasped her palms with her legs. A moment later, the future fencer began to perform the exercise. Raising her eyebrows in frustration, Renan stared at Rayon's back. The teenagers took the dumbbells in their hands, and the girl realized that she definitely did not think so. A drop of sweat was dripping from her chin, and then she thought about what had happened after she smelled the scent. Clenching her fist tightly, the examinee remembered the pleasant and fresh aroma that emanated from the young man, and in her thoughts she said that as soon as she felt it, her body immediately felt lighter. Looking at her fingers, the temporary student thought that thanks to this, she had even managed to lift much more weight than usual, but she did not understand how this could be. Sitting on the bench, the young lady answered in the negative when asked if she had anything to say. Rayon abruptly turned away from his interlocutor, raising her eyebrows with sadness. The future fencer thought about this guy and decided that she should follow him again. It seemed as if Renan was running after Rayon. The wooden doors began to open slowly. Bun's expression was serious. Turning his head back, the young master noticed the enemy. Frowning menacingly, the temporary apprentice was indignant that the mistress was with such a guy, and the other did not understand what good it was at all to follow someone who had been lowered from a straight branch to a side branch. Wrapping his fingers around the equipment, the representative of the direct branch said that it was all useless, after which he added that simply repeating body-hardening training did not make sense. The little puppy was surrounded by angry wolves, and then the applicant suggested that such a weakling might need basic training. But no matter how much he trained, this patient was no match for them from the very beginning. Shifting his gaze down, the teenager imagined the silhouette of Rimmer and said that he did not know what the exam would be like. But for the sake of this day and increasing his own strength, it was better to continue working on fencing. His partner turned his torso back and Ben advised them not to pay attention to any guy from the side branch, and then added that the results of the exam would speak for themselves. In a puddle lay a leaf that had fallen from a tree. Rayon was lifting a dumbbell when suddenly he was asked to listen. Scratching his head, Dorian greeted and introduced himself and asked if he could also work out next to him. With enthusiastic rounding of his eyes, the invited candidate said that he wanted to learn his technique. Lowering his jaw, Rayon replied that he did not care. Putting his hand in the bag, the teenager thanked him and offered him to accept the cookies, although it was not something special. A descendant of the Sieghart family took chocolate drop cookies, and a new acquaintance exclaimed that they were very tasty, so they should be eaten. Shifting his gaze to the side, Rayon replied that he did not need it and that he could be taken away. Suddenly, Renan's pupils noticeably decreased in size. Drops of sweat began to drip down Rayon's cheeks from anxiety. The girl rounded her eyes enthusiastically. Rayon stared at her in bewilderment. While the representative of the vassal family bit into the sweet, she thought that now another strange guy had been added. Rayon helped his new comrade lift the barbell. A view of white clouds in the sky opened up. A temporary student tore off another sheet of the calendar. Future fencers ran after each other. Shoes were lying on the grass next to the paper. Rayon began to knead his hand. An orange leaf fell into a pond. There were black scratches on a pair of boots. Drops of sweat ran down Bun's face. Lowering his eyebrows in concentration, Rayon realized that 6 months had already passed since the start of training. A descendant of the Sieghart family, he quickly rushed forward and thought that the time when he ran every day and was ready to die was now over. Cryan's hair lay on his back. The guy lifted his foot off the ground, and Rayon realized that the backs of those who had blocked his path on the first day of training were no longer visible. Parting his lips, the young man reflected that now, when he looked ahead and breathed with the last of his strength, he could see only two. The rays of the sun at sunset illuminated the examining children. A view of the building of the 5th parade ground opened, and finally the morning of the exam came. The woman with the flower in her hair was smiling broadly. There were stands inside the arena when suddenly someone shouted that they had come a long way to get here. Sylvia put her hand to her chest to greet the other people. Karun looked intently ahead, and the examiner shouted that since the guardians were present in person today, he asked them all to move according to the instructions. Flying past Rayon's head, Wrath asked if he remembered their bet. Rayon shifted his gaze to the side and imagined the images of Renan and Ben. When suddenly the evil spirit noticed that in the end he had not managed to surpass those two, so he could prepare to humbly accept the wrath of the Demon King. Waving his palm, the guy said that the exam was a completely different matter because it was not known what could happen. Dorian fell to the ground when suddenly Rayon of the Shadows clarified why he was sitting there, to which he replied that he was nervous just when he thought that today was an exam. After which he added that he did not manage to sleep even at night, and that he was very weak, so perhaps he would not succeed. Rayon raised his fingers when suddenly he was called out. Holding out a cookie with chocolate drops to her friend's face, the girl said that she had brought it for him to eat, to which he replied that he did not need it because everything was fine. The representative of the straight branch looked cautiously back, tiredly closing his lips. The young man did not understand why everyone around him was like this. Sylvia smiled broadly and exclaimed that Helen needed to see, raising her eyebrows happily. The woman stated that their boy was standing there very confidently, to which the maid replied that he had indeed managed to endure 6 months of this difficult training. Dorian pressed his hands to his stomach, and Rayon's mother noticed that she also thought he had friends, to which the assistant cried out that it was natural for the young master's temper. In the past, the lady had sat next to her son, and now she said that he was very reasonable and understanding, and since childhood he had never been capricious. After which she added that he had managed to make friends, so she was very proud of him. Suddenly, the girls turned their heads to the side in fright as they announced that the head of the house had arrived. Glenn confidently took step by step forward. On his face, you could see a blonde mustache and beard. Drops of sweat ran down the cheeks of the audience, and they were surprised that the head had personally come here and would be watching everything. A gold axlin hung on the leader's clothes. Glenn sat on the throne, and one of the fans asked if it was the first time he had come. Smiling broadly, Rimmer was surprised that the house manager had arrived for the examination. Lowering his jaw, the man said that this is an event at which the future of the family is chosen. After which he added that his subordinate speaks as if he came where he should not have. Closing his eyes, Rimmer said that he was glad to see him here. Stretching his hand upwards, the elf exclaimed that since the head of the house was already here, there was no point in wasting time, so they would begin their exam to select disciples, and then added that he would finally reveal the content of the exam that everyone in the Sieghart family was interested in, regardless of gender and age. The green leaf began to sparkle brightly. Suddenly, Rimmer's pupils narrowed sharply. Magical streams began to swirl in space. The applicants rounded their eyes in fright. Rayan instantly held out his hand in front of him. Sneering slightly, the training supervisor explained that his exam was for future swordsmen to overcome his aura pressure. Rimmer spread his hands in different directions. Closing his eyes, Rimmer said that pressure is an essential element in the life of every warrior, and therefore in this exam, he wants to assess their ability to deal with it. The man crossing his arms exclaimed that he objected because the children had only recently mastered the aura and there was immediate pressure. People raised their hands and shouted that there were some of them who had not yet been able to master it, and therefore the exam with aura pressure was simply unfair. And besides, according to the children, all he had been doing was sleeping in class, and therefore what could it be about assessing pressures? Then the elf sighed heavily. After introducing the knight, Rimmer said that pressure is not just a manifestation of the aura, and the real pressure is determined by the quality of the warrior's spirit formed from his achievements. A bright aura swirled around the boy's palms, and Rimmer said that this was proof that a true warrior could manifest himself without an aura. The young man turned his gaze to the side in bewilderment, and it was clear that everything was correct. Sweat ran down the teenager's cheek, and then Glenn explained that even without mastering the aura, each of them had their own pressure formed on the basis of life experience. The guy grinned contentedly. Sitting on the throne, the master said that depending on the intensity of the training, even a person who did not have an aura at all could gain strong pressure. And at the same time, the elf noted that this was expected from the head. Rimmer asked if anyone was dissatisfied and then exclaimed that they would leave those who were causing the interference and begin their exam. Renan, looking ahead, heard being asked to come over and the others to stay behind. The girl clenched her fists, and then Rimmer said that he would release the level of pressure that she could overcome if she had trained hard, and asked her to break through it and touch it because then she would be accepted. The guy raised the corners of his lips. Rounding his eyes, the elf said that they would begin. Suddenly, a powerful energy surrounded him. The applicant abruptly crossed her arms. Smiling, Rimmer said that if she used the aura, she would be immediately disqualified, and added that she should awaken her willpower, which she had been holding on to during her training. After a moment, the examinee clenched her jaw. The child stepped forward. Renan stretched out her hand. Suddenly, the girl took the guy by the wrist. Rimmer patted the woman on the head. Lowering his gaze, Rimmer noticed that it was quite easy. The examinee sighed heavily, and then the elf said that the result was visible, that she had been working hard all this time, and also that she should continue to give her all to it. Dorian opened his mouth wide when he heard that he was next and clarified about the order, to which the head of training replied that he wanted to do so, and therefore let him come out as soon as possible. Sweat ran down the young man's face. Rimmer asked if he had seen what Renan was doing, and at the same time explained that he just needed to break through the wall of his pressure with the willpower he had built up by tempering himself, and the invited candidate asked if this was possible since he was known for his complete lack of it. Spreading his hands in different directions, Rimmer said that if he did not succeed, he would fail. The examinee clenched his jaw sharply. Then Dorian bent his knees. Rayon, looking ahead, thought that the pressure force was different now. The elf had a magical orb in his palm, and Rayon muttered that he seemed to adjust it depending on the child's abilities and progress, and wondered if he was keeping an eye on everyone among the many children. Keeping his hands at his side, The head of the training exclaimed that he had succeeded and he was accepted, and also added that with his abilities he was very lacking in confidence, and from now on he should have more faith in his strength. Suddenly the guy fell to the ground and the mentor said that he thought he had more or less understood. A view of the daytime sky opened up and then Rimmer called the next one. A leaf floated on the water. Ben opened his jaw when he heard that he was next. Closing his eyes contentedly, Rimmer suggested that they start right away. Suddenly, the elf narrowed his eyes. A powerful aura swirled around him. Clenching his fists, the young man wondered whether to resist this. The candidate rested his foot on the floor with effort, and could not understand how Renan could do it at all because from the outside everything looked completely different. Bending his knees, the entrant muttered that he could not move his leg. After a moment, the examinee leaned his palm on the ground, and at the same time Rimmer said that his talent was much more special than that of the others. And among the 160 gifted children present, those who could compare with him could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Ben's expression was confused, and the mentor explained that he and the guys following him had only wasted their time, and asked what was the point of fencing when he repeated the movements only externally without realizing their true meaning, and then noted that they should not have taken up the sword, but tempered endurance and willpower. The boy bared his teeth menacingly. And then Rimmer reported that whenever he had a hard time, he had used his aura. But if he resorted to her help this time, he would be immediately disqualified, and he thought that he could not fail here. In the past, the young man had peeked around the corner. But now he muttered that he could not forget how coldly his father had received his brother. The man's stern gaze appeared, and the candidate said that he could not forget him. The applicant realized that if he could not overcome him now, then he would also be abandoned. Suddenly, the examinee rushed from his seat. The guy, holding his hands in his pockets, said that he had been accepted. Ben sighed heavily. And then the elf said that he was only 12 and therefore he should not pretend to be an adult, and engage in training that was suitable for his age, and if he walked looking up all the time he could fall and stumble over a branch. Rimmer's expression was satisfactory. The mentor lifted the corners of his lips. Rimmer reported that the last Rayon, and at the same time the latter shuffling his legs answered positively. Rayon was walking towards the main teacher. Closing his eyes contentedly, the elf noticed that he was the last one and asked if he was ready. Looking up, Rayon said that he was ready. Suddenly, there was a burst of powerful energy, and the head of the training said that then they would start. The mentor spread his hands in different directions. The guy's aura emitted a bright light. Sylvia, raising her eyebrows in fright, called for her son. Glenn's pupils narrowed sharply, and the question was asked what kind of pressure it was. Clenching his fists, the guy clarified whether this was really his exam. With his mouth wide open, Rimmer replied that from what he had seen, his talent clearly exceeded that of Ben and Renan. Looking ahead, Rimmer said that he should try to endure. The young man covered his face with his hand. Blue rays appeared, and then Rayon muttered that the warrior's spirit was not actually contained in the body, but in the soul vessel. Crossing his palms, Rayon noticed that now the spirit of Rayon is not only in him. Closing his eyes, Rayon added that he was an assassin. The guy lifted his leg off the ground. The elf raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if he could handle such pressure. Glenn frowned seriously. The young man abruptly stretched out his hand, and at the same time Rimmer wondered if it was possible. Suddenly the young master pushed the tutor, and he said that in such a situation he should not even get up. The spectators, their eyes rounded, were stunned. Sweat was dripping down Rimmer's cheek. The grandfather of Rayon lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. Rayon grinned contentedly and asked if the exam was over. The guys rounding their eyes asked if he had overcome such pressure, and how it was possible at all. Karun's expression was surprising, and then there was a question if this guy had punched it. The guy's gaze was confused. Rayon looked ahead, and then the elf said that he was a sick man who did not even possess an aura. Parting his lips, Rimmer was stunned. Narrowing his eyes, the mentor clarified who he was. Raising his hand, the guy noticed that he had been watching him for 6 months, after which he gave his name. Rimmer said that he clearly surpassed himself and therefore asked and also added that he deliberately used pressure beyond his capabilities because he just wanted to joke, but he could not even think that he would overcome this. The young man turned his gaze to the side. The guy lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. The elf's eyes widened sharply. Scratching his head, Rimmer laughed and said that he was Rimmer and added that he was a little distracted and on Rayon they would finish today's student selection exam. Sweat ran down Ben's cheek with fear, and at the same time the mentor said that now was the time to announce the best because they were all curious. Karun frowned seriously. Rimmer said that Rayon was becoming the best student of the 5th training palace, which made the guys open their mouths in surprise. Sylvia, through her tears, exclaimed that their Rayon was the best, and the maid noticed that he had done it. The gentlemen sitting next to each other discussed how Rayon could be the best. However, he broke through this pressure and therefore without a doubt but how he bypassed Ben. The applicant with his mouth wide open shouted that he could not admit it, and everything was wrong, and it was also an obvious deception. Turning his gaze to the side, Rimmer asked what he was talking about and what kind of deception. Putting his palm on his chest, the examinee exclaimed that Rayon was weaker than him in endurance, physical strength, and even abilities, and therefore he could not understand how such a person could become the best. Angrily lowering his eyebrows, the candidate said that he had definitely used some kind of trick. The guy through the sweat on his face said that if you think about it, it makes sense. The elf crossed his arms, and at the same time it was heard that it was impossible to do such a thing with the curse of bitter cold, and even more so that he did not even have an aura. And could it be that he and the teacher were in collusion? The young man looking ahead said that judging by what was said about Rimmer, it was quite possible. Ben extended his index finger and explained that they were warriors of House Sieghart, and therefore believed that the best should be chosen through battle, not some kind of examination. After a moment, Rimmer smirked. The mentor clarified whether he really wanted to get the best place, to which the examinee, blushing, objected that this was not so. Opening his jaw, Rimmer announced that the exam was already over. After which he asked the head what he thought should be done in such a situation. Glenn frowned seriously. Sitting on the throne, Glenn remarked that it seemed that those around him could not accept this result, and then asked if he intended to fight Ben. The candidate smiled contentedly. With his mouth wide open, Rayon replied in the negative. The applicant looked at Rayon in bewilderment, and Rayon said that the exam was over and the result was announced, and he had no reason to fight without any benefit. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that he lived constantly repeating about the straight branch in honor, and did not think that he would not even be able to accept the result of a simple exam. The examinee clenched his jaw sharply. Looking down, the head of the house said that then they should fight for the place of the best, and if he won, he would give him a copper token. Lowering the corners of his lips, Rayon was surprised. After presenting various medallions, Rayon explained that members of the Sieghart family can be awarded gold, silver, or copper tokens for their achievements, depending on which the reward that can be received also changes. And even if now we are talking about only a copper token, but it will be personally issued by the head, which means that the reward will clearly be good. Rayon thought that apparently he was not very happy that he had taken the place of the best, and then answered positively. Resting his head on his fist, Glenn said that then they could begin. Boone frowned menacingly, and at the same time, Rimmer said that this time he had to determine the best one for sure. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and Rimmer said that they were given one round, and for using an aura or weapon, they were disqualified, and therefore they should only use their body. The young master was standing in front of his opponent. The elf opened his mouth wide. Waving his hand, the leader shouted that they could start. The applicant abruptly rushed from his place. Rayon dodged the enemy's blow. Then the examinee swung his leg. Rayon put out his hand in front of him. Rayon frowned seriously. The candidate, clenching his fingers, exclaimed that it was the fist of the void tiger that his father had taught him, and no one had said that it was wrong to use the fist fighting technique, and therefore it was not a violation. Boone punched the guy in the stomach. From afar, you could see how the guys were fighting, and the audience noticed that this was expected of Boone because Rayon could not even do anything. The applicant, baring his teeth, thought that he was some kind of weakling from a side branch. Lowering his eyebrows, the examinee wondered if he thought he would give way to someone like him. Frowning seriously, Karun asked to ignore him and explained that there was no place for such a slab in Sieghart's house. Placing his hand on his son's shoulder, the man said that he should not dare to disappoint him in the same way. Through the sweat on his face, the candidate muttered that his father was looking at him now, and therefore he had to prove his strength. Fighting with the young master, the young man said that he would never let him get in the way of such a place. Rayon quickly dodged the attacks of his rival. Rayon raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking ahead, Rayon realized what he was seeing. The outlines of his hands appeared, and the young man muttered that his fists, his movements, and all his technique were clearly visible. Ben lowered his eyebrows menacingly. Opening his jaw sharply, the entrant asked if Rayon had already given up, and then exclaimed that they would end it. Then the examinee bared his teeth angrily, clenching his finger. Rayon clarified that this was not possible. After a moment, the young master waved his hand. Suddenly, the guys came into contact with each other. The guy hit his opponent in the stomach. The candidate looked back in bewilderment. The young man lowered the corners of his lips. The teenager's pupils turned sharply white. Ben opened his mouth wide in pain. Karun's expression was surprising. The gentleman opening his jaw said that this could not be. Glenn lowered his gaze and the question was heard that it was the fist of the void tiger, and how was it possible? Falling to the ground, the examinee asked where he got this equipment. Looking at the opponent, Rayon replied that he himself showed it to him. Parting his lips, Rayon said that he had only repeated after him. The spectators opened their mouths and asked what it was if it wasn't the void tiger's fist, and how he was able to use this technique. The guy looking at the girl asked if she could be handed over to him in secret. Rayon was kneading his hand and it was clear that it was simply impossible. Rimmer was standing opposite the boys. Touching his face, Rimmer was stunned. Imagining the magic energy, the elf muttered that this guy had just neutralized the blow aimed at him by countering it with the same void tiger fist only with a reverse rotation. A bright flash appeared and the head of the training explained that usually geniuses are those who can determine the flow of the enemy's technique. But Rayon was able to make this current his own and use it. The mentor thought that this was what Sieghart wanted, namely a talent that could take a leading position on the continent. An unusual aura swirled around Rayon, and at the same time, Rimmer noticed that this was an extremely rare talent. Closing his eyes contentedly, Rimmer said that it seemed that the winner was determined, and they had all seen it. Raising his hand, the elf exclaimed that victory was for Rayon, and with that, he declared the exam over. Suddenly, Sylvia took off. Rayon raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl hugged her son. Sweat ran down the young man's cheek. Tears appeared under the lady's eyes. And at the same time, Wrath reported that he was hungry and added that he needed to go home quickly. Renan's father patted her on the head. Blin's expression was sad. Suddenly, the examinee looked away. Karun's gaze was stern. Then, the manager of the Central Military Palace turned away. The applicant blushed sharply. The gentleman distanced himself from the candidate. A light was burning in the window of the building. A white candle appeared. The guy was standing opposite his father. The young man tilted his head down. Ben raised his eyebrows when he heard how he was addressed. Sitting on a chair, Karun asked if he remembered what he had told him, to which the examinee replied that he had told him to take the place of the best student, and also not to lose to anyone. Turning to his son, the master said that it was true because he didn't want much from him, and he just needed to break the girl from the Sullian house and crush Rayon along the way, to become the best. Opening his jaw, the steward of the Central Military Palace exclaimed that he had lost not even to the right girl but to some insect expelled from the straight branch, and then asked if he wanted to disgrace him. The man asked if he aspired to become like his third and fourth brothers, to which the guy through the sweat on his face replied in the negative. Looking ahead, Karun said that he had already missed his first chance and the next choice of the best would be made by the grades by the end of the training and therefore he should take this place. Turning around, the gentleman said that now let him go. As he walked down the street, the young man thought that he could not miss the last chance he was given if he wanted to live as a member of the direct branch of the Sieghart family. Ben clenched his fist sharply, baring his teeth. The examinee said that it was because of this insect Rayon that he was in this situation. Moving his legs, the applicant could not understand how and noticed that he had definitely worked hard enough not to lose to anyone. The candidate touched his face. Sweat was dripping down the guy's cheek. Standing in front of the building, the young man wondered how he ended up here. Ben pursed his lips and wondered if he had come here out of habit as he wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, the examinee opened the door. Looking around, the applicant muttered that it was empty and wondered if it was because he had just passed the exam. The candidate took a dumbbell in his hand. After a moment, the guy turned his head. The young man noticed many boxes. On one of them was written the name of Rayon. Ben walked over to the cells. Opening a small door, the examinee wondered if it was not scary if he just looked and added that he was not going to steal, but just look. Suddenly, the applicant rounded his eyes in surprise. A huge number of shoes appeared. Taking the shoe in his hand, the candidate muttered that even at first glance, there were more than 10 pairs here and then wondered if he had used them all in 6 months and also added that he had only changed his shoes twice. The young man's expression was stunned. Suddenly, the young man turned. Ben imagined Rayon lifting dumbbells. Sweat was dripping down the cheek of Rayan. Looking ahead, the examinee noticed that he had always trained. Rayan clenched his fist menacingly, and the applicant said that while he, forgetting about the basics, waved his sword for show, and while resting in the dormitory, Rayan demonstrated an image corresponding to the Sieghart family. A white flower appeared sadly. Lowering his gaze, the candidate muttered that he was the opposite. Suddenly, the guy raised his head. The young man looked at the dumbbells. Sports equipment was lying on the floor. Glenn was holding a pair of shoes in his hands. Then, the examinee will put the shoes in the box. The applicant closed the door of the cell. The candidate was walking down the street. The guy looked at the sky. After a moment, the young man frowned seriously. Anger sighed angrily, and said that he had nothing to say, and although he had lived for hundreds of years, he had never seen someone like him. Looking at Rayan, Wrath asked who he was, to which he replied that no one knew and added that fantasizing was not forbidden, so let him think for himself. Looking at the blue screen, Rayan clarified what kind of ability it was, after which the Demon King explained that it was the perception of a snowflower, which meant that it was too good an ability that did not correspond to its insignificance. It seemed as if the teenager crossed his palms, and the evil spirit said that such an ability allows him to increase the area of sensation, and now it is at the first level, and therefore the increase will be 10%. Closing his eyes, Wrath said that he, the king, could feel 10 times more than he was originally capable of, and then Rayan said that this was not bad. Anger lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment when he heard the question of what was wrong with its name, and why exactly the perception of a snowflower. Wrath explained that he just liked it so much and asked that he hadn't come up with a beautiful idea. And at the same time, the guy lifting his leg off the floor noticed that no matter how much he thought about it, he really had terrible taste. A view of a tall building opened up, and the Demon King exclaimed that he was completely devoid of grace. The young gentleman was informed that he had been summoned by the head of the house, which surprised Sylvia, putting her hand on her chest. The girl asked if Rayan had a problem, to which the man, smiling, replied that she did not have to worry. The assistant's expression was joyful. Glenn sat on the throne, and his servant said that he would just personally hand him a copper token. Bending his knees, Rayan greeted the head of the house. The gentleman, squinting, said that although he did not like it, he had to keep his promises, and then the butler agreed with him. The man presented Rayan with a reward. A copper token appeared, and at the same time the head of the house said that as promised he was handing it to him. The guy took the medallion in his hand, and his grandfather explained that in the future he could return it asking for some suitable item or service in return. The young man's gaze was thoughtful. Putting his lips, Rayan said that he wanted to say something right now. Glenn's face showed surprise when he heard about Sylvia. Standing in front of his master, Rayan asked what should be done to restore her mother to her former position. The man looked down. The servant closed his eyes, frowning seriously. The head of the house clarified whether he meant belonging to a direct branch by his former position. Through the sweat on his face, Rayan replied that it was so, and thought that the pressure of the aura seemed to have softened. Lowering his eyebrows, Glenn said that if he accumulates achievements that will be recognized by the whole family, then this is possible. But it is not as simple as it is in words. Looking at the copper token, Rayan said that gaining the recognition of others in this place was like pulling a star out of the sky, and therefore almost impossible, especially for a guy like him. Smiling, the young man said that it meant that there was still a possibility, albeit a small one. Placing the locket on the surface, Rayan said that this was enough for him, and thanked him for his answer. After a moment, the young master turned away. Suddenly, Rayan turned around when he heard the head of the house ask to stop and explain that he had not yet asked for a reward, and he could listen to the question he asked without a token. Lowering the corners of his lips, Rayan did not think that the king of the north, who was bringing death, would say such a thing. Looking down, the man asked to tell him his wish. Clenching his fist, Rayan muttered that he had thought of something in advance, and what he needed most at the moment. The guy said that he needed a cultivation technique, after which, Glenn opened his mouth and noticed that it would be taught to him by his teachers during basic training. Placing his palm on his chest, the young man said that he needed a cultivation technique that was superior to those taught by the masters, and he wished that it was at the same level as a copper token. Imagining significant people in the past, Rayan thought that the shadow cultivation technique he had used in his previous life wasn't enough for him. Because in order to restore Sylvia's position and cut off Darius's head, he had to have a stronger and more prominent aura. Parting his lips, the head of the house spoke about the cultivation technique. A moment later, the doomed king of the north snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the white doors opened. Tall bookshelves appeared. The shelves surrounded Rayon. Rayon stood in front of huge cabinets. A lot of textbooks appeared. Rayon looked up in surprise. Dust particles flew past the shelves. Frowning seriously, the man said that this was one of the Sieghart family's bookcases, and if he raised his hand in the center, the book he needed most would appear. Raising his eyebrows, the guy replied that he understood. Stretching his palm upwards, the young man muttered that it was enough for this technique to be better than the shadow cultivation technique, and hoped that there would be something useful. A magical aura swirled around the hand of Rayon. Dark textbooks appeared. Suddenly, one of the many books began to come out. The young master spread his fingers. Narrowing his eyes, Rayon wondered what kind of old book it was. Sweat ran down Glenn's cheek. The butler's expression was surprising. The head of the house was stunned. A textbook hung in the air, and then the man could not understand why this one. Rayon raised his eyebrows. The book emitted a bright light, and Rayon wondered if this was the golden fire technique. Touching the pages, the guy asked what it was. The young man's hair flew up sharply. Suddenly, the paper flew in different directions. White sheets surrounded the young master. The look of Rayon was surprising. A magical aura flew in the air. The doomed king of the northern continent stared ahead in bewilderment. In the past, Glenn, looking sideways, asked if he was saying that Sylvia was ignored by family members, after which he explained that he was not interested because now is the main development of the family, and therefore let him go and do something else. A sharp sword appeared. The guy was behind the head of the house, and he asked if Sylvia fell in love with a man and ran away, and then said that there was no need to report to him about such trifles. The doomed king of the north frowned gravely as he said that in the past he had considered emotions to be a luxury, and only thought about the development of his family. A fire was visible behind the man, and he reported that he had received the strength to break through an insurmountable wall. Clenching his fist, the gentleman noticed that the family had achieved staggering growth because of this, and wondered what he had lost. Glenn held a paper in his hand, and it was heard that news had come that his son-in-law and granddaughter had been attacked. The young man, putting his hand on his chest, said that it was the two-headed ghost of Eden who recognized the mistress, and added that Sylvia was fine. But the others died on the spot, and the attack was unexpected, and therefore it was impossible to prevent it. The head of the house lowered his eyebrows sharply. A bloody hand appeared, and at the same time the king of the north, who was dying, called himself pathetic, and said that he had returned his emotions even if it was too late. A girl was sitting on the ground, and her father explained that the past could not be returned. A book hung in the air, and at the same time the man noticed that even if Rayon and Sylvia hated him, this time he would definitely protect him. Rayon raised his head in surprise. Looking at his palms, Rayon wondered what it was and thought that something was still flowing into his body and head. Sweat ran down the guy's cheek when he heard how he was addressed. The young man stood opposite his grandfather. Looking down, Glenn asked what he had just done. Rounding his eyes, Rayon replied that he didn't know, but he remembered the contents of the cultivation technique book that he had in his hands. Parting his lips, the head of the house clarified what it was called. Rayon raised his hand. Magic dust swirled around the young master's hand. Bright particles appeared, after which Rayon said that it was the golden fire technique, and the system wrote that he had encountered the flame of eternity, and this technique remained in his memory. Welcome back to Mystical Manhwa Recaps. Share your thoughts below and enjoy the story. The king of the north, standing in front of Rayon, asked if he had said that he remembered the contents of that book, to which he replied that he did. After a moment the man lowered his head. The guy raised his eyebrows as he listened that he had received a token reward and could therefore go. Then the young man turned around. The gentleman looked ahead. The butler, through the sweat on his face, asked about the technique that the young master had received. Glenn closed his eyes abruptly. After introducing the first head of the house of Sieghart, the king of the north, who was dooming, said that it belonged to him. Lowering his gaze, the man said that the first chapter cultivation technique, which in the entire history of the family had never been able to summon or read, and he didn't think that he would be able to obtain the golden fire technique. Pieces of paper lay on the floor. The servant remarked that if this was known, both the young master and Mrs. Sylvia might be in danger, and at the same time, the head of the house sitting on the throne said that he could not worry because no one knew about this technique. Rayon grinned happily, and at the same time the assistant clarified about the missing book, to which he received the answer that everything was in order because the information from it had already been transmitted to the person. Standing in front of a huge number of textbooks, Glenn explained that in any case this technique could not be used, and if it were not for this child, the book would simply rot in the bookcase. The doomed king of the north looked up. Anger flew around Rayon, and the head of the house said that it seemed to him that now everything would gradually change. Stretching out his palms, Rayon muttered that no matter how much he thought, it was strange, and wondered why he gave him such a thing, because there was no way to get a technique of this level, not only for a silver, but even for a gold token. Closing his eyes, Rayon said that it was not inferior to the legendary Ring of Fire, which meant that it was valuable enough to try to master it. A fireball appeared in front of the guy. The young man looked at the flame particle in surprise. Rayon spread his fingers in front of the flood of magic. The young master grabbed him sharply in his fist. Sweat was dripping down Rayon's face. Rayon, lowering his head, thought that it had failed again. Closing his lips, Rayon noticed that he continued to try everything, but it was not so easy to accumulate enough mana to form an aura. And even if he did not think that he would be able to immediately master a technique of such a high level, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that it seemed that everything was not as simple as he wanted. Wrath said that he needed to try harder, and if someone disturbed him during cultivation, then there would be big problems. So he had to be careful, and wondered if it would be so sad to become crippled after getting your hands on such a nice cultivation technique. The young man's gaze was thoughtful, and he wondered what he was up to, after which he realized that he was Wrath. The young master imagined a black spot spreading over his body and explained that the golden fire technique was a cultivation method that helped to absorb natural mana and create an aura in the Dantian. And if someone prevented this in the process, the mana circuit and Dantian could be damaged and the person could be crippled. And this was especially dangerous for him because there was still cold in his mana circuit. Rayon said that since he knew this, then he should not try to interfere with him. And then the Demon King smiled and replied that no one knew what would happen. Rayon lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. Suddenly, Rayon's eyes widened, lifting the corners of his lips. The evil spirit said that it would only prevent him once during his cultivation practice. Sitting on the bed, Rayon said that if he became crippled before he took his body, he would also suffer damage. And then Wrath remarked that he did not care. Flying over the guy, Wrath explained that he was a human and would not be able to cope with such a thing, and even if the young man was left without limbs or if his Dantian exploded, he would be able to save him. Narrowing his eyes, Wrath said that when he became crippled and surrendered, he would have a great chance. Looking at Wrath, the young master agreed for once and added that he was even curious about what would happen this time. Closing his eyes, the evil spirit said that he also managed to bluff and added that he should spend every day in fear because he did not know when exactly he would decide to attack his mind. Wrath smiled slightly, and Rayon thought that he was really an enemy. The expression on Wrath was satisfied, and at the same time Rayon muttered that he was a demon of the underworld who would consume his body at any opportunity, and therefore the very embodiment of anger. Putting his palm on the bed, Rayon said that at one time he behaved calmly and already thought that he had given up. But it seems to him that he needs to be more careful. After which he said that he would think about it later because first he needed to deal with an urgent matter. The evil spirit asked if he had finally decided to do so, and then Rayon, standing up abruptly, answered positively, and noted that since she came here every night, it was no longer an accident. The guy and Wrath looked out the window at the same time. Looking down, the young man said that it was worth doing it, and also wondered if he could return to his work for the first time in a long time. A girl was sitting by the pond. Judiel, holding the paper in her hand, said that before, apart from the fact that he often talked to himself, there was nothing to report, and now she finally had something to report. Judiel lowered the corners of her lips and muttered that she would never have thought that a copper token could be used to obtain such a technique. The lady had been sitting in a tree, but now she had said that the mana flow felt during cultivation was too unusual. Running her pencil over the sheet, Judiel noticed that such information was definitely worthy of the attention of the Central Military Palace. The girl's notes were visible. The maid folded the paper and thought that even though it was in order, the boy was still a child and wondered how much longer she should keep an eye on him. After a moment, the lady put the note on the water. The message floated forward. Judiel looked ahead. The girl said that it was time to return when suddenly a knife was put to her neck. Rayon, standing behind the maid, explained that if he opened his mouth, he would die. Sweat was dripping down the lady's cheek, and then Rayon said that if he moved he would also die. Judiel's expression was confused, and at the same time Rayon asked her to lower her eyes and look into the lake. Looking down, the maid wondered who it was. Kneeling down, Judiel wondered who could have such a bloodlust. Noticing the guy's reflection in the water, The girl recognized him and could not understand how this boy was behind her back. Parting his lips, the young man said that he had been under surveillance since the first day he returned to the outbuilding, and then asked if she had found out the information she needed. Through the sweat on her face, the maid muttered that it couldn't be and wondered if he had understood it from day one. In the past, the lady hid behind a tree trunk. Previously, the maid had been peeking out from behind the door. But now she said that she felt like she had left no trace and wondered if it was coming out that he had been just pretending not to know anything all along, and also did not understand why. Judeo clenched her jaw, and then the young master asked her to open her mouth. Rayon brought an unusual pill to her lips. Rayon then pushed it deep into his mouth. Judeo's gaze was confused. Suddenly, Judeo leaned towards the water. Rayon picked up a wet note. Looking at the lady, Rayon noticed that the contents of the letter were not visible, and at the same time, he clarified whether it was protected paper, the text on which could only be read with a certain reaction. Looking at the paper, the guy spoke about water, earth, and fire. The young man continued to list the possible reactions, and then Judeo clenched her jaw. Judeo raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard what it meant was moonlight. The young master standing in front of the girls spoke the names of the Sieghart family members. Rayon said that it seemed to be Karun's doing, causing sweat to run down Judeo's face. Rayon was holding a piece of paper in his hand. And Judeo thought that it couldn't be because there was definitely nothing strange in her expression, and added that she had been training for many years to become a skilled spy, and it was also impossible for him to read all this just from her face. Her lips parted in bewilderment. Judeo muttered about the pain that burned through her body and the situation in which he read her mind so easily. Raising her hand, Judeo realized that there could be only one explanation. Looking up, the girl wondered if what he fed her was a raging worm. The man holding the document in his hands told the servant to go to Filgil to keep an eye on Rayon and Sylvia and give him all the information. The girl looked in his direction as he talked about how if she did this task well, then everything would be done. Falling to her knees, the servant asked if the boy had fed her a fierce worm. The hero, opening his eyes wider, noted that she knew this worm was unexpected for him. Her gaze was directed forward. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand. The maid lowered her head. Tears came to her eyes after thinking that with the help of this worm, it was possible to track the location and emotions of the person who ate it. And if it was the will of the owner, then it was possible to cause unbearable pain in the person, or even kill him. The young man holding a paper in his hands noted that since she was sending such letters to Karun, she must be a spy for the Central Military Palace, and that it had begun 7 months ago right after the recognition ceremony, and she had apparently conducted an extremely detailed investigation. Sweat ran down her face. Turning his head, the guy was talking about his mother and Helen. She, with her eyes wide open, remembered that she had thought that this mission would be extremely easy. Remembering how Karun stood in the office, the girl realized that this was just collecting information about the little child Rayon and Sylvia who had become crippled. And it seemed to her that she would be able to cope with it extremely easily. Looking at this man, the spy realized that it could not have occurred to her that such a monster lived in him. Still on her knees, she shouted that she would immediately correct the content of the letter and write a lie there. But the hero said that there was no need for this because even if she corrected him, the information about him would still reach this person. Her body trembled at the words that this would only show him her incompetence. A mad smile appeared on his face. Grinning, the fighter explained that from now on, she would have to be a double agent. Her gaze went up as Rayon said that information that would immediately become public should be sent and not be shy, and what they couldn't find out about should be hidden and at the same time provided with information from the other side. Immediately afterward, the hero nodded. Passing by, the young man explained that he would be waiting for useful information from her during their next meeting. She was still on her knees. The spirit appeared beside him and asked when he had summoned the raging worm. But the man replied that he could not use something so disgusting and simply fed her poison, which temporarily caused terrible pain. The demon being behind asked if the owner could read her mind even without using a worm, while the guy explained that information can be obtained in different ways and he definitely has other methods. The assistant's eyes were wide open. Remembering how he left the house, the fighter knew that after that he plunged headlong into training to create an aura and was engaged in it until the day when it was necessary to return to the training ground again. A maid servant girl also appeared after he thought that for him, who had been tirelessly cultivating all this time, it had not been possible to create an aura to the last. His gaze was fixed somewhere forward. The man walked further into the forest. Many other people gathered in the square. The young man looking in a certain direction remembered that in the end only 42 people had been admitted, and it was surprising that Rimmer had really left only a quarter. Remembering the teacher, the guy realized that he was extremely accurate in predicting the result. His gaze darted to the side when someone called out his name. Renan came up to him. They stood next to each other. A spirit immediately appeared between them. Her gaze was directed in his direction. The girl was eating a cookie when someone asked if Mr. Rayon had helped their daughter with her workouts. The mother sitting opposite asked if she thanked him, while the girl answered in the affirmative and explained that she did it after she received the cookies. And the woman asked if her daughter did it for help with training. Renan, holding the liver in her hand, answered in the negative and explained that her father had told her that she should never talk to men first. The woman, smiling, said that now she understood everything. There was a cup of tea on the table when his mother said that when it came to gratitude, gender didn't matter at all. The daughter's mouth opened slightly after the words of the interlocutor that when receiving help from someone, you must definitely say thank you because this is elementary politeness. Immediately after, her eyes also widened when her mother asked to thank the man for training. Standing in front of him, Renan said words of gratitude. The spirit being behind asked why she suddenly decided to do this, but the young man replied that he did not understand it either. His gaze darted to the side when someone called out to him. One of the candidates, closing one eye, asked if the fighter was doing well and added that it seemed to him that death would overtake him even as a temporary student. The guy tilted his head a little, listening to the words of the interlocutor that now that he really managed to become a student, it would be hard to imagine how difficult it would be for him because all the days he rested, he was tormented by nightmares. And yesterday, his head was visited by thoughts that he would not be able to cope properly, and he could not fall asleep because of this. Glancing to the side, Dorian noted that it was extremely good that it was the hero who took first place because if it were Mr. Blin, it would be much worse. Behind him was this man. The boy immediately fell to the ground. The representative of the straight branch stood right in front of him. The young man stared silently in his direction. This man did the same. Bowing, Blin apologized and admitted that he had lost last week and had shown himself to be inappropriate. His face appeared after saying that this did not mean that his attempts would be over. Frowning, the interlocutor said that he would do his best to get ahead of him again. Turning away, the fighter also added that he would not retreat or surrender in the future. The demon flew around the man behind him. Bowing his head a little, the guy said that he did not even think that a 13-year-old child would admit his mistake, and apparently famous families are still different. The spirit, frowning, shouted that even if he had received a proper job, this man did not know his place, and the owner should catch up with him and pluck out his eyes, while the fighter explained that the apology was already amazing and he should calm down. Rayon turned his head when someone apologized for being late. The teacher, smiling, explained that he had drunk a little yesterday and asked, tilting his head, the man asked if everyone had a good rest. Standing in front of the children, the coach began to say that first he wanted to congratulate them on the fact that they officially became students, and their training would begin right from today. The young man looked up when the words were heard that the basic routine would remain the same. But since this was already basic training, they would have a few more training sessions. Everyone suddenly turned around. A girl opened the doors. A vein appeared on her face after saying that she had almost gone mad with anger because this damn door would not open. Dorian, wide-eyed, shouted that this was exactly the same person, while the teacher noted that she had come on time and added that he was not her teacher, but that she was a repeater from the previous intake. She headed forward after he said that they would now train together so they should say hello. Martha buried her hands in her hips. Immediately afterward, the girl exhaled. The coach, smiling, said that even if she did not look like this, she had a kind soul, and the girl interrupted him. Clenching one hand into a fist, the student asked who was the best student here. The hero looked in her direction while she said that she hated it when someone worse than her stood over her. So she should check on the one who took the place of the best. Smiling broadly, the girl asked the man to come out to fight immediately. She went forward. The young man, still standing still, thought that this land should be cursed because it is not clear why such people continue to appear. Squeezing both hands, the man introduced himself, and said that he had taken first place. Her gaze immediately swept in his direction. Leaning down, she noted that his face did not indicate that he was the one who managed to become the best. But this was probably even good. Stretching his hands, Martha suggested that he should dispense with the long introductions and immediately begin the battle. Blin, crossing his arms over his chest, asked why she was showing such indecent behavior. The girl, looking back, wondered how he dared to say such a thing to his sister. She turned to him, opening her eyes wide. The sister said that if he continued to mindlessly open his mouth, he might also suffer, and he should choose his words better. The relative looking down replied that this man was considered the best before the guy and the head of the house, and was she going to deny it? Martha, burying her hands in her hips, noted that he himself made a fuss that day. Her eyes widened after his affirmative answer. Standing in front of it, the fighter said that the poet did not want to demonstrate such behavior to everyone again. The hero standing behind realized that this man had really changed. Suddenly, Renan appeared in front of him. Spreading her arms, she told Martha to move away. The girl, putting one hand on her side, said that it was funny and asked what this incredible manifestation of love for her comrades was, because the scum really decided to protect each other. Rubbing the back of her head, she said that if this continued, she might be considered a fool, and in that case, she should do as they all wanted. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face after saying that she hates only cowards who hide behind other people's backs more than impediment people. Martha was already directly above Rayon. They all turned around suddenly. The girl was preparing her fist for the attack. Rayon evaded it. Her eyes immediately opened wider. The young man's fist was already aimed directly at her. His gaze was directed at his hand. They suddenly flew away from each other. Sweat broke out on his brother's face. The teacher was smiling. Martha held her hand in front of her. After that, she bowed her head, grinning. Looking at the enemy, Martha said that she simply had no words. The ground parted in cracks when the man took a step. Swinging for another blow, the fighter said that he would not leave on his own feet today. The teacher, grabbing her hand, noted that they should end here. Her gaze immediately darted to the side. The man, looking down, asked if they were ignoring him too much, because no matter how lightly they took him, they definitely shouldn't consider him an empty space. The disciple's body trembled as the man said that this young man didn't even have an aura yet. And didn't she think that such a battle might leave a bad aftertaste? Martha removed his hand when the trainer said that he would let the two of them fight later when he managed to master the aura. Pointing his finger, Rimmer asked the hero to return to his place as well. The spirit, frowning, shouted the question of what he was doing. For would he just take and let go of the girl who was pointing her fist at the king, and she should tear off her limbs, and then place her in the eternal ice? The young man going forward said that one blow had returned to her, but the assistant exclaimed that this was not enough, and it was necessary to break her head, and the hero explained that such a time had not yet come. A faint smile appeared on his face, after thinking that later when she succeeded that he would have the opportunity to get it, it would be much more profitable to make a bet with her, putting the place of the best student on the line. Approaching the rest of the group, Rayon asked the demon to wait a little because soon something will be done that he will certainly like. A training building was visible. All the students gathered there and practiced the shot. At the same time, the teacher announced a 10-minute break. The guy brought the bottle to his mouth. Looking at his hand, the fighter realized that it was not easy at all. Although he had no difficulties before because he had managed to reach the second level of training in advance. But from the third level, they had higher disciplines which became difficult to understand. The man turned his head as he thought about Rayon. The young man continued training until Bun thought that he had started from scratch and mastered this program in less than a month. Sweat ran down his face as he thought that even he had taken a month to master the 7 hand-to-hand fighting techniques. And if he continued like this, he would start fencing lessons in parallel with him. Someone was training with a sword when the fighter realized that he wasn't the only one who had anxiety. Looking to the side, his brother wondered if they were also catching up with her. The girl continued to brandish her wooden sword. She stopped saying something. Breathing heavily, Martha could not understand why this man was progressing so quickly, even if he had only begun to learn hand-to-hand combat here. Remembering the face of the hero's brother and girlfriend, Martha realized that unlike them, this man was not familiar with hand-to-hand combat before. And besides, his body was also filled with cold, which was far from normal, and therefore it was not known how he could train all day long. His sister, clenching her teeth forcefully, said that he could never yield to him. A kind of flower appeared after thoughts that she was called a talent that forced her to endure. Remembering her evil face, Martha realized that after she was adopted by the Sieghart family, she always had to be a stalker. There was already a smile on her face after thinking that she had managed to surpass the main and side branches which did nothing but show off, calling themselves geniuses. The faces of these people appeared. Her gaze turned to the side as thoughts came to her mind that she had always managed to be the best. Holding the sword in her hand, the girl thought that she was extremely anxious now. The servant bowed and noted that she had done a very good job today. She passed by in silence. The man turned to her. Her eyes suddenly widened at his words that she shouldn't be in such a hurry. Turning around, Martha asked what it meant, and he replied that everything was exactly as it was said. Because although Rayon had shown a surprising side lately, it seemed that everyone had forgotten something, and he simply would not be able to surpass her. The girl, frowning, asked again. The interlocutor began to smile after this question. The hero at this time continued to train while the man said that the fact was that he had one insurmountable fatal flaw. Someone was waving his sword tirelessly. The guy stopping breathed heavily. A disciple standing not far away said that he wanted to ask him something about the later fencing and asked if he could take a look at her like last time. Rayon began to swing his sword again, answering in the negative. The girl, clapping her hands, noted that he was really good at it. Standing behind, Martha said that she had not even thought that in that short time he would join her in training with a sword and that he could really be called a genius in training in the art of war. There was a smile on her face. Embracing herself, the apprentice said that with his sensitivity to mana, it was like pearls around the neck of a pig, and it was a pity that he was only half talented. All the other students were silent when she said that he was quite capable of becoming a fencing teacher. The teacher, sitting on the bench, also did not say a word. The girl turning around realized that they all had nothing to say, which was extremely expected since no one could even think that this stupid person could not master the aura. Even after 4 months, the young man still had a wooden blade in his hands. The servant holding his hands behind his back explained that Rayon's ability to master the aura was at a minimum level, and she asked again. The man in turn remembering the ceremony said that it was before she was adopted so she might not have known it. But at this recognition ceremony, this man's sensitivity to mana was determined to be minimal. Introducing him behind all the disciples, the servant also explained that he was the only one on the 5 training grounds who had not yet mastered the aura. And moreover, the cultivation technique for which he was able to exchange his copper token was barely average or slightly above average, which was only slightly better than the currently popular linden cultivation technique. Her eyes were wide as she said that even so, he still hadn't mastered the aura, which meant that his mana sensitivity was indeed at the lowest level. She began to smile after him, saying that even if he had a talent for swordsmanship or hand-to-hand combat, his aura abilities were negligible and therefore he would never become a full-fledged warrior. Martha bent down and began to laugh, smiling. The student realized that he was still infuriating her for counterattacking her, but he was not worth paying attention to in the first place. Suddenly, her gaze turned to the side. There stood Renan. The second year, putting her hand on her side, asked if she really wanted to say something to her. Her friend, looking ahead, told her to leave. The interlocutor, smiling, asked if this was all. Bowing her head, the girl repeated her words, and the student replied that she would leave even if she did not kick her out. Raising her hand, Martha explained that it was time for a top-level training in which only representatives of the direct line can participate. Her friend looked after her. Night was already hanging over the academy. Someone was sitting on a bench. The young man, closing his eyes, asked himself if he should finish for today. A smile appeared on his face after thinking that he liked it. Remembering himself in his previous life, the fighter realized that he had not been trained in martial arts in the war because he only needed ways to survive or kill, and there was only one way to progress, namely killing people. And this was a life where it was impossible to imagine anything else. Looking at the hand, the guy realized that it turned out to be interesting to study martial arts with the help of which he would be able to develop further. The spirit frowning shouted a question that he had just come to his senses because how could he just stand like a pillar after such and such a provocation? The fighter asked again. The demon flying around him shouted a question about whether he had managed to hear what that dark-haired girl said to him. But the hero explained that he was too concentrated and therefore did not pay attention. The assistant, still nearby, asked why he was so indifferent since those who said such things to him, the king, should be immediately frozen. And the young man reminded him that he had already said that it was simply not profitable for him to fight now. Opening the door, Rayon said that he would have been able to defeat someone like Martha even without the golden fire technique. There stood Renan. She had a box in her hands. Standing in front of her, the man asked how she ended up there. The girl took something out of the drawer. The guy took it in his hand when his girlfriend asked him to eat it. She's standing in front of him, and asks him to eat it again. Closing his eyes, the guy remembered that based on what the life of the killer had taught him, it would be better not to eat it, but his girlfriend would definitely not give him something strange. His eyes suddenly opened wider. The demon wide-eyed and asked what it was, as he had never tasted anything so sweet, even in his own world, and suggested that it might taste better because of the cold. Renan, standing in the doorway, asked if he liked it, and he answered in the affirmative. Closing the box, the student explained that it was an ice cream bead. The hero raised his hand and tried to stop her, but the spirit wanted her to give them another one before leaving. The guy standing at the door thought that she might be worried about him. Remembering the filling of the box, the soldier realized that she, as befits a child, loves everything sweet, and judging by the size, there were at most 4 beads of ice cream. Renan opened the box when the young man realized that she had given him the last remaining money and most likely thought about it for a very long time. Smiling, Rayon said that she was really fine and should be repaid later. The spirit flying behind wanted her master to ask her for another such delicacy. I could see Rayon's house, and from it I could hear the screams of his mother that he had not come for a long time, and immediately the words that he had already been prepared to eat. In his hands was a note when the maid said that it was a report sent to the Central Military Palace. Looking at her, the guy asked if there was anything from the palace in response, and she replied that there was nothing special there. Standing next to the bed, the spy said that earlier when his training speed in hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship was unimaginable, there was an order to investigate it more thoroughly. But now, given the fact that he was unable to master the aura, the interest had subsided. The soldier, bowing his head, asked, "What about his mother?" The interlocutor, lowering her gaze, said that interest in her had also subsided, and if this continued, she could be recalled. The young man, looking in her direction, knew that it was bad because it could still be used. Sweat ran down her face as she asked if it could be that the master hadn't mastered the aura on purpose yet. Rayon stared at her silently. Smiling, the guy asked if she thought so. Her eyes immediately opened wider after such a question, and the girl immediately answered in the negative, and apologized. Sitting on the bed, the hero noted that she had worked hard and asked her to leave. The spirit appearing nearby noted that if someone heard, they would think that they were deliberately hiding their abilities, while the master replied that the ability to use the situation and atmosphere was also a skill. The demon, frowning, noted that this was said by a pathetic guy who has such a hard time mastering the aura, and it's hard for him as a king to even imagine such a thing. Then the guy noted that he was really pathetic and suggested that he go to the morning training. The fighter got out of bed when anger said that it was too cruel, but the man explained that it would be easier for him to create an aura with such training. Suddenly his eyes widened. His teacher was sitting on the stump when the hero called out to him. The coach, turning his head, asked if he had slept well. The young man standing in front of him asked why he was in the backyard of their house, and then the interlocutor replied that he had come here to teach a lesson prepared especially for him. Immediately after, the man put his hand on his shoulder. Limmer, smiling broadly, said that they needed to find out what his attribute was. The man walked forward raising his hand. Rayon said that he did not understand why they should climb the mountain because he just wanted to know his attributes. Smiling, Rimmer replied that he just had to wait a little because it was part of the training. Looking back, Rayon could not understand what kind of training could be discussed in such a place. The teacher looked back. Raising his eyebrows, the elf remembered how he had expanded his area of perception and tested his cultivation technique. Looking ahead, the coach understood that compared to ordinary techniques, it was on a completely different level. Rayon held his head straight, and his mentor knew that his aura at that moment resembled a strong flame, or even burning magma. With a surprised expression on his face, the man was amazed that his teachings were not removing the aura with the mana circuit, but were trying to absorb it along with the fire. Looking at the open book, Rimmer speculated about what might happen if his subject could master this cultivation technique. Delight appeared on the elf's face. The guy was leaning on a tree covered with sweat. The young man heard the words that this should be enough. There were only trees around the comrades. Rayon opened his mouth and asked why they had come to the very center of the forest. The teacher stretched out his hand forward. A moment later, a current of air flew into Rayon. With his eyes wide open, Rayon listened to the information that they were here to use the wind to create a sword that could effectively protect its master. Looking in front of him, the coach asked the student what he was feeling now. Standing still, the mentor said that it was the wind he chose. Rayon looked at his palm. Looking down, Rimmer expressed incomprehension at how a 13-year-old boy could not be frightened after such a thing. Placing his hand on his thigh, the man explained that his disciple, unlike him, had not felt the wind since birth, and that it was also complicated by the fact that he had a cold mana circuit. Looking at the leaves, the elf revealed that wind has several varieties, which include warm, cold, and piercing. Raising his gaze to the sky, the teacher shared his thought that he wanted to create a sword of wind that could cut through everything. Staring at his hand, the coach added that he managed to achieve this. Lowering his head, Rayon listened to the words that he too needed to find something similar. Looking at his palm, Rayon heard that he should think about the image of fire he wanted to possess. Standing still, Rayon objected to his mentor because they are in the north where it is difficult to see normal flames unless the entire mountain is set on fire. Rimmer looked back. Sitting on a chair, the man listened to the words that there was a suitable place for this purpose. Entering the doorway, the elf notified the owner of the room that he had arrived. Covered with sweat, the guy did not understand what kind of place it was. Folding his arms over his chest, the teacher explained that this is the place where you can feel the hottest and most violent fire in the entire north. From the house came the words that in front of them was the furnace of a charcoal burner. Turning his head, the old man asked his acquaintance who he had brought this time. Looking ahead, Rimmer said that it was impossible to address the grandson of the head of the house so rudely. Making a surprised expression, the guy heard the man say that he would only care if the head of the house came here in person. Standing still, Rayon was sure that this was not the flame he knew. Looking at the burning sticks, Rayon knew that it was a fire made with his own hands. Imagining the magician, Rayon understood that this was fire magic. With his eyes wide open, the guy noticed that the flame in this furnace was completely different. The young man reasoned that this flame was distinguished by its heat and appearance. Stretching out his hand, the young man decided that this was the image of the flame that he wanted to possess. The boy clenched his fist. Looking back, Rayon assumed that someone had reduced the fire. Raising his eyebrows, Rayon heard the owner of the forge introduce himself by name. Sitting at the table, the blacksmith suggested that they go elsewhere if they were looking for politeness there. Making a surprised expression on his face, Rayon remembered that he had heard this name somewhere. Looking at Vakan, the guy thought about the fact that he possessed the title of a world-famous master of the continent. Imagining Glenn's face, the young man knew that his sword was rumored to have been forged by this master, but there had been no news of it for 30 years. Looking at the blacksmith, the young man couldn't even think that such a person could be here. Bowing, the boy introduced himself to the owner of the workshop. The old man asked if the elf had told him who he was. Closing his eyes, Lemaire explained that he was a retired master of the Sieghart family. Stirring the coals in the brazier, the master listened to the words that he had been making a fire here for more than 50 years. Clenching his fist, the craftsman replied that it was also a forge. Lowering his gaze, the master listened to the information that this place was not too conspicuous, which was very suitable for a young master since he should not show himself in public until he had mastered the cultivation technique sufficiently. Opening his eyes, the old man heard that this boy was Sylvia's son. The blacksmith turned back. Placing his hand on his chest, Rayon promised that he would not disturb with his presence because he only needed the opportunity to feel the fire. Bakan stared away, raising his eyebrows. Rayon listened to the words that the owner of this place makes golden charcoal, which unlike white or black coal, can give much more heat. Looking at the charred tree, the old man added that he had already spent 10 years in this place for this reason. Without turning around, Vakan agreed to give Rayon a place in the workshop if he did not interfere. The guide began to glow with happiness. Words of gratitude were heard from behind the closed doors. Tilting his head, the elf expressed surprise that his comrade agreed to this so quickly. Placing his hand on the blacksmith's shoulder, Rimmer promised that if the master took good care of Rayon, he would be guaranteed a good drink. Opening his eyes, the teacher was struck by the words that his colleague did not agree because of him. Looking at the way Rayon stood in front of the furnace, Vakan explained that the moment the child approached, the fire burned so badly that even the coal instantly deteriorated due to the sudden heat. Rayon was looking ahead and the blacksmith was talking about the incredible power in his breathing which is able to move the flame. Lowering his gaze, the master assumed that this man was the one he had long dreamed of meeting. Rayon sat down on the floor. Sitting still, the guy remembered that he had been going to the coal furnace for 7 months, and its owner was awakening the energy of the golden fire, which he had not yet mastered. Looking at the fireball, the young man understood that even though everyone considered the fire attribute to be dangerous and destructive with masterfully honed energy, this element was the most stable of all. Standing in front of the bright flames, the young man knew that apart from this, the power of a powerful golden fire was awakening in this place. Looking away, Rimmer advised us to think about the image of fire that we should have. With his eyes wide open, the boy guessed that this was the image of fire he needed. Darius looked back and Rayon decided that with the power he had gained, he could defeat Darius. Rayon was standing in a dark place. Sylvia put her hand to her chest and Rayon wanted to return her to the straight branch thanks to his abilities. Flying up to a bright source of light, the guy realized that his goals are no different from walking in pitch darkness, so he needs a torch that lights his way. A bright flash lit up the young man's face. Turning away from the golden fire, the young man was firmly convinced that this was the flame he had chosen. Putting his hands on his knees, the boy felt that his body was now receiving a much stronger fire energy than usual. Covered with sweat, Rayon felt that the heat of the furnace and the entire surrounding space was entering his body. So, he needed to concentrate in order to fully feel this fire. Spreading his arms, Rayon realized that this is a trance state that allows mental images from his head to appear right in front of his eyes. Looking at his hand, Rayon thought that he needed to concentrate a little more. Smiling, the evil spirit said that now it was his turn. Flying in the air, the guy listened to the words of the ghost of anger that at the moment when the child is most vulnerable, he will make him freeze forever. The young man bared his teeth, making an angry expression. The young man was annoyed that this was happening right now. Sitting in front of the system screen, the boy remembered that for a while his opponent had been quite quiet, so he had completely forgotten that they were not on the same side. Looking at the way his enemy smiled, Rayon noted that it was a demon that was just waiting for the moment to take his life. Looking at the shapeless cloud of bright light, Rayon knew that it was none other than the king of the demon world. Rayon felt that his whole body seemed to be torn into small pieces, and it was becoming more and more difficult for him to breathe. So, if he moved even a little now, he would die. Looking from under his forehead, the disciple decided that he needed to concentrate his aura. Lowering his head, the young man understood that in order to survive, he had to think about all possible options. Covered with eyes, the boy felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring. Looking at his victim from above, the evil spirit said that the desire to survive by any means moved him to tears. But no matter what his enemy did, he would not be able to escape. As Rayon began to close his eyes, he heard that soon his soul and body would no longer belong to him. Freezing in the air, Rayon listened to the words that all his efforts in this life are in vain because he is no different from an old man who does nothing but light his stove day after day. Looking down, Rayon realized that his opponent had just given him a clue. Turning upside down, the guy decided that in the remaining situation, he had no other choice because if he did not try to do this, he would definitely die. Sitting by the fire, the young man thought that it was worth absorbing not the natural mana that was heated in the heat of this furnace, but the mana that was located in the inner part of the brazier itself. Looking at the flames, the young man wanted to light the hottest fire that can consume everything in the world. Spreading his hands, the boy said that he would accept this attribute. With his eyes wide open, the villain did not understand what his opponent was doing. Rayon furrowed his brows and explained that it was the death throes. Golden coals smoldered on the shovel. The old man was sitting by the fire. After a moment, the blacksmith opened his eyes. The master recoiled from the flames. Falling to the floor, Vokkan said that he had never seen such a strong flame before. Turning his head, the blacksmith assumed that something had happened to the furnace. Looking back, the artisan thought that it was because of his guest. Looking at the child starting to shiver, the old man couldn't understand why it was the only thing that kept cold in the midst of such intense heat. Raising his hand, the owner of the workshop asked if he was okay. Pointing with his finger, the blacksmith asked him to answer at least something. The elf covered the apprentice with his body. The mentor asked his friend not to touch him because now he needed peace. Clenching his fist, the master said that this person could die. To which he received the answer that Rayon was in a trance right now, so nothing could be done. Otherwise, if he was hindered, he would cough up blood and die covered with sweat. Rimmer added that in such a state it was dangerous even just to touch him. With his brows furrowed, Turner hoped that his apprentice wouldn't die like this. Flames were burning around Rayon. Getting down on all fours, Rayon listened to the enemy's cries that he should stop because there was no hope left. Looking from under his brow, the guy replied that the time of their past life when he died without even trying to do anything was enough for him. Looking down, the young man remembered that his previous life was insignificant because he could not close his eyes until he died. Stretching out his hand to the firestone, the young man decided that he would not allow this situation to happen again in this lifetime. Noticing how much the thermometer had risen, The old man noticed that the heat was too strong. Frowning, the blacksmith suggested that the furnace could not cope with the suddenly increased power of the fire. Clenching his fist, the elf noticed that the mana of the furnace was gathering in one place. Covered with sweat, the teacher realized that his student was absorbing this mana. With his mouth wide open, Rayan began to scream. With a frightened expression, the demon king cursed all living things. Rayan grabbed the golden fire. Flames flickered in the void. A moment later, there was an explosion of enormous force. Heat energy spreads in all directions. A nuclear mushroom broke through the roof of the house. Covering himself with his hand, Rimmer asked him to answer him. Suddenly, the man noticed something. Sparks flew around Rayan. Looking at the young man standing in the rays of light, Rimmer too realized that it was a golden flame. Looking at his hands, Rayan realized that he had mastered the golden fire cultivation technique. A plant bud appeared in Rayan's hands, and it was clear that as a result of receiving a powerful cold from Wrath, the ability called Piercing Cold had reached the second level. The artifact appeared in his hands. Smiling, Rayan said that who would have thought that failure would turn into such a blessing, adding that now he can blossom in an instant, thinking that he did not even imagine that everything would turn out this way when he went through all the difficulties. The guy looked out the window of the system. The information appeared in a message from the system with a surprised expression on his face. The young man asked if it was a dream since there was an incredible reward, suggesting that due to the interference from Wrath, he had reached a level that would have taken several years of training at once. Making a confused face, the monster stated that it was a curse. Turning his head, the demon asked who he was, adding that his willpower was already at its limit. Wondering how he was able to win in such a situation. Grinning, the man said that he had said that such tricks would not work with him, saying that no matter what he did, it was useless. Turning around, Rayan said that although he had said so, he had almost died this time, so he had to be careful. And today he was convinced of that, adding that even if they had become friends for a while, Wrath was still an enemy. Thinking that Wrath should never know about his secrets and weaknesses. The monster made an angry face. Suddenly, something caught the attention of Rayan that he heard a question about whether he was okay. Glancing to the side, Rayan replied positively. In turn, the man asked what he had done to form the aura. Smiling, the guy gave a positive answer, saying that it happened only thanks to him. Looking at the stones, the young man asked for forgiveness, adding that because of him, the stove broke. Closing his eyes, the man said that it was okay. Because the main thing was that there were no problems and this is enough. Turning his head, the gentleman said that the stove could be made new. Dropping his hands, the killer asked what had happened. In turn, the man assumed something. The man was holding a shovel in his hands. There were objects on the shovel, making it clear that it was gold and charcoal. Coal appeared. The gentleman made a sad face, and in turn, the offender asked if he seemed to want to make his golden charcoal again, adding that for so many years he had tried to do what only legends do, asking what he was bewitched by, asking if he had not resigned, suggesting that the man's heart must be empty if he believed in such a thing. Looking at the invention, the man said that it was ironic. Holding a shovel in his hand, the gentleman said that it could indeed be golden charcoal, adding that it gives more heat than white charcoal and burns longer than black coal because the man found the golden charcoal which he had been trying to create for several decades thanks to the interlocutor thanking him. Putting his palms forward, Rayan replied that he had done nothing. There was no emotion on the man's face, saying that every time he cultivated mana, the flames in the furnace fluctuated, so his breath gave the fire life, and the heat of that fire spread to all corners of this workshop. Rayan looked ahead. Turning around, the gentleman said that although he was an ignoramus who had only held a hammer in his hands all his life, he still knew what he had done, adding that it was only his merit, continuing that he therefore wanted to ask something, asking what his purpose was. Lowering his gaze, Rayan repeated the interlocutor's question. In turn, the gentleman asked what kind of swordsman he wanted to become. A man appeared in the shadow of the guy. Putting his hand on his heart, the young man said that he would be the one who would not bend to anyone under any circumstances, noting that this was the kind of swordsman he wanted to become. Raising his head, the man said that these are clearly not the words that a boy can say after thinking about the words of the interlocutor. Dropping his knee to the floor, the man said that in the next 5 years, he would be able to get his personal sword, and then if his heart was unbending, he should come to the master, making it clear that she would keep the material until that moment. Golden charcoal appeared with a surprised expression on his face. Rayan asked what he meant, what the sword would do for him since he had heard that he had resigned, while the master replied that the resignation could be cancelled. Waving his hand, the man thought that Rayon would not die until that day. The creature's torso appeared on the mountain. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy said that he kept thinking about how it would end, adding that it meant that he had formed an aura in the end. Smiling, Virtue declared that the boy was indeed endowed with the ability to frighten people. Without showing his face, the man asked if it was not so. The head appeared, starting to laugh. The man said that he was so worried about his grandson that he came here every day, continuing that he should now feel calmer. In turn, the interlocutor replied that nothing of the kind had happened. Crossing his arms, the man assumed that it was because he had absorbed the heat from the furnace, but his amount and mana purity had become no joke, saying that he had also used the aura immediately after receiving it, adding that Rayon's talent was truly amazing. Making a serious expression on his face, the master said that this was not all because even those shackles that were intended for his grandson, he turned into his strength. The guy smiled. Looking at his hand, the fifth training ground appeared. Holding the box in her hand, the girl asked when her friend would come. People appeared and it became clear that in 7 months Rayon had not been able to form an aura. So everything that he had shown before was in fact just a soap bubble, because it would be more correct to give the place of the best disciple to the master or mistress. The lady looked at the object holding the box. The lady thought that she wanted to help him, adding that her mother had also said that it was necessary to return kindness to those to whom she was grateful. There was sadness on the face of Martha. Suddenly the girl's eyes became wider. Rayon was coming out of the gate. Legs appeared. Looking away, Rayon said that he would not succeed, asking why he should continue. In turn, the demon ordered him not to be conceited. Making a surprised face, Rayon told him to try harder. Glancing at his girlfriend, the guy called her by name. The lady looked ahead. Suddenly, treats appeared in the box. Opening the box, the lady wished her friend more strength. Martha looked surprised. Holding an ice cream in his hand, the young man asked if it was also ice cream like last time. Raising her eyebrows and stunning, the girl thought that these refreshing smells and winds had suddenly changed to an even richer and more pleasant aroma. The man was holding a gift in his hand. Without showing his face, Rayon stated that he would eat with pleasure. Lowering his gaze, the monster spoke about the taste, thinking that although he had not felt it for a long time, it was just as amazing, telling him to eat the remaining 2 quickly. Turning his head, Rayon thought that he also knew that she was now giving away the dessert which she herself loves very much, so he should sit quietly and stop behaving like a child. Closing the box, the young man said that it was very tasty, thanking his friend. In turn, the girl asked if he wanted more. Grinning, the man replied in the negative, adding that one was enough for him. Holding the box in her hands, the lady asked if it gave him strength. Rayon's face showed surprise. Exhaling heavily, Rayon said that it really gave him strength. A flush appeared on the lady's face, smiling. The guy walked away. Rayon smiled, thinking that she was very difficult to understand. A foot appeared, putting his hand on his belt. The man said that they were probably already bored with only training, so in a month, he planned to do something special, adding that for the past 7 months, they had been constantly working on the base and cultivating, so it was time to start heating up their danshin as well. Without showing his face, the student answered positively. In turn, a colleague asked why such changes were all of a sudden. A smile appeared on the leader's face, making it clear that in a month they would arrange a competition. The man smiled, keeping his hand on his belt. The man stated that winning or losing it would affect the completion of their training and their rating, so the better to prepare. A hand appeared, asking for a minute of attention. Looking ahead, the disciple said that there was still one among them who had not created an aura, wondering what a lagging disciple should do. A smile flaunted on the girl's face. Closing his eyes, the head said that fortunately, this guy said that he had finally created an aura as well. Making a stunned face, the lady asked how this happened and when, asking whether it happened today or yesterday. The guy did not show his face. Smiling, the lady said that she finally had a chance, adding that she had had to wait so long that she had managed to get bored. The young man looked ahead. As she began to walk forward, the lady asked if he remembered what she had said then, continuing that she hated to have someone weaker than herself standing over her. Glancing ahead, the student stated that she felt she had already endured enough, saying that it seemed that it was not easy for him to occupy a place that did not suit him at all. All this time, showing a smile, The opponent made it clear that this time she would definitely be done with it. Suddenly, a hand appeared. Looking to the side, the young man ordered the girl to move away because less than a day had passed since he had mastered the aura, asking that she already wanted to fight him, asking that the honor of a swordsman meant nothing to her. Hostility appeared on the face of the opponent. Placing her hand on the shoulder of her rival, the lady said that he, who had grown up as a precious member of the family, knew the importance of honor, but it was shown only to those who deserved it. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man pronounced the name of the offender. Pointing her finger, the lady said that even those people standing behind had managed to create an aura in less than a month. While it had taken their best disciple more than half a year to do so, people began to talk as they listened to the fact that that time would be enough to create an aura even with the cultivation techniques of the top 7th level. Didn't that show that he simply didn't have the ability? After all, he should know better than anyone else because they had all gone through the recognition ceremony together. The man's sword was broken, and it was clear that an inferior swordsman who was unable to master the aura would never be able to glorify his name. No matter how skilled he was in wielding a sword, it didn't matter. Turning her head, the student asked if Rimmer had not so suddenly proposed a competition in order to replace the best student. Throwing up his hands, the man said, "Who knows?" Rayon's face appeared, smiling. The rival said that for his abilities, he had taken his place for too long, adding that it seemed that the time had come to finally leave him. Putting her hands on her belt, the lady said that as she had said, "The place of the best student should be taken by the one who won the competition." Making a stunned face, the lady heard that he did not want this. With a serious expression, Rayon asked if she really thought it was possible to gamble without money, continuing that if she asked him to put the best on the line, she should also make an equivalent bet. Showing a smile, the opponent said that he still did not understand how the situation was developing. Asked a question that he was not at all narrow-minded because now there was no one on his side. In turn, Rayon asked if she was scared. An eye appeared. The man smiled, pointing to herself. The student asked what he had said to her. Starting to laugh, the girl shouted that it was very funny. Putting her hand in her pocket, the lady said that she would accept the last provocation, asking that he did not want to make a bet just in words. The calamity orb given to the lady by her father, a remedy that strengthens both body and soul, appeared. Showing the box, the opponent said that if he won the competition, she would give it away, asking about the conditions. Without showing his face, the young man wondered if Wrath remembered that he had said that he would show him a more interesting spectacle. In turn, the monster asked what it meant. In the end, the young man replied that he had finally found something that he could take away from his rival. Grinning, the man said that this was the very moment. Swords were lying on the floor, and it was clear that a month had passed. A calendar appeared. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl declared that she would finally be able to repay Rayon. Falling to the ground, the lady thought that before coming there, she had never been beaten by her peers, even when she lived in the backyard, adding that this was the first time she had received a blow from someone. Looking ahead, the lady said that now, after 8 months, she had a chance to repay this humiliation. As she walked on the carpet, Martha thought that it had been exactly a month since Rayon had mastered the aura, and it didn't make any sense for him to compete with him, who had been training for 3 years. Adding that however continuing to wait for someone who had no abilities at all was a waste of time because she had to become stronger as soon as possible for the sake of the man she needs to save. His hand reached out to the girl. Confidence appeared on the opponent's face. Without showing emotion, the student said that it would all be over today. A smile appeared on Rayon's face. Without showing his face, the head asked for attention. With a smirk, Rimmer said that watching a fight is just as important as participating in it. Continuing to have them watch the other students closely and think about what they would do in a certain situation, noting that they should not be nervous and try hard, adding that Ben and Dorian go first. People gave up. Making a serious face, the guy understood the order. The hand of a young man appeared, asking for the attention of the instructor. In turn, the man asked what was the matter. Making a sad face, the disciple declared that he was giving up. Folding his hands, the head said that they had not even begun yet. Holding his stomach, the man replied that something was wrong with him because he had not been feeling well since yesterday, adding that he had not slept at night, making it clear that he was telling the truth. Making an angry face, the monster stated that if the monster had come across a weakling instead of him, he would have beheaded him long ago. While Rayon replied that this was expected. Looking ahead, the man asked Dorian to at least try because even if he lost, he would learn something. Showing uncertainty, the guy agreed. Lying on the ground, the young man said that he was giving up. Glancing to the side, the leader said that he was still unable to control his emotions, adding that if he had tried better, he would have defeated his opponent in 5 moves. In turn, the interlocutor said that the opponent's reaction made him angry. In the end, the head asked why Dorian continues to give up because he can really win, continuing that if he fought normally would have lasted longer. Lying on the ground, the guy asked for forgiveness because he just got scared. Smiling, the master said that Renan and Krine would be next. The girl did not show emotions. The guy was holding a blade in his hand, and it was clear that the duel had begun. The young man began to attack. The sword approached her opponent's face. Suddenly, the handle appeared. The lady knocked the weapon out of her opponent's hands. The man knitted his eyebrows. The sword plunged into the ground, and a voice was heard that the contest was over. Placing his hand on his belt, the teacher said that Krine was too nervous because the movements when swinging the sword should be more relaxed, adding that Renan's counterattacks were not bad, but she did not use the aura well. In turn, Martha realized her mistake. A forest appeared. People appeared, making it clear that they were probably already waiting for their turn. The rivals started a fight. There was a smile on the girl's face. The district held the sword. The opponent attacked. Knitting his eyebrows, Rayon parried the blow. Rayon blocked the blow. The concentrated face of the opponent appeared. Suddenly, the sword hit the lady's shoulder. The lady's face showed shock. The guy swung his sword. Martha jumped back, showing no face. Smirking, the student stated that she hadn't expected him to deflect all of her attacks, so she would have to accept that he had talent, adding that talent was limited to wielding a sword. The man held the blade in his hand. Smiling, the girl said that an underdeveloped swordsman like him, who did not know how to properly use the aura, would never become good. The lady raised her weapon above her head. Suddenly, a boot appeared. The lady jumped at her opponent. The opponent's hair flew up. Standing on the ground, Rayon blocked the attack with his sword. Rayon gritted his teeth. Showing joy, Martha asked about the fact that he was able to block the attack, asking how long he would last like this. A blow rang out, and it was clear that talent was extremely important in both aura and swordsmanship, and his talent had only allowed him to create an aura the size of a pea after 7 months, so that he would never become a swordsman. Knitting her eyebrows, the student stated that with her next attack, she would crush his bones if he didn't do anything beforehand. Rayon made an attack. Holding a sword in his hand, the guy said that she was talking about talent because the fact of how important talent was in this house was annoying. Grinning, the lady replied that he, untalented, could be annoyed, but she was amused, adding that this was why she wanted to show him what real talent was capable of and teach a lesson to the young man. Without showing his face, the person said that in this case, he would show her the opposite, making it clear that he would show that talent is not the most important thing. The sword began to glow with a golden color. A surprise appeared on her opponent's face. With a serious expression, Rayon cast a skill called the First Flame 10,000 Fires Cultivation Technique. Looking ahead, the girl asked what kind of fire it was. Making a surprised face, the lady thought that it was dangerous because it was definitely not an ordinary flame, continuing that it was small and weak, but definitely not ordinary, saying that this flame was so beautiful that it gave goosebumps, asking what was its peculiarity. Rayon held a blade in his hand. The lady did not show her face. Her opponent's hands held the blade, saying that she thought it was time for her to stop playing with him. Looking ahead, Martha applied a stance of hard stone. Looking down, the guy thought that this technique gathers all the aura in one place and she can already cope with it at this age, adding that she is definitely talented. Assuming that the next blow will be in full force. Knitting her eyebrows, the student stated that she accepted that he was strong, but even with his aura, such a blow would not be able to withstand it. The young man made a serious face. A leg appeared. The man swung his sword. There was a blow. Putting out his hand, the spectator said that the ground had cracked. In turn, the student asked who had won. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the dust. The blade was broken. The girl was lying on the ground, holding his wrist. Rayon listened to the fact that even the lady had lost to him. A building appeared. Sitting on the throne, the captain said that it meant that Rayon had defeated the girl, while the subordinate replied positively, adding that he had completely suppressed her aura, which had been trained for 4 years because it was an incredible strength. Lowering his gaze, the man stated that the fireworks he had seen that day were also as beautiful as a plant of flames, making it clear that Rayon's strength did not match the cultivation, suggesting that he had obtained the power of their ancestor, ordering Rayon to be guided so that vanity would not consume him. Smiling, the subordinate replied that everything would be done, asking how Martha was feeling because it was a shock for her, but her wounds would heal quickly. But the problems were only in her mental state, saying that she would have to overcome herself. The lady was sitting up in bed. The lady did not show her face. The hand was next to the plant. Making an angry face, the monster said that he was doing wrong because the flowers could suffer, ordering him to do as he said, otherwise he would freeze the guy. Turning around, the man told him to stop playing strong. In turn, the demon replied that he was so brave because of his water resistance. In the end, the young man said that he knew about it, adding that he should stop screaming in vain. A drop of sweat rolled down Rayon's face, and it became clear that on the day he defeated Martha, the calamity ball he received as a reward had greatly improved his abilities. So, all his efforts paid off to their heart's content. Rayon was holding a shovel in his hand against the background of many messages from the system. A window appeared with information that the ability called Water Resistance reaches 4 stars until Rayon thought that it was worth paying special attention to the water resistance of the stars because thanks to it he manages to keep wrath, adding that in any case since this is the last day of rest he decided to rest for a while and take care of the flowers. The shovel headed for the plant. Making a displeased face, the familiar said that when transplanting you first need to dig deeper and a little further because otherwise it will damage the roots. In turn, the guy thought, why on earth should he listen to endless grumbling? Turning away, the demon told him to mix the nutrients with his hands instead of with a shovel. While the young man asked why he was so good at this, continuing that the monster clearly did it better than him. Closing his eyes, the creature noted that when the king was in the demon world, he had filled the flower beds with ice flowers. And when the demons saw the flower beds, they worshipped them. And in the end, the man responded with surprise. A girl who was standing at the gate appeared. There was no emotion on the opponent's face. Sitting on one knee, Rayon said that he hoped she hadn't come to fight, asking what was the matter. Knitting her eyebrows, the lady thought that he had such a hobby, adding that she thought that he was not such a child. However, she seemed to be wrong. Looking ahead, the opponent said that she wanted to fight him again. Turning away, Rayon said that he understands everything, but stubbornly not to admit defeat is already outside the norm. In turn, the opponent replied that she did not say that she did not accept defeat, adding that nevertheless she did not understand how this could happen, so she came here to find out. In the end, Rayon asked a question about what she put up. The lady made a stunned face. Glancing ahead, the boy said that if the loser wanted to challenge the winner, he should bring something with him. While the opponent asked if he was laughing because there was not necessarily anything at stake. In the end, the young man replied that in that case, he was not interested. Gritting her teeth, Martha thought that he had no desire to fight, wondering what she should do. The girl drew attention to the flowers. Raising her leg above the plants, the opponent suggested that she could try to anger Rayon, saying that he seemed to love flowers very much, but they did not suit him very well. In turn, Rayon did not agree. A surprise appeared on the lady's face. While planting a sprout, Rayon stated that he doesn't really like flowers, adding that he doesn't even know why he should like them as he just helps his mother by taking care of them. The opponent gritted her teeth. The foot was next to the plant. Without showing her face, the rival said that he could do as he wanted, adding that it was too hot here, indicating her intention to leave. The woman, without showing her face, said that she had finally found him. In turn, the guy responded with surprise. Smiling, the mother said that she thought she wouldn't find him, asking about him taking care of the flower beds, asking if he was your friend, assuming that the lady was a friend from training. Turning around, the lady thought that this was Sylvia because she had left the family for the sake of the man and returned in despair to save the child, adding that she was a person who gathered the courage and decided to do it for the sake of her beloved son. Smirking, the mistress said about the black hair and eyes, continuing that the girl's name was probably Martha, saying that it was nice to meet her. In turn, the son replied that she was not actually his friend, stating that he would figure it out himself. In the end, the mother added that she had just decided to talk to her son's friend. Taking the girl's hand, the lady said that she had heard that she had sparred with Rayon, asking if she had hurt herself, continuing that she was very worried. In turn, the interlocutor replied that she was fine. In the end, the woman said that there were rumors that Daniel brought in a talented child. But that was not all, adding that the girl is not only talented, but also beautiful, combining two in one. A blush appeared on the face of her rival. With two hands folded, the lady asked what she was doing here. And in turn, the girl replied that she had come here to say something, but she was done with it, so she would go. Reaching out, the mother offered something to eat while she was still here, continuing that she couldn't just let her son's friend go. Making a surprised face, the lady announced that she was already leaving. The guys were sitting at the table. Without showing his face, Rayan asked why she suddenly fell silent. Sitting down at the table, the woman asked if she was only a year older than the boy. In turn, the girl answered positively. In turn, the mother asked if she was training hard. In the end, the lady said that it was a little hard for her, while the woman said that they were not very good at cooking because compared to the main house, the quality of their meat was a little lower. Therefore, it may come to her harder than usual. Martha held the fork to her face. The hand was on the shoulder of the interlocutor. Smiling, the lady said that therefore she should chew every piece, otherwise her stomach would hurt. A lady appeared who said the same words. Making a happy face, the lady agreed. Martha ate, saying that she liked it very much because it was delicious. The facade of the building appeared. Waving her hand, the woman said that she was glad, asking her to continue to be friends with her son. In turn, Rayan thought that she came for a fight, assuming that she ate something wrong. In the end, the monster replied that he was right in his judgments. Walking away, the girl said that the guy would probably consider her abnormal. But the woman, no matter how you look at it, is very similar to her mother. Looking ahead, the lady thought that this is why she could not say anything to her, making it clear that although her face, hair color, and voice were completely different, but at that moment she clearly felt the same feeling as from her mother. The mistress's face appeared. The girl was sitting at the table, holding the sword in her hand. The lady thought that after her mother was kidnapped and Daniel adopted her, she had sworn never to lose again until she found her mother. And until now, her winning streak continued until she lost to Rayan. A lot of fragments appeared. Looking at the man, Martha said that after seeing her talent, the family accepted her, but after such a loss, she could be kicked out because although her father looks like a gentle person, the warrior stretched out her hand. Gritting her teeth, the student said that she should not lose to anyone. Without showing his face, the butler stated that Miss Martha had returned rather late. In turn, the lady asked whom he was waiting for, and finally the servant said that Master Daniel had ordered the letter to be delivered to her personally. Holding the paper in her hand, the lady asked that her father had written her a letter. In turn, the man agreed, adding that he had written it immediately after sparring. A look of surprise appeared on Martha's face as she read the letter, telling her not to despair over the first defeat. A letter appeared, making it clear that the search for her biological mother was ongoing. Without showing her face, the girl told him to tell her father that she would mean it, adding that he told him that she appreciated him very much, and the subordinate agreed. Standing near the door, the girl thought that it was the first time she had lost miserably, and not because she was too inattentive. She had just lost. The hand was near the sword. Holding her hair, the lady asked what she should do, answering that she just needed to accept defeat and move on because as his daughter, she could not be forever disgraced. Continuing that if she allowed everything to flow in the same direction, she would stay where she was, and then she would no longer have the right to look at her father's face, who believes in her very much. Hair fell to the floor. The lady's hair became shorter, thinking that she needed to start with clearing her mind. And why run forward? Because she needed to let go of the stupid and dirty past. Looking in the mirror, the girl said that now she would become even stronger. The next day, the student without showing his eyes asked what was happening, asking what had happened to Martha. Placing her hand on her belt, the girl turned to Rayan, adding that she knew that an apology would not undo what had happened in the past, but she would keep her promise. Making a surprised face, Rayan asked what promise he was talking about. As she began to leave, the lady replied that the loser would obey the winner, continuing that this was what she wanted to say today when she said goodbye to her opponent. Exhaling, Rayan thought that this was very unexpected because he did not even think that she would behave so quietly because of a simple promise. Assuming that in this short period of time, she had also changed a lot because the lady was too old for her age. Martha walked forward, kicking the student. The student asked why the hell he was climbing under his feet, ordering him to move away. In turn, the guy asked for forgiveness, and it was clear that the opponent had changed only in relation to the person. Buildings have appeared, signaling that a new year has arrived and a few small changes have taken place. Looking at his opponent, The young man stated that contrary to everyone's expectations, Martha continued to listen only to him, and Blin became more patient with the other students, adding that Renan, although she remained as distant as ever, but her sword had become more accurate. The young man knitted his eyebrows. There was no emotion on the girl's face. Holding a blade in his hand, Rayan said that she gave her all to training every day. Without showing his face, the student pointed out that it couldn't be because Rayan had perfected the technique, although it hadn't been half a day since he had learned it. In turn, a colleague suggested that he might already know it, asking how the guy could have perfected it. Asking if he wasn't just standing with his eyes closed, saying that in his opinion, the posture of the person is better than that of the instructor. The head crossed his arms. Gesticulating, the man said that he was sure that he had learned everything with the help of mental images, adding that the young man was a real monster. Looking to the side, Glenn asked if he was Rayan's butler because he was only talking about him. In turn, Rimmer told him not to be like that because he knew that he was also interested in finding out about his grandson. Surprise appeared on the man's face, saying that, by the way, the workers near the main building seemed to be very busy lately. Asking if they were cooking something, people were looking at the buildings. Knitting his eyebrows, the boss said that someone would soon visit them. In turn, the subordinate asked who it would be. Putting his hand on his belt, the man heard that in a few days a delegation from the kingdom of Owen would visit them. A building appeared, and it became clear that the kingdom of Owen is one of the 6 kingdoms and 5 demons located in the center of the continent, as they are one of the few strongest kingdoms located in the neighborhood, being a kingdom of knights that prioritize the importance of the sword and martial arts. Looking ahead, the head asked who would represent the delegation. In turn, Glenn replied that it was said to be the 3rd prince, but he assumed that it would actually be the Duke of Tartan. In the end, the man asked if the psycho had become a duke. Without showing his face, the leader wondered if the 3rd prince of the Owen kingdom was not too young since he was about the same age as Rayan, while the master replied that he did not know, adding that he should make sure that the students were behaving appropriately. Making a surprised face, the subordinate asked about the fact that their training area would also be used. Casting a glance to the side, the man stated that the 3rd prince and the kingdom's apprentice knights would be coming. Continuing that they wanted to see the swordsman and the disciples training so the kingdom couldn't embarrass itself. Keeping his hand on his chin, the man said that the 3rd prince and the apprentice knights are children of the same age as Rayan. Smiling, the manager said that it sounded like something very funny, while the gentleman said that he looked as if he had already conceived something. Holding his hands behind his back, the young man asked about the training duel with the knights apprentices of the kingdom of Owen. Without showing his face, the head replied positively, suggesting that they were already aware that their delegation was on their way to us, and the 3rd prince wanted a duel with the students, continuing that he had always told them that the swordsmen should be ready for battle, even while sleeping. People looked at each other, wondering what they wanted to see at the 6th training area, asking why they would come to them. A smile appeared on the instructor's face. Putting his hand on his belt, the man said that he had heard that he had visited the 6th training area today, but he did not enjoy it, adding that if he had time tomorrow, he should look at the 5th area because he would not regret it. The prince did not show his face. Turning around, the man said that this was indeed unexpected news, so for a start, they could just get to know each other, inviting people to enter. Continuing about the students meeting the proud knights of the kingdom of Owen, the students were walking along the corridor. The prince made a serious face. Putting his hand on his heart, the gentleman said that it was a pleasure to meet him, introducing himself as Greer. Looking ahead, Rayan thought that this was the 3rd prince of the kingdom, noting that he was definitely strong for his age because even at first glance, the guy had the strongest presence of all. The young man clenched his hands into fists. Putting both hands on the belt, the leader asked what Rayan thought, asking that he doubted whether it was worth dueling. Without showing emotion, Rayan thought that it would be a good idea to practice the step technique that he had just recently learned along with the sword's skill. Turning his head, the guy replied that he would like to. Without showing his face, the head said that if both sides agreed, they should choose 20 people from our group, adding that they should try to choose those who wanted to participate in the duel. Raising his head, the executive said that he had forgotten to mention something important, continuing that he had bet his entire monthly salary on their victory, so they should win no matter what. After all, they would be corpses if they lost. The knights' faces were stunned. Looking ahead, the young man stated that it seemed that everyone was ready. Glancing ahead, the man ordered a look at the knights they would fight before the duel began, adding that they should make sure that they had a good look at their hands. The knights did not show their faces. The man's hand trembled. Putting his hands behind his back, Rayon said that they had beautiful armor and confident postures, but that people were still students like them, asking who could not be nervous before a duel since the intensity of their training was not inferior to that of the 6 kings or the 5 demons, continuing that they would pay with their blood and sweat which they had shed until today. People raised their heads up. Making a confident face, Rayon shouted that they should not be nervous and give their best. Without showing their faces, the students began to chant a positive answer. Dropping his hands, Rayon replied that in this case, he would determine the order in which they would leave because those who go first are the decisive factor in motivating the others. So, it is worth sending the strongest first. Looking to the side, the guy said that Martha would be the first to fight. There was no emotion on the girl's face. Standing behind the lady, the young man asked if she could do it. In turn, the lady replied that she would sort it out quickly. In the end, the man said that if everyone was ready, it was worth gathering in the center. A drop of sweat appeared on the student's face, asking if this was exactly their age, asking why the opponents were so big. Because there was an opinion that a knight appeared and not an apprentice. Martha was standing in front of the enemy. Without showing emotion, the man introduced himself as Tars, adding that his opponent's body was not yet fully formed, but was already frighteningly trained, noting that he was looking forward to their battle. People looked at each other, and it became clear that the difference in height was too critical because even the mistress would not be able to avoid defeat. Smirking, the girl asked if they were serious about it, saying that even so she could win, ordering him to drop his politeness and start attacking. The prince's face showed surprise. Looking at the duel, the guy thought that the girl was pushing the knight, adding that the swordsmen of the 2nd training squad were clearly strong. Putting his hand on his belt, the young man stated that the students live up to the name of the Sieghart, and their skills can be compared to the knights of the kingdom. But the 6th training squad is a little disappointing. Turning around, the man said that they were well trained, but they were lagging behind the disciples of the Robert family. The prince's face was stunned, saying that there were truly talented cadets here. The lady made an attack. Looking ahead, the colleague said that he had suddenly come to them yesterday and offered to visit the 5th training room, asking if that was what he had come for. Closing his eyes, the head replied that it was rare to get the opportunity to fight against one of the Emperor's 6 knights as training, adding that he thought it would be a good lesson for the disciples. Glancing to the side, the man said that it was hard to believe that these were the words of the one who used to be called the Eminent Sword. Making a stupid face, the interlocutor asked that in this case he should behave as before, offering to make a bet. In turn, the ally asked if he was still doing such things, asking about the conditions. Holding out his hand, the executive announced that they would hold 20 duels and award the winners, asking if it would be more interesting if he placed bets instead of just watching. Looking aside, a colleague said that they had been undergoing elite training in Owen, questioning what he thought his students could defeat them, while the interlocutor said that he believed too much in his cadets. Smiling, the head replied that he also believed in students. The girl suddenly attacked, gritting his teeth. The knight asked why she was so strong. A smile appeared on the lady's face. The hilt of the sword struck directly into the opponent's stomach. Pain was visible on the opponent's face. Holding the blade in her hand, the lady heard that Martha was the winner. Looking ahead, Rayon thought that he was surprised, having thought that after the fight with him, she would become softer, adding that Martha had increased speed and power instead. Lowering her head, the warrior asked how he could rely so much on strength if he did not put everything into the first blow. Glancing ahead, Rayon said that it was funny, and Wrath asked what he liked to watch ants fight, adding that he thought it was boring. Turning around, Rayon said that not all ants were young. While the monster stated that when he was in the demon realm, even the duels of young demons were more interesting to watch. Hitting the demon, the guy said that he was having fun, so the familiar needed to be quiet. A building appeared. Folding his hands, the young man said that it was Renan's turn, and in the end, the girl agreed. People looked at each other. Without showing emotion, the knight asked that her name was Renan, adding that she did not like her distant gaze. Fire began to emanate from the disciple's body. Looking ahead, the lady replied that she did not like fire. The sword was in his hand. Blue energy was coming from the lady. Swords clashed. The spectators looked at the cloud of dust. The cadet held the sword in his hands. Suddenly, an opponent appeared behind him. Turning around, the swordswoman attacked, making a surprised face. The man thought of the illusion. Suddenly, the blade touched the opponent's neck. The lady held the sword to the boy's head, making it clear that Renan had won. Stretching out her hand forward, the girl said that she had lost. But the fight was not bad. Holding her hands behind her back, the lady asked if her friend was looking at what was happening. In turn, Rayan replied that she was good at working with her legs, praising her friend. Sitting down on the ground, Renan thanked him for his kind words. Smiling, the head said that there had been 9 wins and 9 losses, adding that it had become quite hot, suggesting that he moved to the 19th round, ordering his opponents to take the lead. People looked at each other. Looking ahead, the knight introduced himself, saying that his name was Castle and he was undergoing training. Without showing emotion, Ben did the same. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Rayan thought that Castle was indeed strong, adding that he was the strongest among them, with the exception of the third prince. The opponents went on the attack, making it clear that the match had begun. The swords of the people were in their hands. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that his opponent's sword wield was almost the same as his, continuing that if he let his guard down, even for a second, it would be over. Assuming that he was thinking exactly the same way, the fierce face of the young man appeared. The knight knitted his eyebrows. Fragments of the sword appeared. The disciple, without showing his face, stated that both of them had a broken sword. Putting his hand on his belt, the head spoke of a draw. Turning around, Rayan talked about the good work of his friend, adding that he was the strongest opponent. Making an angry face, the man asked what difference it made if he was fighting with the Z-card name on the line, which meant that he had to win at all costs. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Rayan told him not to worry because he would win the last match and bring glory to the family. Rayan went forward. People were ready for a duel. Looking ahead, the prince thought that his opponent would be that disciple. Without showing emotion, the master stated that the martial prowess he felt from the fact was too ordinary, asking if he was a direct blood descendant of the Z-card. In turn, Rayan answered in the negative. Knitting his eyebrows, the man thought that he hadn't counted on a one-wicked fight, saying that he would have preferred to fight one of those 3. People were looking ahead. Turning around, the prince said that he had a proposal, and in turn, the head asked about the proposal. Pointing his finger, the guy stated that he didn't think the 2 were tired of their rivals, offering to duel them if he won the opponent. Smiling, the leader replied that he would not mind if he defeated Rayan. In turn, the young man asked to tell them to prepare because he would quickly cope. A smile appeared on the prince's face as he thought that he wouldn't use the aura against him to conserve his strength. Making a surprised face, his colleague asked what kind of monster it was, adding that he hadn't even paid attention to it because of its invisibility. In turn, the master replied that it meant that he was not blind, wondering why he hadn't warned the prince when he found out about it since the master considered Rayan to be inept. A sword appeared in the hands of Rayan. The man stood among the enemies and it was clear that he would one day become the future of the kingdom of Owen. But he did not know defeat, so he thought it would be a good idea to teach him about losses in a safe environment like this. Looking to the side, the man stated that the third prince was strong, continuing that even this genius swordsman would not be able to defeat him easily, while the interlocutor disagreed, adding that he had a different opinion on the matter. Glancing to the side, the manager offered another bet. Putting the drinks on the line, knitting his eyebrows, the gentleman replied that he was very fond of games, asking about the conditions. A hand appeared with 5 fingers on it. Grinning, the instructor said that Rayan would cope with their prince in 5 attacks. Fire appeared. Anger appeared on the guy's face. The opponent made a stunned face. Showing surprise, a colleague asked about what had just happened. The attack with the blade fell directly on the opponent's torso. Blood came out of the master's mouth. The man was lying on the ground and it was clear that it was all over. Closing his eyes, the head said that he had even exceeded expectations. Lowering his head, the young man thought that he was mistaken. After all, it seemed that he was the last one, adding that he was a real monster. Rayan looked ahead. Without showing his face, the man asked if that disciple was really the one, adding that his footwork and swordsmanship were already perfect. In turn, the ally replied that was why he had said that Rayan would win. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the manager, saying that he would order a table in a chic place. On his knees, the prince said that he should stand still, continuing that he was not done yet. In turn, the audience said that the duel was already over. Putting his hand on his heart, the guy stated that he had yet to show his true abilities, noting that if he had shown true abilities from the beginning, then the outcome would have been different. Without showing her face, the girl asked if she had heard a dog barking here. Without showing her face, the lady asked why the one who should be a prince could not admit defeat, adding that he was just a shameful winner, just like her acquaintance. It was clear from his friend's face that he understood who he was talking about. Folding her hands, the lady said that she was now trying to restrain herself. Making an angry face, the warrior ordered her opponent to leave the court because he lost. Turning her hand into a fist, the opponent ordered her to watch her tongue because she was talking to the prince. In turn, Martha replied that he was a member of the royal family, and she was in the direct branch, asking why she should be polite. Folding his hands, the head said that it was worth stopping, adding that it was worth listening to Rayan's opinion, adding that the decision was his. Rayan lowered his head. Holding a sword in his hand, Rayan stated that they said they had bet on it. Continuing that the duel was over and there was no longer any reason to fight. Without showing his eyes, the prince said that he admitted that he had lost. Looking ahead, the guy said that he misjudged the strength of his opponent, so he completely underestimated him even before the fight began, adding that he was so ashamed and embarrassed that he could not raise his head. Getting down on one knee, the young man asked to fight him again because if he left here like this, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Bowing, the man asked for it again. Showing surprise, Rayan thought that he did not expect that he would apologize and even put down his sword because he thought that he was just an arrogant prince. Agreeing to a duel for the last time, the sun was setting. The guy took the blade out of the scabbard. A golden emblem appeared in his hand. Looking at the hand, the prince thought that he was presumptuous, so he didn't realize that his opponent was an experienced warrior and lost, adding that this time he would give his best. The guy tore the locket that hung around his neck. The youth's body was filled with blue energy. Rayan glanced ahead. The girl's face was stunned. Drawing his sword, the prince said that this was not the time to hide his abilities. Knitting his eyebrows, the gentleman said that he wanted to fight him with all his might. Smiling, Wrath said that the opponent is a fool because he does not even know that the owner is hiding his abilities. In turn, Rayan said that he can win this time as well. Smirking, the demon said that the enemy has a much larger aura than a human, and the enemy is stronger. In turn, Rayan asked what he wanted to argue. In the end, the monster answered positively. A message from the system appeared, making it clear that the condition was to defeat the third prince of the kingdom of Owen. The guy got into an attacking stance. Looking ahead, the prince said that he was starting. The gentleman rushed forward. People were embraced by different elements. People were close to each other. A shockwave rang out. The swords collided, gritting his teeth. The man thought that he was giving his best, but he did not back down. Wondering if he could be called a genius, assuming that he was a monster, Rayan knitted his eyebrows. Without showing his face, the opponent said that he would use everything he had. Blue energy began to emanate from the blade. Looking ahead, Rayan suggested that this must be Perez's sword technique that is only passed down to the heirs of the kingdom of Owen. Thinking that given the energy he exudes, he must be going to give his all in the next attack. Swinging, Rayan said that he was ready for battle. Looking ahead, the prince said that this was all he had, warning of the attack. There was a look of weariness on his opponent's face. A blue aura emanated from the master. Glancing ahead, the young man thought that this technique was called Perez's sword, which was passed on to the future king, suggesting that he had put all his strength into the next attack, adding that all the techniques of the third prince were clearly in his memory. Rayan held the blade with both hands. Stretching his sword forward, Rayan used an ability called the first movement of 10,000 lights, the return technique. A stunned look appeared on the opponent's face. Looking at Rayan, the prince thought of the aura of golden flames. Without showing his face, the man said that this was not the end because he had only one way out. The guy started an attack with a blue blade. Gritting his teeth, the young man swung his sword. The two forces clashed together. There was a blow with a blade. Multiple blows appeared. The man stepped on the wooden floor, making a face full of hope. The master thought that he was pushing back the Zigar technique, so he had a chance. Rayan's face was filled with anger. A blow occurred. The prince's sword was destroyed. Shards of the blade flew near the guy's face, and it was clear that the opponent had simply cut through his aura. The gentleman received a severe blow to the torso. The young man fell to his knees, and it was clear that Rayan had won. The man looked at the broken sword with sadness. Without showing his face, the guy thought that he was faster and stronger. However, the opponent used defense to deflect his aura. A smile appeared on the prince's face, saying that the world is really big. Rayan turned his head, extending his hand. The gentleman thanked his opponent, adding that he had learned a lot after this sparring, admitting his defeat. Stretching out his hand in response, the guy said that he had also learned a lot. After shaking hands, the man said that to think that he was so blind that he did not notice this flame, adding that it would be a little rude of him to ask the age of his opponent. In turn, the young man replied that he would turn 14 this year. Closing his eyes, the man stated that he had lost both in swordsmanship and aura to a guy who was younger than him, asking to accept it. Looking at his fist, Rayan asked what it was, while the prince said that he was the third prince of the kingdom, giving this sign as the fulfillment of a request. An emblem appeared in Rayan's hand, asking why he was giving him something so valuable. Placing his hand on his belt, the master stated that although he had lost, his mind had cleared, adding that he had understood something, continuing that in fact he was even lucky to lose to a swordsman like him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they would meet again in the future, noting that he hoped that next time he would be the same as now. Holding the object in his hand, Rayan replied that it would be fun to talk. Going down the steps, the young man said that he had lost, adding that he had won the bet. In turn, the head replied that he knew, and finally, the master said that it was time to return. Making a surprised face, the Duke agreed, smiling. The man said that he remembered one urgent matter that needed to be taken care of right now. As he walked away from the ring, Rayan thought that in his past life, it was the norm to complete missions without reward, questioning whether it was right to receive such compensation. Grinning, Rayan stated that he felt great, adding that this life was not turning out the way he thought. People ran after the champion. A palace appeared. Making a serious face, the head said that he had learned a good lesson from this sparring. Without showing his face, the prince replied positively, noting that it made him look at himself from the side where he thought he was the best and see it as an unclosed void. Putting his hand on his heart, the young man thought that he had gone to each of the 6 kings and fought each of them. But this was the first time he had met the trainee as Rayan, adding that although he was younger, he was just the kind of swordsman that he should learn from himself. Looking ahead, the gentleman replied that it was true. Raising his head, the young man said that he therefore had a great desire to pay his respects and leave them, continuing that he would like to analyze and assimilate everything he saw. In turn, the interlocutor replied that he understood this, asking to give the king his letter. Smiling, the man thanked for everything. The delegation left on horseback. Glancing to the side, the prince asked if the duke had anything to say. Starting to ride the animal, the man stated that during sparring with his opponent, he showed all his strength and even used Perez's secret sword technique, suggesting that it was a bit too much, noting that he should try to hide his strength. Closing his eyes, the gentleman replied that she knew about it, adding that he had gone a little too far. Looking ahead, the man said that it was clearly unnecessary to give a sign, while the interlocutor replied that it was the right decision. Without showing his face, the young man said that Rayan had done him a favor because he could get angry because of his lack of seriousness towards him. However, he did not show anything of the kind and remained polite until the very end, continuing that it was just a sign of politeness on his part, stating that Rayan had demonstrated his swordsmanship, which could be considered his equal, adding that the badge is an investment in the future. A blow from the opponents rang out. Making a surprised face, the Duke asked what kind of investment he was talking about. In turn, the prince said that was strength, character, and such a sharp mind at such a young age. Even if it was just a bet, Rayan's name would definitely go all over the continent. After all, he would definitely be noticed by everyone. A grown-up boy appeared, smiling. The gentleman said that the benefits of friendship were much greater, while the interlocutor replied that it was surprising that Glenn was able to look so far. Closing his eyes, the guy stated that he had grown up in a royal family, and if he couldn't even look into the near future, he would simply be crushed by the others. Raising his head, the young man thought of his opponent, asking how strong he would become the next time they met. The guys were standing near the leader. The butler holding his hands behind his back said that it seemed to him that the head was glad that his grandson had been recognized by the prince of a foreign country, and in turn the master asked what he meant. Glancing away, the old man said that he was simply stating the fact that the Lord was smiling with a smile that he hadn't smiled in a long time. Touching his face, the man asked about his smile. In the end, the butler answered positively because ever since the guy mentioned the young master, the smile had not left the face of the head. In turn, the man replied that he must have already aged, adding that he definitely imagined it. There was no emotion on the assistant's face. Looking to the side, the man said that he was very curious about what the Duke had said when he asked if he could handle it. The Lord's face turned serious. Putting his hand on his heart, The member of the delegation said that in addition to the letter from the prince, he needed to convey a message to the king of the destruction of the north. Looking ahead, the man said that it was a message from Lekros Alberton, king of the kingdom of Owen and one of the 6 kings. The master lowered his gaze and it was clear that the 5 demons had started moving. The creatures appeared in a red haze. Without showing his face, the leader said that those who came before them had a hard time with the knights, adding that apparently they were already ready enough, so next week there would be a special training. A drop of sweat appeared on the student's face as he asked about the training. Looking ahead, the boy asked what would await them on it. In turn, the head replied that it could hardly be called training. Putting his hand on his belt, the instructor said that this was reality, so this time they should be ready to see blood. A snowy landscape appeared and it was clear that outside the southern territory of the kingdom there was a group of bandits called Snow Lake. Some of them from the North-South Alliance who made money by letting people onto the mountain road charging him a fee. But nevertheless, lately their behavior has become worse and worse, because it was said that they were robbing all the trade caravans and the number of innocent victims was getting higher and higher. In the hands of the man was a sword. Without showing his face, the guy asked a question about the fact that the elimination of the bandits is their task. Standing on a hill, the head replied that they had already been cleared. And in turn, the student asked why he was talking about bandits in the past tense, asking if they had a change of mission. Why don't they ambush them? Without showing emotion, the man said that this was not entirely true, adding that the bandits attacked one of the villages to the south, staging a bloody massacre there and leaving everything on fire, continuing that the entire group had disappeared. Bloody people lay dead on the ground. The students' faces were stunned. Keeping his hand on his belt, Glenn stated that their task was to track down and destroy the Snow Lake, noting that although they were ordinary bandits, each of them was a well-known swordsman, so they should not let their guard down, making it clear that the departure would be tomorrow evening, advising them to prepare better. A cut leaf appeared. The girl held the blade in her hand. There was no emotion on the lady's face. Lowering her head, the warrior thought that she should improve her stance before tomorrow's mission, but she did not succeed. Looking up, the lady said that Rayon's blows definitely seemed soft and unhurried, asking what she was doing wrong. Glancing at the building, Miss thought she was sure he was still training there and asked if she could ask him about his secrets. The student looked away. Turning her head, the girl said that she did not want to disturb Rayon for no reason, adding that she would continue herself. The lady brandished her blade. The sun shone over the crowns of the trees. The building was reflected in the puddle. Lying on the rock, the lady thought that the power of the attacks had become less now, but the movements had clearly become smoother, adding that she thought that was enough for today, assuming that Rayon had not yet finished his training. Looking at the building, Renan said that it was worth saying hello before going home. Suddenly, surprise appeared on the student's face. Closing her eyes, the warrior said that she had bought his favorite ice cream, so he should come early on the weekend. The swordswoman's eyebrows were raised high at the surprise, saying that she should go early today, adding that she would ask tomorrow. Walking along the night street, the girl thought that it was worth giving him some ice cream. A corner of the house appeared. The stranger following the lady called out to her. Renan turned. Turning her head, Renan asked what was the matter. A stunned look appeared on Renan's face. Smiling, the guy said that a lot of time had passed. In turn, his sister recognized Syria. The man smiled, making it clear that his name was Sirius Slyan, who came from a side branch of the family. Closing his eyes, the brother said that they had not seen her for a long time, adding that if she continued to look like this, Syria might be upset, continuing that he had already warned Renan not to show such a face. Renan showed horror on her face. Kneeling, Syria said that it seemed that the leader's training was going well because she had become much stronger than he thought. Without showing his face, the brother said that it was wonderful. Making a maniacal face, the guy said that this did not give a reason to go to the battlefield and risk his life. Jumping back, Renan began to scream. Lowering his head, the young man asked what seemed to have gotten better lately, so I would have to remind you a little. Asking the question that the squirrel that Renan constantly looked after was called Ruby. In turn, Renan asked her brother not to mention the animal. The animal lay in Syria's hand, smiling. Syria said that she would remember again what had happened to her, how Ruby had died, and what would happen to her if she disobeyed orders. Looking ahead, Renan shouted for her brother not to do so, and stopped. The animal was crushed by his hand. Horror appeared on Renan's face. The animals lay dead on the ground. Renan was digging a grave with her hands. There was no emotion on his brother's face. Horror is visible in Renan's eyes. Falling to her knees, Renan began to scream at the top of her lungs. Holding her head, Renan asked to stop. Grinning, Sirius said that Renan belonged to him. Sirius' face was close to his ear, saying that until the appointed day came, she should not do anything dangerous or difficult, adding that all she had to do was breathe as many times as he wanted. Renan lowered her head. The guys were on the street. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Siria's face looked serious. The lady was trembling with fear. Holding the sword in his hands, Rayan interrupted his opponent. Showing rage on his face, Rayan asked who he was. Smiling, Sirius said that if someone wants to know the name of the interlocutor, they should first say their own. Continuing that they have to teach such simple things, and this is very problematic. Looking ahead, the guy said that these were not the things a man should say, that he had stopped a lady at such a late hour, saying that he was a thief or a robber. His brother's eyes showed growing discontent. The man said that he really thought of him that way, adding that he was neither a thief nor a robber because he was just the girl's older brother. Rayan looked at his trembling Renan. Holding her head, Renan denied something. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man stated that Renan looked frightened, asking if he was really her brother, while the young man replied that it had been a long time since their last meeting, adding that he was so glad that he decided to play a little joke. In the end, Rayan asked if killing a squirrel right in front of his sister was a joke. Closing his eyes, Syria asked if he had seen it, continuing that it was not a real animal, but just a toy. Showing his empty hand, the man said that he could be convinced of this by asking what he thought he would kill a live squirrel. Rayan thought that he had simply burned all the blood and flesh with his aura. Showing the box, the man said that in any case, he had a long-term mission planned, so he came to visit his sister before leaving. Smiling, Syria declared that Renan had a very good friend, asking her to continue to be friends with him. Waving his hand, the gentleman said that he was very sorry that his sister reacted in such a way, adding that they should be healthy, wishing to meet as soon as possible. Looking ahead, Rayan thought that he knew this guy because he was a genius swordsman from the Sullian family, one of the 12 monsters that would become the mainstay of the next generation. The man was smiling, making a serious face. The guy thought that even before his rebirth, he had heard about him. But for the first time, he met him in person, adding that his brother was really a psycho who pretended to be good-natured. Two people appeared and it became clear that the disgusting stench was already clinging to his nose. Stretching out his hand, the young man addressed Renan. Bending down, the man offered to accompany her home. A carriage appeared. Going further into the carriage, Renan thanked him for guiding her. In turn, Rayan replied that they were to move out tomorrow, so she should go to bed earlier. Rayan was watching the cart. Renan was holding a box in her hands. Renan sat against the window. There was a treat on the table. Renan thought that the same thing had happened again as before. A cut appeared on his hand. Holding the squirrel in her arms, Renan said that Ruby was just very sensitive because she was having a baby soon, adding that she was fine and everything would be fine. The animal lay dead on the ground. Stretching out his hand, the brother said that it belonged to him, so no one had the right to touch her, continuing so that she did not dare to mutilate herself, but just continued to live and breathe. Adding that if she told her father or mother, he would kill them. Noted that they did not need the family because he could erase them. So, he saved only her and would burn the others alive. The girl was sitting on the ground. Looking ahead, Renan realized that if she opened her mouth, someone would get hurt, so she could only live in peace. So, she would just keep her mouth shut. The warrior stood alone in the room. Turning around, Renan thought that she was lonely because she believed that she was suffering alone. But she was not alone because she had met Rayan. Surprise appeared on the student's face. Looking at her friend, the girl asked what kind of person he was because he puts in so much effort and goes through many difficulties. Looking at the back of the hero, Renan said that when she saw how he changed the others, only by his own efforts, she decided that she herself could change. So, she tried to change with him, but could not do it. The lady sat alone in the room. Ice cream appeared and it was clear that Renan just needed to be patient. A village called Jartan appeared, which was located in the southernmost part of the kingdom. Looking to the side, the head said that it was worth taking a break here, adding that he understood that it was hard for everyone to go through the interdimensional gate in such a hurry, and they must be very tired, but it was worth trying to rest because this was their last stop before the mission. The students were exhausted. Holding his hand behind his back, the man said that they were swordsmen, asking them to follow him because he would lead them to their place of lodging for the night. In turn, the leader thanked them for their hospitality. A fire was burning. Lowering his head, Rayon thanked him. In turn, the monster asked what he was talking about. In turn, Rayon said that if it were not for his hint yesterday, he would not have noticed, adding that who knew that the villain was hiding his truth. Looking to the side, the demon said that something suspicious was going on there. In turn, Rayon asked what the word suspicious meant. In the end, the familiar replied that although for that girl with delicious treats, this is the norm. Lowering his gaze, the guy thought that his brother had a long-term mission planned, adding that as long as he remained the older brother of the girl would not get better. Flying over the head, the monster ordered the boy to give him his body, continuing that he would simply kill that guy and give the body back. In turn, the young man asked how this was possible. Closing his eyes, Wrath said that the king's mercy was twofold and revenge tenfold, wondering if the girl had not shown them the sweetness of the treats, making it clear that he could do anything to the offender. Sitting on the floor, the man asked a question about him laughing at him. In turn, the demon replied that the king was sincere this time. In the end, Rayon said that he would not fall for sincerity. Knitting his eyebrows, Rayon said that he had injured Renan, so he would not kill him just like that, adding that the girl is the first stranger who took care of him with all sincerity in the past and this life. The lady was holding a box of treats. Making a serious face, Rayon thought that if necessary, he would kill him personally. The disciples looked tired, and it was clear that it was the second day since leaving the kingdom, and they were already approaching the place where the snow lake had swept by. A corpse appeared. In turn, people asked what the hell it was, asking who could have done it at all. The charred body lay on the ground. A village appeared and it was clear that this was too much. Making a tense face, the guy said that there were a lot of bodies. Looking away, the young man thought that they had first stabbed the man and then burned him, assuming that Martha was not particularly frightened because perhaps she had already seen such chaos or killed herself. There was no emotion on the girl's face. Suddenly, the man turned around asking where Renan was. The lady looked at the charred corpse. A hand was brought close to the lady's leg. Suddenly, the girl felt unwell, holding her stomach. The leader said that they themselves see the scale of the tragedy, adding that it was all done by the guys from the snow lake, continuing so that everyone remembers the tragedy and does not forget it, noting that they do not relax their vigilance when meeting with the group. The guys clenched their hands into fists. After showing the item, the head said that this artifact is called a silent whistle. And as the name suggests, it does not make a sound because it can only be heard by specially trained people. So it is worth using it in case of danger, making it clear that the instructors will watch for them and rush immediately in case of emergency. The girl had a whistle in her hand. Lowering his hands, the man asked instead of immediately whistling to try to do everything possible, although the opponents are ruthless, adding that it is not terrible if they do not cope on their own. However, if the opportunity arises, it is worth killing people without mercy. Uncertainty appeared on the lady's face as she heard that the disciples had understood the order. The swordswoman looked at the group and it became clear that it was necessary to form squads of 3 or 4 people under the leadership of the strongest. Holding the blade in her hands, the lady thought of her brother's words that she belonged to him. Turning around, the villain ordered her not to do anything dangerous and not to injure herself, but just to live and breathe because he would kill everyone who hurt her. Horror appeared on the warrior's face. Smiling, Rayon stated that the girl could join him. Holding hands, the student lowered her head. The lady agreed. People were looking at the high mountain, and it was clear that it was the top of Mount Rutan. Dropping his hands, Rayon thought that being on a hill, it was easier for them to inspect the bottom, and also in an emergency, they could easily hide from the attack. Turning his head, Rayon said that although it was a standard strategy, it was not applicable in this situation, adding that those who knew they were being chased would not hide here because most likely they already knew about their travel routes. The man was standing behind a tree. Looking ahead, Rayon said that in that case, the only place left was that hill because it looked too obvious, but the landscape behind it was unknown. Opening her eyes wide, the guy heard the words that they should go. Glancing ahead, the guy offered to leave the forest to the other teams and go to the hills. In turn, the girl agreed. The young man looked at the lady with pity. Looking away, Wrath said that he was too obviously worried, asking if he was sure he didn't want to talk to her. And the man replied that he didn't know what to say in such a situation except that it was a family matter. Making a sad face, Rayon thought that he did not even know what feelings he had for Sylvia, wondering whether he should give advice on this matter. Clenching his hand into a fist, Rayon said that he knew for sure that his brother had a hand in this, adding that if the opportunity presented itself, he was sure that they would somehow deal with this problem, continuing that in any case, Everything was going according to plan so far. People looked at the winter forest. Walking through the forest, Rayon thought that the forest continues behind the hill and it stretches quite far. Looking to the side, the guy said that it seemed that they knew how to hide their tracks because it was not so easy to find them. But this only worked on beginners, so it was not a problem for him. The man put his hand on his belt. Holding a clump of snow in his hand, the young man thought that the best assassins not only learned to kill their targets, but to track, pursue, and gather information, which is the basis of a good killer. Turning his head, Rayon said that it was unlikely that ordinary bandits or rangers would be able to deceive his eyes, suggesting that the hideout of the snow lake was located somewhere here. Making a serious face, Rayon ordered to follow him and not make a sound. In turn, the girl agreed. The apprentices were ready to draw their blades. Traps appeared, knitting his eyebrows. Rayon thought that there was nothing special except for the traps set at the beginning, adding that there were too many footprints because they thought that they would not be found. Assuming that they were deprived of attention, villains appeared. The child was sitting in the snow, and it was clear that the boy was being held hostage. The men were talking, making it clear that the two guards were well prepared since they did not emit an aura. They were low-level swordsmen, and a big guy was sleeping next to the hostage. It felt as if he had devoted his whole life to the arc of the sword. The man was asleep. A cave appeared, and it was clear that the rest were there because they could not take only one hostage, and there could be at least a dozen robbers inside. The disciples began to attack, and it was clear that they should retreat and regroup with the main forces first, and only then attack. However, the hostage's condition is not very good. So if left like this, he may freeze to death, but they will not hold out if the main forces do not approach. The boy closed his eyes. The guy's hand reached for the sword, thinking that before they noticed their presence, it was better to save the hostage and quietly deal with them since they had not yet been discovered. The students came out from behind a bush. Uncertainty appeared on the girl's face. With her eyes wide open, the lady listened to the request to look at her friend. Looking ahead, the young man said that she should not worry too much because they could still save the child, adding that the lady should help him. Putting on a serious expression, the man said that when he gave the signal, the girl would have to block the sounds with mana and he would take care of the rest, asking if she could do it. Raising her head, the swordswoman wondered if she could become the same. Confidently looking ahead, the warrior replied that she would succeed. Yawning, the man said that he really wanted to sleep, asking how long they would stand here, asking a colleague a question. The villain suddenly asked who she was. Using the aura unfolding, the girl blocked out the sounds. Looking at the hands, the opponent stated that their voices had died down. Wondering if she had done it with the help of mana, and in turn, the opponent asked what the aura user had forgotten here. Rushing forward, Rayon thought that before proceeding to the swordsman behind, it was worth first dealing with 2 one-hits. People were left behind Rayon. The head flew straight at the girl. Horror froze on the lady's face again. An image of a squirrel that was lying dead appeared. Dead animals lay at the girl's feet. Sitting down on the ground, the lady began to scream. Gritting his teeth, Rayon stated that the mana barrier had been destroyed, suggesting a trauma from the past. Covering her face with her hands, the girl asked to stop. In turn, her friend thought that if she continued to scream like this, they would be discovered. The villain swung for an attack. His friend's face showed fury. The girl covered her face with her hands. Suddenly, Rayon stepped on the man's head, making a serious face. Rayon ordered him to behave because if he opened his mouth he would die, adding that from that moment on he must answer the questions asked and for each refusal he would break a bone. Trembling with pain, the interlocutor agreed. Rayon turned around saying that even after this hysteria she immediately turned the barrier. The lady was trembling with horror, grinning. The guy thought that thanks to this they were fine, although it was hard. Holding the blade near the opponent's head, the young man asked if he was a member of the Snow Lake group. In turn, the villain answered positively. In turn, the man asked how many members of the group you have and where everyone is. In the end, the man answered about the 39 people who remained inside. Knitting his eyebrows, Rayon asked how many hostages they had left. In turn, the interlocutor stated one thing. While Rayon thought that as expected, they had only one left. The boy said that the remaining hostage was his sister, asking to save her. Approaching the child, the girl replied that they would save the girl, adding that he should not worry about it. Turning around, Rayon said that he would not throw words around. In turn, the girl said that they would help the boy in the end. The guy noted that he did not mind fighting the bandits, but it would be better to call for reinforcements to ensure the safety of the hostages. Continuing that there were at least 36 bandits and 1 swordsman here. An outpost of bandits appeared. Holding the object in her hand, the lady said that in this case, she would blow a whistle, and the friend replied that it would be better. Closing her eyes, the girl began to whistle. Turning his head, the young man thought that he was somewhere nearby. But he did not hear anything, assuming that it was not for nothing that the leader gave them these whistles. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the cave that spoke of a soft sound that was heard outside, indicating that pursuers had appeared here. Making an angry face, the young man thought that there really was a professional among them, adding that even him being nearby did not really hear anything. The girl hugged the boy. The villain said that the boy's gut was not thin since he came to them like this and did everything perfectly. Looking ahead, the man asked who he had just called. Holding the blade to his opponent's throat, Rayon said that it was none of his business because he just wanted to exchange hostages. A sword appeared in the old man's hand, asking a question about the exchange of hostages. In turn, Rayon said that he should give him the child, then he would let the guy go. Starting to laugh, the gentleman said that it made no difference to him what happened to that boy, because unlike their hostage, he was not worth her fingernail. Putting the blade to the girl, the man asked if he really wanted to see the little girl's head fall, ordering her to immediately lower the sword if it wasn't. Knitting his eyebrows, Rayon stated that this was true. The boy said that Renan should not turn around until he gave the signal. The swordsman's neck was cut. Blood gushed out of the guy's body. Making a displeased face, the villain said that he was a bastard. In turn, the opponent asked what he was doing. Suddenly, the young man threw his blade forward. The sword flew straight at the enemy. Blood came from the body of a man who fell to the ground. Turning around, Rayon ordered Renan to create a frost mist with the help of an aura. Leaning her hand to the ground, the girl began to use magic. An explosion appeared. Looking ahead, the villain said that nothing could be seen because of the fog. The girl was in the arms of Rayon. Holding a blade in his hand, the man stated that he had escaped with the hostage, asking where the boy came from, while the colleagues said that they could not let them go, adding that if they found the people, they should kill Rayon first. The top of the spruce appeared sitting in the snow. The guy said that it seemed that the children had fainted due to the cold, continuing that it would be difficult to escape in such a state, noting that if they left those bandits, no one knew what would become of the village, adding that there were a lot of them, but they would have to deal with them here and now. Rayon asked Renan to stay here with the children and look after them. In turn, the girl replied that there was blood on Rayon's hand. Making a surprised expression, the guy said that everything was fine, saying that she would quickly deal with them and come. His hand reached for his clothes. Starting to cry, the lady asked him not to leave because it was too dangerous for the wounded to fight. Looking ahead, the lady said that the instructors would be here soon, offering to wait for help. Pity appeared on the young man's face. The man did not show his face. Glancing ahead, Rayon said that it would always be scary on the battlefield, and so would he, because it was not only for trainees, but even for experienced swordsmen. Without changing his position, Rayon asked if she knew what could be scarier, answering that it was the fear that you did nothing when it was necessary. Surprise appeared on the face of the miss. In turn, the friend said that they had committed unforgivable and terrible acts because among the victims were those who tried to protect their village, adding that there are always those who are ready to protect their loved ones to the end, so they cannot turn a blind eye to their death. A ruined village appeared. Looking ahead, Rayon said that they were swordsmen. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that while completing missions to the end, they must continue the path of those who also sacrificed their lives to protect others. Getting to his feet, the man said that he did not know exactly what his brother had done to her. But the more afraid she was, the greater the shadow of this person, the fear would penetrate deeper and deeper into her, adding that having escaped only once, she would have no choice but to run away constantly, making it clear that she should be able to protect herself and her loved ones. The lady stopped crying. Suddenly, the hand began to look for something. Placing the object in her friend's hand, Rayon said that it was up to her to decide what to do next. Holding the blade in his hand, Rayon stated that she no longer needed to stay in the shadows. Lowering her head, the lady thought that she wanted to change, wanted to leave, continuing that she no longer wanted to be tied to the past. After all, she wanted to protect everyone who was dear to her. The girl sat behind her brother. The squirrel ran towards the miss. The warrior, starting to cry, realized that she was no longer in the darkness that she was before, because the future was full of light. A squirrel appeared in the swordsman's hand. Rayon killed robbers. People went on the attack when they heard about the command to kill the guy. The villains were lying on the ground, and it was clear that they couldn't kill one small youth. Looking ahead, the man asked why they couldn't stop him. Anger appeared on the man's face. Suddenly, the enemy jumped on Rayon. Rayon dodged the attack. Looking ahead, Rayon thought that now was the time, adding that he should not be distracted. A powerful blow rang out. Surprise appeared on the leader's face, asking what had happened. The opponent asked where he had gone. Knitting his eyebrows, Rayon wondered why he was waiting for the moment until he was distracted. The silhouette of a man with a severed head appeared. Looking ahead, the villain said that he was a monster, wondering where he got such strength at his age. In turn, a colleague asked if he was really a rookie. Turning his head, the guy said that they should finally surrender because their leader had already died. Suddenly, the young man blocked the attack with his blade. Holding the sword on his shoulder, the swordsman asked if it made sense to give such a young man a chance, adding that it was a disgrace to the former members of the North-South Alliance, continuing that his face and outfits were handsome, suggesting that the man came from a wealthy family, noting that it was not bad. Rayon's face showed tension. Starting the attack, the villain said that he was worried that the gifts might not be enough, suggesting that heaven had abandoned this man. Striking with his sword, the warrior said that now there would be one more hostage. Holding back the blow, Rayon thought that the level of the swordsman was very good. People fought when they heard that the robbers had found the girl and the hostages. The girl fought with an opponent. Turning around, the young man said that Renan was still unable to fight, adding that she needed help. Smiling, the swordsman said that he should not be forgotten, asking why he cared so much about what was going on there. Looking ahead, the man said that he should not worry because they would have fun. The guy could hardly hold back the attacks. Holding the blade in her hand, the opponent told her to be cursed because of her techniques, adding that it was clear from her face that she had never killed. The opponent ordered her to stop resisting and hand over the hostages to them. Holding the sword in her hands, the girl thought that she had to protect the children. But for this, she would have to kill the enemy in front of her, continuing that fortunately, it would not be so difficult to cope with it. Her hands began to tremble, and it was clear that she just needed to attack. The blade was aimed at the enemy. The brother stood in front of the sword, and in turn the lady said that she should not forget Rayon's words. The man touched the blade, making a strange expression on her face. The lady gave up on her idea, saying that her brother had come again, so she needed to get rid of these memories. However, she couldn't forget that day asking if she could protect someone as Rayon, because even at such a moment she couldn't swing swords because she was scared, adding that she wouldn't be able to defend herself nor others. The girl was sitting by the bed. The lady covered her face. Looking ahead, the girl heard a voice calling to her. Turning around, the warrior saw what was happening. Making a confident face, Rayon said that everything was fine, continuing that he would protect them. The sword woman began to cry. Stretching out his hand forward, Rayon told her not to worry and go with him. The girl held out her hand. The student looked ahead, thanking her for her words of support. A blade enveloped in blue essence appeared, making it clear that the girl was grateful for giving her courage. Suddenly, the lady swung to strike at her brother. Rushing forward, the lady said, "Thank you for helping him get through this." A slit appeared on the opponent's chest. Putting on a confident face, the girl thought that she should believe in herself and in her strength. Turning his head, the man said that those guys were very insignificant and pathetic at that. In turn, Rayon replied that they were not to blame. His opponent's face showed disgust. Holding a blade in his hands, Rayon said about the person who overcame his dark past because she is a child with a kind and pure heart. Looking ahead, Rayon said that the friend is a swordsman who has overcome adversity. A flower appeared, and it was clear that the guy was using a skill called producing 10,000 lights. Petals appeared above the enemies. Opening the chest, the young man thought that it would be worth checking if there were any traps left before the instructors arrived. Holding the object in his hand, the man said that the two-colored flower was a rather precious material, suggesting that they destroyed the village just for the sake of the flower. Turning around, Rayon heard a voice asking about what they had already finished. Looking ahead, the man asked that it was a two-colored plant. Smiling, the Death Lord asked that they had dealt with everyone. Making a serious face, Rayon asked what would happen if it was true. In turn, the stranger replied that he actually thought it was strange given his combat experience and age, adding that he had excellent fighting skills and confidence in victory. In the end, Rayon wondered if he was a member of the North-South Alliance. Surprise appeared on the man's face. He replied positively, noting that he could call him Rictor. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that this was Rictor. After all, he had heard about him in his previous life. Continuing that when he joined the Alliance. 10 years later, he became famous as a brilliant swordsman. The man stood among the corpses of enemies, making it clear that in comparison with him, the snow lake was only ants. There was blood on the master's face, and it was clear that he was a real swordsman with strong skills. Putting his hands on his belt, the man stated that he was a descendant of the famous family of one of the 6 emperors, adding that there were no marks on his sword, so he was still a trainee, asking what he should do. Looking ahead, the man asked if he should kill them. Rayon looked at his opponent, knitting his eyebrows. Rayon thought that a murderous aura was emanating from the enemy, adding that it didn't mean anything to him that he had lived among assassins. Rayon reached for his sword. Smiling, the opponent asked if he would cling to life with all his might, asking if he was not a sprout, but a bud. There was seriousness on the guy's face. The young man thought that he could have killed him if he had attacked from behind, but in a direct confrontation, it would be much more difficult. Taking his sword out of its scabbard, the man wondered why he could not leave. Holding the weapon in his hands, Rayon told him to deliver the sword and begin to attack. Showing a surprised face, the enemy replied that, but if he got it, Rayon would die. Knitting his eyebrows, Rayon said that it is natural for the weak to die. Looking ahead, the man said that he had too ardent a spirit for his age. Raising his hand, the man said that on the contrary, his appearance made him unwilling to fight because it would be a shame to kill him here and now. The guy said that death chooses the victim impartially and indiscriminately. In turn, the gentleman replied that he was insane, asking if the child was accurate, asking that maybe he had read some children's quotes. Turning around, the rival said that there were other reasons besides the fact that it would hurt his honor because the biting wind had been passing over this place for some time. Surprise appeared on the young man's face. Landing on the cliff, the man said that it would be great if he were a member of the North-South Alliance. Putting his hand on his belt, the master asked what his name was, and in turn, Rayon introduced himself. Holding a sword in his hand, Rayon said that he was from the Sieghart family. Smiling, the swordsman declared that he would wait for his name to spread from the very mountains of Tarukan to the Rabble River. The opponent suddenly disappeared. Raising his head, Rayon said that he had left. Turning his head, Rayon offered to return to the children. In turn, the friend agreed, addressing her friend by name. Turning around, the guy asked what had happened. The girl asked if he had done well. From the guy's eyes, you could understand his surprise. Suddenly, the young man smiled, saying that she had done a good job. The lady smiled. Standing among the people, the man thought that this was the end of a short, but at the same time such a long task. Making it clear that after that they had returned with the heads of the leaders of the robbers, and the opponents were confused due to the lag between them. Rayon was holding a bag of heads in his hand. Sitting on a stone, the leader made it clear that he had calmed down those cadets who did not contribute to the task, advising them not to be disappointed, giving advice for the future. Looking away, Rayon thought that before digesting everything that had happened and was happening, it was time to report on the completion of the task, adding that wrath still kept up with him, boasting of himself, and listening to the memoirs of the adventures of the great and terrible, he almost lost his hearing, continuing that since the rescued children had lost their parents, it had been decided to give them to the care of the Sullian family, noting that the children quickly agreed because they had become attached to Renan for all the time. The guys looked at the man in black, holding his head high. Rayon said that after returning from the mission, he and Renan were summoned to the main house, and in recognition of their contribution to the task, they were awarded a bronze medal, saying that on that day, surprisingly, the head of the house praised them. And as a trophy, he was given a 2-color flower, which is a rare medicine because it is unexpected that it was not taken away. And they gave it away. And until that moment, everything went smoothly. The head looked ahead. Surprise appeared on the guy's face. Glancing ahead, the young man asked what was going on. Opening the door, the man asked what he was doing here. And in turn, the student replied that the master had finally arrived. Smiling, the guy said that Madam had asked him to report to her after the assignment was over. Making a stunned face, Rayon asked what this meant. He told his mother everything. Wiping away his tears, the student replied that he had told about the entire feat of the master in the smallest detail. In turn, Rayon thought what that fool had done. Making a worried expression, the woman asked that he had finally come while the assistant said that the master had returned. Raising his hands up, Rayon thought that the mistress would bother him so much if she found out that he himself attacked the robbers. Said that everything was not as they were told. The mother hugged her son, putting her hand on the boy's face. The woman praised the young man. The man made a stunned face, smiling. The mistress asked what was wrong, asking if he really thought that she would scold him. In turn, the son replied that she told him to be careful. In the end, the mother said that the reason why the first head of the house took the sword in his hands was to protect the weak because he said that you should always reach out not only to your loved ones but also to those who need it. So the family inherited his will in their time and protect the weak. The first head of the family appeared. People were joyful. Looking ahead, the woman said that her goal was to become just such a swordsman pursuing the old ideals of the family, continuing that they would never scold him for risking his life to save the children. Folding her hands, the maid said that they were very proud when they heard this story. In turn, the colleague said that she would brag in the main house tomorrow. In the end, the mistress said how wonderful her son had grown up. Hugging his mother, Rayon thought that he did not understand anything because emotions are really a complex thing. Turning around, Rayon thought about the student. Glancing ahead, Wrath said that he shouldn't look back because that coward had run away a long time ago. Hugging the woman, the guy thought that in any case, everything did not go so badly. A toy in the form of a squirrel appeared. The girl was smiling as she lay in bed, holding out the gift. The friend said that she no longer needed to stay in the shadows. Making a happy face, the lady thought that she should say at the next meeting that she was very grateful to him. The head was lying on a hammock. The disciple standing in front of the opponent ordered him to draw a sword and attack. A grin appeared. Looking up, the leader asked how long ago he had felt the same way he had felt for the Lord, adding that the seed of the new king must germinate. The main house of the Robert family appeared. The man was sitting at the table. The guy had a pen in his hand. The man's face looked tired. Blood appeared in the book. Looking at the hand, the gentleman thought that the wound had not yet healed, adding that 17 years had passed unnoticed. Rayon launched an attack, and it became clear that the man continued to take high-quality elixirs, consult experienced doctors, and famous priests. But no one and nothing could erase this scar. A box appeared. People stood together. Looking at the hand, the master spoke of the wound that had not healed, continuing that it looked the same as the first time, as if he wanted him to remember. Smiling, the man asked if the dead spirit was asking him for memories. Making a confident face, the head said that unfortunately he did not think about the past. Putting his hand on the notebook, the guy said that there was not much time left before his wish came true. There was a drawing of a dragon in the book. Looking out the window of the system, Rayon realized that his stats had increased. Stretching out his finger, Rayon asked if he had finally reached the level called expert. Smiling, Rayon thought that this was the initial stage, not even a low level. But still, he worked hard to get this far. Gritting his teeth, Wrath said that the sworn master was just a humble worm, questioning how he was proud to be an expert. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy replied that it was really rare to become an expert at the age of 15, because even on the entire continent, it was difficult to find a case of mastery at such an age. Turning around, the demon said that only fools judge age on the battlefield because the weak are weak regardless of age. Smirking, the guy agreed because there really are no fools on the battlefield that take into account age. In turn, the monster said that he was very sorry, but he still couldn't compare even with the tips of the king's finger, adding that he wouldn't even be worth a fingernail. Looking ahead, the man said it was true. The monster asked why he was laughing. Then opening his eyes, Rayon said that he could only do that because in the past he was forbidden to utter even unnecessary words. Rayon asked if this was not a confession that he had grown up in his own way. Making a terrible face, Wrath asked if the king could ever recognize such a person. In turn, Rayon asked why he was so evil. As he began to walk forward, the young man said that the demon's voice began to tremble in confirmation of this, adding that after spending so much time with it, he understood his thoughts to some extent. Looking ahead, the monster stated that a person trying to destroy the king was not enough. Starting to cry, smiling, the guy said that his anger was nothing compared to what it was before. Continuing that if he didn't regain his strength, he would soon be in trouble. Closing his eyes, the monster said that this nonsense reminded him of the old days. Flying after his master, Wrath stated that when the king was in the demon realm, demons came to the castle and argued with him, asking where he was going without even listening to the story. In turn, the young man replied that he needed to stretch his legs. Hands suddenly collided, and it was clear that everyone should postpone their business. Smiling, the head said that today everyone is great. The student said that the instructor had been 20 minutes late, asking if it was worth extending the training for the same amount of time. Starting to run away. The instructor said that they would make up for everything tomorrow, and that was enough for today. Rayon suggested that we wrap up, adding that we should start cleaning the training grounds. The student stretched out his hand. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Suddenly, a girl appeared out of nowhere. Taking her partner by the shoulder, the lady asked what kind of screams were during cleaning. Turning around, the boy spoke of his honor, and the warrior replied that she was very busy training. With a furious face, the lady asked if they were deaf, for she said she was busy, ordering them to get out of here. Looking ahead, Rayon thought that the girl was only kind to him. In turn, the head stated that he thought that Rayon was the only one who had not changed. Turning around, the guy saw the instructor. With a surprised expression on his face, the young man wondered if he hadn't run away because of the student's nagging, and the elf replied that he didn't remember it, adding that he had forgotten something, so he returned. The people thought that he had simply forgotten. Putting his hands on his belt, the leader announced that he had to tell them something important again that he had forgotten about. The head made a stupid face, making it clear that they were assigned a second task. There was no happiness on the faces of the cadets. The teacher was standing on a hill. Putting his hand on his head, the man asked for forgiveness. In turn, the students thought how it was possible to forget about something so important. There was no emotion on Rayon's face, thinking about the fact that it had already been half a year since the first mission. After all, it had taken longer than he thought, wondering if there were so few tasks in the family. In turn, the head stated that the orcs were attacking near a small village southeast of the territory, adding that they should go there, defeat the orcs, threatening the inhabitants, and protect the village, continuing that, in other words, they would have to protect the village and enslave the monsters. Monsters looked at people. The orc opened his mouth wide, starting to rejoice. The students chanted about killing monsters. The guy said that he had been waiting for this for a very long time. In turn, his colleagues said that he would finally be able to properly test his sword. In the end, the leader replied that he was surprised that they liked such missions. The young men's faces were bewildered. The instructor said that the instructors would not accompany them on this mission, continuing that they would be the only ones going there, and they would have to work hard to complete it. Raising his hand, the young man asked what would happen if there was a problem that they could not solve on their own. While the interlocutor replied that understanding the risks was also their skill, noting that if the mission was unfavorable, one should always be able to surrender in order to return alive. Smiling, the man stated that this is why a leader's judgment is always crucial, adding that depending on the situation, one must either break through by force, use a strategy, or run and make plans for the future. Raising his hand, the young man asked if it wouldn't be a problem if he just ran away from the mission. And the master said yes, continuing that it depended on the situation. If they met one of the 5 demons and survived, then it was commendable. Closing his eyes, the student thought that this was great because you can run away and not be punished. The students bulged their pupils in fright when they were told to sail at dawn the day after tomorrow, to which they asked if it would be in 2 days. Rimmer put his hands on his sides, and the guy asked why they were in such a hurry, because it was too soon. And the other noticed that given that they had already finished for today, there was only 1 day left. Looking ahead, Rimmer stated that killing monsters requires more time than exploring dungeons. Squeezing his eyes shut, the elf explained that if they were not prepared, it would harm the village and asked them to be careful, to which Bun wondered why they hadn't said earlier so that they could prepare more thoroughly. Suddenly, the boy turned his head back when he heard that they had been asked to stop. Raising his hand, Rayon said that the instructor had been talking about this for a long time, and then added that you never know when and how the missions will take place. Shifting his gaze to the side, Rayon said that now is not the time to panic because they should prepare, and then continued that the more questions they ask, the less time they have to prepare. A drop of sweat ran down Martha's cheek and she muttered that their comrade was right, and the young man added that missions are not always given only when they are ready. A satisfied grin appeared on the face of Rimmer when suddenly everyone was invited to move forward. Lowering his chin, the staff member of the 5th Training Parade Ground introduced the goblins and went on to say that the orcs were much more ferocious and powerful than they thought. And judging by their physique alone, they were no match for the ones they had fought so far, before adding that besides, since there were many of them, it could turn into a fight with an overwhelming number. The students clenched their fists when Rimmer explained that it would not be easy to fight them head-on, but that it was better to focus on offense rather than defense when fighting them, and then advised them to go light and meet the day after tomorrow here at dawn. A view of the building of the 5th Parade Ground opened, and the guy exclaimed that this was all. There were spacious balconies on the walls of the estate. Rayon drew attention to a bag near the room. The briefcase was closed with a belt, and the boy thought that this lightweight enchanted backpack showed indifference. A magical stream flew behind the guy's back and he said in his mind that he could do anything because he did not mind. Hovering over the head, the anger noticed that he was very arrogant. Rayon put his knees on the floor and said that it was true when the evil spirit clarified if he thought he could control everything, although anything could happen when you least expected it. Lowering his jaw, Rayon confessed that he wondered what would happen when he managed to get his powers, to which Wrath stated that he would like to interfere, and the interlocutor said that it was impossible. Suddenly, Rayon turned his head back. Taking hold of the door handle, the guy did not understand who it could be because he was not waiting for anyone. Opening the entrance to the room, the descendant of Sieghart began to ask who was there. At the same moment, The student's eyes widened in surprise. Sylvia folded her hands in displeasure, furrowing her brows angrily. Sylvia exclaimed that at least when she got an assignment, she had to tell her about it. Looking at the woman in bewilderment, Rayon clarified how she knew this and whether Dorian had told her about it. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man introduced the elf when the interlocutor reported that Rimmer had told her about it. Standing opposite the parent, the child asked her for forgiveness. The lady bit her lips sadly. Taking the student's hands, Sylvia called his name. Looking at her son, his mother explained that it was not easy to be a leader, after which she added that he needed to lead newcomers along the best path. Smiling, the woman noted that he would not be able to solve everything alone. So, he must distribute them to the appropriate positions, minimize the damage, and work together to make the mission successful because their lives depend on his decisions. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, Rayon said in his mind that he thought she would scold him. But in the end, he gave him advice. Touching her son's chest, Sylvia stated that defeating the monsters was a difficult task that seemed simple, and then added that he should make sure that he destroyed them and did not harm the villagers. Grinning happily, the lady advised the child not to perceive himself as a beginner when he went on a mission and always remember that he was the swordsman of the Sieghart family. Looking straight ahead, his mother confessed that she wanted him to be a swordsman who would protect others. A drop of sweat ran down the cheek of Rayon, and then he said that he thought that she would be angry. With her mouth wide open in rage, Sylvia cried out that she was worried and would be upset. Suddenly, the woman hugged her son. Resting her head on the boy's shoulder, the parent muttered that now was not the time to scold him. Lowering her eyelids, the lady asked him to be ready to listen to lectures when he returned. After which, she added that she was glad that he felt better after starting his studies. The boy widened his eyes and was surprised when his mother admitted that she couldn't stop worrying. Sunlight fell into the room through a large window. Standing in front of the students, Rimmer decided to finish the story. The young men clenched their fists tightly as Rimmer announced that anything could happen outside of the realm, and then shouted that they needed to constantly doubt everything. Smiling, the elf remarked that if they realized that it was too difficult, they should leave and not look back. The disciples lowered their jaws and accepted the order. Sitting on the edge of the stage, Rimmer said that in this case, they could hit the road and then added that it usually takes a month. But now that the road is cleared, they will get there in about 2 weeks. Putting his palms to the wooden surface, the employee of the 5th training ground wished everyone good luck. Turning back, Rayon ordered the team to line up in 4 rows because they will move in the formation that was established this morning. Lemur grinned and thought that they would succeed. Rayon put his hand on his side and asked everyone to make sure that they knew their positions in battle. And Rimmer reflected that he was not only powerful, but also gifted with intelligence and perception. Lowering his jaw, the young man told Dorian and Crine to check on the supplies and condition of the crew members. While the elf wondered if he was confident that he would be able to complete this mission without difficulty, he could not believe that he was 15 years old. Looking after the departing warrior team, Rimmer realized that he still had something to strive for. A colleague approached Rimmer and asked if they would follow them because if they left now, no one would notice them. Smiling, Rimmer stated that this was not the time for this, after which he added that there was someone with ghostly feelings. Stretching his arms up, the elf muttered that he was going to take a nap and rest. Rimmer lowered his eyelids, and his assistant asked if it was normal, and the other wondered if it was time for them to leave. Opening one eye, the instructor explained that the orcs were more to worry about than about them. Soiled skulls lay near a massive tree. The black-robed man lowered his jaw and remarked that this must be reliable information. Kneeling, the subordinate said that they had received reliable information that they were in that village. The faces of the fighters were hidden behind black masks. When suddenly, they were told that in this case, they had to go and that they could kill anyone who stood in their way. The secretive person's eyes lit up brightly, and then he announced that they were going forward to the village of Sibiu. A view of the trees in the forest near the village of Sibiu opened. Rayon's expression was calm. Kane looked at his partner in confusion. Clenching his fists, Rayon asked what the 6th Combat Hall was doing here, to which the chief instructor asked a counter-question why the 5th Hall was here. Closing his lips, the boy thought that he had heard that after a long treatment of his injury in the hospital, he had joined the 6th Hall. And judging by his condition, it seemed that he had already made a full recovery. The fighter looked ahead and Rayon said in his mind that he had the power of an experienced sword master. Lowering his chin, the guy said that they were on their way to the village of Sibiu to carry out a mission to destroy the orcs. After which, he clarified why there was a representative of the side branch. Pressing his hands to his body, Rayon explained that they had received the same task to destroy the orcs in the village of Sibiu and were heading there. A drop of sweat ran down the warrior's cheek, and then he asked if they had been given the same task, although it had not been announced in advance. A view of the tavern on the outskirts opened, and on the eve of the mission, Rimmer was asked if it was true that this time the students showed themselves perfectly, to which he replied that he had heard a lot, but they were so young and they were already defeating bandits. Holding a wooden mug in his hand, Rimmer exclaimed that it was for sure, and although he had raised them himself, he still admired them, and then asked, "How about sending them on an extermination mission?" Orcs from the head of the clan because he thinks that his guys will cope in the blink of an eye. The elf turned his head back abruptly as he talked about how his leader would finally praise him, and the other person objected that this task should be done by their 6th martial arts hall. Standing behind Rimmer, the man noticed that when hunting monsters, teamwork was more important than personal skills, and then added that unlike the 5th hall, which focused on personal abilities, their 6th hall was better suited for this mission. Methun lowered his jaw and said that everyone had recently successfully completed the hellish training and had not eliminated anyone, so the level of competition had increased, so their 6th martial arts hall would take care of it. Placing the mug on the table, Rimmer assumed that his colleague was concerned about the recent focus on his students. But if that was the case, then it was possible to send the 5th and 6th battle halls on the same mission. With a sly grin, Rimmer explained that it was necessary to finish off the orcs before the village was in danger, and then added that under the guise of a task, the 5th and 6th halls would be sent together, and the competition between the students would speed up and improve the completion of the task. Putting his hand on his side, the instructor replied that it was excellent, and that he would get permission from the clan leader. While the elf thought that the result of the mission promised to be quite interesting, Blin stepped out before Rayon and suggested that there had been a confusion in the mission orders so they could return. The students of the 6th hall parted their lips in bewilderment when they were told that the 5th hall could cope with the task on their own. Furrowing his brows angrily, Kane remarked that such a statement could not be ignored and then asked if his arrogance stemmed from his attachment to the 5th hall. The expression on the face of the boy was alarmed when the interlocutor stated that in such tasks where teamwork is important, the 6th hall is superior to the 5th because they have a huge lack of team experience. So such a task will be very difficult. Looking into the fighter's eyes, the Zyhart clan disciple said that he was aware of his abilities. But the strength of the 5th martial arts hall was not so weak that it could be underestimated. Looking down at the ground, Rayon mused that the chief instructors, especially Rimmer, must have known about the joint mission, but did not understand why they had sent them without warning. Rayon abruptly closed his eyes and remembered that the main teacher values experience, so combat practice in non-standard situations is important to him. The elf smirked slightly, and from his point of view, the mission to exterminate monsters is as close to a real battle as possible. The ogre grinned angrily, but teamwork and tactics were important in a mission like this, and the 5th hall still lacked that. The disciples stood next to each other, and Rayon thought that maybe it was that he wanted the 5th and 6th halls to compete against the background of the recent rankings, and for them to understand for themselves what they were missing. Putting his hand to his face, the young master realized that if you think about it, this is very likely to be true, and this elf is always very cunning. The clothes on the swordsman's body were buttoned, and then Rayon decided that since this was the case, then others should also feel the taste of teamwork. And besides, he remembered the words that were said by his mother before the task. Lowering his chin, the young man imagined hugging Sylvia and thinking that she wanted him to set an example and become a real protector. And for some reason, it did not get out of his mind. Putting his hand on his side, the fighter asked both of them to calm down. After which, he asked if they were going to waste time arguing. Turning his gaze to the instructor of the 6th hall, Rayon noted that it should be clear to them that they would not be able to come to an agreement by such methods and clarified what they thought about the battle between the two halls. A drop of sweat was dripping down Ben's cheek, and then he wondered what kind of fight between the halls before the mission because they didn't know what they might face. So, they didn't need to waste their energy. Looking at his partner, Rayon noticed that judging by their faces, they did not intend to retreat, and asked if it was true that the boy was not going to give up the task either. Standing in front of the team, Rayon explained that for this mission, given the scale, the group of orcs is surely quite large, and among them, there must be the main one, namely the High Orc. With a thumbs up, the boy declared that the winners would lead the mission and the losers would be on the sidelines. The guys closed their lips in bewilderment when Rayon of the Shadow said that they would kill the leader, destroy the ogres, and then the task would be completed. After which he asked if such a decision would suit everyone. But if suddenly the main group could not cope with the monsters, then the assistants would have a chance to show themselves. Raising his hand, the swordsman asked if the 6th hall agreed, To which Kane replied that it was not a bad idea, and then they decided to start. An enchanted backpack hung on Rayon's back when suddenly he offered to arrange a real fight on the hill behind them. The pupils of the Sieghart family rushed forward quickly, smiling broadly. Martha thought that the conditions for victory were simple. It seemed as if the leader of the squad from the 5th hall raised a white flag up, and the girl said that the winner was the one who neutralized all opponents or captured the banner, and this was even easier than a training battle. Resting his knee on the ground, Rayon stated that they would now start planning, to which the swordswoman asked why they needed a plan at all, if their rivals were only small fry, and wondered what would smash everyone on their own and just wait. The student's hair was flying in the wind when suddenly she said that she had found it. The guy tightly gripped the hilt of the sword with his fingers and the young lady noticed that there were no tactics for small fry. Jumping on the opponent from above, the student shouted that she did not need it. The warrior clenched his jaw as his opponent used the legendary senses skill. A drop of sweat ran down Bun's cheek as she thought that her senses had heightened her senses even without a direct gaze, that she could see the battlefield like a picture painted before her eyes. The disciples began to swing their blades in front of each other. Rayon closed his eyes and assumed that the battle had finally flared up for real. Renan turned her head in the direction of Rayon and asked if he was sure that he could send them without any tactics. To which he explained that everyone was so confident that they were ready to just fight, and anyway, they would not listen to him. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the girl asked if they would be able to win, to which he stated that they would lose. Martha gritted her teeth tightly, and the boy said that they would be completely defeated in doing so. The boy exhaled steam from his mouth from fatigue. The enemy held out his sword in front of him, and the student did not understand why they could not be penetrated because they were definitely small fry. But their joint defense was too strong. The guy opened his mouth wide in rage and shouted that she wasn't the only protagonist of this world, so he didn't dare to underestimate their efforts. The young lady bulged her pupils in alarm. There was a view of the bright sun near the top of the mountain. The costumes of the members of the 5th Martial Arts Hall were stained with dirt. The pupils of the Sieghart family looked away. Standing in front of the partners, Rayon asked if everything turned out to be very simple as they expected. Although judging by their condition, it seems to him that they have retreated. Blin turned his face away from the other man as he asked if they thought the world would stop while they grew up and if they thought the kingdom of Owen could not be taken seriously, and then said that their results were better than those of the 6th hall, which meant that they would definitely win, and asked if that was the thought that was running through their minds. Drops of sweat dripped down the faces of the guys in dirty suits. Rayon explained that this was the result of the fact that they rushed at their opponent without strategy and support, and then added that they spent their aura and strength as well as revealed their techniques due to their own arrogance. Kane looked at his teammates with joy while Rayon stated that they were swordsmen who exhausted themselves every day to perfect their blade skills, so they should not be underestimated, even if they were a little behind. Raising her eyebrows in confusion, Renan wondered if they would lose so easily. The boy replied that they still had a chance. When suddenly Bun lowered his jaw in bewilderment and asked if he was serious, Martha exclaimed that she would do anything to defeat them. Smirking, Rayon noticed that he saw that the fire in their eyes was still alive, which was good. Standing in front of his comrades, the fighter said that in this case, he would tell them how to win. Folding his arms contentedly, the warrior noticed that beating the 5th hall could not be easier, and his partner exclaimed that it was very pleasant to admire their efforts, to which the other advised them not to relax, because these guys had defeated the organization under the wing of the North-South Alliance and the bandits from the Snow Leopard Paw. Shifting his gaze to the side, the young man said that they would not just give up. Grabbing his weapon, the warrior said that he knew so and then added that it was time to put an end to everything. Lowering her jaw, Martha said that if he opened his mouth in their direction again, he would regret it very much. At the same moment, the girl spread her fingers wide and used a direct attack of the 4th form. Standing in front of his opponent, the disciple of the 6th Martial Hall told his teammates to concentrate their aura in front. After a moment, the Sieghart family head began to kick off the ground with his foot. The young lady swung her blade at him, gritting his teeth tightly. The guy did not understand what was happening and whether they were attacking from the side. Sunlight could be seen through the tall coniferous trees. Bun pursed his lips together confidently, and his enemies shouted that he was back in that stance. Lowering his jaw, the warrior told his comrades to block the blow as they had rehearsed. The swordsmen abruptly passed each other. Pulling his hand back, the boy called his opponent a fool. Suddenly, his opponents flew up. Turning his head back, the student was surprised that he changed the trajectory of movement in a second. The young man held the weapon in his hand, and his enemy realized that they had completely changed their fighting style. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the student wondered what nonsense had happened to them. The member of the 6th Martial Arts Hall parted his lips in bewilderment. A battle of swordsmen took place on the battlefield. Smiling broadly, Martha realized that he was right. Folding his hands, Rayan asked why they thought they had lost, even though they were superior in strength. Ben looked directly at the interlocutor and clarified whether this was due to a lack of information and tactics, to which he received the answer that this was the case. In the past, the guys stood next to each other, and Rayan explained that the members of the 6th Hall were well aware of who their opponents were, so they developed a well-thought tactic. The guys smiled happily, and the boy noted that they completely relied on a sense of superiority and did not prepare for battle. After which he added that in the end, they were smashed to smithereens by an opponent who was much weaker. Dorian raised his eyebrows in alarm and asked if that meant they would lose again. Grabbing her partner by the clothes, the girl told him to stop crying, to which he began to ask her for forgiveness. Looking intently ahead, Rayan said that it was not a complete defeat, but they had lost a fair amount of mana and strength, and then added that they were not in a winning position right now. Martha abruptly turned her gaze back when the captain noticed that the information and tactics were not only available to the enemy. Lowering his jaw, the boy asked if he had a plan. Kane seemed to be reaching for the fighter's head with his fingers, and it turned out that he was the best student of the 6th Martial Arts Hall, who had keen eyesight and intuition. Standing in front of his comrades, Rayan explained that thanks to them, he noticed them from afar and immediately sent a squad of those who could oppose them, which they were indignant. The young lady threw the weapon behind her head, and it turned out that her strengths were power and endurance. But her attacks were quite simple, so in opposition to her, guys were sent who were able to withstand her lunges and weaken the aura. Ben's weapons are shrouded in streams of green magic. And this guy is very fast, but his movements are easy to calculate. So Kane quickly sent adaptable fighters against him. Lowering his chin, Rayan clarified how to win and then began to say that the best option seemed to be a change of fighters, but they were unlikely to agree to this. Frowning in displeasure, the student was indignant at this proposal and said that she could defeat everyone, and her partner noted that he agreed with her. Stretching his palm forward, Rayan said that this meant that they needed to change their fighting style. Martha closed her lips confidently, and the leader of the squad explained that her opponents are stubborn fighters, but they often open up as they are not able to quickly adapt the aura, so they need to find gaps and hit them. The boy looked away when he was told that his weakness was opponents who relied heavily on instinct, but as a rule the weakness of such people was unfair play. So he would have to leave his previous fighting style and outweigh them. Rayan put his hand on his side, and then his partners asked him how he knew all this because the plan is not bad and he speaks as if he was watching their battle. A joyful grin appeared on Kane's face, and Rayan said that he really had a very sharp sense of smell and that he had long surpassed the level of a simple student. Looking ahead, Rayan noticed that his instinct was a little sharper. After a while, the descendants of the Sieghart family sat on a rock alone. The guy's pupils narrowed noticeably, and at the same time, he imagined the images of his team members and thought that they were doing well, and Renan would also win soon. Suddenly, someone came up behind him. Turning his head slightly to the side, Rayan said that now it was time for them to begin. Kane stared at his opponent with concentration. Placing his palms on the surface of the stone, Rayan realized that the situation was very different from what it had been before, and his enemy had no choice but to go in search of the flag. The chief instructor lowered his jaw and admitted that he kept thinking about why they were losing, and it turned out that he was the one who prompted them to change their fighting style. After which he assumed that the rumors that no one respected him were a lie. Rayan slowly shifted his gaze to the side. Clenching his fists, the swordsman noticed that this battle would end here. The disciple's weapon was enveloped in streams of flames, and at the same time, he reported that he had heard that Rayan's aura was of the fire type. The warrior gripped the hilt of the blade tightly with both hands. With his eyes bulging in surprise, Rayan wondered if his opponent had the same aura. Furrowing his brows, the student said that unfortunately for him, his elemental power was much more powerful, and besides, even the amount of mana was many times greater than that of a mere swordsman, and then asked if the main rule in their family was to talk endlessly before battle. Parting his lips, Rayan said that he would not be able to defeat him, even in theory. At the same moment, the silhouette of the young master was enveloped in streams of flames. Standing opposite each other, Rayan decided to start fighting. Lowering his chin, Rayan said that he would show him how much stronger his flames were. A moment later, a powerful stream of air rushed straight towards the enemy. His pupils bulging in alarm, Kane was surprised at how fast and powerful his opponent's fire was. Pulling the sword back, The chief instructor recalled that he had been told that he had managed to defeat not only Martha, but also the Prince of Owen. And although his aura was smaller, it was not inferior in strength. Furrowing his brows angrily, the fighter decided that he was still stronger. Suddenly, the two students' weapons crossed each other. Between Rayon, circular streams of flame appeared, gritting his teeth tightly. The young man cried out loudly. A cut appeared on the student's cheek, and then he did not understand how this was possible. The young master lowered the corners of his lips, and his opponent wondered if his fire was weaker. In his attempts to contain the attack with his weapons, the member of the 6th Martial Arts Hall thought that this could not be. At the same moment, the young man opened his mouth wide and began to shout loudly. A powerful explosion rang out in the middle of the coniferous forest. Cain lay humbly with his head in the ground. Lowering his sword, Rayon clarified if he had said that he would not be able to win. Looking ahead, the fighter advised him only to dream. Putting his fingers to his mouth, Dorian noticed the man. Rayon sat on a rock and his companions were outraged that their opponent was here. The guy folded his hands in displeasure, while Rayon explained that if they lose, then the easiest way to turn the situation in their favor is the battle of the enemy commander. When suddenly he was asked if he knew that this would happen. Lowering his chin, Ben noticed that there was more to it. A memory appeared in which the enemies threw themselves in the direction of the fighter, and then he said that their leader was right because they fell for the deception. After which he added that it was not only about him, and if they had not followed his orders, then the 6th Hall would definitely have come out victorious. Looking ahead, Martha admitted that she didn't want to agree with him, but it was true, and then added that she was going to revoke her oath of allegiance if things went her way, but they won mostly thanks to him. Renan looked at Rayon in confusion as he was told that they recognized him as the best disciple of the 5th Martial Arts Hall, and vowed to follow his orders without objection. Grinning, Rayon suggested in his mind that the new experience helped them grow up a little, and this cannot but rejoice. Standing beside the allies, the boy thought that this was the 5th Hall he knew. The disciples dropped their hands, and their leader remarked that they had all done a great job. Sweat dripped down the boy's cheeks, and Rayon of the Shadows admitted that he hoped this battle showed them how dangerous, arrogant intoxication with their own success is, and what happens when they rush into battle without tactics. The bodies of wounded warriors lay on the ground, and Rayon stated that if this was not a dispute, but a real battle, then they would all have already died. Clenching his fists, the young man advised his comrades not to forget this lesson. Leaning his back against the trunk of a tree, Cain thought about his opponent as he said that it was getting dark, so they should camp in the woods, and then asked everyone to break into groups and prepare to set up tents and choose sentinels. The student turned his head to the side, and the chief instructor of the 6th Hall realized that he had exceeded all his expectations because it was painfully obvious that he was much more experienced not only in battle, but also mentally. Smirking slightly, the fighter thought that he was sure that the 5th Hall was full of arrogant upstarts. But it seemed that he was like that himself. Stretching out his palm forward, the student said that he had learned a lot today. His comrades stood behind him. And then Cain noticed that Rayon had shown him that he should not let his guard down until the very end, and that he should always have a backup plan in case of complete failure. Looking ahead, the leader of the 6th Hall squad said that he was confident that they would win no matter what, and then added that after all, they had been aware of them from the beginning. Lowering his chin, the guy remembered a moment from the battle and said that not only had they lost, but he himself had been defeated in the duel. And then added that he believed that he was stronger but apparently just self-confident, and this experience had taught him a lot. Raising his palm, the swordsman thanked Rayon and called him a savior. A slight grin appeared on the face of the boy, and then he thought that this person was much nicer than the other offspring of the straight branch. The heroes shook hands, and Rayon replied that he had also learned a lot when suddenly his interlocutor announced that they would be their support in this mission as agreed. 2 weeks later, the clan pupils were moving through the winter forest. After a while, Rayon came to the cliff. Looking at the settlement at the foot of the mountain, Rayon noticed that this is the village. A view of a wooden house opened, and at the same time, Rayon of the Shadows thought that this is a small and glorious village that does not accept tourists, or rather just a secluded corner where a small population lives off what they have grown themselves. So, this mission is also not too special because such people regularly pop up in places where monsters are suddenly spotted. Suddenly, the guy turned his gaze to the side. The soldier stood with his hands down, and did not understand why he felt that someone was watching him all this time. Looking around, the student said in his mind that it didn't look like the instructor had gone after them because this presence was ominous, as if an unknown person was studying them and looking for weak points to attack. After a pause, Rayon lowered the corners of his lips and realized that the best thing he could do now was to mislead his pursuer, and always be on his guard. Bun looked at his interlocutor when he asked him for help. Approaching the boy, Rayon said that from now on, this mission will be led by him. Raising his eyebrows in bewilderment, the guy asked what he was talking about. Standing in front of his teammates, the boy explained that during the first mission, only he and Renan had fought the bandits from the Snow Leopard Claw Paws, so it would be best if they led the operation this time, and then asked if he had said on the first day of training that he would definitely catch up with him. The young master asked if it was idle talk because it was time to show him the progress when suddenly a drop of sweat ran down the fighter's cheek, and he agreed to show him that he had changed. Putting his palm to his chest, the young man said that in this case from now on he would take command of this mission. Martha pressed her back against the trunk of a tree. When suddenly someone asked if everyone had heard that from now on they would follow his orders, to which everyone replied that everything was clear to them. Lowering his jaw, Rayon explained that he would explain to the girl a little later, but for now, she just needed to play along with him. Turning away, the student said that there was no need to clarify personally because she had already said that she would follow his orders. After which, she added that she was always true to her own word. Rayon's expression was confusing. Looking ahead, the young man asked if Wrath felt that they were being watched, to which he asked if he had noticed it. The evil spirit flew over the head and noticed that this was not surprising because his abilities were transferred to him. To which he asked what about their location and how many of them there were. Shifting his gaze to the side, Wrath declared that he had no need to shoot him as if he himself could not find out, to which he said that it meant that there was only one person there. Turning his head back, Rayon explained that his interlocutor had said it himself instead of them. Gritting his teeth tightly, the Demon King cried out indignantly as Rayon thanked him for his cooperation. Looking away, the descendants of the Sieghart family realized that there was no guarantee that there really was one person. Many eyes appeared in the night sky, and at the same time, the disciple said in his mind that only one was watching them, but that a whole group could follow him, so under no circumstances should he lose his vigilance. Putting his hand on his side, Rayon sighed heavily. Looking at the snow-covered forest, the soldier thought that something told him that a harsh mission awaited them. Under the feet of the black-robed man lay the mask of an orc, and then he asked where they came from. Standing in front of the head, the subordinate reported that they were members of the Sieghart family, to which he asked if they were one of the 6 emperors and then added that he would not call them so skillful. Putting his palm to his chest, the warrior said that he thought that these were only students, and since the instructor was not around, it meant that this should be their second mission when suddenly he was asked if he had been noticed. The servant replied that it hadn't happened and that he was sure they hadn't even realized that someone was next to them. To which the boss smirked and said that he hadn't even hoped that ordinary students would have been able to figure out his stealth techniques. Pressing his hand to his body, the pursuer noticed that they had taken control of the orcs. So, he did not understand why they had sent these children, to which the interlocutor explained that he thought that the villagers were sensitive to changes and asked for help while claiming an increase in the number of orcs in the area. Although he was sincerely sure that they would quickly find the mana stone, everything turned out to be not so simple. Standing on a snow-covered cliff, the assistant said that he was nowhere to be found, so he thought that he was hidden somewhere in the village. The guy's face was hidden under a black mask, and then he wondered if he should strike right now. Leaning his palm on his knee, the head said that they would be waiting now. To which the subordinate noted that this was a great opportunity to deal with the pupils. Grasping the goblin mask with both hands, the man said that it was not difficult to kill them. But due to their carelessness, the members of the Sieghart family could find out about the mana stone, and this was much more dangerous. The fighters quickly approached the inhabitants of the settlement, while the pursuers said that they would allow them to deal with several monsters and make them think that they had successfully completed the mission. Suddenly, the leader put a helmet on his head. His eyes suddenly began to emit a green glow. The man's hands transformed into monster limbs. He bowed and his boss stated that they would then destroy this village as soon as they left. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the monster said that they would not leave a stone unturned. A view of the night sky over the wooden house opened. The students were sitting at the dinner table. As he chewed his food, Rayon thought of Lin. Looking ahead in confusion, Rayon recalled that at first he was a little worried about him, but he managed to cope much better than his expectations. In the past, the boy bowed benevolently to a woman, and at the same time, the boy noticed that he did not boast of the title, but first of all calmed the head of the settlement and the inhabitants. The guy brought his fork to his mouth, and his partner realized that he was striving with all his might to become better. Sticking the cutlery into a fried egg, Rayon thought that he should not worry about him at all because he and the others were quite capable of coping with the monsters while he was not around. Rayon turned his head abruptly to the side and realized that the problem was with the watcher who had been watching them on their way here, and he wasn't quite sure, but it seemed to him that he headed towards the mountains as soon as they entered the village. Outside the window, colorful plant leaves could be seen, and at the same time, the student wondered if this was an additional test of the Sieghart family or something else entirely. But he thought that tomorrow everything would be known. The man touched the snow-covered grass with his fingers. Resting his knee on the ground, the fighter reported that there were definitely monsters in the vicinity. The old man closed his eyes and told him that monsters began to appear at this time of year. But this time there were 3 times as many of them as usual, and then added that they would not be able to cope with them on their own. An army of vicious orcs appeared, and then the head of the village noticed that, to be more precise, they had counted several hundred tracks, which meant that there were more than 200 enemies here. Leaning on his cane, the elder explained that it was not a matter of numbers because the rescuers were not familiar with the area, so he would prepare a guide so that they would not get lost in the forests, and then added that this was the youngest resident, so he was sure that he would be useful. Kanbar bowed and wondered if he had known something was wrong when the head had called them to a meeting last night, but he hadn't expected to have to drag along with Sieghart's pupils. The guy raised his eyebrows in alarm when suddenly he was told that there was no need to worry. Approaching the guide, Rayon said that he would definitely be able to return safe and sound. Enraged monsters were visible when suddenly someone loudly asked everyone to pay attention to him, and then said that in battles orcs usually surpass ordinary monsters. Standing in front of his teammates, Ben noticed that goblins and kobolds did not hesitate to use poison in battles, so even the slightest wound could be fatal. So, everyone should be on their guard. Lowering their jaws, the swordsman shouted that they understood everything. Turning his head to the side, the boy ordered the 6th Martial Arts Hall to disperse and not let any enemies escape, to which King replied that they could leave it to them. The pupils quickly rushed forward when suddenly their leader exclaimed that they would show the orcs the full power of the Sieghart family. In the distance, the silhouettes of the opponents appeared in front of the swordsman's team, and the captain ordered everyone to run forward. Spreading his arms to his sides, Wrath noticed that they were fools because they rushed headlong to no one knows where. And although it was impossible to take them by surprise before, now they were screaming at the top of their lungs, which even a deaf person could hear, and then added that this could not be called a secret operation. Pulling his elbow back, Rayon explained that it was their first time on such a mission, so they could be forgiven for one mistake. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the evil spirit thought that he was also on a mission for the first time, but not at all nervous, but carefully watching the battles. Rayon shifted his gaze down, and Wrath said in his mind that it looked like he was already a hardened warrior. Grinning angrily, the orcs began to growl loudly. Smiling broadly, Martha exclaimed that she was about to show them her might. Swinging his sword, Ben advised his partners to destroy the goblins and kobolds first, and they would leave the orcs for later. Turning his head back, the fighter reported that they had broken through the formation, and now the 2 monsters were moving in the other direction. Lowering his jaw in alarm, Kanbar asked if they were running in his direction. Suddenly, the boy furrowed his brows angrily as the escort shouted that he didn't need to come here. At the same second, Rayon cut off the head of the enemy. The young man sharply swung his weapon at the second orc. The opponents were moving in different directions from each other. Rayon resolutely sheathed his sword. A moment later, his equipment flew out of the monster's paw. Falling on the snow, the guide clarified when he managed to make it when suddenly he was asked if he was injured. Lowering his jaw, Kanbar exclaimed that he was fine, to which Rayon replied that he was glad to hear it. Standing between the snow-covered trees, Rayon of the Shadow said that he wanted to ask him if there were any local legends about this mountain, such as a great treasure that is hidden from view or a monstrous monster, to which he replied that there was one. In the past, an undead army attacked the warriors, and according to legend, hundreds of years ago, there was a brutal massacre between the Goblin King who came from the west and the knights. The apprentice abruptly shifted his gaze to the side when he was informed that it was said that the Goblin King's ring was still in these places. Dropping his hands, the guy thought that now it became clear to him that the looks that he felt on him now and that persecutors were previously the cult of Eden. The symbol of the red dragon appeared. The creatures roamed the land during the blood moon, and it turned out to be one of the 5 demons who is known for being mad. The orc stepped on the man's head, and his goal was to revive the old ancestors of the times when the world was ruled by monsters, and the cult members hoped to return that world and worship demons as gods. The huge monster reached out for the small goblins, and if that was all there is to them, they would have been destroyed long ago. But the fact is that Eden is able to bend monsters to his own will, and members of his cult can turn into them. And besides, they are not inferior in power to the Sieghart family. Swords were stuck in the ground around the chest, and the secret of their power is so ancient that even the great clans do not know what it is. Lowering the corners of his lips, the student realized that he knew her. Behind Rayon in his past life was Darius, and it turned out that it was all thanks to him. People in black suits lay on the ground, and Rayon remembered that when they came across this cult during one of his missions, they destroyed all the shadow troops and only he managed to survive. A slight grin appeared on Darius' face, and Rayon thought that he did not understand it then. But the situation is extremely strange because his boss initially knew that cultists use mana stones. Closing his lips, the student did not understand how he knew the secret, and why he did not reveal it to the whole world. Flying up from behind, Wrath asked what he was thinking. The swordsman grabbed his chest sharply with his fingers and said in his mind that the very thought of him unsettled him, and the evil spirit noticed that he could feel his rage boiling within him. Closing his eyes, Rayon decided that he needed to calm down as Eden was the main problem right now. A red crystal appeared, and at the same time, the guy assumed that their target was the mana stone from the Goblin King's ring. And although it had been several hundred years since he had fallen here, he was sure that the ring with the powerful stone was still stored in the mountains here. A view of snow-covered coniferous trees opened. Turning his head to the side, Rayon mused that they wanted to let them know that the mission was accomplished, and then start searching for the stone after they left. Lifting his foot off the ground, Ben shouted that he was their leader, and that he would finish him off with one blow. Suddenly, the boy crossed his arms in front of his face. At the same moment, a drop of sweat ran down his cheek from anxiety. Smiling, Martha declared that this monster would be killed by her. Frowning in displeasure, his partner muttered that it was very uncivilized. Putting his palm forward, the leader of the squad shouted that the boss had been killed, so he needed to deal with the remaining monsters, which made everyone very happy. Kanbar raised his eyebrows in fright, and Rayon began to talk about the legend, and then asked if anyone had found the lost ring since then. Rayon clenched his fist tightly, and the escort began to tell what happened when he was still a child. In the past, the village elder had carried a magic crystal on a black cloth, and the guide had said that their leader had gone to the mountains and returned with a red stone he had found in the foothills, and the boy had clarified where it was now. A memory appeared in which the old man was going to put an object under the wooden floor, and then the villager explained that few people knew about it, but it was buried under the head's house, and surprisingly after that, the weather became warmer. Rayon bulged his pupils in bewilderment, clenching his fist tightly. Rayon thought that the situation was much worse than he thought, and his interlocutor did not understand what was happening. There was a view of the burning houses, and the young man realized that if the Eden did not find a stone in the mountains, they would burn the village to the ground. The pupils of the Sieghart family, holding swords in their hands, exclaimed that no orcs had been found in the area, and they completed the raid. The head of the village of Sibi shook Bin's hand and thanked them for their help. The elder, closing his eyes contentedly, said that the Sieghart warriors were truly the strongest, and then once more, after which the young man said that they were only too happy to help. Rayon looked thoughtfully to the side. Rayon lowered his gaze, and the question was heard whether everything was going as he wanted. The girl sitting on a tree branch said that she herself did not really understand what his plan was. Martha was chewing an apple. Rayon explained that he was also not completely sure, but he would definitely tell everything when the time came. And then the lady jumping down noticed that it was okay. The boy, closing her eyes, said that she would follow his orders until the end of the mission. Renan, looking at the guy, asked what he was doing here. Standing in front of the young man, the student asked if he was worried about anything and said that it seemed to her that he was not in the best mood, to which he replied that everything was fine and that he should not worry, and also added that the head of the village had promised a festive dinner, and therefore he had to go. Lowering his eyebrows, Rayon thought that the cult of Eden would not intervene while they were here. But only what happened tomorrow mattered. The next day, a view of the daytime sky opened up on the outskirts of the village of Sibiu. Grinning, Ben muttered that it was just perfect. The expressions on the boys' faces were serious, and at the same time, the student said that they had defeated all the monsters in the mountains of Sibiu without even seriously injuring anyone, and they had completed their first mission with great success. Turning his gaze to the side, the warrior thought that this was why Rayon was not asking to return control to him. The young master looked away, and the Sieghart family war noticed that he was doing an excellent job as a leader and did not know why he had chosen him. Lifting the corners of his lips, Ben hoped that he had already realized that he was not inferior to him in leadership qualities. Looking ahead, the student exclaimed that they were moving forward. The guys walked through the snow. Rayon, following his partners, asked everyone to stop. Turning around, the students asked what it was because they still had a long way to go, and it was too early for the camp. Lowering his gaze, Rayon said that from this moment, the real mission begins. Kane looked at him and asked what he meant, to which he was told that it was exactly what he had said, namely that the mission was not yet complete. And at the same time, Ben wondered what he was talking about. Through the sweat on his face, the guy said that they had killed all the orcs and even burned their corpses, after which, he wondered if they had other tasks. And Rayon explained that the goal of their mission was to kill monsters and protect the village. The young man looking ahead asked what the problem was, and then the young master said that until recently someone had been watching them closely. A spy was sitting in a tree, and Rayon said that they were spying, but about an hour ago they stopped it and left. And it was possible to mistake them for instructors, but he felt such a clear threat that it was clear that it was definitely not an instructor. A settlement appeared in the distance, and at the same time Rayon said that they had been followed even before they arrived in the village, and when they moved away from it the pursuers disappeared. Ben's gaze was confused and he asked if Rayon was sure. Martha, standing behind the teenager, asked if she was saying that it happened before they arrived in the village, to which he replied that to be more precise the surveillance began from the moment they passed the foothills. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the girl told her why the young master had handed over command to Ben. And at the same time, he interrupted her and explained that he had concealed his presence and was trying to find out more about the enemy. Kane, looking sideways, muttered that he had realized that during their fight, too, and added that his tactical skills were in no way inferior to his other instincts and were at the level of an instructor, if not higher, and also did not even realize that someone was watching them. The guy, clenching his fists, asked if that was the only reason he entrusted him with leadership, after which Rayon said that he decided that if he became the leader then everyone else would be safe under his command. In the past the young man had held out his hand, but now Rayon had said that he had done an excellent job, and he was sure that the enemy had thought that he was the strongest in the room and had ignored him. Placing his hand on his partner's shoulder, Rayon noticed that he was the true Sieghart, and added that when they returned he would recommend him for the role of the second leader. Lowering his head, the student thought that he had decided that he had caught up with Rayon, and he had just used him as bait while he scouted the situation, and was so happy that he had finally been able to reach his level that he didn't even understand anything. Introducing the formidable monsters, Rayon said that it is not typical for monsters to unite in groups, and this time, orcs and goblins acted together, which means that the enemy somehow took control of their minds. Red eyes appeared in the sky, and then the teenager explained that their primary goal was to protect the village. But it was not complete because now the settlement was in much greater danger. Frowning seriously, the young master announced that they would return to Cebu, but they would do so discreetly so that they would not be spotted on the way back. Parting his lips, Rayon remarked that it would be great if they had equipment for such purposes, but they did not capture anything. Having laid out the equipment, Dorian asked if it would fit. Rayon asked where he got everything from, to which the student replied that he had taken it with him just in case. Turning his head, Rayon asked if he had taken 40 sets just in case. And then the student, raising his thumb, exclaimed that it was better to always be ready, and his partner called him a good fellow. Rayon said that then they would be able to hide just like in training, and at the same time added that there was no one faster than Cryan, and therefore he would go to the nearest Sieghart estate and report on the situation, after which he opened his jaw and obeyed the order. Looking at the guys, the teenager said that from that moment on they all obey his orders and he would not tolerate disobedience. 5 hours later, in the hideout of the Eden cult, the spy bent his knees and said that the disciples had finally left the village, and they had also checked all the surroundings and everything was in order. And then the head said that then they could begin. The orc's eyes glowed green and the use of the restoration skill could be heard. The monster clenched its fist sharply. Holding a huge weapon in his hand, the monster screamed loudly. The undead slammed their feet on the ground. A lot of goblins appeared. The orc standing on the cliff ordered everyone to be killed. Grinning menacingly, the monster explained that no prisoners could be taken. Ben, noticing the opponents, exclaimed that there were indeed other orcs here. The warrior opened his mouth wide and said that they would deal with them now. Looking at his partner, the young master said that it was not yet time, and he had already said that they were being watched. Clenching his fist, Rayon explained that it was not a monster, and he felt the presence of a human, but the identity of the enemy was still unknown to them. And then the student said that he should just see what kind of orc horde there was, and added that the villagers would definitely not be able to cope with them. Lowering his eyebrows, Rayon remarked that if they intervened and lost, every single one would die, and wondered if he had forgotten that the instructor had warned them about the importance of understanding the mission. The student, turning his gaze to the side, objected that if they wanted to save the village, then they could not wait any longer. The children's expressions were surprised, and at the same time, Rayon said that the time had not yet come. And besides, you need to be twice as careful because Eden is against them. Turning around, Martha asked if it was the same Eden of the 5 great demons, to which Rayon replied that if they were able to control the monsters, then their opponent was either Eden or an extremely high monster, and therefore they needed to be on their guard. Looking down, Bun said that he understood how strong Eden was and that he was completely right. Standing in front of the leader, the guy said that if he did not move out now, then half of the inhabitants would die. After which he wondered if they would just stand and watch. Baring his teeth, the young man remarked that he had thought he knew the principles of the Sieghart family better than anyone else, but that he was probably mistaken, and added that they would attack now. Slapping his chest, the student exclaimed that this was what Sieghart warriors were supposed to do. Rushing from his seat, the disciples shouted that he did not care whether they followed him or not, but if they considered themselves worthy of the name of the family, they would attack the enemies. Renan, raising her eyebrows, announced that she would follow him. A moment later, the girl jumped down. The boy, through the sweat on his face, said that Ben was right, for as Sieghart warriors, it was not appropriate for them to sit and tremble with fear just because their opponent was one of the 5 great demons. And then his partner said that they were warriors carrying the banner of the 6 emperors. The guys rushed from the place and shouted that they would protect the village and all the local residents. Cain, with his mouth wide open, asked if the entire 6th hall had arrived, and then said that they would help the 5th and deal with the cultists of Eden. And his allies listened to him. Rayon clenched his fists and thought that everything had gone as he had hoped. Turning his gaze to the side, Rayon muttered that based on his observations of Bun and the others, he realized that they were too honest to tolerate injustice, and therefore would rush to the rescue in order to stop Eden and the monsters. In the past, Rayon looked at the lady, and now he noticed that he had sent her a message with an aura beforehand telling her to follow Bun, and added that even fanatics had little chance in the battle against Bun. Renan, the young gentleman, asked why Martha had not gone with him, and said that he thought she would run first, to which she crossed her arms. Looking ahead, the boy explained that she had already said that she would obey his orders. Rayon grinned contentedly. Standing by the cliff, Rayon said that they would then follow them to the village, but would hide their presence as much as possible, and was sure that Eden had additional units next to the vanguard. A view of the high mountains opened up, and at the same time, Rayon thought that the killing intent was too obvious, but it did not come from the direction of the village, but from the direction of the mountains, and also realized that the 5th and 6th halls would deal with the remaining enemies. But if they collided head-on with the main enemy, they would be in danger. Frowning seriously, Rayon muttered that this only applies to Eden, and the assassins are a different matter. A formidable monster appeared, and it was heard that you can't attack the orcs directly, but you need to move away a little, and only then strike. The guy swung his sword, and the leader exclaimed that if he couldn't kill alone, then let them attack in a group. And they had to remember that if they didn't stop them here, then the whole village would be in danger. Bin clenched his jaw and said that these orcs were much angrier than the ones they had fought yesterday, but if they were the only problem, there would be no particular difficulty. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man explained that the fact was that their main opponent was Eden, which meant that he would not stop there, and then said that Rayon was right. The student shouted that one should beware of opponents who might attack them from the forest. And then one of the warriors turned around and was greatly surprised. A squad of green Eden ghosts sat in the trees, and the apprentice knew from the goblin masks and clothes that there could be no doubt, and he suspected that they would come, but he did not expect such a number. The teenager, holding the blade firmly, noticed that even offhand, he could say that there were more than 40 of them. And when the enemy is outnumbered, one should not act rashly. Frowning seriously, the guy said that Cain and his squad should hold off the orcs and prevent them from entering the village, and Renan should cool the air and freeze the legs of the orcs and green ghosts, and also added that he would go first. The girl, looking ahead, answered positively. With a wave of her sword, the lady said, "What would be done?" Ice pillars flew towards the opponents. The monster opened its mouth in bewilderment. Bending his knees, the young man used the continuous flow fighting technique. After a moment, the student pushed himself off the ground. The disciple quickly attacked his enemies. The teenager's expression was confused. Suddenly, a member of the Eden cult abruptly blew a stream of air into the pipe. Blin jumped to the side in an instant. Raising their swords, the disciples shouted that they had poison needles, so they needed to deflect them with an aura or dodge them as soon as possible. Black smoke was spreading from the bag when suddenly one of the soldiers shouted that they had dropped a bag with poisonous gas. Raising his fist to his face, Bun thought that it was much stronger than what the monsters were using and then ordered his partners to urgently close their airways. Falling to their knees, the disciples began to cough, and at the same time they muttered that they couldn't even lift their weapons, let alone use their aura. Tightly grasping the hilt of the sword with his fingers, the boy realized that the gas had hit not only the guys, but also himself, because the body was no longer subordinate to the mind. Nan stared intently ahead, and her partner noticed that she was getting worse, too, and the green ghosts and orcs didn't care. Frowning menacingly, the guy began to think about what would happen if it went on like this. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and the soldier realized that they would be pulverized. The student's pupils instantly narrowed, and at the same time he spoke about energy and destructive power. Martha pulled her hand back with the weapon when suddenly she was hailed. Rushing forward, the girl exclaimed that they would replace them and beat Eden, and then ordered that no one be missed. The lady waved her weapon, and she could be heard bringing reinforcements. The young man, smiling, said that if they had lingered a little, they would have come to their cooling corpses, and his partner said that they were continuing the fight. Bun lifted the corners of his lips and muttered that Rayon couldn't see yet. But with Martha and fresh powers, they had become much stronger, and maybe they would even be able to win. Sect member of Eden, shuffling his legs, asked what kind of disciples they were, and where did they get so much strength from, and also said that they had to run, otherwise they would be finished. The enemies opened their mouths in confusion, and then they were asked if they were leaving the battlefield without permission. The girl's pupils narrowed sharply. Renan raised her eyebrows in disbelief. The student threw sweat on his face, and exclaimed that this could not be. Standing in front of the huge orc, the apprentice thought that his strength surpassed all the ghosts combined. And on his head was a winner's helmet, and he spoke like a human. The phantom narrowed his eyes menacingly. Holding a sword in his hand, the teenager clarified what Officer Eden was doing here, although his level was not high, and at the same time, the monster explained that he had been informed that they had left the village, and also asked if it meant that they had decided to return and disrupt their advance. Martha frowned seriously, and the monster noticed that this was very good for simple recruits, and added that he had been observing their strength, and the dark-haired woman was already beginning to understand. The orc's eyes burned green, and he said that since they had barely left here recently, they should have just left peacefully, and now they were all going to die here. Waving his weapon, the phantom said that it was all because they did not know their place. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Ben was lying on the ground. The guy looking in the direction of the enemy exclaimed that he had knocked down 3 at once with one blow, and asked where Mr. King was, to which he received the answer that he was fighting orcs at the barricade, and then clarified where Rayon was. The young man said that it was unlikely that he would come here at all after this, and then the monster, clenching his fist, asked if she still had the strength to get up. The girl bared her teeth angrily, and the monster noticed that she must be the strongest among the garbage here, and it was not surprising that she was able to sense their presence. Squinting, the undead explained that she was just one of the bugs he was crushing with his boot, and added that luck had turned away from the weak, pathetic, and undisciplined bugs. Holding a cleaver behind his back, the phantom announced that they would all die here today. Unexpectedly, Rayon appeared, who answered in the negative. Rayon said that he was the only one who would die. Particles of flame flew near Rayon. The orc began to turn around. Suddenly, the young master cut off his arm using the Thousand Lights technique. The monster's limb fell to the ground. Rayon found himself behind the enemy's back. Looking down, the monster said that he had a good ambush. The evil spirits said that it seemed to him that he did not expect to dodge, and not let him stab him in the neck. After which, Rayon, baring his teeth, noticed that he, a mad bastard, had sacrificed his hand and therefore wanted to kill him with one blow. Turning to Rayon, the phantom said that although he had attacked from an ambush, he still managed to cut off his arm, and added that this was not bad, but that was the end of his luck. Sweat was dripping down Rayon's face, and his enemy said that judging by his appearance, he had put almost all of his power into a single blow. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the young master muttered that it was so, because he had relied too much on himself, expecting to finish everything with one blow, and now it was even difficult for him to move. Standing in front of the orc, Rayon asked if he meant that he was in charge, to which he countered that he had decided that his masters would come for the sake of such weaklings. And then the teenager replied that how could he know? After all, he still had to try to understand them. The monster's eyes glowed green, and he said that the frail guy was talking too much. Rushing from his place, the monster exclaimed that he would see how long his long tongue would last. Swinging his blade, Rayon thought that he had not had time to regain his strength. Having struck at the enemy, Rayon realized that he was not the only one who had become weaker. Squinting menacingly, the undead were surprised that his opponent had survived, and then said that he was much stronger than he expected. Lowering his eyebrows, Rayon remarked that if such blows were beyond his strength, he would never have become a swordsman. The young master held a weapon in front of him, and at the same time, the phantom shouted loudly. Holding the cleaver behind his back, the orc said that this was a good train of thought. The warriors brandished their weapons. Bun threw sweat on his face, wondering what was going on there. Noticing how Rayan jumped high, the student muttered that the phantom had swept them all away with one blow, and he was fighting him on equal terms and using the same continuous flow technique that he used. Rayan pulled his arm back, and the apprentice thought he had almost caught up with him, but he was stronger than any recruit. Martha, looking ahead, said that this was his true power, and before they had only seen the tip of the iceberg. There were traces of blows, and then the girl thought that this was not enough, and they could be equal in strength. But Rayan did not have time to recover and put almost all of his aura into that attack. Lowering the corners of her lips, the lady wondered if he could defeat the phantom with what strength he had. Suddenly, Renan, standing behind the guys, said that he needed help. Keeping her hand at her side, the student asked if she could hardly restrain herself, and if she thought that she could be of any use to him since she was even weaker than them. And then explained that if she flew into battle and made even one mistake, she would immediately die. Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, the apprentice replied that it didn't matter. Turning her gaze to the side, the boy thought that she would be frightened, but now Ruin was calmer than ever, and at the same time wondered if she had changed since she had run after him. The boy put his hand on the ground and said that he was ashamed that he had hesitated, and added that they would help Rayan as Renan had said. And then Martha wondered if he had already forgotten how he had scattered them, and why he would even think that they would change anything by interfering. Turning around, the young man said that he would not turn away from his comrade who was fighting an unequal battle, and added that they were swordsmen of the Sieghart family. Scratching her head, the girl said that if trouble happened, then the responsibility was on them. Holding a sword in her hand, the lady said that they would put their lives on the line and engage in battle. The orc, lowering his head, remarked that it was surprising that a teenager could hold out for so long, and said that he was so talented that he would even take him to Eden. The monster asked what his name was, to which Rayan, frowning seriously, gave his name. Squinting angrily, the monster clarified that he was by chance a direct heir to Sieghart, and explained that the color of his hair and eyes betrayed him. Behind Rayan, his grandfather appeared, and the undead said that it seemed that the blood of the northern king of destruction flowed in him. Gripping his weapon tightly, the green font of war said that he was taking back his offer because he would do everything to end it here and now. Raising his head, the orc exclaimed that he would do it at any cost. Dark energy swirled around the monster. The monster's expression was serious. A moment later, the undead attacked the young master. Suddenly, the hair of Rayan flew up. Jumping high, Rayan realized that this monster was moving faster, clenching his jaw. Rayan was surprised that he was using even his life force to become stronger, and thought that he could barely hold the ring of fire, but the power had not fully recovered. Suddenly, Martha was behind the phantom. The girl lowered her eyebrows menacingly. Suddenly, the girl slashed at her opponent. Looking in her direction, the orc asked how she, a pathetic bug, dared. The monster was holding a cleaver in his hand. A moment later, Ruin appeared next to Rayan. Stretching her sword forward, the lady took advantage of the aura of cold and the breath of winter. Ben jerked off when he heard the command from his partner. Flying high, the guy shouted loudly. After attacking the enemy, the young man used the continuous flow technique. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the teenager. Lifting the student above them, the undead asked if they had decided to defeat him with trivial tricks, after which he said that they had underestimated the situation too much. The phantom said that if they didn't reach the level of that blonde, then they shouldn't even try to fight him. To which the student smirking replied that he was right because their attacks would not defeat him. Martha stood opposite the enemy and Ben said that they had gained some time. Bending her knees, the girl took advantage of the Titan's aura. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady remarked that she would see how he dealt with it. The student struck a cutting blow at the enemy. Squinting, the orc spoke rudely of the guys. Suddenly, the monster waved the hand in which it was holding the guy. A moment later, the monster threw the young man at the girl. Martha and her partner hit a tree. Looking down, the undead explained that such pathetic worms were supposed to know their place, and asked if they didn't realize how weak and useless they were. Rayan was surrounded by a bright aura, and he said that he should not dare to say that. Rayan said that thanks to them, he had managed to regain his strength. The lady closed her eyes, and Rayan said that he would do everything to ensure that their efforts and lives were not wasted. Bun was lying on the ground, and then the young master asked to entrust the rest to him. Looking sideways, the phantom wondered how he had so much strength left in him, and who he was. Raising his sword, Rayon said that let the orc from Eden rejoice because he would witness how he used this technique on the enemy for the first time. After imagining the flower buds, Rayon explained that at first it seemed to him that he would not be able to use it at all. But after gaining some experience in this battle, he stopped doubting. A powerful energy swirled around Rayon, and he applied the Thousand Lights technique. Rayon's expression was stern. Looking ahead, the monster wondered what kind of flame it was and muttered that it wasn't the same as it was before, and its instincts were screaming for incredible danger, and therefore it was necessary to kill it right now, no matter what it took. Rushing from the spot, the monster shouted that he should die. The young master swung his blade sharply. A fiery trail from the blow appeared. Rayon frowned seriously. Suddenly, a part of the head of the undead fell to the ground. Rayon stood next to the defeated enemy. Rayon looked ahead in surprise. Renan raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Martha opened her jaw and exclaimed that Rayon had done it. And Ben said that he was able to kill the phantom. Raising his sword above him, the young master said that he could not relax because Eden's squad of green ghosts was somewhere nearby, and for the prosperity of the village and the peaceful foothills, they had to destroy them. With their mouths wide open, the guys obeyed the order of the commander. The warriors smiled happily. The guy turned to Rayon, after which he looked at him sharply, clenching his fists. The young man said that he was right because if he hadn't brought help, they would have already been killed on the way to the forest. And besides, all the inhabitants they were supposed to protect would be gone. Parting his lips, the student thanked Rayon and apologized for disobeying his orders and also noted that even if he had turned back time, he would still have gone to their rescue. Placing his palm on his chest, the disciple explained that he believed that the true swordsman of the Sieghart family would never back down in the face of injustice. Rayon, turning away, called everyone good. The girls, frowning seriously, listened attentively to the fact that thanks to the fact that they fought at full strength, he was able to deal with the phantom, and each of them made a huge contribution to the victory. Looking at his sword, Rayon said that if at least one decided not to help him, then it is not known how it would end. The young master, clenching his fist, said that he was therefore very grateful to everyone and spoke seriously from the bottom of his heart. Lowering his eyebrows in displeasure, Ben exclaimed that he had no idea what had suddenly come over him, but he would still get stronger so that such a disgrace would not happen again, and next time he would be able to act on his own instead of relying on him. Rayon noticed that Martha also did a great job because she distracted the green phantom, giving him time to recuperate, which made him close her lips in surprise. Looking at the lady, Rayon thanked her for following his orders. The student grinned contentedly. Closing her eyes, the student explained that if she couldn't even do that, it would be better to put her head in the news right away, and then said that she would go to the village and help them with the restoration work and let him rest for the time being. Leaning down, Rayon wondered if their mission had finally come to an end. Through the sweat on his face, Rayon thought that he had relaxed too much, and now his legs could no longer hold. Suddenly, the young master fell to the ground. Renan, having caught Rayon, asked if he was okay, to which he asked a counter-question. Whether she also stayed here and noticed that he was about to fall. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that it was just like during his usual training, and it seemed to her that all his strength had left him. Smiling slightly, Rayon said that he understood and muttered that he wasn't the only one looking after them all this time. But it turned out that the guys were paying attention to him. Happily closing his eyes, Rayon thanked his partner. After a moment, Rayon turned his gaze to the side. System notifications appeared which said that in a difficult battle he demonstrated the ability to overcome the boundaries of the possible and all stat points were increased by 1, and also successfully ambushed a stronger enemy and destroyed an enemy superior in strength and class. The young master looked at his stats and thought that it was the result of his victory over the phantom and added that all the stats had increased and in addition he had gained a new title and ability. Standing up abruptly, Rayon decided that he would look at everything in detail later. And then he said that he was already better and therefore Renan could go to the village. And in the meantime, he would check if there were any unfinished enemies nearby. Sitting on a rock, Rayon said that the title of Indestructible Spirit was much better than he expected. A system screen appeared. And at the same time, Rayon noticed that 3% may seem like a small value, but the stronger it gets, the more the stat points will increase. And now he will often face such opponents, and therefore the new title will be very useful. The system wrote down the characteristics of the skill, and Rayon, raising his eyebrows, muttered that the invisible strike looked like a special assassin's move, and wondered that if he had wielded it before attacking the phantom, he would have been able to kill it immediately. Suddenly, Wrath opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he had received so many rewards after fighting such a weakling, and then exclaimed that although he had developed this system himself, he would never understand what it was doing. Smiling, the lad said that he was getting stronger every day because of him. And then he thanked Wrath, who replied that he would show him and eat it piece by piece until he died in terrible agony. Waving his hand, the young master said that he should try if he could. Closing his eyes, the Demon King shouted loudly. The Sieghart family was working together to rebuild the village, and it was heard that more would need to be brought, and the teenagers asked where to put the logs, and at the same time, the young men reported that they had finished building the fence. Rayon's gaze was thoughtful. Touching his forehead, Rayon explained that he wanted to lie down for a while, but it seemed to him that he accidentally fell asleep. Suddenly, Rayon opened the door. Looking in the direction of the guys, Rayon muttered that the construction of the wooden fence was almost completed while he slept. Renan, holding a bucket of water in her hands, asked if the young master had woken up and how he was feeling, to which he replied that he felt much better after taking a short nap. The girl asked the guy to go with her, and added that everyone was already waiting for him, and at the same time he parted his lips and asked who was waiting. A bright flame appeared and the lady said that the villagers of Sibiu had been waiting for it. The man leaning forward said that all the inhabitants of their settlement had come to express gratitude to their saviors, namely the swordsman of the Sieghart family, and then added that he was very grateful for the help in protecting the village. The woman, holding the child in her arms, grinned happily, and it could be heard that they had put their own lives on the line to help them. The elders said that their valor and bravery would forever remain in their hearts, causing the young master to raise his eyebrows in surprise. A moment later, Rayon turned around. The expression on the faces of the guys was joyful. Parting his lips, Rayon thought that he felt the respect of his comrades, their aspirations, honesty, and sincerity in the heartfelt words of the villagers. Previously, Rayon walked through a puddle, and now he mutters that he feels it for the first time because in his past life being an assassin, he has never felt anything like this. Rayon was standing by a cliff, and he noticed that he was surrounded only by death. The young master frowned seriously and explained that his entire life had been dedicated to Darius. In the past, the guy had held a bloody knife in his hand, and now he said that no matter how many people he killed, no matter how many people he got his hands dirty, only Darius received awards. One of the strongest warriors of the continent closed his eyes contentedly. Lowering the corners of his lips, Rayon thought that this was the first time that his merits had been recognized. Standing in front of the villagers, Rayon wondered if this had ever happened before. Clenching his fist, Rayon muttered that grief was growing in him, and he wanted this to happen more often, and he also wanted to be looked at more often with such admiration and gratitude. A view of the night sky opened up, and at the same time, the young master decided that from that moment on, he would throw off the way of life of a hermit murderer and live like a swordsman, and more than once receive the approval of the rescue people. The moon shone brightly in the sky. Looking up, Rayon said that from now on, he would live like this. The disciples looked at each other. Rayon asked if the chief would have a spare minute, to which the elder turned around and replied positively. A wooden structure was visible. Crossing his palms, the elder clarified what he wanted to ask him. Standing in front of the head of the village, Rayon asked if he knew who controlled the orcs who attacked his village, after which he said that the blue-haired swordsman told him everything and heard that Eden was one of the 5 demons. Through the sweat on his face, the old man said that he did not understand at all why they decided to attack them since their village was very small and unremarkable. Clenching his fists, Rayon said that Kambar had told him that he had once found a red stone in the mountains of Sibiu. And then the elder explained that when he was young, he had stumbled upon it in the mountains and brought it to the village. Lowering his eyebrows, the young master remarked that this was true and added that Eden had come here for the sake of this stone. Looking down, the elder asked if it was all because of him, and then exclaimed that he had almost reduced the village to rubble. Introducing the evil orcs, Rayon said that this time they were able to stop them. But if the stone remained here, Eden would come for it again and continue to attack the village. The settlement leader's expression was frustrated, and he said that after burying it in the ground, the land became much more fertile and the village became much warmer, and they also perceived the stone as a blessing from their local deity. But because of it, Eden was ready to destroy them. Stretching out his palm, the old man asked what they should do now and whether they should dig up the stone and throw it away. Rayon replied that he would take him with him. And at the same time, the chief, looking ahead, asked if their savior would take him away. Parting his lips, Rayon explained that Eden believed that this stone could revive the dead, and even if they hid it in the mountains, the sect would still find it, and therefore would take it with them to the house of Sieghart. After which, the elder exclaimed that if he did so, the cult would come for them, and added, "How could he so ungratefully give this deadly burden to their savior?" Placing his hand on his chest, Rayon said that everything was fine because this was the path of the Sieghart family. The look of the head of the settlement was sad. Closing his eyes, the old man noticed that it seemed that the Siegharts were again showing them a favor for which they could not repay. And then the young master asked if he had said it again. After introducing the fearsome monsters, the elder revealed that decades ago, when he was a little older than the boy, there was a moment when Glenn, the current head of the family, also saved their village. Through the sweat on his face, Rayon asked about the head of the family, to which the elder replied that he saw it clearly as day. The young king of the north appeared, and at the same time the head of the settlement said that like the young man he had saved the village from the influx of monsters and looked at them with a smile on his face, and was very kind to them. Lowering the corners of his lips, Rayon wondered if they were thinking of the same person. Turning around, the old man said that he seemed to be completely hesitating and asked to follow him, saying that he would prepare the stone for him to pick it up. Sitting on the ground, the chief explained that he had buried him here and noticed that the stone he had brought to protect the village was now bringing great disaster upon them. And at the same time, Rayon clarified what the stone was wrapped in. Looking at the magical object, the elder said that this cloth had been passed down in his family for generations, and he wrapped the stone with it so that the red glow would not be visible. The unusual artifact emitted bright energy, and Rayon realized that this was the mana stone of the Goblin King. Imagining the magic crystal, the young master thought that if it fell into Eden's hands, then new monsters with the abilities of the Goblin King would appear. Through the sweat on his face, Rayon said that first he needed to hide the stone back. The unexpectedly tall warrior grabbed his chin and said that because of this cloth that hides the energy of the mana stone, he would never be able to find it, no matter how much he combed these mountains. The man said that if it hadn't been for this accident, this village would still have been razed to the ground. After which, Rayon, taking out his sword, asked who he was, and couldn't understand how he hadn't noticed his presence, even when he came close to him. After a moment, the blood-raving demon snapped his fingers. Smiling menacingly, the soldier asked who he thought he might be. Holding the helmet in his hand, the tall warrior noticed that it resembled an ogre. Standing in front of blood-raving demon, Rayon clarified whether he was blood-raving demon, the demon of Eden, to which the man asked a counter-question, whether he understood this from his helmet. Blood-raving demon, lifting the corners of his lips, said that he was smart enough even for a student of Sieghart. Squinting, Eden said that he had a strength that he couldn't accurately estimate, and added that he was the one who had killed the green battle ghost. With his mouth wide open, Rayon asked if he was his subordinate, and then said that he remembered clearly because he said that his superiors were not here. Putting a helmet on his head, the tall warrior said that he had previously entrusted him with the leadership of this mission, and if he hadn't killed him, he wouldn't have come here. Standing in front of the young master, the man thought that it was therefore his fault that he had to appear in person. Looking down in surprise, Rayon muttered that his body was shaking at his presence, and realized that even if all the disciples attacked him at the same time, they would lose. Wrath, being behind Rayon, explained that he would not be able to defeat him, and he only had two options. Smiling menacingly, Wrath said that he might die miserably if he tried to defeat him, or give him control of his body. Suddenly Eden slammed his foot on the ground. Hovering in the air, the Demon King noticed that he clearly did not have a third option. At the same time, the pupils of the Sieghart family were standing near a wooden structure. Bun crossed his arms and asked why she had come here. Martha lifted the corners of her lips and replied that she had heard that he was repairing the barricades and had therefore come to check on his work, and added that he had done a great job, and then asked if she thought he was much better at carpentry than swinging a sword. Frowning angrily, the guy said that if she checked everything, then let her shut up and leave. And at the same time, the girl said that he must respect his elders, and if he wants to ask for something, then let him ask politely because he is not someone who can give her orders. Renan held a basket of fruit in her hands. The student was asked what she was doing, after which, looking ahead, she said that she had brought fruit. Fruits appeared, and it was heard that the villagers had already brought them, and the apprentice explained that it was for Rayon, and added that they were fresher and tastier, and therefore plucked several. Raising her eyebrows, the lady asked if she was too helpful, for if you looked at them from the outside you might mistake them for newlyweds, and then announced that she was leaving. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. The girl turned sharply. The student's eyes widened in surprise. The student abruptly rushed from her place. The fruit basket hit the ground, and it could be heard that Rayon, and the chief had left in that direction, and they needed to prepare their weapons as well as call came with the 6th hall. Martha, shuffling her legs, exclaimed that this was the chief's house and clarified what was going on here, and then Blin shouted that if Rayon was fine then he should answer them. A moment later Rayon flew past his partners. The guys opened their mouths in bewilderment. The head of the settlement was lying on top of the young gentleman. Rayon opened his jaw sharply. Rayon threw Blin to the old man, saying that he was now in his care. Getting up, the guy ordered to quickly leave here. He frowned and shouted, saying to carry the chief to safety and run. Martha wanted to object, but they all froze, feeling an oppressive aura. Renan, falling to her knees, said that it was difficult for her to breathe, as if her lungs had stopped working. The demon, stepping towards the group, said that a very nice company had gathered here. Looking up, the Sieghart family members saw a demon with unusual armor in front of them. This mutant was Eden's officer, Blood-Raving Demon. He looked at them and said that they were just weaklings. Even though they had a big name, they couldn't resist his presence. Martha and Renan trembled with fear. Rayon, who was bleeding, screamed, asking if they all wanted to die here. If not, then they needed to come to their senses quickly. The girls shuddered and stopped trembling. Frowning, the young man shouted at them, saying that if they stood like pillars, they would simply be killed. They needed to concentrate their aura to resist the pressure, and then get out of here. Glenn should run to the village and evacuate the villagers. The guy immediately ran, obeying the order. Martha and Renan, who had grabbed their swords, froze as Rayon ordered them to stay back and prepare for diversions. They should not even think about attacking. The young man stood in front of them, telling them to be on the lookout. Dr. Rimmer had often told them to be able to exceed their limits. Now was the moment. Martha frowned, looking at the blood-raving demon. Rayon, who was standing in front of her, said that it was time to cross the boundaries of his body and mind. Blood-raving demon chuckled and said that he liked his attitude. Squinting, he asked if he thought that alone would be enough to win. The young man, looking at the mutant in front of him, mentally said that behind him were their recruits, the village of Cebu and its inhabitants. If he retreated, it would be over. He had to defeat the monster at all costs. The guy shifted his foot slightly. Rayon didn't know what to do. It was as if he was at the edge of a cliff leading to a bottomless abyss. It would be hard for him to fight such an enemy, even in his previous life, and even more so now. Resting his hand on his side, the demon asked if he would just stand still and watch, despite the fact that he claimed to attack him at any moment. Standing up for a snatch, he said that it was pointless. His figure abruptly disappeared from his place. Rushing at the guy, the demon said that if he didn't attack, he would attack personally. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Blood-raving demon was faster than before. Flames broke out around the young man. He used the Thousand Lights technique. Fire rushed towards the mutant. He clenched his fist and said that he had good strength. The monster struck the wall of flames. Rayon gritted his teeth as he realized that blood-raving demon had easily broken through the Thousand Lights technique and attacked him. The guy blocked his fist with his sword. He suddenly stepped aside. Rayon clenched his jaws. The young man barely dodged. If he hadn't had time to read the direction of the blow with the ring of fire, he would have been dead by now. Rayon frowned. He wanted to retreat, but he could not do this. Rayon enveloped the sword in flames. He was about to show the people watching the battle and the other attacks of the mutant. In this case, they would have a slightly better chance of surviving. They would increase by 1%. The young man rushed at the blood-raving demon. Blood-raving demon crouched down and shattered the ground. He jumped, saying that the fire that disappeared with half a kick was no good. Blood-raving demon was in the air. Rushing down, he offered to have fun. Rayon covered his face with his hands from the gust of wind. He jumped to the side, dodging blood-raving demon's attack. Blood-raving demon's blow kicked up a huge amount of dust. Getting down on one knee, the mutant said that his flames were very different from an ordinary aura. He kept wondering how the green phantom had lost to him. He believed that it was all his own stupidity. But after seeing his strength, he understood the reason. Standing up, Blood-Raving Demon said that now the whole situation looked even more pathetic. He would not be touched by the flames. He had to guess why. Trembling, Rayon said that he knew the reason. It was all about his helmet. It contained the power of the ogre. Forest fires are not able to injure an ogre. Blood-Raving Demon fiercely defends its territory when an ogre steps on a castle. It is not afraid of protective fires or fire arrows. Blood-Raving Demon is able to take power from this monster. Blood-Raving Demon stood in front of Rayon and said that he knew for sure that no matter how strong his aura was, he was not afraid of it. He even felt sorry for him. Raving demon flinched when Rayon said that since the fire did not work on him, he would simply use something else. A cold aura enveloped the guy. Blood Raving demon squinting said that he had already managed to surprise him with his power of fire. But it turned out that he was able to change the element of his power and strike with the same power. Such was amazing. Rayon sighed in the cold air. The frosty air hung around him. Looking at him, the demon asked who he was. The young man, pouring the power of cold into the sword, said that he should not care about his personality. Frowning, Blood Raving demon called the guy impeded. The two opponents abruptly rushed to attack each other. An explosion thundered from their collision. Bun, arriving at the battlefield, asked Rayon if he was okay. However, when he saw his brother fighting the Blood Raving demon, he froze. He opened his mouth in shock, mentally saying that this wasn't the fire aura he usually used, but the power of cold. Could it be that he could use two different types of power when he had managed to become a sword master? Rayon, holding the sword in his hands, was calm. The warriors of the continent, depending on their strength, are divided into many classes. Any weapon, including swords, serves as a confirmation of the level of the aura of its owner. Those who have just begun to study the use of the aura are called beginners. When an aura user further improves their skills, they become able to release their aura. And an aura expert is one who can transform their aura into a sword. If Rayon could use the aura sword in this fight, then he had reached the level of an expert. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for him being able to resist the Blood Raving demon. Bun froze with his mouth open, realizing that Blood Raving demon was at the highest stage of an aura expert. At that moment, the guy realized that Rayon continued to strike at Blood Raving demon. However, they did not inflict any damage on him. Rayon shifted his gaze to the side. He was surprised to see his brother. Bun flinched when he realized that his brother had deliberately attacked Blood Raving demon so that he would open up. They had trained so much in the fifth hall that he could read everything in his eyes. Martha and Renan were immediately near him. Renan nodded, looking at the girl. Martha glanced at her and nodded in response. Bun gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. The trio frowned. They were Segs and they had to protect the village. Rayon charged into the attack, infusing the aura into the sword. Blood Raving demon fist and the sword collided. Blood Raving demon squinted and chuckled. Rayon, glancing at his comrades, shouted, ordering them to attack. The trio immediately rushed to Blood Raving demon. They swung their swords, believing in their victory. The Blood Raving demon didn't raise his head, only looking at Rayon. His eyes flashed as he said that he expected this from insects. An aura of darkness burst out of his body. Bun let go of the sword from his hands. He realized that Blood Raving demon had released astral energy around his body. It turned out that the demon was at the level of an aura master, not an expert. Clenching his fists, Blood Raving demon said that he had previously thought of killing them later, but they made it easier for him. Exuding an eerie aura, he said that it was always very amusing to watch hope light up in his eyes and how she drowned in the depths of despair. Swinging for a blow, he said that they would all die today because of their conceit. Blood Raving demon's fist rushed towards Rayon. The young man holding out his sword in front of him said that he was not the only one who had expected this. Combining all the killing intent that the guy had accumulated in his previous life and adding the coldness of the frost aura to the Thousand Lights technique, Rayon concentrated everything in the lotus. At one point, the guy's sword glowed from the glove aura. He used the 10,000 Lights technique. The end point. The sword struck Blood Raving demon's chest. A residual aura erupted from Blood Raving demon's back. Blood Raving demon frowned as he felt the pain. He fell to his knees in front of his opponent. Rayon was breathing heavily. He frowned and cursed. The Blood Raving demon grabbed his blade and said that it was amazing. He even focused his aura to attack him. When his defenses weakened, he could die if something went wrong. His fist rushed towards the guy. The young man was thrown back by a blow, breaking the blade of the sword. The Blood Raving demon said that he was too weak. They were not even worth comparing. Rayon gritted his teeth. He thought that he would be able to attack the breach when the opponent's aura weakened, but did not take into account that he would not be able to break through his muscles. Blood Raving demon stopped the blow with his strengthened skin and muscles. Rayon now realized that the titan in front of him was an aura master. Sweating, he said that plans were changing as the commander ordered all the students of the Zaggerts to retreat. Bun, clutching at the wound, was startled. Rayon, who was standing in front, shouted, saying that they couldn't win in their current state. They needed to retreat and evacuate the villagers. Frowning, Rayan shouted, telling his brother that dying together in vain was not their family's way. He needed to do what he had to do. Bun gritted his teeth. He led the disciples, ordering them to concentrate on retreating away from the blood-raving demon. They must save as many people as possible. Renan turned around and told Rayan that he couldn't just die. The young man smiled at her. The blood-raving demon standing in front of Rayan asked if he really believed that these insects would be able to escape. Frowning and understanding something, he said that he believed he could hold him back until they ran away. Rayan summoned the Demon King and offered him a bet. Grinning, the personification of wrath said that now it was the king's turn, but it was better to bet that he was clearly going to fight to the death. Looking down at the guy, he asked what he was betting. The guy replied, saying that the bet was that one of the two of them would die. The Demon King asked if he thought he could win. Rayan replied that it was almost impossible, so he would demand a little favor. Frowning, he told the king to restore his body and aura, and he would be able to reduce his resistance to anger. As he disappeared, the king said that if he died, all his stats and his torso would be useless trash, so he would restore it. But now he had to accept the Essence King's rage and feel it in his gut. The bones on Rayan's arm cracked. Tears appeared in his eyes. Rayan froze, feeling incredible pain. The demon, frowning, asked what had happened to him. Looking at the trembling youth, he said that he had an amazing ability to recover. It didn't look like he had drunk the blood of an ogre or a troll. It was beyond comprehension. Rayan pointed his sword at blood-raving demon and said that he didn't need to understand. Stopping trembling, Rayan said that he was ready to entertain him at least until dawn. Leading the crowd, Ben told them to move according to the instructions. If someone was injured or feeling unwell, they had to support them. And although it was difficult for everyone to move, they had to do it. There was no time. They had to get to another place as soon as possible. Martha, standing at the end of the group, listened as the students cursed and complained that the tragedy happened exactly when they came. The girl clenched her fist. The guys turned around when Martha said that Rayan had stood alone in front of these monsters for the sake of these people in them. Even with a broken arm and ribs, he was still holding back blood-raving demon. Frowning, she screamed, asking what kind of attitude they had. They didn't do anything and just stood there as if they were going to die so stupidly. Ben turned around and was amazed. He also clenched his fist, saying that now was not the time to be paralyzed. Waving his hand, he said that from now on they are speeding up. Crine has already gone to the nearest branch to request reinforcements. By this point, help from the family should already be on the way. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow appeared behind him in the forest. The people became agitated when they saw the ogre come out of the forest. Ben's mouth dropped open in shock, not understanding why the king of the forest had come down so close to the village. The students turned around and said that another ogre had appeared. The members of the Sieghart family took up swords, saying that these monsters were working together and surrounding them. Martha flinched. She had heard that the people of Eden could control monsters. The reason why that bloody ghost ignored them and rushed at Rayan is now obvious. This demon, disguised as an orc, had released the ogres in advance and foresaw that this would happen. The guy standing next to her fell to his knees, saying that now they were stuck here and doomed to die. Ben stood in front of the two ogres, saying that Rayan was still fighting. If they died here senselessly, how would they be able to meet Rayan, who was holding off that blood-raving demon alone? Martha, standing beside the young man, said that this was a surprisingly reasonable statement for him. Renan approached and said that they should evacuate people. Ben, holding his sword in front of him, said in his mind that he could not die here. The trio rushed at the monsters. For them, this is the greatest respect they can give to Rayan, who is fighting alone for them. A gust of wind accompanied the trio. A gust of wind had wounded the ogres' bodies. The guy with his mouth agape was amazed. Clenching his fist, blood-raving demon told Rayan that he was clinging to his life like a leech. It was high time for him to surrender. The wounded young man leaned against the cobblestone. Opening his eyes, he said that this broken arm was a big hindrance. Looking at his hand, he said in his mind that if he cut it off, he would be able to fight a little longer. Looking up, Rayan wondered why he was doing all this. Now, every muscle and every skin cell was screaming in pain. Why was he enduring this pain that he had never experienced even in his previous life just to fight this monster? Looking down, the young man realized that in his previous life, he would have run away without hesitation. Suddenly, a lady appeared in front of Rayan. Sylvia, embracing her son, said that she wanted him to become a proud swordsman, a worthy knight of the name of Sieghart. The young man's eyes widened. He remembered his mother's words. The memories of his comrades who had been with him until now connected him with this place. Renan, who seemed indifferent, but in fact was the kindest of all, always brought food. Ben, who had started on the wrong path, but was now confidently moving towards his goal. Martha supported everyone with her unshakable faith and smile. Standing up, the guy said that it would be a lie to say that he did not become attached. He wanted to save those who became swordsmen worthy of Sieghart. The Essence King appearing asked if he was tolerating his wrath just to buy time so that his comrades could get out of his reach. Rayon replied by saying that he still had a bit of intelligence. The king hovering behind the young man said that he admired him. However, there was a limit to ignoring him. He would not be able to regain control of his body by catching up with his comrades and killing him. Suddenly, Rayon's body twisted in pain. He fell to his knees and screamed. Then the spirit said that he had lost the moment he accepted his wrath. He might be able to withstand his possession. But if he voluntarily gave up his body, there would be no return. The blood-raving demon looking at the fallen youth said that his limit had finally come, and he had just come up with a great idea. After passing by Rayon, he said that he would save him for last and kill his comrades first. It would be much more fun that way. Rayon gritted his teeth as blood-raving demon said that he imagined his expression as the heads of his comrades were torn off one by one in front of his eyes. Looking at the monster's back, he knew that his comrades, being at the level of a disciple, would not be able to withstand the master's attacks. He had to hold him back until everyone escaped. Blood-raving demon turned around abruptly as the young man revealed his full name. Standing up, he said that he was a descendant of Glenn Sieghart, the Northern Slayer King, and one day he would become the strongest swordsman of the continent. As long as his heart was beating, he would not be able to leave here. Holding out a broken sword in front of him, he called Blood-Raving Demon the Demon of Eden. Blood-Raving Demon turned around and said that at his age, such courage was amazing. A true warrior deserved such respect. Wrapping his fist in an aura, he said that he remembered his name. Seeing the attack approaching, the young man realized that he did not have the strength to dodge the attack. The young man closed his eyes. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. Wind swirled around Rayon. He looked up. In front of him, he saw the back of his mentor. Rimmer blocked Blood-Raving Demon's attack. Rayon smiled and said that he was too late. Rimmer smiled and apologized to his apprentice. Standing up, he said that now he could leave this place to him. Blood-Raving Demon, looking at the man in front of him, said that the Sieghart diamond sword itself had arrived here. Frowning, he asked how he had come here. Pouring the aura into the sword, Rimmer said that he couldn't just stand by and watch some squalor trample on young talents. Swinging for a blow, Blood-Raving Demon said that he could not even think that a warrior of his level would be put to babysit the disciples. The power of his family had clearly weakened. The shock wave parted from their collision. When the opponent swung his sword, Blood-Raving Demon said that he could still parry such a blow even if the balance in his body was already completely disturbed. So those rumors about the destruction of his energy core and the appearance of a limp were true. Chuckling, Rimmer said that he needed to trust more reliable sources. That before and now, he was also weak in obtaining information. How many years had it been since he left the front lines, since such rumors still existed? Narrowing his eyes, Blood-Raving Demon said that his swordsmanship had exuded a terrifying amount of killing intent. But now, the swing of his sword was like a breeze. As he stabbed, he said that there was no way he could cut it. His opponent dodged the attack. Sneering, Rimmer said that he was too cruel. Rayon, watching the battle, said that the instructor was quite agile in the air, like a leaf in the wind. When the teacher rushed towards the opponent, the guy said that many of his attacks were so precise and systematic that they gave him goosebumps. If he used all his strength, then the outcome would have already been decided. The young man's eyes widened in shock. He realized that the teacher had decided to show him his sword skills. Rimmer, who had shrouded himself in gusts of wind, was clearly a man. Rushing to attack, he told Blood-Raving Demon that he was so smugly belittling him, and he himself could not knock him down when he was so weak. If so, he should just throw away his helmet. Blood-Raving Demon abruptly appeared in front of Blood-Raving Demon, telling him to shut up. Rimmer managed to dodge the attack in time. Then the Blood-Raving Demon roared, telling him to stop clowning and fight him with full force. The man sneered. He had almost reached his limit, avoiding enemy attacks. It was time to demonstrate everything in practice. The young man shuddered when his mentor told him to look carefully. Straightening up, Rimmer said that he would see Sieghart fighting. Holding out his sword in front of him, he activated the sword field. The wind swirled and raged. The blood-raving demon looking at him mentally said that the swordsman had summoned a storm, and while it was raging he would be in the center of it. With the enemy's aura level, he could smash everything nearby, but then he would not be able to escape. Blood-raving demon bent his legs sharply, realizing that the only way to get out was to kill the enemy. Rushing at the man, he said that he would break Sieghart's diamond sword today. The ground beneath Rimmer's foot crumpled. He himself rushed at the enemy. The sword and fist collided, generating a clash of auras. A powerful explosion thundered in the forest. Rimmer was behind the enemy. Blood-raving demon, standing motionless, said that he had covered their bodies and auras with part of his strength and had concentrated all the wind from the center of the storm's eye in his sword. The sword of field should work like this. But he was not a direct descendant of Sieghart, since he had managed to create this. Rimmer smiled and said that it was not really a sword of space, but something close to it created by him from the borrowed forces of nature. The elves were very close to it. Looking at the moon, Blood-raving demon said that even though he had grown old and weakened, the tiger was still a tiger. Looking at Rayon, he said that if there was anything he regretted, it was that he couldn't kill that guy. He definitely had to finish off that puppy. Rimmer's hair stirred as he said that there was no way they could put in a word for him in front of their young king. Looking at the boy on the sidelines, Blood-raving demon said that he had the qualities of a king, but he shouldn't be arrogant. They had many talents that could stand up to even a monster like him. But today, he would admit defeat. Blood spurted from the wounds, and the blood-raving demon began to fall. Approaching Rayon, the elf asked him if he had memorized everything. Resting his hand on his side, he said that as a descendant of Sieghart, he should learn the sword of field. Smiling, he said that just as magicians create space with their mana, so do swordsmen create fields and spaces using their spirit level and aura blast. As a direct descendant, he will one day be able to use the sword field. The young man, holding on to his broken arm, listened as his mentor said that before that day came, he needed to gain as much experience as possible. Radiating a joyful aura, Rimmer asked if he had seen everything from beginning to end. Seeing the trio arrive, Rayon asked why they were there. Martha and Renan ran to the boy and screamed. Ben, standing beside him, said that he was very relieved to see him alive. Crossing his arms over his chest, Rimmer mentally said that old injuries make themselves felt after the fight. No matter how much you lie to your opponent about your health, there were only a few instances where descendants from the Sieghart family's side branches managed to use the sword field. When most of Rimmer's core was damaged, he used the sword field to simply maintain his state in battle as much as possible, thus keeping a calm demeanor. The man was smiling. He didn't regret anything. What Rayon had shown him after he had intervened in the fight was nothing more than the beginning of his emergence as the new king. This guy stood up even in spite of the pain and wounds. At this moment, the elf made the final decision. He would serve this child as a new master. At that moment, he even opened his mouth in shock. He remembered kneeling on the battlefield. He turned around when someone said that he was living like a dead man with a shattered core. But these children had given meaning to his life. Now the elf was raising new generations, always watching them from the shadows. Rimmer smiled as he looked at the students. Even so, he didn't feel sorry at all that his lifespan had become shorter. Of course, before his life came to an end, he would be happy to see this guy become the new king for himself. Renan, crying, hugged Rayon. The royal palace could be seen in the distance. The man, looking down, asked if Rayon had really fought the blood-raving demon of Eden. The teacher, smiling, replied that he knew that he would be surprised and deliberately rushed to him with a report in order to see the reaction. While the interlocutor exclaimed that he should quickly get to the point, remembering the young man in front of the monster, the coach explained that if he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it in real life and every word he said would be 100% true. Opening his eyes, the swordsman said that he was not the only witness, as the students from the 5th and 6th training halls who were on a mission, as well as the people of Cebu village, had seen the same thing. Introducing Rayon with a sword, the man explained that he fought the blood-raving demon alone. The king sitting in front of him noted that not every sworn master could handle such a monster and asked what the total losses were, while Rimmer replied that only a few people were slightly wounded, but Rayon suffered much more seriously during the battle, but managed to hold out until his arrival. The man, frowning, asked the question that he really thinks that such a thing can be believed. The interlocutor, reintroducing the hero, began to say that the story may indeed sound absurd, but he will have no doubts when he will be able to see what a master this man has now become. Remembering the flask with a certain liquid, the teacher also noted that he had fought valiantly with blood-raving demon, not inferior to him in strength, and he did not even regret using the elven elixir on the student. Glenn, bowing his head slightly, noted that it was extracted from the Tree of Life, and this thing was priceless, and apparently the teacher was too loyal to it. The interlocutor, exhaling, replied that it was unlikely. Putting his hands on his sides, the guy explained that he only wanted to give that person and the others any opportunities for growth. The king, squinting, said that everything was clear to him now. Glancing to the side, the head asked the servant to call the division commanders since they should arrange a large-scale reception upon the return of the recruits. The guest's gaze turned upwards as the king complimented him on his good work. Spreading his hands, the man began to say that he had not heard praise from him for a long time, and at least 20 years had passed since the last one. At the same time, the interlocutor noted that he would have showered him with compliments if he had not behaved like a fool and asked when the recruits should return. They were already entering the territory of the capital. Rayon was at the head when the teacher said that they would arrive in the very near future. The young man, looking somewhere ahead, realized that they had managed to successfully complete the mission to protect the village, even though it took a lot more forces due to Eden's invasion. Immediately after, the hero remembered how they helped to restore everything and then realized that due to the fact that the village was almost completely destroyed during the attack and therefore they delayed longer than planned to help the locals with reconstruction. He also remembered how he was lying in bed and realized that he was quite badly injured and therefore laid down in the house of the head of the village trying to recover as soon as possible. A demon appeared next to him after remembering that as soon as his eyes were opened, he immediately wanted to ask Wrath about the reward for winning the bet. And of course, the assistant insisted on cancelling the argument due to Rimmer's interference, but the reward was quite significant. Anyway, the spirit, gritting his teeth forcefully, asked why it was chosen, and the man wondered what was wrong with it. Bringing his finger to the notification window, the young man read the description of the Iron Will ability that was obtained as the second reward for betting, and immediately thought that he did not expect to receive something like this in addition. Smiling, the young man realized that with the skill, he would be able to fight by using the anger trait he had won in the argument. The demon looking at him couldn't understand how he could get an iron will and thought that he shouldn't have created such a well-thought-out system after all and remembered that he had arranged it so that it met the most necessary requirements of the user, and if it weren't for the rewards he would have easily managed to take possession of this person's body. Rayon, looking at the window of the system, continued to smile. Anger baring his teeth knew that he needed to calm down because he still had enough time. Remembering the young man during the battle, the demon knew that the time for his recovery and return was approaching because he had even managed to plant the seed of wrath in this child. Flying in front of him, the spirit also thought that for a human, he shows an incredible growth rate, so his victory is only a matter of time. Flying behind his back, the assistant realized that there was not much left, and soon the soul and body of the man would belong to him. And when he managed to descend to the ground, he and similar bugs would wriggle under his feet. All the recruits lined up in front of the main building. The man holding one hand on the hilt of the blade greeted all the guests. Orion's eyes turned white with fatigue and the others also said that this mission was indeed difficult. The commander standing in front of them noted that they were apparently tired from the journey but the time to rest had not yet come. The hero asked about the reason and he also asked them to go to the lord's estate. They were all already in this room. Rayon kneeling greeted the king. People standing on either side of the room whispered questions about whether this was the same Rayon who defeated the Phantom and fought the blood-raving demon, but at the same time looked like an ordinary novice swordsman. The guy closing his eyes remembered that he was initially worried about the sudden call. But now he understood that this was a great opportunity because all the highest ranks of the family had gathered here. Remembering his past enemy, the young man understood that he now had to prove himself worthy in future battles, which meant that he needed to show himself as quickly as possible. Having introduced the three heads of the family, the soldier knew that it was here and now in the face of all the heads of divisions and all the heads of families of the direct line that the eyes were directed at him, including Glenn Sieghart. Opening his eyes, the hero remembered that this person performs various techniques in public and in person, and also always rewards everyone according to their merits, which means that there is only one way. The guy, without looking up, knew that they needed to prove what they had achieved and find a teacher who would teach him even more. The king sitting on his throne said that he had heard that recruit Rayon had performed better than others on this mission, and added that he was now waiting for a detailed report. The young man raising his head replied that he would tell him everything. Rising to his feet, the man revealed that it had all started when he had noticed the presence of a scout in the mountains of Cebu, and had managed to catch the phantom by surprise because he was searching for a mana stone hidden in the village. Karun's eyes widened as the swordsman said that they thought the battle was over. But suddenly, the village was attacked by a blood-raving demon, most likely due to a lack of communication with his tribesmen, and he had to take on the role of bait. Worrying that the demon could cause irreparable damage to the village and his comrades, the man, looking at him, shouted a question about how he dared to lie to their faces. The young man shifted his gaze towards this man, as the steward continued to shout that they couldn't trust the words of this scoundrel. After all, the phantom alone would kill all the recruits, not to mention the villagers, let alone his lies about the wild blood demon. Rayon, looking back, asked his friend to bring those things, who answered in the affirmative. Immediately afterward, the man unwrapped the bag with the severed heads. One of the men, standing next to his comrades, said that these were the heads of the phantom and his brethren, and apparently his words were true. The hero, looking at the king, asked permission to draw his sword, who in turn gave his consent. Immediately after, the fighter began to draw the blade from the scabbard. Bright flames began to appear around him. People around me watching this said that this was the same aura sword. And could it be that this person was the same descendant of the clan whose sword aura had struck everyone during the ceremony? And with such strength, it was indeed possible to easily defeat the phantom. The young man holding the sword in front of him asked if this would be enough for them. The steward gritted his teeth and realized that this damn half-breed had reached the level of a sword master. And if it weren't for those helmets, no one would ever believe them. The siblings' eyes widened as the king began to talk about how this man was the first among the recruits and disciples of the 5th and 6th training halls. Looking down, the man said that he had done an excellent job. The guy still standing in front of him realized that when he heard his praise, it seemed to him that only the two of them remained in the hall because everyone else was dumb surprised. And until that moment, the maximum praise from Glenn consisted of words about good work. And now, for the first time in a decade, he said to someone that it was excellent. The two comrades bowed their heads slightly as Rayon remembered that some of the recruits could not hold back their tears when they heard his remark. Remembering how he stood in front of him, the man knew that after completing the report, he showed him the red mana stone and told him about the goal that Eden was pursuing. And as a result, all the fighters were awarded bronze medals and he was also awarded silver. As he left, the guy could not believe that he had expected too much because he believed that he would be able to get an additional reward for revealing the demon's plans. But there was nothing to be done and apparently he would not reach the new path of the swordsman. The spirit appearing nearby noted that he had not received anything even after giving out such significant information. The hero frowning thought that after achieving the 1,000 lights technique, he began to trust the king a little more. But apparently he shouldn't have relied on him so much. The young man suddenly turned around when someone called out to him. The servant with his hand on his chest asked if he would be able to visit the annex that evening and the soldier asked why he needed to go there. Smiling, the interlocutor replied that the head of the clan had ordered him to be brought to him and apparently wanted to give him a second reward. A woman going to her son said something. Putting her hands to his face, she said that she had heard that he had fought against Eden's own servants and asked about the condition of his arm. While the young man replied that he was fine, as his condition had already returned to normal. His mother, embracing him, apologized for saying so much to him and demanding that he behave in a manner befitting Zieghardt. Looking down, the woman explained that she was worried that everything happened because she simply behaved incorrectly because he was fighting against demons alone. Tears began to come to her eyes after his words of gratitude for all those words. Holding her hand, the hero explained that when he encountered the blood demon, he initially wanted to drop everything and run away because he had no confidence in victory, and he was so cowardly that he almost decided to use other students as bait. Her gaze was fixed on him as he said that he remembered her words afterwards, and how she wanted her son to live a life befitting the spirit of the clan swordsman. Rayon, standing in front of her, said that thanks to her words, he managed to fight like a true warrior of the family. Smiling slightly, the man also added that the only reason he was able to return home was because of her words to him as she said goodbye. The woman's mouth opened. Tears began to run down her cheeks. Falling to her knees, the woman began to sob. Light poured through the windows and the question was heard whether anything unusual had happened in his absence. The maid standing in front of him replied that she had received an order from the main building to return and apparently they intended to remove her. The guy looking at her face understood that she would be punished if she had not informed them that he had become a sword master, and at the same time they would take out their anger on her for what had happened during the solemn meeting. But he could not allow Juriel to die now because she was a double agent, and he had to save her paying a considerable price. The hero sitting on the bed noted that if she wants to survive, then she should obey his plan. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man explained that instead of going back, she should send a letter saying that she had been appointed as Rayon's personal servant, and that the decision had been made by his mother because she had begun to worry about her son's condition. And in that case, the Martial Arts General Directorate would clear her of suspicion, as it would make it much easier for them to keep an eye on their family. Sweat appeared on her face as the Lord said that if it suddenly seemed that they were targeting her again, she should inform her that Rayon was recovering rapidly, which only the instructor and the head of the family knew about, and that it should be enough to prove their worth. Placing his hands on the bed, Rayon said that if she understood everything, then she should hurry up and write this letter, as well as carefully watch the expressions in it so as not to arouse suspicion on herself. The demon, appearing nearby, noted that every word and action of the owner reeked of stupidity, and asked why he had to keep a useless spy near him at all. The master, looking somewhere ahead, replied that it was not useless, and it would need to be used as a trap to strike at Karun. She lowered her gaze when Rayon realized that he did not want to use her, and then threw her to certain death, as he himself had done in the past. Looking back, the young man noted that there was one last thing left for today. An annex appeared and the man was heard saying that he had come at the call of his lord. The fighter was on one knee in front of him. The man, frowning, asked him to stop these formalities and get down to business, immediately after asking what style of movement he used during the mission. The young man, looking up, tried to understand why he suddenly asked about such a thing and replied that he believed that life depended on the professionalism of steps and movements in battle. And in this regard the river style used the basic steps that all recruits were taught. King, bringing his hand to his face, said that he understood everything and noted that this is a pretty good technique and can be used even after he becomes stronger. But its movements are too simple. So, in a fight with an opponent who is superior in strength, it limits the user's potential. Placing his hand on the armrest, the man explained that he had decided what the reward would be for valor in the battle against Eden's comrade. As he descended, the ruler said that he would personally teach him the style of steps that would suit him best. The boy's eyes widened as he realized that Glenn would be teaching him personally. The fighter immediately stood up when the coach said that he should watch carefully because he would only be given one chance. Flames began to appear at the man's foot. The king began to move forward. The guy with his mouth open thought that this was the style of movement of the most powerful warrior on the continent, and this was a great opportunity for him. Footsteps appeared on the surface of the water when it was said that Rayon had never seen the style of movement that Glenn had shown him because he moved quickly and at the same time slowly, and his step was light but heavy at the same time, and his steps were so free as if he could walk to the edge of the earth and back without difficulty. A lot of white birds circled in the air as it was said that the demonstration of this style was very short, but so perfect that it was instantly breathtaking and impossible to comprehend even with the help of a ring of fire. Some feathers flew somewhere deep down when it was explained that the king himself had said that this technique was called the Steps of Heavenly Harmony. And immediately afterwards, a notification appeared from the system informing him that the ring of fire takes into account the steps of heavenly harmony, and the process of learning the first step of divine advancement will be accelerated. The king, standing in front of him, asked if he had been watching carefully. But the guest replied that at his current level, such a technique was incomprehensible, and he had only managed to memorize the first step of everything that had been shown. The man, looking down, said that he understood everything. Turning away, the ruler noted that this was the end of their meeting, and it was time for him to return since he had been given a reward, and the rest would depend only on him. The young man, bowing, thanked him. The doors began to close. The servant standing beside him noted that he did not expect that he would decide to show him the technique of heavenly harmony steps. But there was concern that this technique was invented by the ruler himself, and it was unlikely that the young master would be able to comprehend such a complex science. The man frowned, but didn't answer. The assistant looked at the king as he began to say that he had only shown it to him once, but he had already understood the divine advancement, and the first stage was the basis of everything, since it contained almost half of all the other movements of the technique. Remembering how this young man stood in front of him, Glenn said that the guest instinctively understood that the entire technique was based on the first stage. Looking intently ahead, the man noted that he may not yet realize how important it is, but he will soon be able to understand what this stage represents, and one day he will definitely be able to master this technique. The hero brought his hand to his chin. Remembering how he had trained the skill, the fighter realized that it had been several days since the king had shown him the steps of heavenly harmony, and he had to continue training using the system. But even so, he could not learn to the end, and perhaps if he practiced a little more, he would be able to understand how it worked. The demon reminded him that he had already said that such a weakling was not able to learn such a complex technique. The hero suddenly turned around when someone shouted his name. His mother, jumping over the fence, shouted that she told him to rest, but the guy realized that it was impossible to say that her core of energy was broken. Approaching, the woman noted that he had promised and said that he would start training only when he had fully recovered from his injuries. While the guy asked her not to be angry and also thought that she was much more terrible than the Demon King. The soldier was already sitting on the swing. Remembering how his mother stood in front of him and screamed, Rayon realized that as a result, training to comprehend the steps of heavenly harmony was temporarily suspended. Although even so, he managed to train secretly, but there were some problems. The maid closed her eyes and asked if the young master was going to train. Looking ahead, the man remembered that Helen and the other servants had begun to watch him closely, so he had to take a real pause. Smiling slightly, the hero thought that it was not so bad to sit and relax sometimes. Someone appeared behind and exclaimed that they were in big trouble. A man arrived at this place when the maid said that Raden Sieghart had come to them. The fighter, looking back, noted that he had nothing to do in the annex and asked why he had come here, and immediately remembered that this man was the son of Balder, the fourth of Glenn. His eyes widened as he shouted that the man had attacked Sylvia and her servants immediately upon arrival. Keeping his hand on his belt, the man said that she had not even cleaned up the garden before the guest's arrival, adding that now she claimed that she had not received a letter with a notification of arrival. In turn, the mother replied positively because they really did not receive such a letter. Making an angry face, the man asked if she meant to say that it was the butler's fault or if the woman thought he was lying to her. And finally, the lady replied that she could not have imagined anything of the kind, asking her to wait a couple of minutes for them to make the garden look good. His mother sat down on the ground. In turn, the interlocutor thought that this annoyed him very much, adding that now the whole family should look into his mouth with admiration because he personally destroyed an entire branch of the cult of white blood, continuing that this was how it should be. But no one even said a word about his feat, because everywhere you can only hear talk about some boy named Rayon. The villain held a blade in his hand. The gentleman looked at the people, knitting his eyebrows. The young man wondered how dare that filthy man from the side branch take away his glory. Wondering how long he would be stuck here, saliva flew forward. The liquid appeared on his mother's hand. Knitting her eyebrows, the maid turned to the young master, noting that even for a descendant of the wind, he went too far, hitting the girl with his hand. The guy asked how she raised her voice, raising his leg. The man said that he was indeed a descendant of a direct branch of the family, so he was called its immediate superior, continuing that even if he blew her intestines, he would be forced to sit at home for a maximum of 2 days, asking a question about the fact that the bastard was shouting at her. Horror appeared on the mistress's face, asking the interlocutor to stop, making an angry face. The assistant said that Lady Sylvia should be careful, thinking that she would not allow him to harm her mistress, so she needed to intervene. Smiling, the opponent asked if he was the same Rayon, adding that he had arrived on time because the man was just about to find him, asking what was in the hand of Rayon. A sword appeared. Looking ahead, the enemy wondered if he really wanted to point his terrifying blade at him, continuing so that he would not forget that the villain was a direct descendant. Stretching his hand forward, the young man ordered him to lower his weapon and not to aggravate the situation. Closing his eyes, the man introduced himself as Rayon. Starting the attack, Rayon stated that he did not care. The assistant deflected the blow with his blade. In turn, the master said that the guy was crazy. Rayon knitted his eyebrows. There was a punch in the face. The interlocutor asked if the one he had just hit understood. In turn, Rayon answered positively, adding that he had just hit a robber who had snuck into their territory. Rayon swung for a blow, making a stunned face. The villain asked what he was talking about because he was the master in this house. Hitting his knee, the guy said that only his superior was talking nonsense here. Lowering his head, the man told them to wait a while. While the young man said that he was neither the lord nor the ruler of these lands, and their annex was not his home. Holding a blade in his hands, the man declared that this place was his family's home. Looking at the blow, the enemy began to scream. The swordsman ordered Rayon to move away while Rayon thought that he was wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Blade Division, adding that he was a warrior working under the head of the family. Asking why he was there, Raquel looked ahead. Pointing forward, Radin shouted about the Heavenly Blades, ordering the offender's head to be immediately cut off, saying that a mere collateral had dared to attack the descendant of the straight line. The knight stated that they were subordinate only to the head of the family, noting that the young master should also stop. In turn, the man ordered not to touch him. Making a tense face, the aide said that they should leave, adding that if they intervened in a conflict with the Heavenly Blades division, they would greatly aggravate their situation. The villain clenched his teeth tightly. Turning around, the enemy said that he would not forget what had happened, continuing that he had waited a little longer because he would soon find out what crime he had committed, adding that he would know how humiliating and painful the punishment was, that he would beg for death. Sitting on the ground, the maid asked for forgiveness because despite her age, she had acted very rashly. In turn, the mother thanked her for standing up for the mistress, answering that she was not to blame for this. Making a sad face, the woman said that she should not worry about what had happened because they would somehow figure it out. In the end, the son said that he would deal with everything himself. Holding a sword in his hand, Rayon said that in the end, it was he who succumbed to the provocation, which means that the consequences should affect only him, adding that they should not worry. Sitting on the throne, the Lord ordered them to rise. Looking ahead, the man said that he had heard that an incident had occurred yesterday, and the grandson replied that it had been, for he had sent a letter to the annex confirming his visit because he wanted to speak to his brother, but he had been greeted very coldly because no one had prepared for his arrival. Showing a confused face, the master said why Rayon had attacked him and the butler without any warning, adding that if anything had gone wrong, the guy would have stabbed him to death on the spot. The young man thought that apparently acting was much better for him than for wielding a sword because the opponent was fundamentally different from what he told him. Closing his eyes, the man declared that everything the Lord had just heard was a lie, especially the part where he swore that he had tried to calm him down. Going on to say that Rayon remembered his face crimson from shouting at them. Grabbing the opponent, the man began insults. In turn, Glenn ordered to stop immediately. Putting on a menacing face, the assistant asked if he did not understand who he was in front of. Snapping his fingers, the man said that they were saying completely opposite things, so they needed a witness from the outside. With his hand on his heart, the man greeted the Lord, saying that Raquel of the Heavenly Blades division had come at his call. While the Lord asked the boy to tell him what he had seen. Closing his eyes, the warrior said that the young master Radin claimed to have sent the letter, but that it had not been received in the annex and that Lady Sylvia and the maids were busy with the garden as usual, adding that the villain had come to visit that day. Showing surprise on his face, Rayon thought that he did not even expect this because he thought that the swordsman would protect Radin, the descendant of the direct branch, and would not take the side of those who live in the annex. And in the end, he is just telling the truth. Making a stunned face, the grandson heard his name. Knitting his eyebrows, the Lord stated that the man's words were very different from the testimony. Sitting on the throne, the man asked if he dared to lie to him, while the opponent replied that the most important thing was that the descendant of the secondary branch attacked his direct descendant, and such actions could bring down the entire hierarchy of their ancient lineage. Raising his head, the guy heard that the issue he raised was extremely important. But in this case, both sides of the conflict were guilty, so everyone would be punished accordingly. The rival asked if a simple punishment would be enough, while Rayon stated that he was ready to accept the punishment he saw fit, but asked to be allowed to do something necessary. Looking down, the master asked what was necessary, and the grandson replied that Rayon had killed his mother in front of everyone and had used physical force against their maids. Saliva was on the woman's hand. The opponent raised his leg, putting his hand on his heart. Rayon said that he should pay for it. Leaning on his arm, the man said that he had made it known that both sides were to blame for the conflict, adding that for starters, they were both badly ruined. Fire emanated from the man, asking if they had forgotten where they were. The villain clenched his teeth. Rayon knitted his eyebrows, thinking that his lungs seemed to be flattened by a powerful aura. Holding his hand on his heart, the young man continued to say that he had recently said that their lineage was a family of true swordsmen, suggesting that swordsmen only resolved conflicts with the help of a blade. Asking for permission to conduct a duel, Glenn looked at Rayon. The man stated that he thought it would be an entertaining spectacle, adding that they were allowed to have a sword duel. Glenn said that it would be held at the main training ground next week. Grinning, the father said that the duel would still take place with swords. In turn, the son replied positively, continuing that Rayon brazenly demanded a duel right in the presence of the venerable grandfather, noting that they had agreed that if the villain won the duel, the energy core of the boy would be destroyed, and if he lost, then he and the butler would have to apologize to the inhabitants of the annex. And in addition, members of the true martial arts hall would be banned from entering their homes from now on. Folding his hands, the gentleman declared that however talented he was only a son whom Sylvia had carried from who knows whom, ordering him to show his ally what the difference was between the direct and secondary branches. Making an interested face, the man said that my father should not even worry because at the time of the attack, I did not have a weapon with me because he took him by surprise, adding that he was no match in the art of fighting because his son had already reached the level of a sword master. The man said that it was worth doing, warning him just in case that he should not go into a rage and kill his opponent because if you mortally wound your opponent during a duel, it would be considered bad form, continuing that he simply cut the tendons on his opponent's hand. Smiling, his father said that he should simply take away his last hope and crush him. Looking ahead, the son replied that it would be done. Rayon held a sword in his hands. Looking out the window, the maid stated that Rayon would soon face off against Radin, asking if they should just stand aside and watch. Glancing away, the girls said that Radin was a sword master, and their young master had barely reached the level of a rookie, suggesting that they stop it before it was too late. Making a sad face, the mother thought that, as her friend had said, this sword duel was too dangerous, adding that if Rayon hadn't reacted so sharply last time, it could have been avoided. The enemy drew his blade, and it was clear that despite his stupid appearance, Rayon used a style of flexible sword, which had many variations because he specialized in striking into the enemy's open areas. And like his father, the guy became a completely different person in battle. A strange look appeared on the young man's face. Looking ahead, the woman said that they should rely on his strength. And in turn, the assistant asked that she would really allow this terrible duel. The lady said that she was also very worried. But she thought that her son would ask them to believe in him for a reason, adding that therefore they would believe in him. Rayon practiced with the sword. Holding something in her hands, the girl said that she had brought lunch, adding that there were several sandwiches so that he could have a snack on the go. Because now he spends a lot of energy on training, asking to eat slowly so as not to irritate an empty stomach. In turn, the gentleman thanked for the food. His hand reached for the plate. Suddenly, surprise appeared on Rayon's face. Holding the book in his hand, Rayon thought that it contained information about the flexible sword technique that Rayon uses. A book appeared with pictures in it. Lowering his head, the guy thought that. Moreover, the whole text was written very concisely and clearly so it could be read and remembered the first time, asking how she managed to collect so much data in a day and even fit it into a book. Turning his head, the young man said that recently the lady had also stood up for his mother, adding that now she had brought information about the villain and the man had not asked for it, expressing gratitude to Judiel. There was no emotion on the lady's face. Rayon held a blade in his hand. The opponent was lying on the sofa, making it clear that time passed, and the opponents spent it at their discretion. People stood in the arena, and it became clear that the day of the duel had come, to which the eyes of many members of the family were riveted, smirking. The man thought that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, continuing that the kid did not even know how much his hands itched to cut him into pieces. Noticing that he would chop him so that he would no longer be able to hold the sword in his hands, Rayon began to draw the blade from its scabbard. The judge asked the gentleman to come forward as soon as they were ready. In turn, the villain stated that he was very much looking forward to seeing his face after the fight. In the end, the guy asked if he would be able to see anything by the end of the fight. A drum appeared, marking the beginning of the duel. Rushing forward, the enemy said that the tricks would no longer work on him. Fire comes from the sword. The opponent wondered where he had disappeared. Behind the man was Rayon, knitting his eyebrows. The opponent asked how that fool ended up behind his back. In turn, Rayon said that this would be the first time. Showing his fist, Rayon said that today he would make the villain be on the verge of death 8 times. There was a blow to the face. The man fell to the ground, bleeding. The opponent thought about what had just happened, adding that he didn't see any movement at all, asking how the guy did it. Holding on to the handle, the young man ordered his opponent to rise, asking why he was lying on the ground. The man stated that he had already said that he would make him die 8 times, and the first time would be for lying about the letter, swinging. The enemy said that he would regret not ending the duel with 1 blow. People went on the attack. The gentleman's face was stunned. Lowering his sword, the warrior thought that it had evaporated again, adding that now he was firmly convinced that he would definitely hit with a blow. Attacking with a hilt, Rayon asked where he was looking since he was on the left. Lowering his head, Rayon said that this blow was the price for spitting into the flower expressed by his mother. Punching, Rayon said that this blow was for trampling on the plant. Striking again, the guy said that he hit Helen, lying on the ground. The villain thought that this was impossible. After all, the opponent was simply using the basic sword technique and the movement style of the river. Continuing that, moreover, he was sure that the young man's sword skill was at the level of a beginner, which was an order of magnitude below the level of a sword master. Asking why the man was losing, the man knitted his eyebrows. There was a blow to the head. Putting her hand on her heart, the maid said about the young master, thinking that Rayon could have ended the duel with the very first attack. But he continues the fight, giving his opponent a chance to counterattack because Rayon does not fight to win the duel. People exchanged blows. Placing her hand on the railing, the girl noted that this meant that Rayon was thus avenging the humiliation they had endured. The lady, covering her face with her hand, began to cry, thinking that he was avenging the silent maids, those who in this estate ruled by the strongest of the strongest. No one even held for people, continuing that the young master was fighting a duel with the descendants of the direct line to protect their honor. The opponents were fighting. Holding her hand on her heart, the mother was worried about her son. Lowering her head, the woman said that next to her father, who wanted only power and in a state where life was more and more uncomfortable every year, she always felt superfluous. Despite the fact that she was a direct descendant of the dynasty, and when she became so unbearable to be here, the lady ran away from home, turning away from the reality in which she lived, and this was her mistake. The girl fled somewhere, making it clear that the lady had to rely on her own strength to overcome the injustice that reigned in this cursed land. Because that was what Rayon was doing now. Because no matter how weak they were, they must muster up the courage to fight to the last with any enemy, whoever it was, so that they would not even dare to set foot on their territory. Rayon knocked the sword out of the villain's hands. Rayon's fist was heading towards the enemy. The enemy put out his hand for defense. By hitting his opponent, the guy made it clear that he was not running away, but was showing how resilient they should be. Lowering his hands, the young man heard that Rayon was completely defeated. So, the outcome of the duel was completely decided because the winner of the duel was Rayon. The man looked down. Rayon listened to the fact that he had become the winner of the duel. Grabbing the railing, the man asked how to understand this. Raising his hand, the head said that he had said that Rayon would certainly win. Making a happy face, the guy supported the leader, adding that he was their young master. In turn, the girl began to chant the name of Rayon. In the end, the girls said that they knew that he would win. Smiling, the assistant said that he had been serving the family for a long time. But this was the first time he had seen anyone so strongly support the collateral of a side branch, regardless of his status. Looking ahead, the Lord thought that he was really surprised by the fact that his comrades were so supportive of Rayon despite his status, adding that he was even more surprised by what had happened in the duel itself. Since Rayon still lacked experience, he still managed to use the steps of heavenly harmony. The swordsman swung his blade. The man stood behind the guy, saying that the steps of heavenly harmony were the steps he created by achieving enlightenment after overcoming his dark side, adding that an ordinary warrior would not learn this martial art, even dedicating his entire life to it. Continuing about the fact that Rayon had learned it in just 2 weeks. Looking ahead, the man thought that for his age, he was extremely popular. There was no emotion on Rayon's face. Listening to the applause of the audience, holding the sword in his hand, the master said that in the past he craved only power, so the family valued only strength, and he could not change the fact because he was already too old. Knitting his eyebrows, the Lord said that since he was aware of the injustice of treating the relatives of the side branch, perhaps one day he would be able to change this family after all. Standing up, the man said that since the duel was over, the conditions must be met. Surprise suddenly appeared on the man's face. Turning his head, the gentleman ordered the budget of the arts to be reduced by half for that year, adding that if he had to, he could invent any suitable pretext. In turn, the assistant laughed, replying that it would be done. The Lord looked at the people, making it clear that after that, on Glenn's instructions, the conditions of the duel were met. Radin confessed his sins in front of everyone, apologizing to his mother and maids, kneeling, and at the direction of the man, the Hall of True Martial Arts was forbidden to interfere in any way in the affairs of the annex. The guy was kneeling in front of the girls. The man put his hand forward. The ladies were happy, and it was clear that the maids were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, and tears of joy appeared on their faces as this incident had finally come to an end so they could return to their house together. The guys walked away smiling. The woman asked when her son managed to become so strong, adding that she was very surprised. In turn, Rayon replied that he would explain everything, but there was no need to cling to him so much. Smirking, the girl stated that at such moments, he looked like a completely ordinary boy, continuing that he did not look at all like the person he seemed a few minutes ago. Looking ahead, the lady said that given his skill level, it seemed that Rimmer wasn't lying after all, clarifying that she was talking about how he managed to survive against the wild blood demon. In turn, the colleague replied that she was right because Rayon's step and sword wielding were almost perfect, so it could no longer be described by talent alone. In the end, the lady stated that she would be able to put him to good use if he joined her division. Holding his hand to his face, the man offered to invite him to the Black Tiger Division after his graduation. In turn, the ally replied that he should not even think about it because he did not have the slightest chance. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the trainees of the 5th Martial Arts Training Hall would indeed have their graduation soon, and at the end of the final exam, they would have to decide where to join next, adding that if you think about it, he really did stand out among them. But Rayon wasn't the only capable student from this training ground who had said the names of the students. Rayon appeared. People were holding swords, and it was clear that these three also had enough talent and level to reach any heights. So the next selection ceremony promised to be extremely interesting. The maid asked if he really relied on such an outcome when he registered in the Duel of Swordsman. In turn, Rayon replied that he thought that he could say so because he was still sure of his victory. Exhaling, the girl said that he was a really terrible person, adding that at the same time he was extremely kind. Making a surprised face, the guy asked if she seriously thought so. Looking ahead, the lady declared that she was truly grateful that they had saved her from Karun. As she was leaving, the lady said that it was time for her to have a good rest. The man kept his hands on his feet. Looking out the window, the young man thought that the Mrs. expression was genuine, continuing that given her reaction and the way she was trying to protect Sylvia, this must be her sincere feelings, suggesting that she could already be told that the raging worm was not real. The building appeared against the background of snow-capped mountains. Smiling, the head greeted the Lord. The subordinate stood in front of the men. The man asked where he got so much jewelry. In turn, the leader replied that he made a very profitable bet or deal. But this was possible only thanks to Rayon. Smiling, the instructor said that moreover, he had managed to get elixirs for all the members of the 5th Martial Arts Hall. While the master thought that he was really boasting about extortion towards his son, closing his eyes, the man said that he did not think that he had come here only to show off his new jewelry, inviting him to tell what had brought him here. Sitting down in a chair, the man said that in that case, it was better to get straight to the point, adding that he had come here to propose to him. In turn, the gentleman asked about the offer, continuing that he was more than sure that he had already fully entrusted him with the training. In the end, the interlocutor stated that it was not about training. A cup of tea appeared. Placing his hands on his knees, the head said that he was asking for permission to change the final exam for trainees. Rubbing his beard, the Lord ordered to tell more about the changes in the exam. People were fighting each other, and it was clear that the current final exam was either to get recognition from the instructors or to spar between students. But those guys had already fought against the students of the Knights of Another Kingdom. And during the second mission, they had overcome a deadly mountain, and despite being only trainees, they had already managed to pass countless tests. The prince appeared. The monster's eyes burned with a yellow light. Smirking, the leader said that this was why he thought that the 5th Martial Arts Training Hall needed a new challenge. The instructor said that he thinks the format of the final exam should be survival. Holding the blade, the disciple stood on the mountain. The swordsman was walking off into the sunset, and it was clear that if they could survive outside without anyone's help, without using a surname, they would be able to become much stronger even if they didn't manage to become swordsmen right away. Holding out his hand, the man asked how this proposal was for him, assuming that it was not so bad. Starting to think, the man raised his head up, saying that he had really changed. Making a surprised face, the subordinate asked what he meant. Folding his hands, the master said that after the day when his energy core was destroyed and he had to leave the front line, the head had always remained sullen. But now everything was completely different after he met the trainees of the 5th Martial Arts Hall, adding that now he had the same passion as his disciples. The leader looked ahead. Waving his hands, the man asked him to wait, saying that he felt somehow embarrassed. In turn, the butler agreed, continuing that the expression of the master's face had recently changed a lot. Holding his head, the instructor replied that he had simply realized that he was not only a talented swordsman, but also an excellent teacher, continuing that he believed that he was quite capable of raising the next king who would certainly be able to surpass even the Lord, noting that he would do it with his own hands. And quite soon, his hand was stretched out in the direction of the interlocutor. Looking ahead, the master asked what he was saying about Rayon, and the head replied that no one could know because that person could be any of the 4 stars in the hall. Grinning, the Lord said that he understood everything. Turning around, the man said that in a week he would be waiting for a report from him regarding their final exam, adding that if he did not make it in time, he should pretend that this conversation had never happened. Documents appeared. Smiling, the instructor said that in fact he had already prepared everything. Standing among the students, the guy said that the head asked everyone to gather but did not come, adding that this happens every time because the instructor is late, asking if he had spent the whole night in the gambling house again and returned home only at dawn. Hitting the door, the man apologized for being late, saying that he had to look into the orphanage on the way. In turn, the guy replied that if he was going to lie, he could come up with something more plausible. In turn, the head said that he was not lying and it was all true. Smiling, the man said that he had an important announcement anyway, adding that he had thought a lot about it, but had made up his mind as soon as he saw them today. The master said that in short, their final exam would take place very soon, asking that they were not going to remain trainees forever. In turn, the guy stated that he had heard that usually the exam included obtaining the approval of the instructor or sparring, while Glenn replied that it was usually so, but their exam would be a little different so far. The interlocutor asked what he meant. The people held swords in their hands, and it became clear that they had accumulated a wealth of experience due to sparring with representatives of the kingdom, the battle with the alliance of the south and the north, and moreover, they managed to survive an unexpected attack from the enemies during the previous mission. Raising his hand high, the head said that this was why instead of some useless duel or getting approval from the instructor, they would go to the outside world alone and see with their own eyes how huge it was. Smiling, Rimmer stated that the theme of their final exam would be survival, adding that in a month they would drop their status as trainees and begin their survival in various locations on the continent with only one sword in hand, continuing that there was an alternative exam for those who were afraid. People looked at each other. Looking to the side, his friend asked if he would agree to take part in this and Rayon replied positively. Glancing ahead, the girl said that in that case, she wanted to too. The student said that he was sure that the instructor was doing this for a reason, so he also agreed. In turn, the lady said that she had been accustomed to this kind of survival since birth. Smirking, the man asked that not only Rayon would participate in this, wondering if it seemed that this decision was too easy for them, adding if they at least had an idea where he wanted to throw them, continuing that especially Rayon being one of the best trainees with his opinion, he could push others to a rash decision. Looking ahead, the boy said that he had no doubt that this journey would not be easy, but he was sure that he would not approach this matter half-heartedly, noting that after all, he had never given them a test that would be too difficult for them. A smile appeared on the head's face. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, he said that this was commendable, but one should not expect indulgences, adding that in this case, he would announce the destination of each of them. Putting his hand on his belt, the man made it clear that people were going to the Levine Desert for Buen, Sand Canyon for Martha, Kadam Jungle for Renan, and Haben Castle in the northeast for Rayon. A look of surprise appeared on the young man's face as he thought of Haben Castle. Looking down, the instructor said that after the battle where the warriors had to fight the monsters that came daily from the North Sea and the Stalin Mountains, it was such a terrifying place that people called it the hellish battlefield because the warriors here don't even have time to sheath their swords. Sitting down, the interlocutor said that the volume would be extremely difficult. But this also applied to the others, adding that they should not forget about preparation because there was a whole month left before their departure. The girls looked at the master making an uncertain face. The maid asked that Madame didn't think that Rayon had been training even harder lately, continuing that Rayon had been doing it for several days in a row, so he had even begun to sleep less. Looking ahead, the lady said that, to be honest, she would like him to refuse this exam because that place was still very dangerous. Looking ahead, his mother stated that she was right. But at the same time, it was a great opportunity for growth, suggesting that he was trying to get in better shape since Haben Castle had been designated as a place for his exam, adding that all they had to do was discreetly support him so that he could fully focus on his training. Fury appeared on the face of Rayon. Swinging his sword, Rayon thought that he was starting to get tired because the thing was that for a week after announcing the details of the exam, he had continued to increase the intensity of his training. But no matter what, she still felt that it wasn't enough. The young man stood in front of the horde of monsters, saying that the monsters of Haben Castle had strong skin and huge size. They were difficult to cut even with a blade, and since the art of wielding the family sword involved a balance of attack and defense, he was doomed to be at a disadvantage. Holding the sword in his hand, the young man thought that he could use the Thousand Fires technique. But because it was so powerful, it consumed a lot of aura, which could be bad for long battles. Lowering his head, the man stated that at this time, the Ring of Fire was helping him to compensate for this shortcoming. But he couldn't rely on these two techniques forever. Preparing to attack, Rayon said that there were only 3 weeks left before his departure, so he should learn as much information as possible regarding Haben Castle and the technique that could complement the Thousand Fires technique. A wave of the weapon rang out, indicating that the attacking sword art had been used. Turning around, Rayon thought that in order to get what he wanted, he would need to make some investments. Sheets of paper lay on the table. Putting on a serious face, the Lord asked if he had decided to acquire a new technique with the help of silver metals. Without looking up, Rayon answered positively. Looking ahead, the man said that it was up to him to decide how to use them, asking if he hadn't told him that he was going to spend them on something else. The guy said that it was so, adding that he planned to use these metals to restore his mother's status. In turn, the interlocutor asked if he had changed his mind. In the end, the grandson said that after the task in Cebu village and the last duel, he understood something. The gentleman said that he was listening attentively. With his hand on his heart, the young man said that he had achieved amazing results during that mission, especially considering his current situation, but that he had only received a silver medal as a reward. Going on to say that it was then that he remembered the Lord's words that he had said that it would not be easy to achieve this. Raising his head, the man stated that since he couldn't change anything with silver medals since gold medals were needed to restore his mother's status, Rayon would prefer to use the items to become stronger and be able to collect gold medals. Suddenly, a black book appeared next to his hand, and it was clear that this was all true, adding that since he was going to Haben Castle, this technique would come in handy, continuing that if he did not believe, he could choose something else. The book flew into the hands of Rayon. The book that was in the hands of Rayon was called The Fangs of Insanity. Looking at the work, the guy hoped that Glenn would give him a worthy award, adding that the master had chosen this technique for him, so there was no doubt about its effectiveness. Lowering his head, the young man said that she would gladly accept this book. And in turn, the man replied that he should continue to work hard, asking if he would allow him to ask him one question. Surprise appeared on the man's face. Looking ahead, the Lord said that since he had come to him in search of a new technique, he already knew what happened. Glenn was wondering if he had not been frightened when he learned that the exam would be held there, and asked why he had not refused. The grandson looked up, replied that after the battle with the villain, he understood something. The grandfather asked what he understood. The monster appeared and it became clear that the unexpected death duel had ensured his growth comparable to a year of training because he realized that in order to become stronger, he needed to get into situations in which he had to exceed his limits. And besides, the instructor would never give them an impossible task. Putting his hand on his heart, the warrior said that he had no doubt that this adventure would be difficult and painful. But it seemed to him that it would make him strong enough that Rayon would be grateful for it later. Knitting his eyebrows, the Lord replied that he understood, asking permission to say something more before he left. Rayon raised his head up. Sitting on the throne, the master said that there were many ways to use the techniques, adding that he should expand the boundaries of his understanding. Bowing, Rayon thanked for the advice. Coming out of the throne, the leader said that this is why he appreciates it so much. Sitting down, the head noted that the guy could see right through him, continuing that there was nothing better for an instructor than a student who fully understood his intentions. Looking ahead, the master said that he was completely different from the other disciples who had serious flaws. In turn, Glenn asked what kind of teacher he was to insult his own disciples behind their backs, while the master replied that he did not expect him to give him the fangs of insanity. After all, the cost of this technique was equal to a whole gold medal. The Lord showed no emotion. Smiling, Rimmer stated that his love for his grandson was boundless as always. While the man noted that he was talking too much, in the end, the instructor replied that, to be honest, he had been talking much less lately, adding that fangs of insanity were a rather cruel technique, wondering if Rayon would be able to take control of it. While the master said that his task was only to hand over the book, and whether he would study it or not was his business. In the hand of Rayon, there was a manuscript. The demon was next to the master. A vein appeared on the Lord's face as the head spoke of the fact that despite his statements, he had given him the most important advice, drawing attention to his grandfather's love for his grandson. Using magic on the interlocutor, the man said that nothing would help him. Getting to his feet, the master said since he was so good at talking, he must have already recovered from the after effect of the previous battle. In turn, the subordinate asked the man to stop and calm down because the head had not yet fully recovered. Swinging for a blow, the Lord replied that in his opinion, the instructor had fully recovered, continuing that it was time to teach the lesson. In turn, the teacher asked for forgiveness. Turning around, Rayon heard a scream from the building. Sitting on the bed, the guy asked if this technique was really worth a silver coin. Making a surprised face, the young man saw something strange. A wolf appeared, and it was clear that Fangs of Insanity was an intuitive technique of the highest class, which was fully true to its name, and its essence was to continuously attack the opponent in order to bite into his throat. Like the fangs of a wild beast, people began to fight, making it clear that intuitive techniques cannot be learned in theory. They can only be honed through combat experience. It is because of this, in an attempt to master the technique, that Rayon conducted countless sparring sessions with other trainees, but let go of the sword only the day before the final exam. An attack rang out. Rayon looked tired. Holding the sword in his hand, the young man thought that he wasn't accurate enough, adding that he wouldn't stop until he reached perfection. Holding the blade in both hands, the young man made it clear that at some point the students were no longer able to spar with him, and he finally got closer to understanding the true essence of the Fangs of Insanity, and did not notice at all how quickly the time had passed because the final exam would begin tomorrow. Lowering her head, the girl stated that there had been even more bruises lately. Removing the blood from the body, the maid asked that he did not think that he was overworking himself a little, especially considering the fact that the final exam was already tomorrow, knowing that the mistress would certainly be worried as she found out about the wounds. In turn, Rayon replied that it was all because of the endless sparring in order to master the Fangs of Insanity. In the end, the lady said that this is why they personally deal with wounds. The lady's hand was removing the blood, and it was clear that before leaving, Rayon would like to tell something. The girl said that she was all ears. Closing his eyes, Rayon said that he had lied to her when he said that he had fed a rampaging worm, adding that judging by the silence, she already knew it. Sadness appeared on the maid's face. The girl stated that she did not know, but only guessed. In turn, the guy asked how she could have guessed. In the end, the lady replied that at first she really believed that it was a raging worm. The lady lowered her gaze, saying that at that moment she simply did not admit the thought that it could be a lie, noting that she was frightened, and all she could think about then was the desire to survive. However, the warm attitude of the residents of the annex calmed her down, adding that besides, the young master treated her like a person, and he didn't ask for anything in return because he even came up with a way through which she was able to escape, avoiding the suspicion of the General Directorate of Martial Arts. His mother was smiling. The man held out his hand. Without changing her emotions, the girl said that she had finally understood something after several more similar incidents, continuing to say that the expression on his face with which he looked at Sylvia and the look with which they tried to warn her. After all, Rayon was only trying to protect the annex. Happiness could be seen on people's faces. The assistant said that this was why she suggested that he would not resort to using a raging worm. But the girl was not sure because this was only her guess, asking why he decided to reveal the truth. In turn, Rayon replied that it was because Judiel had changed. The lady's face showed surprise. Lowering his head, Rayon said that while she was watching him, The guy did the same because she seemed to be hiding behind some kind of mask all this time. But now she finally began to show her true feelings. Adding that on the day when Rayon showed up at the annex and began to show aggression, the lady was really ready to rush forward to protect her mother and Helen. The villain raised his leg up. Showing the book, the young man said that he had found some information about Haben Castle on his bed, wondering if it was her doing, thanking her because this information was very valuable, saying thank you to Judiel. Sadness appeared on the maid's face. The girl stated that she had a younger brother, adding that she had no idea where he was or what he was doing because they had been separated during the sale. But people had told her that she would still be able to see him one day, and that was the reason why she continued to follow orders. A boy appeared. The girl was sitting on the floor, starting to cry. The girl asked the young master's forgiveness. Her assistant's eyes suddenly opened wide when she heard that Rayon would find her brother. Taking up his shirt, Rayon said that if Karun still wanted to kill him, their meeting was inevitable. Continuing that as soon as he was finished, Rayon would definitely find the kid by any means, no matter what it cost. The girl asked if she could ask a question, asking why he had decided to tell her the truth about the raging worm, asking what would have happened if she had decided to report the information to Sir Karun. Turning around, the young man replied that he just thought that his friend would not do it. In turn, the maid said that it was difficult to imagine a stupider answer. In the end, the young man asked what she would do while the lady said that she would follow the master. Making a serious face, the subordinate said that if something was needed, he should let her know. Rising to his feet, the man replied in the affirmative, adding that the lady must look after the annex until he was gone. And Judio replied that he should leave it to her. The stadium appeared, and it was clear that the night had passed and the morning of the final exam had come. Putting his hand on his belt, the head said that it was time for the final exam. Folding his hands, the leader said that the students would have to survive alone for a whole year. And why go back? Noting that if they managed to overcome these tests, they would be able to reach new heights. The man said that it was time for the best trainee fiery speech. Rayon thought that the teacher was always asking him for such things, even though he didn't like it. Clenching his hands into fists, Rayon said that one proverb says that a warrior who survived his first battle cannot be killed so easily. Continuing that they had all already gone through their first battle, although it was purely by chance, adding that the colleagues were able to survive and complete the mission in a situation in which there was no choice but to die, for that is why they will not perish. As the proverb says, people did not show emotion. Making a serious face, Rayon shouted for them to become stronger and go back so as not to disgrace the name of the 5th Martial Arts Training Hall. Raising their hands up, the students began to chant different words. The head looked forward, thinking that he knew from the beginning that the disciple was not an ordinary person. It wasn't just because of his unique skills, but because of his calm mind that wasn't typical for his age, his kind heart that could influence the people around him, and his willingness to work harder than everyone else instead of relying only on his own talent. Rayon had a backpack on his back. The flower opened above his hand. A bright aura emanated from Rayon, making a surprised face. The head thought that. Moreover, during their last sparring, Rayon had managed to master the technique called Fangs of Insanity, and once again struck the teacher. Above the guy who attacked, the appearance of a bear appeared. Happiness appeared on the instructor's face. Raising his hand, the man said that he wanted to spar with how the young man had already defeated other trainees, and instead of gratitude, the man decided to hurt his superior. A hand appeared with a bruise on it, signaling disrespect. The disciples talked to Rayon. A smile appeared on Rayon's face. In turn, the head thought that if he did not manage to see the birth of a new king, he would be beside himself with rage. Bowing, Rayon shouted that it was worth saluting the chief instructor. Putting his hands on his belt, the man replied that he would be waiting for the disciples here, so they should gather their strength and return. Looking to the side, the friend said that he would become much stronger this year, so he should not lag behind either, adding that his opponent should not even think of disappointing him. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl fully supported her colleague, telling the young man not to dare to die because she was still in debt. Continuing that if a man died, the lady would find him and beat him. Turning his head, Rayon wondered if they really didn't know how to express their thoughts honestly, and in turn, the lady called out to her friend. Handing the box, the warrior asked to take it with her. In turn, Rayon asked if she was really sure that she should give it to him. In the end, the girl answered positively, noting that she still had a lot of this. There was ice cream in the box. The master thanked for the treat while the swordsman replied that it was time for her too, wishing her good luck. There was no emotion on Rayon's face. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy said that he thought they should already go. Having fallen to the ground, the friend asked why he should go to the castle of Haben. As he began to drag the disciple with him, the young man noticed that they needed to look somewhere first. Turning around, the partner asked where they were going. Smiling, the man replied about the trading city of Kamelun. Because before the battle, you need to buy well. A shopping district appeared. Suddenly, a sign appeared. People were in the central market of the trading city of Kamelun. Looking away, Rayon thought that the local assortment was quite wide, but what he needed was not here. Assuming that something worthwhile could only be found on the black market. Smiling, the companion asked what he understood he had not found what he was looking for, saying that his friend had not stopped at any counter and asked if he was heading downstairs. Rayon asked what he knew about Kamelun's black market. In turn, the partner answered positively. In the end, Rayon stated that he thought that the guy was here for the first time, asking how he knew about the existence of this black market. Raising his hand, the kid said that maybe it didn't look like it, but he had grown up in a trade association and he was well versed in such things. Making a foolish face, the young man thought that this explained a lot. Smirking, the guy said that his guess was confirmed because the companion really comes from a family of merchants. So if he himself brought up this topic, there is no need to smooth out the corners, offering to go there right now. Surprised, the apprentice said that the black market could only be accessed through a secret passage, asking if the master knew where he was. The man replied that, by the way, the instructor gave information about him. While the partner said that there was an explanation for this because he had heard that there was a casino on the black market, and the instructor clearly knew the way there. The girls showed the way. People went forward. Rayon lifted the cloth with his hand. The underground trading market of the city of Kamelun appeared. Making a surprised face, the boy said that the market was really huge and also much cleaner than what was on the surface. Asking what he thought there would be the thing they came for. Taking out the book, Rayon replied that for this he needed to check the auction catalog. The partners were sitting on a bench. Looking at the book, Rayon realized that the black butterfly was available, adding that it was obvious that the guy would find it here, continuing that the auction would be held tonight, and the starting bid would be 10 gold coins. Lowering his head, the swordsman asked if this was what he was looking for, noting that the thing was not cheap, and the young man thought that he could buy it by spending all the money he had saved for the journey, but it was too risky. Assuming that he would have to find some pawn shop to get hold of the money. Looking ahead, the man said that they should go. In turn, Dorian asked where the young master was going. In the end, the man replied that she was going to a pawn shop because she needed to sell something before the auction began. Placing his hand on the shelf, the swordsman asked if he had finished selling the items, adding that if so, why was he looking at some other items instead of going to the auction, while the swordsman replied that he wanted to see if there was anything useful here, thinking that Rayon had decided to look around because there was still time before the auction. In addition, there is extra money, but there is nothing worthwhile here. People were in the market. Turning his head, Rayon stated that such places are usually full of undervalued treasures that are just waiting for the right buyers, adding that it seems worth putting up for auction. Suddenly, an object appeared. The ring was on the man's finger, and it became clear that it was the ring of the first head of the family. As Rayon had seen it in the memories that flooded into his head after learning the Thousand Lights technique, the gold ring was in a box. Holding the object in his hands, the guy asked how much it cost. In turn, the merchant replied that he had an eye for it because this ring could increase strength and clear the mind, adding that it was worth only 5 gold coins. Making a displeased face, his partner shouted about 5 coins, asking who the man thought he was, asking if he wanted to inflate them because even a fool understands that he bought a ring for a pair of silver coins. His hand fell on the table. Pointing with his finger, the boy said that this ring could not be worth that kind of money. Making a confident face, the guy said that he was giving 1 gold for it. The spirit that flew out of the man replied that they could take him. In turn, Rayon said that Dorian had done a good job, flying after the master. Wrath said that the ring really harbored some secret, asking if Rayon had the feeling that he had become a different person for a second, while the friend thought that his partner did an excellent job in the negotiations, but still had not learned to identify high-quality objects. The girl asked to wait, asking if Rayon had paid for this ring. Turning around, the guy replied that he had already done it. The lady wore a mask on her face, stating that she would give 10 times the starting price as it would be, suggesting that judging by his appearance, he was an adventurer in great need of money, adding that the lady believed they could find common ground. In turn, the merchant replied that he had bought the jewel for 50 silver. After asking if it was really so valuable, the apprentice finally said that he should agree, because the girl was ready to buy this trinket for 10 times the price. With a serious face, the young man thought that this girl knew the true value of the ring. And judging by the tone of her speech, she understood that this ring was worth at least 100 gold coins. The man closed the box with the ring. The roof of the black market appeared, and it was clear that Rayan had refused the interlocutor that she had offered a price of 50 gold. Turning around, Rayan asked for forgiveness, but he does not like selling things, adding that he will not sell the ring no matter how much she asks. Looking ahead, the assistant said that he did not know where he came from, advising him to watch his tongue, continuing that if he dared to contradict the girl, there would be big problems. In turn, Rayan asked that in his opinion, he should change his mind only because of the origin of the lady, noting that such things did not bother him, so stop bothering her. Hatred appeared in the lady's eyes. Glancing ahead, the girl told him not to speak to her in this manner, ordering him to give him the ring while she was still good. Looking away, the guy said that she was so rude because he simply refused to sell her his ring, or she just wanted to brag about her ancestry before leaving, asking if she had anything to say. Folding her hands, the girl said that he had no idea how scary this world could be, adding that he should think carefully about why people always bow to someone, unless of course he wants to end up with a corpse somewhere in the alley. Closing his eyes, the young man said that if that was all, he would prefer to leave. The lady began to tremble, and said that they were going to the auction because these shops are usually visited by those who have come out of the pawn shop, and since he has come here, he will most likely take part in the auction. Making a serious face, the opponent said that she would get what he was going to buy, no matter what it cost her. An entrance appeared. Raising his hand, the auctioneer did his job. People raised their cards, placing bets. Looking ahead, the man thought that there had been nothing interesting so far, asking if they were going to exhibit the black butterfly at all. Rayan's face was surprised to hear that the greatest black butterfly that would now be on display, feeding on mana stones. Taking off the red cloth, the man mentioned the black butterfly, noting that due to its attractive and barely noticeable shimmer, these butterflies are often used as a decorative element, adding that of course it has disadvantages because these animals have a fairly short lifespan and extremely high care costs because they feed exclusively on mana stones. But even this is not able to detract from its beauty. Offering to move on to betting, a butterfly appeared sitting on a crystal. By raising flags, people raised the stakes. Raising his hand, Rayan announced 13 gold coins. Lowering his head, the guy thought that such a high bid should discourage them from fighting on. After all, 13 gold coins for some decorative butterfly was too much. In turn, someone had set a bid of 50 coins, making it clear that 50 gold coins was the largest bid in the history of the auction. The girl raised her hand. A smile appeared on the lady's face. Closing her eyes, the lady announced that they were leaving. In turn, the man asked if she wanted to buy something else. In turn, the girl refused because that guy was only interested in the butterfly, continuing that he even made an unusually high bet, suggesting that the man had come here for this butterfly. The insect was sitting on a shard of crystal. Starting to panic, the young man said that this was the same girl, adding that she was not even trying to hide her evil intentions, asking what they would do because the black butterfly was unlikely to appear at the auction in the near future. In turn, the young man replied that he should not worry, but go outside and buy clothes for night travel. Making a stunned face, the partner asked why such clothes were needed. Furrowing his eyebrows, the swordsman said that he was going to steal this butterfly from her. Rayan appeared, and it was clear that all the best assassins of the continent had individual characteristics. Whether it was lightness, speed, or accuracy, that was their advantage since in his previous life, he had been the most secretive of them. Rayan was looking at people from around the corner. Looking ahead, Rayan thought that the secret lay in a special technique called shadowless steps which he used at that time, adding that he already thought that because of the steps of heavenly harmony, it would not be useful to him in this life. But he was wrong. The partner said that this was the same night travel clothes he was talking about. In turn, the guy replied that it was not bad, especially considering that his friend had little time, asking if he had managed to find out something about the masked girl. Putting his hand on his head, the student began to get nervous. In turn, the young man asked why such hesitation. Looking ahead, the ally stated that he felt it was worth stopping as the locals said that this lady was Princess Jaina from the kingdom of Bakr, adding that the lady had shown an incredible talent for magic since childhood. In addition, she had the skill of evaluating magical items, which made her even more valuable to the king of Bakr. A picture of the girl appeared. Spreading his arms, the associate said that he was sorry to admit, but this time it was really better for them to back down, which meant that the girl was most likely the best guest of the black market. Smiling, the man replied that they were simply obliged to conduct an additional assessment of the purchased goods, adding that he was more than sure that her purchase would not be brought directly to her room unlike the other bidders since this lady was a VIP. Continuing that this meant that the easiest way to steal the butterfly would be right now while the lady was still in the possession of the black market. Noting that they will be back soon, stretching out his hand forward, Dorian asked him to wait a minute, continuing so that he stood still only for a second. Looking around the corner, Rayan thought that as he thought, they still hadn't delivered the goods. Holding the cards in his hand, the man said that he could not understand the rich no matter how hard he tried because how was it possible to buy a butterfly for as much as 50 gold? In turn, his colleague replied that they must really need an insect, continuing that they should stop talking about it, ordering them to show their cards. A butterfly appeared and it became clear that the animal was still there, but the auction staff was near it, but at the moment they were engaged in playing cards. A magic thread appeared near Rayan. The spell reached the butterfly. A cage had arisen and it was clear that black butterflies were usually kept in bird cages as they could die in an enclosed space. But due to the fact that these butterflies like to sit on magic stones and absorb pure mana from them at the very moment, when she felt the mana of a technique called 1,000 lights, which was much purer than that of magic stones, the insect itself will want to escape from its cage. The animal flew into the guy's arms. Grinning, the young man thought that this was how it was done. Looking ahead, the man asked why he was so distracted, asking him to draw a card. Showing a stunned face, the employee asked where the butterfly had gone. In turn, the colleague asked if it really disappeared, adding that it was necessary to find it as soon as possible. The man rushed forward. My partner walked along the corridor in a panic. Biting his fingernail, the swordsman thought that if the young master was caught, the whole thing might escalate into a diplomatic scandal with the kingdom of Bakr, saying that his heart could not stop. Holding his head, the student asked why he did not interfere with him earlier, and Rayan asked in turn what he was doing. Making a surprised face, Dorian asked how long Rayan had been standing here. In turn, Rayan replied that he had just arrived, noting that the ally behaved as if he had seen a ghost. Lowering his head, the boy said that if he came, then everything worked out. Smiling, the guy answered positively, adding that it was time for them to return to the room. In turn, the opponent said that this was a very unexpected meeting. Folding her hands, the girl asked how he felt about losing. If he was upset, assuming that the young man had already realized this during the last auction, he would not be able to surpass her, continuing that it was not too late and she could give the black butterfly in exchange for the ring. Closing her eyes, the rival told him to think carefully because this was her last offer. After all, the man asked if she was deaf because he had already said that he would not sell the ring. The lady's face showed displeasure, saying that it seemed that Rayan was simply unable to understand the kindness of others, asking if he wanted to leave this black market piece by piece. Turning around, the lady asked what had happened, asking if the man was seeing what she was talking to. And the officer apologized, saying that the black butterfly was missing, suggesting that someone had stolen the insect. With folded hands, Rayan said that it seemed that she had begun to have problems. Glancing away, the girl thought that it was his doing, adding a smirk and sarcastic remark, continuing that it was all similar to how she behaved towards others, noting that she didn't know how he did it. However, he was the one who stole the black butterfly. A smirk was visible on Rayan's face. Folding her hands, the girl said that at first she thought it was all about arrogance, but it turns out that he is just a pathetic thief. And after asking if the guy at least understood who she was, the young man asked if he really needed to know. Taking off her mask, the lady introduced herself as Princess Jaina from the kingdom of Bakr. Knitting her eyebrows, the lady wondered how he could behave in such a way. Folding her hands, the rival said that she would make this theft the last for him. Ordering an assistant to investigate, the man suddenly struck. The man asked what difference it made to him that she was a princess. Rayan's fist appeared. Rayan hit his opponent. Blood came out of the man's mouth. Making a surprised face, the girl asked how to understand this, asking if he was not able to defeat even such a pathetic mercenary. In turn, the prince asked to stop, asking if it was Rayan. Her opponent's face was stunned, thinking that this voice belonged to Greer. The guy walked forward, smiling. The the young man said that Jaina was also there. Making a happy face, the knight asked if the people knew each other. Turning her head, the girl asked if Greer knew the man, and the prince replied in the affirmative, adding that he had already told her about the genius swordsman of the Sieghart family, continuing that the swordsman was Rayan. The lady looked shocked as she said that the Seaguards were a faction ruled by the Northern King of Destruction, noting that if she thought of it, she had heard that the Northern King of Destruction had the same blonde hair and red eyes, saying that it couldn't be because he was indeed a member of such a family. The Lord appeared. Rayan's face looked serious, wondering what she called him. Showing surprise, the lady could not put a word together. The guy said that it seemed to him that this was enough because it turned out he could regard this as an accusation about Bakr in the direction of the family. Standing up in front of his rival, the young man said that he was giving one last chance, ordering her to apologize to him, in which case the person would consider this incident to be just a mistake of the princess's infantilism. In turn, the girl replied that she had no idea who he was. In turn, Rayan added that otherwise he would create an official protest towards the kingdom of Bakr for calling him a thief. She ran into a fight and generally behaved quite rudely. A vein appeared on the opponent's face. Lowering her head, the girl asked for forgiveness. Walking away, Rayan accepted the apology, adding that he would not like to aggravate the situation, so he offers to end it here, advising her to monitor her behavior in the future because she does not want to disgrace her kingdom. Anger was visible on the lady's face. A building appeared. Sitting on a chair, the prince asked if he had come at the wrong time. In turn, the guy asked him not to take the situation into his head because of him, it was possible to avoid false accusations. In the end, the knight replied that he was glad to hear. Holding his head, the apprentice said that if he was worried about Jaina, he shouldn't because he would try to reason with her, and in turn, the ally thanked her for her work. Holding his hands near the cup, the companion asked what brought him to Kamelun, adding that he himself had arrived on a mission, but the family was quite far from here. In turn, the interlocutor said that they were on their way to the place of the final exam and decided to drop by here to buy equipment. In the end, the friend added that they were still in the middle of the exam. I asked what equipment they needed. Rayan replied that he was looking for a sword, but the current one was not so bad for him, but he had been using it for a long time. In turn, Greer said that in this case, he could recommend a good shop, adding that there was a workshop on the corner of the Western Craft District of Kamelun. It was small, but the local blacksmith knew his business for sure, continuing that he would like to introduce them to each other in person, but could not because of the mission. Rayan eventually replied that he was grateful for sharing this information. The silhouette of a man appeared. Getting up from his chair, the guy said that it was time for him, noting that he would be waiting for a visit. In turn, the ally said about his consent, promising to visit them after the final exam. While the man wished him good luck, closing his eyes, his partner stated that they were saved, adding that he did not think that the young master would behave so rashly. While the young man replied that he had said that he had a plan, but they were lucky that Greer had rescued them. Holding on to the handles of the backpack, the student asked if they would immediately go to the workshop. In turn, the young man said that they would go there tomorrow, and today he had to do some personal business. The man was sitting on blood, holding a plant and a butterfly in his hand. Rayan said that the insect should work a little. The black butterfly was with the flower, and it became clear that the animal feeds on mana but is unable to absorb it, and the Teuton flower cannot collect mana. And when the two meet, they are able to rid each other of their curses. So the Teuton flower is forced to store the mana collected by the black butterfly in order to finally become an elixir of the highest class using the energies of fire and water. A smile appeared on Rayan's face, thinking that people who knew this could be considered a rarity. After all, he himself only knew about it from the memories obtained with the help of the technique called the Thousand Lights. The guy brought the plant to his face. Lowering his head, the young man realized that one of the loops of the curse of the fierce cold had disappeared and the strength of his energy center and mana chains had been increased. As he began to smile, the man realized that only 4 loops remained of the curse of the bitter cold. Rayan said that it was time to visit the workshop. With a face full of surprise, Dorian asked how this was possible, adding that the young master's spirit and aura had been greatly enhanced in just one night. Wondering what he was doing, a bright aura emanated from Rayan. Looking forward, his partner thought that at first it was just an idle interest because he was wondering how he managed to concentrate on his training despite the fact that everyone else, including even a member of the main branch, looked down on him and called him a disgrace to the family. However, After getting to know Rayan better, the student realized that he was more worthy of bearing the name of Sieghart than anyone else from the 5th training area, continuing that was why, even though they were separated, all the students of the 5th training area had decided to follow the guy. The swordsman looked in the direction of the master. The man held the blade with both hands. The cadets followed the leader, holding on to the handles of his backpack. The ally said that if he could enlist the help of the young man, he could destroy the very problem of his family. But the student was not following that, noting that he should stop keeping his head in the clouds. Closing his eyes, his partner heard a familiar voice that asked why he was frozen. Turning his head, the man said that when they took the sword from the workshop, they would have to move out immediately, suggesting that they go now because they still had a very long way to go. Smiling, Dorian thought that this was true because he had to focus on becoming stronger under the young master's leadership, continuing about how everything would be fine as long as they were together. Rushing forward, the swordsman replied that he was already coming. In turn, the guy stated that before they arrived at Haben Castle, he was going to help him deal with the sword connecting the stars. In the end, the warrior asked if everything would be fine. A workshop appeared. The young man asked for forgiveness, but he had come here on the recommendation. Sitting on a chair, the man asked if he was talking about the 3rd prince. Looking ahead, Rayan replied positively, adding that he had come here since the prince had said that his workshop could be trusted. Hiding his face, the gentleman replied that he really recommended his workshop to someone because such a thing could not be. Surprise appeared on the employee's face, thinking that Rayan looked young, but had already managed to surpass the master, continuing that he was still far from ideal, but his strong and sharp pressure was like a strong sword. Rayan looked ahead. In turn, the man said that for such a young age, he had achieved simply unprecedented heights. Besides, the pressure was very different from the pressure of the 3rd prince, assuming that the guy was the boy. Turning his head, Dorian wondered how the blacksmith had known this since they hadn't said anything yet. Closing his eyes, Rath said that every blacksmith should be like that because they can determine the origin of a person with just a glance, and some can even understand skills, while the master replied that the monster is too noisy. Putting his hands on his feet, the man stated that he had seen countless swordsmen in his lifetime, but this was the first time he had met someone like him. In turn, the guy apologized for not introducing himself yet, adding that his name was Rayan Sieghart. In the end, the partner replied that his name was Dorian, while the master noted that his name was Kuberad and he was an ordinary old man who keeps waving a hammer because there is nothing else to do. Making a surprised face, Rayan thought that he had heard this name somewhere, adding that he was the father of countless masterpieces owned by families. After all, he was one of the people who were known throughout the continent. Continuing that he never thought that he would be able to meet such a person in a secluded workshop. There was a hammer blow. Looking ahead, the old man asked what had brought them here. Putting his hand on his heart, Rayan replied that he needed a good sword for the upcoming journey. In turn, the blacksmith asked if he wanted him to forge a new blade. In turn, the guy stated that this was not entirely true, adding that he had not yet become a full-fledged swordsman, and had already promised to forge his first sword. The man asked if it was Vakan, to which the young man replied positively. Laughing, the master said that he knew it because he had heard that he had taken up the matter again, noting that it was only because he had promised to forge a sword. Continuing that the old man could not steal a swordsman, questioning that he needed a temporary sword that he could use until he became a full-fledged swordsman, making it clear that the blacksmith was not used to doing things half-heartedly, so they can take whatever they find. Making a happy face, Dorian asked if he could also take whatever he wanted. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively because he was in a good mood today, having heard a cry of gratitude. A building appeared. Holding the blade in his hand, the man thought that these weapons were indeed worthy of being one of the best blacksmiths on the continent, because each of the swords here could be compared to a true work of art, adding that in general, he could choose any of these, and the weapon would not disappoint him. Suddenly, Rayan's gaze turned to the side, wondering what kind of blade it was. A strange aura emanated from the sword. Pointing with his hand, his partner said that these swords were amazing. And his eyes just ran wild because he did not know which one to choose. While the blacksmith replied that it was a matter of course since he was the one who forged them, noting that it was worth taking the first one he came across. Shock suddenly appeared on the man's face. Turning around, the man felt a familiar energy. In the hand of Rayan, there was a blade. Rayan looked at the weapon. Spreading his hands, the master ordered to immediately take up any of the swords. In turn, Dorian asked what had happened until the head replied that his friend had taken the possessed blade in his hands. Turning his head, the blacksmith said that they should knock the sword out of their hands before it was consumed by the monstrous energy. While the partner said that he felt that there was no need for this, in the end, the interlocutor asked what he was talking about. The man's eyes were understandably surprised, thinking about how this was even possible. After all, no matter how much energy came out of the sword, it could not get close to the body of the youth. A dark aura came out of the sword. Wrath spoke of the wretched worm, asking how he dared to target a body that was already possessed by the king of hell. A terrible demon face appeared above the master. As he began to bare his teeth, the monster told him to know his place because he could freeze and shatter the sword to pieces, and Rayan asked him to stop. Making an angry face, Wrath asked why he should do this, because the worm was trying to raise his hand against the property of the king of the underworld, asking if he understood that without his help, the monstrous energy of this blade would have absorbed him long ago. In turn, Rayan replied that he was not property, and this blade would not be able to absorb him anyway. Approaching the interlocutor, the old man asked if he was okay, while Rayan answered positively, adding that he correctly understood that this blade was not an ordinary weapon, asking what it was. Then, making a bashful face, the man replied that he could consider it a mistake, continuing that he did not know whether he had heard the master or not. But as he had said earlier, this blade was possessed. Noting that earlier in the south, there was a small village called Siren, and its inhabitants served the sacred tree Othello. So the village was a peaceful corner with fragile and kind inhabitants who relied on each other. But one day, the settlement was attacked by members of the White Blood cult, and the fanatics killed half of the village's inhabitants, and presumably kidnapped the other half, leaving no survivors in the Sirens. There was joy on the faces of the residents. The enemies began to kill civilians. Preparing for the blow of the hammer, the old man said that he learned about the incident only after some time, and after that he obtained a branch of the Othello tree and decided to forge a blade from it to pray for the repose of the souls of the dead. But this was a mistake because at the moment when the dagger was completed, its blade and hilt turned red and it absorbed all the hatred of the inhabitants of the Sirens, though the blacksmith had hoped otherwise, adding that he had kept it because no one had been able to deal with the hatred and monstrous energy in the dagger, going on to say that Rayan was able to maintain his sanity while holding this weapon, although he himself did not fully understand how this was possible. A red blade appeared. The sword was in the hands of Rayan. Rayan suddenly closed his eyes, thinking that the villagers' memories were penetrating him through this dagger, asking why they met such a terrible end because of the members of the White Blood cult. The guy was surrounded by red energy. Lowering his head, the young man said that he still had a lot of things to do. Holding the sword in his hand, the man stated that there was not much time, so he could not promise that he would be able to help him take revenge. But if he happened to encounter members of the White Blood cult, Rayan would kill them. Making a serious face, Rayan asked what he would say, asking if he would go with him. With a surprised expression, the blacksmith thought that the sword's monstrous energy was fading away, asking if the sword recognized it as his master. Lowering his head, Rayan asked if the blade of Requiem would join him on his journey. The young man standing in front of the blacksmith thanked him for providing them with such excellent blades because it was unexpected that they would receive not only swords for everyday use, but also blade of Requiem, and he asked them not to worry because it is a great honor for a blacksmith to have a promising master use a sword. As he left, Rayan said that they would prepare a warm welcome if he decided to visit their family's home. The interlocutor noted that he hoped that the visitor would become a swordsman. The two of them began to move away. The man, remembering this guest with a click in his hand, realized that he thought that he was just a child with outstanding talent. But he managed to master the terrifying blade and become its master. Rayan was looking somewhere ahead when the blacksmith realized that this person had the potential to achieve something more. The master crossed his arms over his chest and thought that the name of this clan would once again be heard all over the world. Rayan remembered how they had walked up the mountains and thought that they had been moving north for several days, leaving Kamelun behind, and their surroundings had become a field of snow. There were blood splatters on the wall next to them as thoughts came to the man's head that by the time they had become accustomed to the monotonous scenery, they had finally arrived. The young man was looking up somewhere. A large castle towered in front of him when Rayan realized that they had finally reached Haben Castle, the site of their final exam. His comrade covered his mouth with his hand and asked what the smell was, while Wrath, smiling, noted that it was the air of the battlefield that made the king of the underworld feel alive. The guy looking at his partner asked why he was like this when they finally arrived because they still had no difficulties on the way. Dorian, with his eyes wide open, shouted a question about whether he was serious about this. Remembering how he held the sword, his comrades said that it got colder and colder as they approached the place after they left the city. But he said that it was important to move when he had to complain about the cold. Afterwards, the man remembered lying in the tent with his eyes open and said that his companion had commented on his sword's stance from morning to night except when they were on the road, and moreover had asked him to continue swinging his sword alone when he had to stay on duty at night. Raising both hands, the fighter shouted that he could not sleep at all during the entire trip because of this. And did he really think it was normal to say that there were no difficulties? The demon, frowning, noted that this dumbass was right for the first time because it was worth training wisely, and the demon king also could not rest properly because of him. Someone approached them, asked if they were the same mercenaries who were supposed to arrive at them, and added that they had come later than planned. The man, putting his hand on his side, introduced himself as Tyrion, the deputy commander of this castle. Looking somewhere ahead, the man also said that he would be their superior, and from now on, they needed to obey him. Rayon, looking at his partner, noted that he was looking forward to working with him. Then the commander asked if this person was okay, and the soldier asked him not to worry about it since this happens all the time. Rayon began to pull Dorian with him when he asked him to get up and walk normally, but Dorian simply asked to be allowed to go home. The two of them walked through the castle grounds. The young man, looking to the side, thought that the situation here was even worse than expected since the walls showed signs of numerous destructions and restorations, and the inhabitants looked extremely exhausted. Looking up, the guy realized that the smell of blood and the stench of burning bodies was penetrating right here. Looking down somewhere, Rayon remembered that all this coincided with the information that the maid had given him. But although it was unlikely that she had been here before, she had actually managed to deal with everything in such a short time. Someone was watching them from behind. Yua, holding the package in her hands, thought that she had not seen them here once and tried to understand who they were. The old man, looking at her, asked what she was doing there and asked her to follow him to prepare for the opening of the store. She immediately began to run away. The young man looked after her. Through the glass, a certain office could be seen, and words were heard that the previously mentioned mercenaries had been brought here. Two people entered this office. The head, frowning, greeted them and introduced himself. The guy looking in his direction realized that they knew what family they belonged to, and this man was the famous Miland. Imagining him with a sword, Rayon remembered that he was called the Giant of the North, who was the protector who had been guarding this castle for more than 20 years. Wrath, frowning, noted that his look was inherent in a real general, and the King of Hell had not seen such a thing for a long time. The young man asked if he could feel it too. At the same time, the assistant replied that only those generals who had steadfastly held out for decades could have such a look. The commander, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that only the people in this room know information about their identities, and this will be hidden from the others. Dorian's eyes were wide as the man said that he was also aware of the reason why the coach had sent him here, apparently hoping that they would gain a lot of experience. Leaning on his elbows, the man said that there would be no training or lessons in this place. The entire territory of the castle was visible. When the general explained that there would be no instructors, no warm dinners with beds, and all that was there were endless battles and a cold wind penetrating the bones, and if they wanted a comfortable life, they should return right now. The partner, smiling broadly, asked if it was really possible to leave, and Rayon replied that they had come here to become stronger and therefore would accept any battle or situation. The man, still sitting in the same position, said that he liked their mood and added that he would watch how long they could hold out. The two fighters stood in front of them as they were told that they would be soldiers from now on, as they needed to start at the lowest rank. Glancing at his subordinate, the commander asked to be added to the 3rd Reconnaissance Group so that they could perform all types of work from everyday affairs to combat missions. Immediately after the newcomer, we headed for the exit. The deputy remained in the office. Looking in the direction of the door, the man said that he did not like these two, and the commander asked what exactly he did not like about them. The two of them were following Charles when the subordinate said that he had seen one of them limping with fear and the other was too relaxed, as if he had come here just to have fun, and instead of being helpful they could only cause trouble. There was some kind of ornament on Rayon's hand when the deputy said about him, and noted that he could not see him as a warrior, and it was not too late to just kick them out. His gaze shifted to the commander, as he replied that he understood what had been said but he shouldn't judge them by first impression. Placing his hand on the table, Milan explained that they had gone through all the training of their clan before they got here, which is notorious for cruelty, and therefore they are not as naive as they seem. Looking to the side, the old man noted that he could make a decision after observing their behavior, so for now, he should just keep an eye on them. The deputy, squinting, replied that he understood everything. The general, sitting still, also added that he didn't understand why they had asked him to send information about the two of them every 2 weeks, and Tyrion wondered if it was in the letter from the chief instructor. His eyes widened when he said that this letter had been sent from the Lord's manor. Turning to the commander, the man asked if this meant that this was a personal request from the Northern King of Destruction, but the interlocutor replied in the affirmative and explained that he had simply asked him to tell him everything about what they were doing and how they were behaving, and this was the first time he had ever received such a request. The king was holding a mug of tea at this time when the head said that he does not understand what he is thinking about at all. Rayon, opening his eyes a little wider, asked when he managed to decorate the room. The friend raising his hand replied that he had done it while he was in the toilet. Rayon, remembering how he entered this place for the first time, realized that literally just now this room was too gloomy. Taking a cloth in his hand, the soldier asked where his partner got it while his teammate replied that he had prepared them in advance. Rayon, looking at him, asked him not to say that he also has different colors. But the friend replied that everything is so because these are still necessary things and he just needs to point out the color that he likes. Smiling broadly, the comrade asked if he needed anything else. While the guy tried to figure out what kind of bag he had, the man entered the room and asked if they had already sorted out their luggage. Standing in the doorway, the soldier introduced himself as the leader of the 3rd Reconnaissance Group, to which they were assigned, and noted that it was most likely not easy for them because they had just arrived and were already preparing to leave. Smiling, Raiden explained that they had received an order to move forward. In the distance, the Lord's manor could be seen. The man, frowning, asked what brought the guest here. The instructor, putting his hands on his sides, replied that he had heard that he had hired shadow agents to investigate what Rayon was doing and added that he didn't even think that he valued his own grandson so much, which was extremely unexpected. The king, covering his face with his hand, thought that he was most likely told about this by a servant, because he had been whispering a lot of things with this gambler behind his back lately, and that was why it was decided to keep this investigation a secret. The teacher, opening his eyes, noted that he had managed to grow and absorb the flower of Teuton, which he had obtained during the mission to eliminate the robbers of the Snow Tiger bandits, and he had even managed to teach a lesson to that notorious Baka princess who is famous for her haughty temper. Then the interlocutor asked if he really thought that it was worth being content with how his student committed thefts and came into conflict with the princess of an allied country. The guest explains that although theft can be a problem, the dispute definitely cannot be attributed to this. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man said that the princess was a provocateur, and he simply responded to her dignity. And moreover, even the shadow agents were unable to find out how he managed to steal the butterfly. So, watching the news becomes truly interesting. His eyes widened as the ruler said that the fun was over and the shadow agents had been ordered to retreat, and the teacher asked if he wasn't interested in what his grandson would do next since he had already heard rumors that he had managed to obtain the Blade of Requiem, which Kuberad had forged. The man, closing his eyes, replied that he had sent agents as a precaution in case of interference from other houses, so he had already ordered them to return. The instructor, smiling, noted that he then most likely asked for a report from Haben Castle. The governor, glancing at his assistant, exclaimed in anger, and the latter replied that this time he had really not told him anything. The servant looked at the man when the guest said that these accusations were groundless because even a fool could understand that he would have contacted the castle and it would be better for him to just say what a good guy his grandson was instead of continuing to play this gratuitous spectacle of grandeur. Closing one eye, Rimmer also added that if the other person did so, the misunderstanding with the annexes would be resolved and it would make him happy as well as improve his relationship with Sylvia. The Lord standing up noted that apparently the previous lesson was not enough for him, and the teacher exclaimed that he had just had a meeting here, and it was time for him to leave. The man stretching his fist said that this time he would make sure that his body learned this lesson. His estate came into view again from which loud screams could be heard. The young man turning around thought that he had heard some kind of scream. The leader standing in front of them said that this was Mount Stalin, and since the monsters of the North Sea and Snowy Mountains appeared here together in the castle, they called this place Hell on Earth. Smiling, the scout also added that there was an incredible view from here, so it was a pleasure to watch all this. But Rayon agreed with him. Glancing to the side, Raiden explained that they now needed to conduct a check before moving out for reconnaissance because they needed to understand how good they were both. Standing in front of some marks in the snow, the man asked whose footprint it was, while Doreen shouted that based on its size, it must be a large monster, and wondered if it belonged to a troll. The fighter, bringing his hand to his face, noted that this did not look like this monster. Putting his hand to the ground, Rayon explained that the tracks of the trolls are similar to human ones and they are also deeper and larger. But in addition, the tracks belong to an animal that moves on 4 legs, and this leads to the conclusion that these tracks belong to the mountain goat Keri. The leader, with his arms crossed over his chest, tried to understand how this man was able to find the answer so quickly. Dropping his hands, the man asked if he could tell how long ago the tracks had been left, and the newcomer said that given the fact that the ground underneath them was not very hard, they were most likely left about 12 hours ago, and would most likely be able to catch this goat if they went west. There were still marks on the trunk of the tree. And then the question was asked what they looked like, to which the soldier replied that these tracks belonged to a direwolf. Putting his hand to the tree, the man explained that these beasts mark their territory with strong claws, leaving marks on rocks or trees. However, this one must already be dead. The leader, wide-eyed, shouted out a question about how he managed to understand this, while the interlocutor replied that wolves periodically return to places they have already visited, and this mark is already quite old, so we can conclude that he is most likely already dead. Sweat appeared on the scout's face due to a lack of understanding of what was wrong with this man, because how could all this be so easy for him? Imagining himself on his knees, Raiden remembered that the newcomers who join their reconnaissance squad go through hazing, but it in the squad of this castle does not consist in beating or insulting at all, but in the fact that they teach newcomers a little provocative lesson that shows how useless their knowledge gained from books is. Looking at this man, the scout could not understand how he knew all this. Immediately afterward, his gaze was fixed on the second newcomer. Picking up a branch, the leader shouted a question about what the trail was, while Dorian tried to understand why he was also being dragged into it. The man grabbed his partner and said that he was just a petty idiot since he did not even know such a person. But the guy asked the young master to help him when Rayon decided to ignore him in order to explore the surrounding territories. Looking down somewhere, the guy knew that if he used his legendary sense, he would be able to find out what was in the area. A red trail led somewhere starting from his dagger. When Rayon realized that this weapon was exploring the area on its own and reporting results through the transmission of ghostly energy, remembering the use of this blade on his way to this place, Rayon realized that the same thing had happened then, as the sword collected especially pure energy from the monsters he had defeated and continued to send it to him. And through this, he had even managed to acquire the skill of ghost energy. Wrath, baring his teeth, shouted a question about what he was doing there. Because the legendary sense is much better because it is the technique of the king of the underworld, and therefore he does not need to use the ability of this cursed creature. But the master replied that he respects how hard he works for his benefit, and therefore there is no reason to use the demonic ability. The demon immediately gritted his teeth with force. Flying around, Wrath said that the legendary sense of smell was just a fraction of the power of the king of the underworld, and it was many times better than the terrible energy of this parasite. Then Rayon asked how he could understand if it was better or not. The assistant, frowning, shouted that it was obvious because it was a comparison of the king of the underworld and some kind of dagger. Flying behind, the spirit screamed the question of how he dared to ignore him. Rayon, walking ahead, explained that this ability belongs to the demon, and the demon himself is constantly looking for an opportunity to take over the body. And it is not clear what side effects this skill has. The man's gaze shifted to the side when the spirit said that he shouldn't worry about it because the technique he was being taught now would allow him to use the energy of cold inside his body. Flying up, Wrath told him that now the king of the underworld would personally teach him how to use this power, which surpassed the vile trick that the master was currently using. The fighter, looking at him, realized that the matter had taken an extremely unexpected turn. The young man sat down on a rock when the demon revealed that such a technique is called a glacier, and usually people cannot learn it. But only those who possess high-quality cold energy can master this technique. Looking at the man, the spirit remarked that with such a small talent, it would take a tremendous amount of effort and time to study it. But to do so, it would have to calm its mind. The guy bowed his head a little, After the teacher's words that he needed to combine the energy of cold inside him with the cold that engulfed the earth, the demon, finding him in front of him, asked him to maintain this state and look at his cold energy and answer what it looked like. But Rayon replied that it was like emerging with the snow that was on the ground. The energy of the spirit spread through the snow when he said that this was only a superficial glance because it was not the snow at all, but the fact that the two energies of cold were combined. The guy opened his eyes when Wrath said that the important point was that he needed to harmonize his cold energy with the energy that covered the surrounding area. But the young man realized that it was extremely difficult because he had never even thought that such a thing was possible, and it looked like it was really difficult to master. Closing his eyelids again, the fighter realized that it was important for him to imagine how they connected on their own and not how they were connected. And as soon as he managed to do this, he would be able to feel even a distant area and examine it as if it were right in front of him. Rayon was still sitting on the rock as he thought that all the cold of these lands would become his eyes, ears, and skin. His hands were folded. Continuing to sit still, the soldier noticed that the world around him was slowing down. Opening his eyes, the man realized that it was actually his body slowing down. Rayon was standing on something when he thought that his body was getting heavy, but his senses were sharpened to a frightening level. Immediately after that, the guy began to go somewhere. A picture of Raiden mocking Dorian appeared before his eyes. After that, a direwolf appeared, which successfully completed the hunt, which he also clearly sees. Bowing his head, the guy realized that instead of just feeling their presence, he even managed to find out what they were doing, which was extremely absurd. His eyes widened as he thought that the range was too small and that he couldn't maintain a distance for very long, and that must be due to his first experience with this skill. Immediately afterward, the fighter turned around. Running up to the leader, Rayon called out to him, who also asked about what was happening. His eyes widened after the information that mole sharks were heading here underground. The scout standing in front of them said that ocean monsters like them would not overtake them here since this is the territory of the monsters of Mount Stalin and the characteristic tremors caused by their movement were not noticed. But Rayon explained that he was telling the truth and these monsters were definitely heading here. Suddenly behind him a huge amount of snow rose into the air. They turned around and tried to understand what was happening. Two such monsters appeared in front of them. The scout, taking hold of the hilt of his sword, realized that he needed to concentrate since now there were newcomers with him, and they needed to be pulled out of here and then warn the squad. Suddenly, the soldier stumbled over something. His eyes immediately widened. Holding his hand in front of him, the leader realized that he had stumbled at the most inopportune moment. Rayon quickly attacked this monster. Turning around, the guy said that he would detain these monsters and he should call the others at this time. The soldier's eyes widened. Rayon, still looking at him, asked him to trust the sword. Run away. The leader yelled at him to be careful, and he should just avoid them and save himself until reinforcements arrived. Rayon turned his head to his enemies again. Taking hold of the hilt with both hands, the fighter invited them to begin their battle. Immediately after, these monsters rushed at him. The man's gaze was directed upward. Rayon instantly chopped off the head of one of the opponents using the sword of the Fang of Insanity. Frowning, the guy thought that the performance of this skill was higher than expected. One of the monsters jumped on him behind him as he thought that he should usually use an aura against such enemies. Rayon dodged this attack, realizing that he could only hold it thanks to his sword technique. Shielding himself with one hand, the fighter knew that what helped him better use the capabilities of the blade and predict the movements of mole sharks was how his cold energy harmonized with his surroundings. Rushing into the attack, the young man realized that the proper use of these powers was to hone his senses through real experience. This enemy was defeated when the man realized that he had already begun to gradually get used to both the Raging Fang's sword and the glacier. And it seemed to him that he now had the ability to deal with any opponent of this level. Putting his sword in the sheath, the fighter thought that he was advancing faster than expected and therefore coming to the castle was definitely the right decision because there are so many opportunities to gain experience. The scout running up shouted a question about whether he was okay and asked him to retreat. As they managed to bring reinforcements, his eyes immediately widened. Looking at the corpses, the man realized that the newcomer was able to single-handedly defeat those monsters that could cause casualties, even if all members of the squad attacked at the same time. Looking at the recruit, Raiden tried to understand who he was. Rayon, looking at him, knew that this soldier was definitely confused right now. Sweat ran down the face of the interlocutor when Rayon thought that given that he did not believe the newcomer and almost put people in danger, he did not even have the opportunity to say anything. Coming closer, the scout apologized to him. Bowing, the leader explained that it was only thanks to him that they had survived. Looking down, the man said that because he didn't believe him, such a dangerous situation had arisen, and therefore he couldn't use the difference in combat experience as an excuse for him, and immediately thanked him. The young man, looking ahead, realized that he hadn't even expected that he would ask for forgiveness so quickly. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the guy replied that everything was fine because he wouldn't believe the man who had just joined and started acting. His eyes widened as he told him that he had finally begun to understand what this newcomer was. But he asked again as he thought he might have guessed that they belonged to the Sieghart family. Taking the rookie's hand, the scout called him an angel from heaven who had come to save them all. Raising his hand, the man shouted that in honor of the rookie's first mission, everyone should return and gather in the tavern to drink at his expense. While one of the guy asked what their miserly captain was doing, while the second noted that they had no reason to refuse free alcohol, a tavern building could be seen from which various words were heard. Raiden, raising his hand, repeated that his words were true and his recruit had definitely chopped them all down, and then turned around and told him to trust his sword. Then his partner asked why he would go to such a place as a beginner if he had such strength, because even if you just look at him, he does not even look at his 17 years old, and this is simply impossible. At this time Rayon was eating a slice of pizza while the leader asked his subordinate if he doubted his words and their newcomer. Wrath, with his eyes wide open, said that the combination of the fat content of the cheese and the acidity of the pineapple was the real pinnacle of taste. But the guy was trying to understand if there was a reason why they should eat this way. Dorian, turning his head, noted that the master's taste buds were quite unique and he asked again. His partner, smiling, replied that he had eaten this pizza before but could not tolerate its taste. Then the demon shouted that he was just a pig who knew nothing about food. The girl approaching the table noted that apparently the rumors were true because the elder sister said that the newcomer in the reconnaissance squad looked so that his face overshadowed even his skill with the sword. Holding the book in her hands, she introduced herself. Smiling broadly, the chef also asked if they wanted to look at other items on their menu. Rayon, taking the book, replied in the affirmative. At the same time, Wrath began to say that given that the tavern is located in such a remote place, the menu here is still quite diverse. The page depicted ice cream when suddenly the spirit screamed that he wanted to eat the same one with a mint chocolate flavor while Rayon whispered that he really did not want to eat it. The girl put her hands on her side and asked if he was interested in mint chocolate ice cream because their restaurant offered a version that was better than most other places because the mint that grew next to the castle tasted fresher than any other. And the young man tried to refuse such an offer. Immediately after, Wrath called him an ungrateful bastard because the king even taught him a secret technique, and he pays for kindness like this. The guy asked him to calm down, but he still couldn't understand why there was chocolate ice cream in the tavern at all. Raising his hand, the fighter said that he would take one. One of the soldiers turning to him asked if it was true that he had defeated 6 mole sharks alone. After all, the energy that his body radiated was not so strong. Another person sitting next to him asked not to misunderstand him, but explained that he was just wondering how he managed to become so strong at such a young age, and immediately thanked him for ensuring their safety. While Rayon thanked them and noted that they were praising him too much, the fighter smiling broadly asked what he meant because a person with such skills would definitely get a promotion soon, and he just wanted to chat with him quietly until this happened while the second agreed with his comrade. Dorian raising his fist noted that his friend had indeed achieved an outstanding result. While Rayon realized that he was still not used to receiving such compliments, the girl put the food on the table and said so, and then the demon asked him to eat it quickly. Wrath smiling broadly said that this refreshing taste instantly spreads, and when there is too much of it the sweetness of the chocolate comes to the fore. The guy looking at the ice cream noted that he had felt it earlier when he used that skill. Wrath immediately shifted his gaze to the side as the master asked if there was only one way to use it. The assistant flying beside him noted that the man was on the right track since he could understand it. His eyes opened wider when Rayon offered him a 5-month bet. The demon smiling accepted such an offer, and immediately a corresponding notification appeared. The fighter, turning his head, invited his comrade to go to the dormitory. Dorian turned around when the girl asked them to wait a while because she needed to give them something before leaving. Holding out a small bag, she noted that they most likely really liked the pineapple pizza, and therefore wanted to bake pineapple cookies from the remaining fruit. The guy taking the gift in his hand thanked her, and the interlocutor said that she hoped that they would like this food. Smiling broadly, Yua asked to come to her more often. The two of them leaving said goodbye to her. A forest covered with snow appeared. The ladies were running quickly. One of them, gritting his teeth forcefully, realized that this was an emergency, and he urgently needed to return to report this to the commander. They were running away from some monsters called ice trolls. I could see the castle of Haben. The fighter, looking away, said that they had been ordered to destroy those monsters. Dorian, wide-eyed, cried out in surprise and noted that their first patrol mission had ended only yesterday. The interlocutor replied that he understood that it was difficult to immediately start a new mission after one mission, but this was the decision of his superiors. Sweat appeared on his face as one of his comrades asked the reason for this decision. The commander, crossing his arms over his chest, listened to the messenger's words that the second patrol team had discovered a group of ice trolls near the 4th underground ditch. The man sitting at the table began to say that there were 13 monsters. But it was likely that they would come again, and most likely it would be better to strike the first blow because the 4th pit was not far from the 5th. And in this case, they should immediately deal with these enemies and then investigate the mole sharks that appeared near the 5th pit. And also added that he had some bad feelings and therefore the deputy should go with him. The guy, closing his eyes, answered in the affirmative. Pointing his finger at the map, the leader asked him to take a team of mercenary wolves to get rid of the trolls and explore the northern territories and then return. Tyrion, standing in front of him, said that he would take the 3rd patrol team on this mission. At the same time, the leader asked about the reason for such a decision. Then the interlocutor replied that he had been informed that Rayon had dealt with all the mole sharks on his own during the first mission. Looking somewhere ahead, the man also added that the rookie had done it quickly and without injury, and if true, his skills would be extremely useful, and besides, he would like to see him in battle with his own eyes. His comrade, frowning, remembered the words of the deputy that he was ready to fight on any battlefield, and that was why he should be taken. Turning around, the soldier said that in any case, they should prepare and go to bed early today. Immediately afterwards, the door slammed shut. Dorian, clutching his face, shouted that they were in for a difficult time, although they had just returned from the first mission, and it was unexpected that they would immediately be sent to the next one without rest. Crying, his comrade in arms asked if it was true that even swords did not work on those ice trolls. And Rayon answered in the affirmative. The young man, remembering one of these monsters, knew that they had thick and strong skin because they lived in cold conditions and were said to be difficult to kill unless the sword was filled with an aura. And besides, the monsters had outstanding regenerative abilities. His partner hiding under the covers said that they were missing and he was definitely waiting for death on this mission and he should have written the will. The young man sitting on the bed asked him not to be afraid because if he used his speed then he would definitely be able to defeat such an enemy, and the interlocutor replied that he was scared even after these words. Dorian looked up when he heard Rayon's words that there was another way. Taking the blade in his hand, the man explained that there was a way to get rid of the fear of ice trolls and added that after their duel, the troll would become an ordinary monster for him. Smiling, the guy suggested that he go train right away. He could see the buildings of this castle when Dorian shouted that now that such thoughts were beginning to come to his mind, these monsters really seemed to him weaklings. The deputy holding the document in his hands said that it was time to check the turnout. Rayon, looking at his comrade, asked if he was okay, and the interlocutor replied that it now seemed to him that anything in the world would be better than their duel. Someone appeared behind and asked about Rayon's name. The man approaching them introduced himself as a captain of mercenary wolves. Smiling, Beto noted that his mercenaries always say that they dream of a duel with this famous newcomer. Stretching out his hand, the man added that he did not know that he was a member of the patrol team, while the guy at that time said that he was also pleased to meet him. They shook hands, saying that they hoped for a good joint work. As he was leaving, the head said that it was time for him to check on his fighters and he just wanted to introduce himself. The Wrath appearing behind noted that he did not like this person and asked to gouge out his eyes because you cannot trust those who have snake eyes. There was a smile on the man's face as Wrath said that in his experience, such people often turn out to be traitors 8 out of 10 times. The young man looking after him decided to memorize these words. Remembering the eyes of the interlocutor, Rayon realized that there was really something wrong in his eyes and it was better to watch him while they were here. This man continued to go somewhere. Suddenly, someone ran up to them and called out. The girl, holding the box in her hands, apologized for being late, and said that she had cooked all the food they had ordered. One of them, bowing his head, noted that she became prettier every time they saw her, and she was also better at cooking, while the other added that she was the pride of this castle. The fighter, smiling, thought that this girl was really loved by the soldiers, and apparently her personality was a kind of talisman of this place. His gaze darted to the side when someone called out to him. Yua, handing him the bag, said that it was the jerky she and Grandpa had made and asked him to take it, and the boy asked why she had decided to do so, and then the cook replied that this was his first expedition, and next time he should buy something from them. The young man, looking down, thanked her for this. She smiled and replied that if he liked him, then next time they would have to order something from her. The deputy, standing in front of the group, ordered everyone to line up in order to hold a short briefing. Dorian's eyes were still wide when the head said that they had 2 tasks. The first being to destroy the ice trolls, and the second was to patrol the area between Mount Stalin and the North Sea. Looking somewhere ahead, the man explained that they need to do everything possible so that no one gets hurt. Wrath appeared next to the man. Then the guy noted that he now looks extremely serious. Mountains could be seen in the distance. When Wrath thought that this energy was coming from those places, although not very strong, but he managed to feel it. Frowning, Wrath replied that there was nothing wrong with his expression when he assumed that the same opponent would be there. They all began to move forward when the corresponding order came. Throwing up his hand, the man told the scouts to take all the bags. Turning around, he said that if they lost any of them, they would be punished in full, so they had better treat them like a loved one. Although they probably didn't know that they had never had them. The young man, glancing at Raiden, asked why the snow attack squad was asking the scouts to carry their bags, and after thinking about it said that this seemed to be his first mission. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Raiden said that they say that they need to save their strength for the fight because they are the main fighters. Since these guys appeared here, the same thing has been happening every time. Rayon stared at the captain as he said that he was offended, but there was no choice. They were scouts. They had no power or authority. They could only grit their teeth and do what they were told. Seeing how one of the scouts happily asked for his things, the man said that now was not as bad as last time. Then, even after the battle, they forced them to carry all the equipment and also left the post-battle cleaning on them. Resting his hand on his side, the captain said that it was unfair. But he should try not to think about it. It would be easier that way because here force and rank are the law. Rayon looked down and mentally called everything absurd. As they prepare for battle, they risk their lives on reconnaissance. They are the first to fall into traps or stumble upon the enemy, and these people still treat them as inferior. Rayon, after thinking about it, said that he had previously thought that there would be a strong camaraderie on the front line, but there was no such thing. Raiden, scratching the top of his head, said that with the snow attack squad, all this weight was wrong. Glancing at Captain Ediquil at the front of the squad, he said that this guy really thought that such behavior was normal. Rayon narrowed his eyes, realizing that he just needed to break this guy around whom the rod had gathered. The man stopped abruptly, stopping walking. Tyrion's mouth dropped open in shock. Looking at the cave, he said that there were no ice trolls here, contrary to the report. Turning around, he asked Raiden if he was sure of what he saw. The guy raised his hand and said that he was sure that he had seen 13 ice trolls on the edge of the forest. Ediquil, crossing his arms over his chest, said that was why he had said that scouting squads should not go alone. At least one swordsman should accompany them on every mission. As he scanned the forest around him, Tyrion ordered everyone to concentrate and look for traces of the trolls. The members of the reconnaissance squad crouched, trying to find traces. Rayon, watching the people's efforts, said in his mind that several hours had passed, and they hadn't found the slightest trace. And these people had been living here for a long time and were well trained, even if the ice trolls left fewer traces. But it was strange that there was nothing at all. The young man, glancing at the tree to the side, assumed that someone was behind all this. Rayon approached the deputy commander and asked to be allowed to go and search. He would like to check something. Ediquil, frowning, said not to meddle in his own business. He had better go and help set up camp. It was almost dark. Tyrion interrupted him abruptly, saying to give the newcomer a chance. Throwing up his hand, the man said that he was only wasting their time. Rayon closed his eyes. He felt the currents of icy wind around him. Ediquil, frowning, said displeased that if he could not search, it was better not to disturb him and get up. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise when the guy said that he had found footprints. Raising his head, the guy said that the trolls were near a frozen valley northeast of Mount Stalin. When Rayon stood up, Ediquil yelled at him, asking if he really took the mission as a joke, if he really wanted to say that he had pinpointed their location. The man gritted his teeth when Rayon said that he was sure of this. Did he have a problem? Ediquil, waving his hands, asked if he could answer for his words. The guy, hearing him, said that he was not stupid enough to joke in such a situation. Tyrion looked at the young man and asked how exactly he had found them. And Rayon replied that he had applied a method he had learned from a man who moved through the forests and mountains as if they were at home with an expanded sense of energy. Ediquil, who was standing behind the deputy commander, shouted again, saying that this young man did not understand what he was talking about. He did not even understand how far away the frozen valley was from here. Tyrion frowned, realizing that the captain was right. With such a distance, relying only on a sense of energy is unconvincing, especially for a beginner. Taking a closer look at Rayon's eyes, he mentally said that these eyes were unusual. It seemed that he could see through everything when he looked at them, and he himself began to believe in everything. The man pondering said in his mind that there was only one person in Zeeghart who was known for moving through the mountains and forests, as if he were at home, and if the boy really had learned from Rimmer then he could really be trusted. He suddenly came up and said that when he learned this he was also interested. Smiling, he asked Rayon how long it would take them to get there. Rayon replied that they needed 30 minutes to get there and maybe another 10 to get into a good position. Beto narrowed his eyes, realizing that the young man had already figured out where to set up an ambush. Throwing up his hand, he offered to check this place. They still had 2 hours before sunset. Anyway, Beto turned when Ediquel shouted, asking if this newcomer had bribed them. With a wave of his hand, Tyrion ordered everyone to prepare to move forward, after which he said that when it got dark, they could be attacked by monsters and the situation would be much more dangerous. If Rayon was right, this was a chance to prevent the threat. The man clenched his jaw. The guy came up to him and asked if he still didn't believe it. Standing in front of Idquil, he offered to bet so they would accept any outcome without objection. Sneering, the young man said that if he found the trolls from now on, the snow attack squad would treat the scout squad with respect. Not only would they stop throwing off their equipment on them, but they would also carry them and help with their work. Frowning, the man asked what would happen if he made a mistake. Putting his hand to his chest, Rayon said that in that case, he would do whatever he said. Turning around, Wrath said that he accepted his bet. It would be better for him to be ready to lose. After that, he would definitely not be able to open his mouth so freely. Tyrion turned around and announced his advance into the frozen valley. A figure in the tree was watching everything. Parting his lips, he asked why this detachment began to rise. Tilting his head, the observer said that this was not in the plan. Looking closely at the members of the squad, he realized that these idiots were deliberately going around in such a way as to get to a place where it was convenient to ambush the ice strolls. They clearly knew where they were hiding. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he had long ago destroyed all traces. So, how did they know the location of the monsters, especially in such a blizzard? Even a scout who had lived here all his life would not be able to find them here. If this continues, these people will find ice trolls, and that's a problem. Remembering the fortress, the man said that he needed to buy some more time to execute the plan. Rubbing his chin, he thought for a moment. He grinned widely. Taking the mask in his hand, Officer Eden said that such an outcome was also not bad. Ediquil frowned, not believing what he saw. There were indeed ice trolls ahead. He gritted his teeth, not believing that this kid could find monsters at such a distance. His eyes widened as the young man reminded him of the bet. Rayon, approaching him, said that after this battle, all life would fall on the shoulders of his squad. He was the captain of the squad, and it seemed that he should not go back on his words. Ediquil, his jaw clenched, was about to yell at the impediment man. But Tyrion ordered him to stop the altercation. Turning to the couple, he said that it was hard to believe, but they were incredibly lucky because thanks to Rayon's abilities, they discovered the trolls, and now they have a job. Waving his sword, the deputy commander ordered all units to prepare for battle. Lowering his sword, he ordered to open fire. A moment later, the arrows struck the monsters. The warriors rushed to the trolls, not giving them time to come to their senses. Beto, thrusting his sword into the monster, said that if you slow down, the monsters will begin to regenerate. They need to aim for the neck and heart. Quill, swinging his sword, said not to leave anyone alive. Rayon, standing behind, said in his mind that the squad members were working very well. They were using formations competently to suppress the ice trolls. Seeing Beto grinning, he realized that he was completely different during the battle. He had just been calm, and now his look had changed. Dorian approached Rayon and asked him why he was standing still. Throwing up his hands, he said that usually he did not hold back and jump into fights already. But today he was too quiet. The young man replied, saying that now their mission was to protect the scouts. They would remain in their current position. Dorian's mouth dropped open in shock when Rayon said that he already had an opponent. Rushing at the monster, the warriors shouted, telling the members of the reconnaissance squad not to approach and only support from the rear. Raiden, swinging his sword, ordered the swordsman to block the trolls from the front, while the crossbowmen were to cut through the formation, distracting attention. He smiled, seeing that the fight was going better than he thought. They took control of the trolls from the very beginning, setting up an ambush. The trolls still haven't recovered and are completely disoriented. Remembering the newcomer, Raiden said that everything was thanks to him. Suddenly, he felt an incredible pressure and froze. The man turned. 2 monsters were walking straight in his direction. The warrior and shaman of the ice trolls opened their mouths. The warrior jumped straight towards him. Raiden held out his sword in front of him. He did not have time to dodge. Beto, appearing in front of him, blocked the shot. Arian standing in front of the man told him to get ready. If he delayed, he would die. Beto closing when I said that the warriors were on a completely different level. Mana flashed in front of the couple. The deputy commander gritted his teeth and tensed. The shaman from the hills supports the trolls with magic. If you have to take into account his contribution to the battle, it will become too difficult. Frowning, Tarian shouted, ordering all units not to relax. Ediquil and the snow attack squad needed to suppress the warrior Beto was fighting. The man standing at the head of his detachment accepted the order. Raiden turning around ordered the crossbows to be reloaded. Eden sneered as he cast the frostbolt spell. Ice shards rushed towards the members of the reconnaissance squad. Rayon abruptly appeared in front of them and beat off the fragments. Straightening up, he said that the enemy had finally appeared. Stepping onto the battlefield, Eden derogatorily said that a small child was able to block his magic. Standing between the 2 trolls, the ghost said that the deputy commander and Rayon had impressed him. Arian holding his sword out in front of him shouted, saying that he used to wonder why the trolls moved strangely. It turned out that he was to blame. Eden grinned, forming a magic circle above him. He told Tarian not to lose his temper, for he would not let any of them live. The deputy commander felt incredible pressure. Ediquil and Beto staggered, dropping to one knee, and said that he was suddenly cold, and his body stopped moving. Tarian narrowed his eyes when Eden said it was all in the name of their greatest revival plan, transforming. He said that today he would take their lives. The demon ordered him to die. Suddenly Rayon attacked him. Eden, gritting his teeth in pain, asked how he could move under the effects of his curse. Rayon, releasing an icy aura, said that he would not understand him, for he had always lived with a more terrible curse and a stronger cold. Rayon instantly wounded the enemy and found himself behind him. Upon landing, he said that he relied too much on curses. Turning around, Rayon said that as a result of this, he was no one in close combat. Ideal stood up and asked in surprise how this guy had freed himself from his shackles. Even though the deputy commander had not been able to do so, Tarian, swinging his sword, said that the fight was not over yet. They needed to finish off the trolls before they regrouped. A single cry of soldiers was heard in the mountains. Tarian, standing in front of Eden, said that he must have been disappointed. In the end, he had not been able to kill a single person. Frowning, he said that now he should tell them why they attacked them. Then he would show mercy and finish him off quickly. Sneering, Eden said that he did not need mercy. On the contrary, they should now want to kill him as soon as possible, since his goal from the very beginning was only to distract the forces of Haben Castle. One of the scouts, raising his hand, pointed to the side. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the distance. Ediquil turned around and asked the deputy commander to look around. Far away, smoke rose over the castle of Haben. Tarian's mouth dropped open in shock. Raiden, sweating with horror, said that Haben was an impregnable fortress. Eden, grinning, said that the original plan was to use them as bait to lure Miland here, but things didn't go as expected. Therefore, as a fallback, he used the spell to unleash a horde of trolls on Haben Castle. Looking up, the man said that the monsters had probably already wreaked havoc. Tarian suddenly struck the prisoner. Grabbing him, he told him not to talk nonsense. The castle could not fall because of several trolls. Rayon frowned, realizing that the deputy commander was right. Even if the elite units were elsewhere now, Commander Miland was still in the castle. The ice trolls besieging the castle alone cannot destroy Haben. Eden, throwing his head back, laughed loudly. Grinning, he said that perhaps there really were only ice trolls there. Suddenly, the members of the squad staggered as they felt the pressure. Edequil, frowning, said that the ground itself had begun to tremble. The young man opened his mouth as he realized that this was no ordinary earthquake. Tyrion turned around as the prisoner screamed, saying that Eden had never prepared badly. All this time, they had been dancing in his palm. They could only watch Habans fall from here. Tyrion's jaw clenched in anger. Laughing loudly, the man said that now they would understand the true despair. The deputy commander swung his sword. Without turning to the captain, he ordered to tell all the troops. Turning his head, he ordered an immediate return to the castle. Haban was on fire. Screams were heard in the burning street. The knights tried to evacuate the villagers. Milan waved his hand and ordered the first squad to put out the fire, while the second blocked the ice trolls. Soon, Tyrion, having arrived at him, reported the return of the deployed detachments. Turning to the squad members, Milan said that they were now surrounded by a horde of ice trolls. So, had they discovered anything unusual during their reconnaissance? The old man frowned upon learning that this attack was Eden's ambush. After thinking about it, he said that he felt that something was wrong here. Inspecting the corpses of the trolls, he said that judging by his words in this earthquake, their plans were not limited to trolls. Looking at Tyrion, the old man said that these bastards had nothing to gain from attacking the castle. The deputy, realizing it, said that they had not been able to figure out the enemy's targets. However, due to their interference, the wave of monsters would surge in sooner than expected. Milan frowned sharply. The members of the squad opened their mouths in horror when Tyrion said that the tracks of the trolls and other monsters were caused by them, as well as that the recent earthquake would provoke a wave in their direction. People clutched their heads, realizing that chaos already reigned in the castle because of the trolls, and in the event of a wave of monsters, they would all die. Milan shouted sharply, ordering him to calm down and not to lose his courage so quickly. The warriors straightened up abruptly. The old man, knitting his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, said that they had never lost to a wave of monsters before. Haben Castle was an iron fortress protecting the continent. If they fell, then who would protect the people of the continent and their families? The flag of the castle fluttered, gripping his sword tightly. Milan said that they could do it. They just had to do what they had done before. They had to pull themselves together and grip their swords tighter. Raising his sword, the commander shouted, saying that they were fighting this battle not for themselves, but for those who were dear to them. The soldiers, gritting their teeth, said that they would carry out his orders. Rayan shifted his gaze to the old man, realizing how amazing he was to be able to break the morale of the soldiers with just a few words. No wonder this old man is called the Lord of Haben Castle. Turning around, Milan told the deputy that all the squads that had not received orders were to guard the civilians and clean up the area. They were to go with him to the walls of the castle, and Dorian and Rayan were to help the squads in the rear. Tyrion, parting his lips, asked the commander to take the two to the walls. Looking at the walls, the old man said that the main blow would be on the walls of the castle, no matter how talented these children were. One wrong move and they would die. The deputy replied that he understood perfectly. However, Rayan defeated Eden with one blow. Milan turned abruptly, surprised. Turning around, Tyrion said that Dorian had come back from this mess without a scratch. Even if the first impression wasn't the best, there's no reason to underestimate their abilities. Rayan stood aside, calmly watching everything. Frowning, the old man ordered him to climb the walls of the castle and defend heaven with them. The young man, straightening up, accepted the order. A cold wind beat against the walls of the castle. Milan approached the scout and asked how things were going with the enemy's movement. The terrified man turned around, saying that this was indeed a wave situation. Approaching the edge of the wall, the old man tried to understand what made the scout speak in such a tone. He involuntarily opened his mouth from what he saw. Beto, frowning, asked Edequil if he had ever seen such a wave, who replied that it was the first time he had seen such a wave. Rayan, who was standing at the edge of the wall, was amazed. Rimmer told the apprentice, holding the decree in his hand, that he would have to go to the battlefield where the warrior had to fight the monsters that came daily from the North Sea and the mountains of Stalin. A place so terrible that people called it the hellish battlefield because the warriors here did not even have time to sheath their swords. A horde of orcs, trolls, and various creatures gathered at the walls of the castle. Tyrion approached the commander and said that they had counted about 1,000 monsters, but judging by their continuous stream, there were probably tens of thousands of them. Rayan froze, looking into the distance. He could not even determine the exact number of enemies with his instinct. Milan, looking at the newcomer, asked him if he knew about the waves, who replied that he had heard something about them. When repelling waves of monsters, there are always a lot of victims, which is why reconnaissance missions are constantly sent to prepare for them. Recently, Dorian and Rayon participated in one. They also had many other people with them, all for the sake of reducing losses. Destroyed walls can be restored, and new ones can be built instead of gates, but a person cannot be raised from the grave. Frowning, the old man said that he had to try to save as many soldiers as possible. That would be his task. The young man, parting his lips, said that he understood him. Hearing a loud roar in the distance, the commander said that they no longer had time to talk. Turning to the soldiers, Milan said that he understood that they were all frightened by the scale of the wave, but that it was a test for anyone who had trained at Haben Castle, and as always, they would survive and defeat the creatures. The orcs rushed forward. Raising his sword, the commander shouted, saying that after the battle, they would celebrate the victory together. Archers drew their bowstrings. Shield-bearers and spearmen stepped forward to the walls. Lowering his sword, the commander ordered to open fire. The ogres roared. Arrows filled the sky like hail. The blood of monsters spilled onto the battlefield. The creatures fell being struck by arrows. The scout looking through binoculars said to look into the distance. The elite orc ran straight to the castle gates. The monster together with his aimed at the goal. Suddenly, lightning struck him. Milan, who was standing on the wall, said not to panic and to keep the line. He would personally defend the gate. The captains of the detachments shouted to their comrades in arms, ordering them to assemble. The monsters began to climb the wall. Raising his sword, one of the warriors said to throw off the orcs with the help of the aura as soon as they were above. Suddenly, the monster climbed the wall. At the same moment, Rayon attacked him. Standing next to the soldier, he asked him if he was wounded, who replied that he was fine. Looking around, Rayon mentally said that this place was a real hell. It seemed that he had already killed several hundred monsters. Looking at the battlefield, he realized that the number of creatures was not decreasing. He frowned sharply when he heard the boom's skull approaching. An explosion thundered. The young man fell to his knees due to the explosion. They were even attacked by a suicide monster. It was not clear if the soldiers were okay. The guy looked back when he heard a scream. Wounded limbless people lay on the ground and screamed. Rayon stood up and said to wait a little. He froze abruptly when he heard someone telling him not to go. Milan, fighting, said that they had to defend the remaining wall. If he was distracted by trifles, everything would collapse. They should hold out. Rayon stood up, realizing that this was the right decision. If he left the walls for the wounded, then they would collapse. The people below were crushed by the debris of the wall. Rayon pursed his lips, gripping the hilt of his sword. He said that he was not a commander. His task was to prevent the soldiers of Haben Castle from dying. Rayon jumped down. The young man landed in front of a horde of creatures. The king's spirit manifested itself, and asked him if he was crazy. Did he really think that he could protect everyone here? Looking at the orc in front of him, the guy said that it would be difficult for him, but he would try. The King of Essences, frowning, said that this was a decision made on emotions. Only death awaited him. Rayon gripped the hilt of his sword. He knew that his decision had been foolish, but in this life, he had vowed not to be a murderer, but a warrior. Rayon stood in a stance with two swords. Frowning, he said that as long as he was standing, no one would fall. The guy's foot bent. He rushed at the monsters in front of him, intent on surviving this hell. The battle did not stop for a moment. Rayon slashed, chopped, and chopped again. His hands were covered in blood, his skin was torn off, and the young man had used up all his aura. As he sliced through another ogre, he felt only a sword. Rushing towards the monsters, he saw only the scarlet color of blood. Rayon, straightening up, roared. The guy rushed at the horde of creatures again. As time passed, the moon began to set in the bloody night sky. When dawn rose, Rayon stopped fighting. He was standing on the battlefield with only corpses lying around him. Rayon was breathing heavily, and there were finally no monsters left in front of him. Touching the orb, the demon laughed. Sneering, he said that he originally wanted to destroy Haben Castle and get the Reincarnate. Looking at the sphere, he said that at this moment, an unexpected harvest had come to him. The sun's rays illuminated the walls of the castle. Rayon jumped out of bed. Sitting on the bed, Rayon said that he remembered seeing the destroyed walls of the castle and clinging to them until the abyss opened up beneath him. The young man looked away when he heard a shout. Yua walked into the room crying. The girl said that he finally woke up. Dorian, crossing his arms over his chest, said that he still hadn't woken up. They were very worried about it. Closing his eyes, he said that he hadn't shown any signs of life for 3 days. No matter what they did, everyone was already starting to think that he had really died. Rayan grinned and apologized for making them worry, and a special thank you to her for looking after him. The young man looked at Dorian when he said that he should not thank him at all. But Yua, glancing at the girl at the table, said that she had been around all this time and nursed him until he recovered. She was so worried about him, and she still had to work in the tavern. The girl deftly sliced the meat. Entering the Rayan room, she said that she had made soup. Yua walked over and said that he wasn't quite strong yet, so she used ingredients that were easy to chew, but he had to be careful. The soup was still hot. Rayan called out to the girl and she shuddered, smiling. The guy thanked her for taking care of him all these days. Yua smiled broadly, saying that it was just good manners. When he fully recovered, he needed to visit them in the tavern. He would help raise sales. Getting up, the young man offered to eat together today in the frost branch. He had not eaten this bland food for so long that he wanted something more nourishing. Dorian, turning his head and looking at his friends, said that he had to show himself to everyone first so that they could make sure that he was all right. Opening the door, he said that a lot of people were waiting for him. Rayan froze when someone shouted, announcing the awakening of the hero of Haben Castle. A huge number of people had gathered in front of Rayan. All of them were the ones he had saved, and now they were thanking Rayan. The crowd that had gathered offered him a drink at their expense, saying that they would never forget how much they owed him. Soon the young man saw Milland, who came up and said that he was glad to see that he was all right. This wave was not at all like the previous ones. Everything happened much faster, and the scale was much more serious. In a normal situation, even with a commander on the front line, they would have lost many fighters. The old man, turning his head, was amazed. The young man threw himself off the wall without hesitation. Thanks to his tenacity and bravery, they did not lose a single one, all because Rayan fought tirelessly to protect them. Smiling, Milan said that he had come here as a mercenary. But now they were indebted to him, and on behalf of the entire castle, he expressed their deep gratitude to him. Tyrion, glancing at his comrade, said that Edequil had something to say to him. Rayan's eyes widened in shock. Edequil telling him that he had been wrong about him all along. He had previously believed that he was only a rookie mercenary. Even after seeing his abilities, he continued to look down on him. Clenching his fist, the man said that when he rushed off the wall to save his comrades, he looked like a real swordsman. This was the challenge of the perfect swordsman that they all strive for. After bowing, Edequil said that he sincerely apologized for his previous behavior. Milan smiled and said that they had all fought valiantly, holding back the wave to celebrate this victory. They would have a festival. They would provide them with food and drink in the frost branch, which they could enjoy to their heart's content in the next 3 days. The soldiers, smiling happily, said that it was the first time they had seen such a thing since they had been in the castle. People ran to the frost branch. They were going to drink for 3 days as if it were the last time. Rayan smiled as he watched everything. Milan turned around and told the guy to go with everyone. He would join them after meeting with the officers. The men standing aside tensed when the commander told the deputy and the captains of the divisions to follow him. Dorian, approaching Rayan, said that it was time for them to go have fun. Looking at the sky, the young man said that it was really time for them to go. Crossing his arms over his chest, the old man asked the captains if they were going to repay Rayan only with empty thanks. Raising his hand, Tyrion said that they should give him the highest reward and a worthy compensation, for he had saved countless lives. The captain shuddered when the commander said that he was thinking about giving the guy something more valuable than gold. Clasping his fingers, he said that he intended to give him the artifact of Haben Castle. Raiden, his mouth agape in shock, asked if he was really going to give him the snow-covered sword, if he was going to make Rayan the next commander of the castle. Glancing at the sword, the old man said not to talk nonsense. It was just a symbol, not a real artifact, and he was going to give something else. The old man opened the chest and startled the captains, saying that it was an armor made from the mana stone of the Orc Lord. It was called White Soul Armor. Inside the suitcase was the armor of the White Soul. Frowning, Milan said that it was considered even more valuable than the snowy sword. But considering how much Rayan had done for them, it was the least they could offer him. Parting his lips, the old man said that the guy risked his life to save others. He would be calm if he could at least provide him with protection with this armor. Raiden, smiling broadly, said that this thing would make a great gift. Edequil, who had been standing motionless all the time, said he wanted to ask something. Standing in the middle of the captains, he asked who Rayan really was. Rayon combat prowess was beyond the ordinary. Even the most talented mercenary wouldn't be able to reach such a level. Moving his lips, Ediquil said that he had suspected for some time that he wasn't just a mercenary. But now he should reveal the truth to them himself. Milan thought about it and said that there were some reasons why he couldn't do it. Dorian led Rayon by the hand. Smiling, Milan said that he could only assure them of one thing, that the guy had never deceived them, that one day he would reveal his true identity himself. He was not marked by darkness, so they could not worry. The captains of the divisions narrowed their eyes. At this time in the Frost Branch, all the people were drinking and rejoicing. Snow covered the entire space around the castle. The young man sat admiring the mountains. 10 months had passed since he had arrived at Haben Castle. Looking into the distance, the guy felt that time had passed too quickly. A lot had happened during these months, and he had achieved a lot. Thanks to the Blade of Requiem received from Kuberad, he learned to control the energy of spirits. Rayon fought and withstood a wave of monsters here at Haben Castle, which many refer to as a hellish battlefield. After 6 months of fighting the creatures, he had mastered a new way of using the glacier. Thanks to all this, the inhabitants of Haben Castle became his faithful companions who were always nearby. Rayon closed his eyes. Maybe it was because he had managed to successfully repel a wave of monsters, but the people had given him a new nickname. Rumors of his exploits spread across the continent, even reaching the desert, and Rayon did not even know about it. Events take us to the living desert. Bun was surprised and straightened up when he heard about the hero of Haben Castle. Smiling, his mentor said that people call him the hero of Haben Castle or the Sword Demon, saying that he is about his age with golden hair. Bun grinned, realizing that it was Rayon. The mentor drew attention to the young man's clenched fists. Sitting next to him, he asked the student if he was trying to surpass him. Bun stared at his mentor as he asked him why he was smiling in such a case. Should he not be angry or sad when the one he was so desperate to keep up with only grew stronger? The man chuckled when Bun said that he was actually happy now that he was equal to him. It would mean a lot more. Smiling, the young man said that the stronger the sword demon became, the stronger it would become. The mentor's lips stretched into a smile. Looking at the sky, he said that the two of them should be close. Events take us to Scion Canyon. Martha frowned when she heard that the golden-haired swordsman was called the hero of Haben Castle. Her master, who was standing in front of her, said that he had heard that he had helped stop the monster wave. So, he decided to tell her because he was always interested in what was going on around him. Closing her eyes, the girl said that one could expect the brat to get stronger. But how much more could he grow? Martha opened her eyes when her master said that rumors were often exaggerated, although he did not know who he was. But she was definitely stronger than him, for the corpses behind her back were proof of this. A huge number of corpses lay all over the area. The man glanced sharply at the student when she said that this guy was really a real genius. Clenching her fist, she said that she could feel it herself. Even now, he was getting stronger. Smiling, the swordsman said that it was all the more interesting for him to find out who made her so tense. Frowning, Martha said that this guy saved her life, but remains her rival whom she must defeat. Inside the Kadam jungle base, the lady raised her hand and said that she had previously known that they had reinforcements on the castle walls. But why would one person rush into battle to protect all these wounded? Glancing at her friend, the girl said that she was sure that these were just rumors. The young man was not capable of such a thing. Nant, smiling, said that she had no doubt that it was all true. He was capable of such miracles. Surprised, the lady asked how strong this guy was. It seemed to her that he should be weaker than her. Lowering her head, Renan said that this warrior was stronger than her, both physically and morally. The girls in front of her were indignant, saying that there could be no one stronger than her. After all, she had made her way through this jungle in just 6 hours. The girl sitting on the tree said that she always changed somehow when it came to him. Was he her rival or something? Was she here to surpass him? Sieghart, after thinking, said that she was not here for this. Then the Amazon, smiling broadly, asked why she was there. Then bowing her head, Renan said that she wanted to become strong enough to be by his side so as not to be a burden and to help him if necessary. Looking at the mountains in the distance, Rayon thought about the time spent here. Closing his eyes, he said that the more he used Glacier, the more vivid his sensations became. Rayon could sense the aura of this technique, and it was amazing. Now he could see even with his eyes closed. Now the guy understood why the Essence King was so angry when he got this skill. Looking at the spirit, the young man thought that he had been too quiet lately. In addition, the demon was staring at the peak of Mount Stalin all the time. The young man shuddered when the spirit called out to him. Frowning, the demon king offered to make a bet. Rayon raised his head and asked what he wanted to argue about. Looking at the castle, the spirit said that it was simple. The test of that pointed man was to hold out in this place for a year. Turning to the boy, the king said that he was betting that he would not last the remaining 2 months. The young man, raising an eyebrow skeptically, asked if he was serious. Wrath shouted in fury, saying that he always told the truth. Looking at the frowning demon, Rayon felt as if he was a fool who did not understand that the wave had already passed and Eden was unlikely to attack. After the death of the Spirit of Blue, the troops of Balker and Orphan were stationed here. If Eden has even a drop of intelligence, he will not go again. Rayon only needs to train and then return to Sieghart. Wrath smiled as the guy accepted the bet. Flying up, the Demon King said that now that the bet was made, he would give advice. He was only giving it because he had managed to get attached to it. The young man's mouth dropped open in amazement as the spirit told him to grab all those he cared about and get out of here. Grinning, the king said that if he did not listen to him, he would regret it very much later. Glancing at the castle behind him, he said that very soon this castle would disappear from the face of the earth. It had been a month since Rayon had made a bet with the Wrath. Snow was still covering the area. The young man waved goodbye to his comrade. There was only 1 month left until the end of his final exam. Despite the ominous warning from the demon, peace continued to reign in Haben Castle and children played happily in the streets. Considering that the demon was shouting at Mount Stalin, calling her lazy, things didn't go the way he thought. The guy raised his head. Surprisingly, there were many birds flying across the sky at that moment. A flock of black crows filled the sky. Rayon raised an eyebrow, not understanding what it was. He stopped, tripping over something. A frog lay under his foot. The guy looking down mentally said that the climate in this place was too cold. Frogs should not appear until the onset of summer. A drop of water gathered on the tip of the faucet. Suddenly, the water poured out despite the closed tap. The whole castle shook. People on the streets, frightened, began to scatter. The bell rang. Milan frowned when he heard the wave coming. Rayon raised his head. Tyrion and Raiden stared at the gate in amazement. The soldiers looked at each other, saying that it was not the season of waves. Raiden, running up to Rayon, said to get ready, they would go together. The young man ran to the walls, realizing that he had to hurry up and warn the others along the way. The dead frog remained lying on the road. The soldiers fighting the monsters shouted and cursed, saying that this wave was the same as the last one. The monsters broke through their formation. Tyrion, frowning, asked the commander if Eden was behind this. The young man, having cut the monster, said that everything was not the same as last time. He did not feel madness or desire to kill monsters. It seems that this huge horde of monsters are fleeing from something more dangerous. The guy's eyes widened as the demon said that he had told him that he should leave this place. Grinning, the spirit said that this was his fate for not listening to his warning. Hovering beside the young man, the king said that he had had a chance until he fully awakened. But now he had discovered them all and would not stop until he wiped this castle off the face of the earth. However, something could change if he offered him a sacrifice he deemed worthy. Rayon stared at the bracelet and asked what was coming. The young man gritted his teeth when the demon said that he did not have to tell him everything. He would see everything with his own eyes. Rayon ran up to the commander and asked if there was a plan in case an enemy appeared that they could not defeat. Milan stopped and frowned, saying that it was not in his nature to ask such questions. The guy opened his mouth in amazement. The old man, looking at the young man, said that they would fight anyway, for countless innocent citizens would pay if they could not defend the castle, even at the cost of their lives. They would have to buy time to evacuate. Rayon gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. Without thinking about the monster that had rushed at him, Rayon said in his mind that when he didn't even know who they were fighting, he couldn't ask for an immediate retreat. After cutting the orc, the guy decided to focus on stopping the wave. Soon, the moon appeared in the sky. Edequil, swinging his sword, said that something was wrong with the monsters. They needed to shoot down flying monsters with bows and crossbows. Rayon, turning his head, noticed a strange thing. Even ordinary animals like deer escaped. This did not happen even during the last wave. Milan immediately glanced at the deputy and ordered soldiers to evacuate ordinary residents. Those who lived outside the walls of the castle and those who lived outside the walls of the castle were also evacuated. Tyrion immediately ran, accepting the order. Rayon flinched as the commander told him to run away through the aura if the situation got too bad. The boy froze when Milan said that now he understood what he meant. He was more far-sighted than he was, and besides, he had a great future ahead of him. He needed to save his life. The efforts he made to protect Haben Castle will never be forgotten. Rayan gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that he now had to run away and leave all the people he had fun with to die. Swinging his sword, Rayan decided that he would not do it. Suddenly, the flames around him dissipated, and a terrifying aura frightened him. The young man's eyes widened in shock. The pupils of the raven looking at him narrowed. Rayan lowered his sword, realizing that even after 12 hours, the sun had not risen. The demon stepped into the territory of the forest. Moving his lips, he said that he was cold, tired, and sick of all this. Stepping forward, Sloth said that unfortunately, he had already woken up, so he had no choice. He had to erase everything. The space around the Demon King was distorted. Rayan was sweating with fear. Wrath grinned and said that he had finally sensed it. It's too late for him, so he'll tell you something. Like that lazy idiot is called Sloth, the recipient. All the creatures around him fell asleep eternally. Sloth, who went to the castle, was a demon lord of the same level as Wrath, for he was the monarch of laziness, Sloth. The demon's pupils narrowed. Milan's hand trembled, frowning and staring into the distance in horror. He asked how such a creature could exist. Rayan, drenched in sweat, said in his mind that even for a commander who had reached the level of a master, the presence of a demon lord was traumatic. Probably only he could feel the difference between himself and the lord. Grinning, Wrath said that Sloth had managed to gather a lot of energy, although it wasn't as much as in the demon world, but for a lazy bastard who did nothing but sleep, it was enough. The young man, glancing at the demon, asked if he was not the only lord who had condescended to the human world. Wrath closed his eyes and said that with his level he wouldn't understand anyway. Glancing at Sloth in the distance, the boy asked why he was there. Over the past year, there have been small skirmishes and attacks from masked people, as well as reconnaissance that took place after the end of the waves. Countless disturbances and tremors reached the very top of the mountain, especially the vibrations from the horde of monsters. Sloth, which slept on the top, was awakened for this reason. Before he had just woken up and fallen asleep, barely opening his eyes, but this time he was fully awake. Wrath turned to Rayan and said that it was a great moment to tell him a story. The demon world was a land of non-stop slaughter and desire. It could be assumed that whoever fell asleep in such a world would literally beg to be killed. But somehow Sloth just didn't stop sleeping. So, how did he become a lord? The fact was that he indiscriminately killed everyone who disturbed his sleep. Even the heavens turned red after his carnage. If someone said something to him or attacked him, they died instantly. In this way, this demon killed everyone who woke him up in the last 1,000 years, leaving countless corpses in his wake. After all, he had become the lord of the demon world and was now frowning at the monsters and humans. Rayan opened his mouth in fear, realizing something, grinning. Wrath said that this guy had come to kill all the people who disturbed his sleep. The young man slapped his face and asked if there was no way to stop him. Wrath, after a moment's thought, said that if there had been someone like himself, or his grandfather, then Sloth would have tried to avoid the fight, but there was no one like. Rayan thought about it, and said that he had previously thought that this lord was killing everyone indiscriminately. Wrath explained to him, immediately saying that if the battle dragged on, Sloth would not be able to sleep, and that was the worst of all. Rayan frowned, realizing that the opponent is a man, and his dream is the only thing he bases his decisions on. Looking at the soldiers who had already begun to fall, Wrath said that he had only two options. The first was to give him control of his body so that he could drive Sloth away or he would die. Rayan froze. If he didn't do anything, Sloth would kill until everyone here died. And then Wrath would take over his body before he even died. So the human world would face the worst nightmare, the apparition of the two demon kings. Frowning, the guy told the spirit that he had to take control. Suddenly, Milan came up to him. The old man, frowning at him, said that he was really grateful to him. Parting his lips, the young man asked what he was talking about so suddenly. Milan, standing beside Rayan, said that since he had arrived here, things had improved at Haben Castle. The back he had exposed during the last raid still seemed very reliable to him. And now it was his turn to be an example to all. An aura burst out of the old man's sword. Holding his sword up, he said that he had lived as long as necessary and had done a lot. But he was different. He was the one who had a great future ahead of him. His era had not yet come. Rayan's eyes widened. He realized that the commander did not give up even in such a hopeless situation. He had even resigned himself to his death. Enveloping himself in flames, the guy said that it would be difficult for him alone, so he would fight alongside him. Looking around, Rayon ordered the captains to evacuate. Tyrion, who was on one knee, said that they couldn't just leave the two of them. They would also fight them to the very end. Frowning, Milan shouted, asking the deputy how he was going to fight if he couldn't even stand properly. Now they must save at least one more person. Isn't that their task? The deputy lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Turning around, he ordered all the troops to descend from the fortress wall and open the southern gates. Frowning, he said that for every moment that Ran and the commander held on, they had to save one more man. The soldiers ran, asking the commander and the young man to survive. Wrath sneered as he said that this senseless attempt by weaklings to survive was causing him to shed tears. Sloth was already at the gate. Parting his lips, he said that they made him feel cold. His eyes flashed as he said that they caused him to come here. The explosion thundered in front of Rayon. The guy gritted his teeth, feeling the strongest waves. It turned out that the overwhelming force he had felt before was not the limit of a demon. The young man closed his eyes when the Wrath said that he had already told him that he had only two options. Opening one eye, Rayon said in his mind that he still could not give in to anger. He was in despair, but it was not over yet. If he gathers all the information he has received so far, he will be able to find a solution. Sloth reflected coldness. He was sleepy. Rayon remembered how the spirit told him the story of his comrade. He was a murderer of thousands who valued time and quickly got irritated. The guy opened his eyes wide, realizing something. Wrath grinned and said that now he just had to give up his body. Looking at Sloth ahead, Rayon offered to make a bet. Enveloping himself in fire, Rayon said that he would receive his malice so that he must be given the strength to fight him. The demon objected, saying that a simple battle would lead to nothing and he would gain nothing from this deal. Frowning, the guy said that he would refuse to give him his body even if he died. Wrath clenched his jaw and said it was a lie. The young man closing one eye said that he just like him never bluffed. If he reneged on the deal, they would both die here, and if his plan didn't work, then he promised that he would give him the body immediately. Wrath frowned angry. Milan closed his eyes. Rayon shouted in a panic, telling him to answer right away. Wrath stared at the guy angrily. Dissolving, he said that he would pay seriously for this. Sloth raised its head. He felt a familiar energy around the young man. Rayon opened his mouth and asked Sloth how a trash like him dared to make a mess in this castle. Frowning, the young man said that this territory belonged to Wrath, and he was his vessel. Wrath's own eyes widened in shock. He immediately formed, asking Rayon when he had become a vessel. The guy narrowed his eyes. He was punishing the spirit for mocking him and hoped for a turning point in their favor. Sloth frowned as he looked at him. Wrath sweating screamed, asking why he decided to declare this insignificant castle his land. Rayon asked him to be silent. Sloth stopped and asked if he was a vessel of Wrath. The youth replied by saying that he was indeed a vessel, and right now the Lord was furious that he dared to approach his territory. Wrath, nervously, began to float around, saying that this had never happened. The guy narrowed his eyes, realizing that the protests of the spirit were meaningless. The only thing Sloth would feel below was the fury he had contracted to him. The demon narrowed his eyes. Rayon frowning said that being a vessel of Wrath, he transmits its will for word. Rayon closed his eyes. He abruptly raised his sword and shouted, asking if he had decided to enter his territory, he must want to die. If he does not stop now, he will make it so that he will not be able to sleep for the rest of his life. Sloth rubbed his chin, thinking that he could no longer sleep. The guy looking down said in his mind that he had previously thought that these words would be like a lottery, but it seemed to have worked. Sloth raised his head as he heard the young man in a panic begging Wrath not to do this. Rayon, raising his hand and unsheathing the bracelet, asked him to refrain and not to descend into this world now. The demon got angry, asking what he was even trying to do. The young man, waving his hand, said that the power he was gathering was not for the likes of laziness but for the people of Haben Castle. Sloth parted his lips, realizing something. That flower bracelet on the man's arm definitely belonged to Wrath. Wrath itself opened in shock as Rand told him that he shouldn't chase Sloth forever to make sure he would never sleep. Sloth unleashed its aura abruptly. Remembering the appearance of Wrath, he realized that if he fought with him, he would not be able to sleep. This random person had the energy of the Demon King Wrath, his bracelet, and even knew what he hated the most. Gritting his teeth, Sloth said that this man was indeed a vessel of Wrath. Lord Wrath's spirit flew to the ground. Frowning, Rayon introduced himself again, calling himself the vessel of Demon King Wrath, which would inevitably become the body into which the Lord would descend. And he knew why he had come. His sleep must have been disturbed by the wave. Sloth stared at the young man in silence. Standing on the wall, Rayan told the demon that he had chosen the wrong opponent. The culprits of this incident were Eden's people. They were using the monsters as their pawns. They were just protecting the castle from the wave they had summoned. Moving his lips, Sloth said that if he was telling the truth, then he had no reason to fight Wrath. Turning around, he said that he was leaving because he had to go back to sleep. Sloth turned as he heard the man tell Lord Wrath that it was not yet time for him to arrive. Raising his hand with the bracelet, the young man said that he would convey everything exactly. Lowering his hand, Rayan asked Sloth how dare he just walk away after attacking his subordinates. The demon replied saying that he didn't know about his presence here. The guy interrupted him, telling him to shut up. He himself is a demon, and should know that life pays with life. Sloth turned around and wanted to protest, but the man interrupted him, saying that because of the monsters that had fled from him, his subordinates had died, and now he thought that he would simply ignore the fact that he was being announced to him like this. Sloth frowned. Wrath gritted its teeth when Rayan said that taking his life in return would not be of equal value. So, as a noble lord of the underworld, he would give him a chance. Putting his hand to his chest, he asked if he would lose the sleep he valued most, or if he would give his strength to the king's vessel. Wrath's eyes widened with anger. He realized that Ran had planned this from the beginning. Stretching out his hand, Sloth said that this choice was too simple. A magic circle formed on his finger. Wrath floating in the air screamed, telling the demon that he was being deceived by a man worse than a demon. He was obliged to kill him. Darkness poured into Rayan's body. At the same moment, the guy's face twisted. Rayan soon straightened up and felt the energy of Sloth. Wrath falling to the ground said that he could not even think that he would die from stress. Turning around, Sloth said that he had to go. He was very sleepy. He stopped when the guy stopped him. Releasing his aura, the demon asked what else he wanted. The guy froze, feeling an incredible killing intent. The young man, putting his hand to his chest and realizing that it was dangerous to provoke further, said that he wanted to give him something. Throwing the package, he said that it would definitely be useful to him. In the bundle was the magic stone of the Goblin King with which Sloth could sleep forever, for it was warm. The demon stared at the magic stone as Rayan said that he would give it to him so that no matter how much he moved in the area, he would not come down here and drive away the waves of monsters. Looking up, Sloth said that it was not difficult. But whose request was it? Rayan, frowning, said that this was a deal he was offering him so that he would not appear here again. Holding out his hand, Sloth said that compared to the value of this stone, it was a low price. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his wrist, and the demon said it was surrender. A bracelet appeared on the guy's hand. Lowering his hand, Sloth said that someday he would help him. He was also created to his master's liking. Turning around, Sloth said that he would now leave before his master bothered him again. Rayan pursed his lips as he watched him. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that he could not lose consciousness yet. Looking at the demon's back, he knew that he had to wait until he was far away and the sun rose again. Turning around, Rayan realized that it was too dangerous. If he didn't have information or Wrath didn't agree to the deal, everyone would die. Besides, if someone in the castle remained conscious now, he wouldn't be able to use this method. Soon, the hopeless night that seemed endless receded with the Demon King disappearing from sight. The sun began to show over the horizon, and the nightmare ended. Milan touched his face. Sitting on the floor, the man said it looked like he had survived. Reaching for his sword, the castle commander muttered that he remembered exactly feeling a wave of energy near the end of it all. Clenching his jaw, the master thought that he had sensed the energy of a transcendental who had attained absolute greatness, and it was enough to remind him of the Northern King of Destruction, after which he couldn't understand how he could survive after such a thing. Tyrion, looking towards the head, asked if he was okay, to which he countered with the others. The guy replied that everything was fine, and Milan turning around clarified why he was so surprised. The man's pupils narrowed sharply. Rayan held a sword in his hand, grinning contentedly. Rayan said that he had kept his promise. Through the sweat on his face, the deputy commander wondered if he really managed to stop that monster, and noticed that even the commander was unconscious and also did not understand how he managed to hold out until the very end. Parting his lips, Rayan said that he was glad that they were all right. The young master closed his eyes. The head of the castle, having caught him, said that the battle was over and let them applaud the hero. The inhabitants of the settlement appeared. Milan crossed his arms and asked if Rayon had come to his senses yet. Rayon was lying in bed, and it could be heard that he was still asleep, and it was obvious that he was fine, but it had been 3 days since the battle. Looking towards the warriors, the man said that he was sure that his body was exhausted after the battle and therefore he would need some time to recover. Standing in front of the leader, Tyrion clarified who the guy was and said that he had felt his energy, and then emptiness. The fighters' eyes were surprised when they heard that it was a demon. After introducing the dark force, the castle commander explained that this vicious and cruel aura was definitely demonic energy, and added that an energy wave of such strength meant that he was most likely the Demon King, and no one would be able to defeat him in battle except for someone like the Northern King of Destruction. A sharp sword was visible, and one of the guys asked how Rayon had coped, and noted that none of them were killed and therefore did not understand how this could be. The warrior looking down asked if they thought he had bargained with the Demon King. A handshake appeared and the fighter said that even if Rayon was a genius, there was no way he could defeat the Demon King in battle, and then there was only one option, namely a deal, and also added that this was only his assumption. But perhaps he offered his body and soul to save them all. Milan, holding his chin, said that he remembered hearing the word agreement from him when he passed out, and wondering if it really meant he had sacrificed himself for them. The swordsman, through the sweat on his face, asked to tell them about Rayon and said that he knew that he was not an ordinary swordsman and therefore thought that he could no longer hide his identity. Parting his lips, the man said that it was time to tell them everything. After introducing Rayon, the castle commander explained that he was one of Rayon. The warrior, looking ahead, noticed that talented 16-year-olds like him all belonged to the 6 emperors, the 5 demons, and Tyrion said that he knew he was unusual, but that everything fell into place if he was Siegfried. Looking back, the gentleman said that Rayon had sacrificed himself more than once to save them, and now they were indebted to him, and therefore the only right solution was to make up for what he had lost. Milan crossed his arms and said that they would support him from now on. The young master was lying under the covers. The head of Rayon was on a pillow, and he thought it was a familiar place, but at the same time, he wondered if he was in the infirmary of Haben Castle. Rising to his feet, Rayon muttered that it looked like things had gone well since he had woken up. Noticing Yua, Rayon asked what she was doing here. A container of water was visible and Rayon asked if she took care of him while he slept. The girl lay with her head in her hand. After which the young master said that she didn't even know when she would wake up, and yet she continued to do so. Turning his gaze to the side, Rayon muttered that whatever it was, his body was not in the condition he expected and thought that he would feel lousy because of laziness. Clenching his fingers, the guy realized that he really felt that he had recovered and his senses were sharper than before, and then wondered what had happened. The expression on the young man's face was confused, and then Wrath clarified why it would be and why he was surprised that his body had become lighter. Wrath, frowning menacingly, exclaimed that something strange was happening to his head and not to his body, and called the teenager a little deceiver. Smiling, Rayon thanked the Demon King for saving him, and the Demon King asked if he had decided to mock him and if he wanted to die. Rance said that he was the first to manage to fool the 2 Demon Kings, and now he was convinced that Sloth was the dumbest Demon King in history. Wrath clarified why his soul level rose simply because he held out for a few minutes against such an idiot, and at the same time, Rayon, through the sweat on his face, asked him again. There were many notifications saying that his soul level had increased after fighting the transcendent being, and some techniques were now 4-star, as well as stats increased, and a new title was obtained. Raising his eyebrows happily, Rayon muttered that he had never been able to check because he had lost consciousness, but he did not expect so many rewards. The guy's gaze was surprised. The system reported that the trait of sloth had been created and the stats would increase while he slept. At which point, Wrath opened his jaw and was stunned. Stretching out his index finger, the young man thought that this made him feel as rejuvenated as he did after 24 hours of training and said that it was even better than he expected. Frowning maliciously, Wrath exclaimed that he should have just killed him. The Demon King asked how much his stats had increased, and then the teenager looked sideways. The young gentleman replied that he thought it was about 11, which caused the evil spirit to round his eyes in bewilderment. Hovering in midair, Wrath clarified how many of them he had ripped off from him. And at the same time, Rayon said that they had increased again because he was angry. Raiden entered the room and noticed that he had finally come to his senses. And Yua asked if he was okay, to which Rayon replied that they were all too worried. Standing in front of Rayon, The captain said that he had almost forgotten. Parting his lips, Rayon listened attentively to the fact that the commander wanted to see him as soon as he woke up. There was a view of the castle, and at the same time, the young gentleman greeted the commander, who said that it looked like he had finally recovered. With his arms crossed, Milan said that he had seen many geniuses, but none of them had developed as fast as he did and would soon surpass him. And Rayon said that he was just lucky. The man remarked that he shouldn't be modest and apologized for asking this so soon after he woke up, causing Rayon to raise his eyebrows in surprise. The leader of the castle asked how he managed to cope with that monster, after which sweat flowed down the cheek of Rayon. The warrior's expressions were serious, and Rayon muttered that these people didn't know much about demon kings and they could banish him if they thought they had something to do with demons. So, he needed to come up with an excuse. Suddenly, the head explained that he was not obliged to answer. And then the young master looking ahead asked him again. Sitting at the table, Milan reported that they realized that he was strong enough to be the demon king and thought that he had bargained with him to make the enemy leave. And what the opponent asked for, they believed that he gave his body and soul as collateral to save them all. The guy said that it looked like they were right, and his comrade exclaimed that he had bargained with the demon king to save them. And at the same time, Rayon thought that things were not going as they should. Wrath opened his mouth wide and shouted that they were idiots because that idiot had given his soul, not Rayon, and wondered what the demon king had to do with a person's body and soul. Standing up abruptly, the commander of the castle said that since he had sacrificed himself to save them all, now it was their turn to help him. Placing his hand on his chest, the man said that he appreciated everything he had done for the castle and all its sacrifices. The leader noticed that Haben Castle supported him, and at the same time, Rayon's face was confused. The head asked to let them know if he needed anything and Rayon grinned contentedly. The young master said that there was actually something he wanted to ask for, and then Milan looking ahead said that he should speak then. Smiling slightly, Rayon said that he should fight him before he returned home. A view of the great building opened up and Rayon said that time was moving forward and there was only a week left before graduation. Raiden was standing at the door, and then Rayon explained that through the effects of laziness, he had become accustomed to his body becoming stronger, and had gained a deeper understanding of his new techniques. Rayon frowned seriously. Standing in front of the commander, the young master said that today when he left Haben Castle, his physical condition had reached its highest peak. Clenching his fist, the young man shouted that Rayon would succeed and he had to defeat the commander before leaving. And they also believed in him. The man, parting his lips, asked if he was ready. Lowering his eyebrows, the teenager replied that he had prepared while he waited. Taking off his robes, the leader noted that then they should not waste time and added that it would not be boring. The head slammed his foot on the ground. The swordsman, smiling menacingly, said that they could begin. Clenching his jaw, Rayon realized what the owner of the castle was like and added that he had an incredible aura. Rushing from his seat, Rayon exclaimed that he was starting. Rayon attacked his opponent. Milan frowned seriously. The guy watching the battle said that he could feel the blows even from here. Tyrion, through the sweat on his face, said that this was madness and he might be a genius, but he was still only an expert, and yet he was able to press the commander so hard and his speed of growth and achievement was unmatched. Rayon held a sword in front of him, and the young man said that he agreed because at this level he was only one step away from becoming a master, and when he first came here he was weaker than him. But this is simply ridiculous. The man, lowering his eyebrows, noticed that his strength and speed were good, but he lacked sharpness, and added that this was just a training match and also wondered if he thought he could beat him in this way. Lifting the corners of his lips, the young master replied that he had only just begun. Swinging his blade, Rayon used the Fang of Insanity sword skill. A moment later, Rayon slashed at his opponent. Looking at the warrior's belly, Rayon thought that this was a breach. Rayon's gaze was furious. The teenager clenched his fist sharply. Suddenly, the young master attacked the castle commander. Rayon opened his mouth in surprise. The swordsman grabbed Rayon's hand, and Rayon muttered that it couldn't be and wondered if he had blocked his attack. Suddenly, Milan pushed Rayon back, sliding on the ground. Rayon thought that creating a breach with a powerful attack would allow him to seize the moment, but he blocked everything and even counterattacked and knows that the commander is stronger than him, but he doesn't even look tired. The young master's expression was confused, and at the same time, the man said that it looked like he was shocked. Bending his knees, Rayon said that he felt like he could predict all his attacks. And besides, he constantly emitted the aura and energy of a sword, but did not look even slightly tired. Clenching his fingers, the warrior said that he had a medium energy core, and that was the difference between the two. The castle commander introduced the green power and explained that the medium energy core opens when it reaches the level of a master, and it allows you to control strong powerful energy with a small amount of aura, and now he is at the highest levels of an expert, but still a master. Milan reported that he couldn't win the battle of attrition, and at the same time Rayon, through the sweat on his face, muttered that he had heard of a medium energy core before but had never seen it live and was surprised that it offered such an advantage. The man held the sword tightly by the hilt, and Rayon understood what it means to be a master. Rayon lifted the corners of his lips. The warrior, looking ahead, clarified why he was smiling. With his mouth parted contentedly, the young master noticed that he saw a way forward and was glad that he still had a lot to achieve. Frowning seriously, the castle commander said that it meant that he was still going forward, even when he collided with the wall. A dark aura swirled around the swordsman's hands, and he asked to be allowed to show what he still had to achieve. Lowering his eyebrows, Milan said that he would show his full strength. Suddenly, a burst of powerful energy rang out. Rayon's pupils narrowed sharply, and then the man said that the skill he was about to show him was called Ice Dragon Death, and it was he and the Ice Horn Sword that had destroyed the Ice Dragon. Parting his lips, the castle commander explained that he would not give his best, but this would be the first time he had used this skill on a student. Standing in front of Rayon, the warrior said that he should try not to die. Rayon's expression was confused, and he thought that this was an aura that was capable of splitting everything, and it was foolish to take this attack directly, and it was best to dodge and counterattack. Rayon closed his eyes abruptly. Remembering the battle with the orc, the young master realized that there was no point in being here if he was just evading her. Rayon frowned seriously and muttered that this was a great opportunity to test the growth of his strength. Looking ahead, the swordsman asked if this was all he was capable of, and what was the name of the skill. Bright flames swirled in the air, and at the same time the Sieghart family had noticed that these were the results of his training at Haben Castle combined with the memories of the Thousand Fires technique after his battle with laziness, and reported that it was the strongest skill he could show him right now. Rayon, holding a sword in his hands, said that he called it the breath of a fire dragon. Milan abruptly lifted his foot off the ground and agreed to see who would win, the opponent's dragon or his sword. Suddenly Rayon's boot was enveloped in bright flames. The enraged rivals stood opposite each other. At the same second, a powerful explosion rang out on the platform. Tyrion began to cover his face with his hand and asked how such a force was possible, and whether he met their commander's attack head-on. Lowering his jaw in alarm, the deputy captain asked which of them had won. White smoke was wafting on the territory of the castle. Rayon tilted his torso down. Parting his lips, the boy exhaled heavily. Bowing, the warrior thanked his opponent for giving him the opportunity to study, after which he added that this was his defeat. The spectators in the stands raised their hands and began to shout that their commander had won. But the young master was also great because he had almost defeated him, although they did not understand how this was possible. A joyful grin appeared on Rayon's face while his comrades cheered and said that he was the best. Looking intently ahead, Milan said in his mind that this was an absolutely absurd guy and that he thought that his aura alone would be enough to overpower him. A memory appeared in which the opponents were facing each other. And then the man thought that he had even had to use protective energy. Closing his eyes, the commander of Castle Haben realized that his decision would be to support this fighter's journey. The young man waved to the audience, and his opponent suggested that this was the best decision he had ever made. A view of the fortress wall of the castle opened. Standing opposite Rayon, Raiden said that it was time for him to go. After which he added that he was already used to being here, so he was sorry, and his colleague noted that he managed to do a great job. Approaching the captain, Rayon thanked him for everything. He advised him to take care of himself. The guy explained that he could come back whenever he wanted if he missed him because he was always welcome here. Beto closed his eyes and admitted that he hoped they would see each other again. Suddenly, the soldier turned his head to the side. The man held out his hand in front of him in alarm and cried out that this would not happen again when asked if he was going to mock the patrol squads again just because he was not there. At the same moment, the boy stretched out his hand forward, smiling. The swordsman explained that he was just joking because he knew he wouldn't do that, and it was an honor for him to fight alongside him, and then added that he hoped that the next time they saw each other they would both be stronger. The defenders of the castle watched the heroes shake hands. Dorian waved goodbye to the students as they shouted that Rayon should not forget that they would always support him, and that he needed to take care of himself, and then him for everything. Holding the sheet in his hands, the young man said that in this case they were leaving and then they would just go in a straight line. With his eyes rounded in surprise, the warrior noticed that if they continued to move without stopping, they should arrive before graduation when suddenly they were asked to wait. Turning his head back, Rayon said that he was upset that she had not come to see him off and then said that he was glad that they were able to meet before leaving. Holding out an object wrapped in cloth, Yu exclaimed that she was late because she was preparing this for his journey when suddenly Wrath shouted enthusiastically about the pineapple girl. The evil spirit asked if she had a pizza with pineapples and Rayon closed his eyes and thanked the interlocutor, after which he added that he appreciated it. Clutching her hands in confusion, the restaurant worker muttered that she had a request for him. A slight smirk appeared on the face of the boy. The child raised her eyebrows in confusion. Yua said that it didn't matter because she couldn't say it now, to which the guy lowered his chin and clarified why not. Folding her hands in front of her, the girl explained that she would tell everything later. Rayon closed his lips sharply. After a moment, the Sieghart family head smiled and agreed with her, but asked her not to forget about it. Raising his hand up, Dorian shouted that the employee of the institution should be careful and they would see each other again. An embarrassed smile appeared on the young lady's face. Lowering her jaw, Yua said that she would tell one day and then added that she had once asked him to let her go with him on the same path he had chosen for himself in this life. Rayon slowly shifted his gaze to his joyful comrade. A view of a tree with dense foliage opened up, and it was clear that a year had passed since the start of the final exams at the 5th training grounds. Students who gained experience and earned various achievements passed under the fortress wall of the parade ground. The swordsman walked around the territory of the 5th training ground, which had been empty until that moment. But the owl began to gather people, filling up with students who had changed. Rimmer sat on the edge of the stage while the guy asked if his friend thought that they had become much stronger over the past year, to which he exclaimed that at this rate he would soon be able to earn the title of expert. Turning towards the guy, the warrior admitted that he was interested in how much stronger the other guys had become. Rimmer grinned contentedly when one of the guy called out to him. Stretching his palms forward, the Sieghart clan head asked if young Master Rayon was there since tomorrow was his graduation, and the other noted that he was afraid that something might happen to him. Running a hand through his hair, the instructor asked if they had known him long enough, and if they thought he was one of those who might be kidnapped or something. The swordsman smirked happily and wondered if this was true when Rimmer advised them to stop worrying for no reason and better prepare for the graduation ceremony instead, after which he added that he was sure he was fine. Resting their palms on the wooden surface, Rimmer said that now they could go, to which they thanked him and exclaimed that in this case they would go to prepare. Rimmer closed his eyes happily. Suddenly, Rimmer began to cry and loudly asked for help. Clenching his fists, Lone stated that there was nothing he could do about it, to which the instructor shouted that Rayon and Dorian had not yet returned, and tomorrow was the graduation ceremony, although he was supposed to return even earlier. Putting his hand on his side, the butler asked why he did not quietly send a letter as he usually did, to which he cried out that he would do so if he could. In the past, the swordsman had put his weapon aside, and now Rimmer had told him that the Heavenly Blades Division had ordered the Shadow community to be guarded. There was a structure with sharp spikes on the ceiling of the room, and at the same time, Rimmer exclaimed that the path through which he had previously made his way inside was completely blocked, and they even attached traps. Looking at the interlocutor, the servant admitted that he would be happy to tell him everything he knew, but did not receive any information about the young master because of him, to which he clarified whether this was still happening and received an answer that the patriarch believed that the information concerning the boy was a secret of the highest level. The head of the house folded his hands in displeasure, and his assistant explained that he hadn't even told him anything lately, to which Rimmer asked if everything was so bad, after which he shouted that if he was so worried about his own grandson, then why didn't he show this concern on his face? Because it looked like the behavior of some stalker, and exclaimed that it is very annoying to him. Looking after the fleeing interlocutor, the butler asked where he was going, to which he replied that he would ask the patriarch everything himself. Raising his hand in the air, Rimmer cried out that he would not be killed for this, and that he would let the butler know that he would be answered. The man closed his lips and bewildered. His gaze was directed to the building with tall columns. Suddenly, a powerful explosion appeared at the side of the building. The light reflected in the window of the Sieghart family's central martial arts hall. Folding his hands in displeasure, Karun wondered if Rayon could be dead. Standing in front of the chief, the subordinate said that the young master was supposed to return a month ago, so they sent a squad to check on him. But suddenly, the war broke out, so they couldn't get close to Haben Castle. After which he added that the wave had been stopped. But judging by the fact that they couldn't contact anyone, he assumed that he was either seriously injured or dead. The servant noticed that Instructor Rimmer was so worried that he went to the Patriarch to ask him about it. To which the manager of the Central Military Palace smirked and replied that it was great since he had always been troubled. So he was glad that he disappeared without his intervention. The assistant revealed that he had heard rumors that he had defended Haben Castle in a battle against the Spirit of the Blue. So he wondered if Eden had attacked them, to which the leader turned his head back and explained that it was possible, but that he was sure he had caused them a lot of trouble. There was a document on the table, and at the same time the man said that the information that Rayon was dead was unreliable and began to talk about what would happen if he returned alive that night, to which he was told that even if so it did not matter. The guys were holding a paper in their hands, and unlike regular tests, the final exam evaluates the progress of students over the year, and uses these results to see if they are worthy of promotion to Swordsman or not. So this process can take from a few days to a whole week. Karun said that the graduation ceremony was tomorrow. So even if he came back tonight, he would not have time to be appreciated. When suddenly the student parted his lips in alarm and muttered that he understood everything. Sitting on a chair, the manager of the Central Military Castle remarked that he would still be interested in watching his disappointed face when he failed, and then asked him to report to him immediately if he knew anything new, to which the subordinate agreed to carry out the order. With a sly grin, the man said that he had been racking his brains about what to do with him, but it seemed that this was his limit. Raising his head, the leader turned to Rayon and stated that he was a good source of entertainment. A view of the fortress wall of the parade ground opened. On the day of the graduation ceremony of the 5th training ground, the students walked around the grounds. Sylvia raised her eyebrows sadly and asked where her son was, even though it was graduation, and if it would really start without him, to which Helen replied that they would not hold the ceremony without the head trainee. The maid exclaimed that there was no need to worry too much. While Karun stood with his eyes closed, clenching his fists, the guy said that the day had finally come when they really graduated. To which his comrade exclaimed that this was so, because when they went on missions, he seriously thought that they would not last long. Holding on to the golden axlement with his fingers, the student said that it was very easy for them to fight the ogres. Now, when suddenly Bun called out to the two, the boy put his hand on his side and asked if they were chatting here, although graduation was coming soon. Looking ahead, the swordsman advised them to stop fooling around and return to their places, to which they agreed, looking after his departing partners. The young man asked when they would stop behaving like children. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and said that he thought he had changed a little when he returned. The interlocutor noticed that he still liked to hold a pose, to which the graduate turned his head back and said that he still had a sharp and angry tongue. Martha put her hand to the back of her head under her hair. Smiling broadly, the girl said that she did not care. After which, the student explained that if she wanted to swear, she could swear. Furrowing her brows angrily, Bun remarked that she should know that she would not be able to get away with it during practice, especially in the arena of heavy fighting, where they cling to every word, to which Bun replied that if they were slapped in the face, they would not dare to make a sound. A drop of sweat was dripping down the fighter's cheek as he decided to see how long her self-confidence would last. The wooden gate behind the students was opened, and at the same time the boy asked why this brat Rayon hadn't come yet, since there was almost nothing left before the graduation ceremony, and if Eden had really attacked him. Nan's back appeared, declaring that the young master would definitely return. The lady looked ahead with concentration and said that this person was not one of those who lost to such bastards, to which the interlocutor replied that this was not a fact and asked if this was known in advance. Closing her eyes, the swordswoman explained that on the contrary, it was even better for her if he did not return, because then she would be able to come out as a representative in his place. Furrowing her brows menacingly, Renan shouted that the boy would definitely come, so she couldn't talk so thoughtlessly. Martha lowered her jaw and cried out that it was too late, because if he was going to come, he would have come long ago. Putting his hand to his forehead, Bun sighed heavily and asked his partners to calm down first. Suddenly, the graduates turned their heads back when they heard the cry that the graduation ceremony was about to begin. So, everyone needed to take their seats. Glenn was coming down the stairs, and someone was announced as the head of the Sieghart, and the true master of the North entering. Glenn sat down on a red chair. The butler was standing near the king's seat when suddenly the host exclaimed that Glenn, who is the head of the family, had entered, and then people began to greet him. After clapping his hands, Rimmer said that 2 more graduates had not arrived, after which he asked if they could wait for them at least a little. To which he said that he would not allow this to happen. Frowning, the head of the house noted that although the date of return was not strictly defined, the date of the graduation ceremony was announced back in February, and then added that if they did not show up by this time, then it meant that they were not worthy of graduation. Rimmer pursed his lips in disbelief as his superior asked if he was going to demand that they postpone the ceremony for the sake of those who were absent. The graduate stood in front of the senior instructor, who said that in this case they would begin the ceremony, and under the leadership of the head of the clan and the elders of the family the ceremony would be held, after which he added that now they would hold the last roll call before the start of the ceremony. Sweat was dripping down the boys' cheeks, and they didn't know if Mr. Rayon hadn't come or if they were really starting without him. While the host reported that there were 43 people in total, of which 41 were in place and 2 were missing, and then added that the report was complete. So they began the graduation ceremony. The servants were standing on either side of the wooden gate when suddenly they were ordered to close the entrance. Renan raised her eyebrows sadly. Martha and Ben closed their lips in confusion. The doors began to close slowly. Suddenly, a splash of air appeared near the shutters. Turning around, the guys wondered why the gate had stopped. And if this wasn't the first time it had stopped closing, the back of Rayon's head appeared. The boy entered the territory of the 5th training ground. The swordsman admitted that he didn't want to attract attention like that. To which Rimmer looked away and noticed that he was too late. After which he muttered that this guy always leads to headaches. Smiling, the warrior announced that he had returned. Running to their friend, the disciples began to call out loudly. Rayon apologized for being a little longer than he had planned when suddenly Renan took his hand and exclaimed that they were waiting for him, and Ben screamed that it wasn't a small delay. While Martha resented that if it had been a little longer, he would have stayed for a second year. The guys were surprised that the head trainee was late at such a moment, and at the same time Dorian standing behind them thought that he was also there. Exhaling heavily, Rimmer explained that they were tormented when they were waiting for him, to which he asked for forgiveness, and he was told to go faster because everyone was already waiting. Clenching his fist, Rimmer said that he should stand in front. After all, he was the head trainee when suddenly they were stopped. On the balcony, the young man noticed Karun. The man's expression was serious. Raising his hand, the head of the Central Military Castle noticed that the rest of the trainees had proved their eligibility for graduation a month ago, and Rayon had just arrived. After which he added that since he had not confirmed his qualifications, he should not be allowed to graduate. The swordsman turned his head to the side in alarm when the head said that these words were not meaningless. After all, the decision to admit to graduation was made by the instructor on the basis of a year's training. But Rayon, who had just appeared, did not prove anything. Furrowing his brows angrily, Karun declared that he was sure he wouldn't want to make everyone wait for him to prove his strength, and then told him to leave. Smiling, Rimmer informed Glenn that the qualifications of the boy could be proven right now, and then asked Rayon if this was true. Suddenly, both opponents were surrounded by magical currents. Her eyes widened in alarm, and Martha shouted that it couldn't be because she knew for sure that he was only at the level of an expert. Slightly lowering his eyebrows, Rimmer exclaimed that a swordsman should speak with a sword. Looking at his opponent through blazing bursts of energy, Rayon noticed that these were very appropriate words. At the same moment, a bright flash of light rose high into the sky. In the endless blue sky, an explosion of fireworks rang out. Sylvia's eyes widened in delight. Karun gritted his teeth viciously and thought that no matter how badly Rimmer's body had been damaged, the trainee would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. The graduates raised their heads up, and the man did not understand what had happened to him during all this time. After a moment, the leader of the central battleground turned his gaze down. Grinning, Rayon wondered if that would be enough to prove it. The man folded his hands and cried out in displeasure. Squeezing his eyes shut, the senior instructor said that he thought it was enough to recognize the qualifications of the boy, and then asked if he could start the graduation ceremony. Raising his fist to his face, Glenn thoughtfully said that he had managed to turn the martial arts training hall into ruins, and he had more than enough arrogance, and then said that they would discuss questions about him after the ceremony was over. Rimmer put his hand on his side when suddenly Glenn allowed him to continue the ceremony. The host called the main trainee forward, and then he took a confident step forward. There were satisfied smirks on the faces of the students, and their training supervisor reported that there were only 43 people in the 5th training ground, of which 43 were in place, and there were no absent ones. A view of the fortress wall of the training ground opened up while Rimmer exclaimed that from this moment on the graduation ceremony of the 5th training ground begins.
A large mansion stands quietly under the night sky, its upper windows glowing with light. A blood-stained young man lies on the ground with his head tilted to the side and his arms stretched out beside him. Several armed men slash and stab at each other in a chaotic fight as blood sprays through the air. Rayon walks along a stone corridor inside a prison-like structure while distant screams echo around him. He walks toward a doorway with his fists clenched while 2 men stand on either side watching him approach. Rayon kneels on one knee and says Rayon has come to visit as summoned. Darius Robert sits in a chair and says, "Thanks for coming, Rayon." Rayon stands before the desk while Darius speaks from his seat and says he is sorry it has not been long since Rayon finished his last mission and yet he is calling for him again. Rayon answers that it is not a problem and says he may call for him anytime. Rayon lowers his gaze slightly and says he is truly grateful to hear that, while thinking that Darius's benevolent mask is still disgusting. Darius Robert stands calmly with a gentle smile as 2 children walk beside him. Darius Robert is known as the Heavenly Sword Saint, one of the 6 emperors, a title granted by the heavens to praise his countless good deeds. A man's fist slams into another man's face as blood sprays outward, while Darius watches from above in a dark underground cavern where he kidnaps orphans, brainwashes them, and raises them as assassins. A hooded Rayon slices a blade across a man's neck, and blood bursts from the wound while he recalls that he once believed Darius was a genuinely good person and would have given his life for him. Rayon stands with his hands slightly raised while glowing chains wrap around his body as he breaks free from the brainwashing placed on him. He sees the evil Darius committed and starts forming a plan to run from him. Darius sits in a chair and says the place Rayon must go this time is the Epilan territory, where a top-grade mana stone lies buried beneath the land, and it is only a matter of time before Epilan's patriarch learns about it. Rayon turns his head slightly while Darius says he hopes Rayon will get rid of Epilan's patriarch as soon as possible and leaves the method to him. And Rayon says this is not a job that ends with simply assassinating the patriarch. Darius raises his hand with a faint smile as Rayon states, the mission is not only about killing the Epilan patriarch, but also about finding a way to swallow the buried mana stone in one attempt, while a large mansion stands behind a closed iron gate. Rayon bows slightly with his hand placed over his chest and says he received the order and will report as soon as the mission is complete, while Darius stands beside him and says he trusts Rayon will do well again this time. Rayon walks forward with his fist clenched as Darius sits behind the desk and says Rayon may leave for the mission. Darius sits silently in his chair with a calm expression. He sits by the window inside the room while light shines through the glass. A wide view of a town shows people walking along the streets between buildings and market stalls as someone asks what kind of person the Lord of Epilan is. A shopkeeper stands behind the counter holding a cloth and a bottle as he asks if the listener wants to know what kind of person the Lord of Epilan is. Rayon stands in front of the counter while the shopkeeper asks if he is not a resident here, and Rayon answers that it is his first time here while the shopkeeper says there are only good things to say about him. A well-dressed noble stands smiling among townspeople, while people say that during droughts he opens the granaries and gives food to the people, cuts taxes many times, and is a perfect example of a noble who thinks only of the territory. Rayon stands in profile while 2 men behind him laugh and raise their mugs, saying the owner is right and that there is not a single resident who has not received the Lord's help. A bearded mercenary sits with one arm resting on the table beside a wooden mug and says everyone has been in the Lord's debt at least once, and that even mercenaries like them have it easy because the work is clean and the pay is good. Rayon sits quietly at the counter with a wooden mug in front of him while the shopkeeper stands nearby, and someone explains that when mercenaries move the Lord sends soldiers with them to ensure the monsters are exterminated and that he often lends farmland to people. Rayon walks through the street among townspeople while people say there is no one else like their Lord in this world. A woman stands behind a tray of bread smiling while a man carrying a wooden beam walks beside her, and they say life would be truly hard without the Lord and that they are grateful to live here. Rayon walks through the town crowd with a calm expression as people pass by around him, and he notes that everywhere he goes there is nothing but praise for the Lord, and that the people deeply trust him. A man stands with his back turned as he is described as a patriarch who values people. Rayon's eye appears in close view as he stares forward and says, "So what?" Rayon stands holding a dagger while several bodies lie around him, and he was kidnapped as a child, lived his whole life as an assassin, and after breaking free from the brainwashing, he prepares to escape. Rayon runs forward through a narrow path with sweat on his face, and says he cannot let his plan fall apart because of a Lord he has never even seen. The patriarch touches the mask with his gloved hand, while Rayon questions what if the Lord is rotten to the core like Darius. Rayon's clenched fist hangs at his side as he questions how he can know the Lord is not secretly kidnapping children and raising them as assassins, and he believes that man must also be evil underneath. A small hand grabs Rayon's cloak from behind and calls out to him. Rayon turns his head with a surprised expression while a young girl holding a stuffed rabbit looks up at him and asks if he is okay because he looks upset. A man approaches quickly as the girl holds onto Rayon and says she scared him by disappearing, and the girl explains she asked because Rayon seemed upset. The man kneels beside the girl and apologizes, saying his daughter is a bit nosy. The girl hugs her stuffed rabbit while insisting Rayon truly look troubled as the man holds her gently beside him. He smiles gently with his family beside him and says that if Rayon truly has a problem, their family will help him and he can talk to them comfortably. Rayon looks at them silently for a moment. He turns away, lowers his gaze, and says it is nothing and they do not need to worry about him. Rayon remembers someone asking if he is a wanderer and whether he has ever thought about settling down here. The man behind the counter says Epilan is a place that accepts even those who have nowhere else to go, and here he will definitely meet good people, start a family, and live happily, and he guarantees it. Rayon stands quietly with a mug on the table while the man says he does not know what brought Rayon all the way here, but if it is this place then he is sure Rayon will be fine. The man tells him not to make that face and try living a new life here, but Rayon lowers his head and thinks as if he would ever have a chance like that. Walking alone in the rain, Rayon remembers that living as an assassin he has taken countless lives, and among them there must have been innocent people too. Rayon stands in the rain as dark shadows of countless hands reach toward him from the water, and he realizes that even if he escapes from Darius, he will have to live the rest of his life as a fugitive. Rayon reaches his hand forward while thinking that for someone like him, a sweet future like the one he just imagined could never exist. Rayon turns his back to the bright sky and walks away in silence. Later that night, a large mansion stands beneath a star-filled night sky as clouds drift slowly above the roof. Several assassins gather together while one of them says that before they begin the operation in earnest, they will review the plan one more time. Sitting, the assassin explains their operation is to poison the wells, infect the people of the territory, and kill the patriarch while disguising it as an epidemic. He continues by saying that when that moment comes, Darius Robert will arrive in the territory and appear as a savior. Two hooded assassins sit together at night as one instructs them to leave and return only after pouring poison into every well touched by human hands. Rayon stares forward under the night sky and says he will personally handle Epilan's patriarch. He stands beside a stone pillar at the castle entrance and says he already gathered information about the Lord, adding that the Lord's wife has died and he has one son. He says there is not a single resident knight inside the castle. He stands at the bottom of a staircase inside the castle and says the target is as easy to kill as snapping a puppy's neck and that nothing will interfere with carrying out the mission. Rayon hides behind a wall inside a dimly lit room and looks toward a man sitting on a couch with his back turned. He says he will finish the job quickly like always and return. A hand pulls a thin needle from a small vial while he says it is fine and that finishing this mission will free him from Darius. The patriarch sits on the couch facing away while he says he will break free by killing this man. Rayon thrusts the needle toward the seated man's neck as he declares he will kill Epilan's lord. Rayon's eye widens and sweat runs down his cheek. A young boy holding an open book turns his head with a drop of sweat on his cheek and asks who is there. The patriarch and his son sit together as the hooded assassin stands behind them holding a thin needle, and the boy nervously asks who is there. He places his hand over the boy's eyes and tells his son to cover his ears for a moment. The man keeps his hand over the boy's eyes and asks if the intruder has come to kill him, then says it is fine to kill him but asks him to spare the child. The patriarch sits in the chair holding the boy tightly while Rayon stands behind them, and the man begs him to spare the child. Rayon stares forward with tense eyes and sweat on his face and admits he got too emotional and entered the room without noticing how many people were inside. The patriarch holds the boy firmly while the assassin realizes he must kill them both, including the child who witnessed everything. Rayon grips the thin needle at his side and convinces himself the man must be a villain like Darius. He raises the needle and swings his arm down, declaring he will kill them here no matter what. Another man suddenly appears behind him and grabs his arm, stopping the strike. He freezes as voices of the townspeople echo that their lord always helps them when times are hard and that he is different from other nobles. Rayon stands facing the man while the man pleads with him, begging him to spare the child. The patriarch kneels on the floor and bows deeply in front of the assassin while asking him to spare the child. Rayon lowers his head slightly and trembles in silence. He thrusts the needle into the man's neck. The patriarch winces and grabs his neck while begging the assassin to kill him however he wants but to spare the child. He touches the side of his neck in confusion as the assassin tells him he is not dead and should get up. Rayon stands with his back turned while the man slowly rises, and he explains the poison will not kill him instantly before asking if there is a secret passage out of the castle. The empty wall of the room stands silent as the patriarch reveals there is a passage behind that wall leading to the back of the territory and connecting to a coastal cave. The patriarch holds his son in his arms as Rayon orders him to carry the boy and escape to the coastal cave immediately, saying he will stage their deaths. The man stands with the child while the assassin moves in the background, and the assassin warns him to leave now if he wants the boy to live and promises to bring the antidote later. Rayon holds a burning torch and states that if he piles up goblin corpses and burns them, everyone will be fooled. Flames erupt and spread violently as the fire consumes the pile. Two men outside turn toward the mansion in shock and ask what that is as they stare at the burning building. Two men run toward the blazing mansion as flames roar across the building, shouting that the Lord of Epilan is inside and asking why a fire suddenly started. The mansion burns violently while two hooded figures stand on a hill overlooking the fire, and one asks why he set the mansion on fire. Rayon turns his head and the other one says the fire is far too conspicuous and that they should have followed the original plan. Rayon stares forward and explains that the most frightening part of Darius's brainwashing is that even while brainwashed, a person believes they are making the best decision themselves. A masked assassin listens silently as he says a brainwashed person cannot recognize the truth. Rayon holds a red book and explains the reason is the martial arts books and artifacts taken from Epilan's study, which he wanted to present to Darius. He raises the book and explains that if valuables disappeared it would cause suspicion, so he burned the castle and will disguise the event as Epilan's curse to avoid suspicion. Rayon turns away and orders the assassin to take the artifacts back to the Robert mansion, while he checks once more to make sure there are no problems before returning. Under the quiet night sky near the coastal cave, the patriarch sits on a rock as the hooded assassin approaches. He looks up at him and says he knew he would come. Rayon stands in front of him and tells him to listen carefully, warning that although he may want to return home immediately, he must not. He stands under the night sky and explains that if the man returns now, both of them will die, and the outcome will be more cruel than anything he has ever witnessed. The patriarch tightens his arms around the child, while the assassin tells him to hide here for at least a week. He then says that by now he must be wondering who ordered the assassination. Rayon looks across the dark shoreline and explains that soon a plague will spread through the territory, and before long someone will arrive who will save the land from it. He adds that the person who appears as the savior is the one who sent him here. Rayon stands facing the patriarch, who holds the boy close at his side, and tells them that when they learn who is after them, they must not resist and must run no matter what. And the patriarch replies he understands and will leave after a week and hear the news of the territory from another land. Rayon extends his hand and tells him to take it as the patriarch looks confused and asks what it is. He places a small vial into his hand and explains that it is the antidote to the poison he injected earlier and that it will not work immediately, so he must take it in 1 week. The patriarch accepts it and quietly says he understands. Rayon turns his body and walks away while the patriarch holds the boy against his chest and calls out for him to wait. Rayon stands still under the night sky and looks forward as he asks if the man will be okay if he spares him. He lowers his head slightly and speaks as he asks if the man is worried about the person who came to kill him. Rayon raises his hand to the edge of his hood as the patriarch holds the child, and the assassin asks why the man asked him to spare his son even if he died. Aren't people supposed to value their own lives the most? The patriarch rests one hand on his son's head and holds him close as he says that while living, people find something more precious than their own life, and explains that he only realized it after his child was born. Rayon asks if all parents end up thinking like him, while the man behind him says some parents do not think that way, but most do. The hooded assassin's face is shown in profile beneath his hood as he looks forward silently. A man and woman smile while holding a sleeping baby together as the child is identified as their child. Rayon's lips move slightly as he quietly says he understands. He walks away under the night sky while the patriarch stands beside the boy and thanks him for answering his question. The patriarch stands beside the boy and says they survived somehow and that they should evacuate somewhere safe because staying here will be dangerous. The patriarch and his son walk ahead while a hand behind them grips a dagger as the man asks his son if he is hungry. A hand drives a dagger into the patriarch's neck from behind as he speaks and asks his son if there is anything he wants to eat. The moon hangs over the dark sea as waves move across the water. Foaming waves crash along the shore beside a motionless arm on the ground while a small vial lies nearby. A quiet building stands under the night sky as tree leaves move in the wind beside its windows. Rayon stands beside a window and raises his hand toward the glass as he says it will happen tonight. He faces the window in silence and says the fog in his head cleared thanks to Epilan's patriarch and that he cannot stay in this land of demons any longer. He will escape this place and find a new path. Rayon turns his body away from the window as someone behind him tells him that Darius has summoned him. He steps forward and answers that he will go now. A packed travel bag rests on a surface in the room as he states that a new mission arrived sooner than expected and that he has already finished preparing to run. Rayon stands in the center of the room with a determined expression and declares that tonight he will escape hell. Rayon stands beneath a moonlit archway facing a distant mansion and says he will live freely from now on and that he has come as summoned. Rayon places his hand over his chest while facing Darius as Darius says it is good that he arrived. Darius smiles faintly under the moonlight and says Rayon did well again this time. Rayon stares forward from beneath his hood with widened eyes. Rayon stands silently beside a hanging spiderweb as he recalls the moment he faced Darius and was about to kneel. Rayon kneels on one knee in front of Darius under the moonlit courtyard as he realizes he will die by this man's hand today. Rayon sits forward on a red seat inside a bright room with his hands resting together. He sits beside a window and looks down as he wonders if he dozed off, and thinks it is unusual to dream about his past life at a time like this. Dorian faces Rayon and reports that preparations for the expedition are complete as Rayon says good, they will depart at once. Several uniformed figures stand together under a bright sky as they head to the site of the Raging Wind Corps, first mission. Tree branches sway gently under a bright blue sky above a dense forest. A large horned beast rushes forward through the trees with its mouth open in a roar. Run-On swings her sword in a fast arc and strikes the charging beast as Martha moves beside her. Two uniformed fighters stand facing forward with swords in their hands while the fallen creature lies at their feet. Run-On looks toward Martha and says she was the one who cut it down, and Martha answers, "No, I cut it down." The two fighters face each other while one remarks that it seems everyone found a sword that fits their hand. Rayon walks toward them through the forest and says that compared to before, their swordsmanship and aura have become sharper. He smiles calmly and says their swords blend well with their aura, amplifying their power even more than before. Run-On and Martha hold their swords as Run-On notes it is different from the standard issue blades, and Martha says the village chief blacksmith made it for her and that Titan aura pairs well with the sword their father gave them. Rayon speaks while the two fighters appear in small chibi forms and explains that both of them still have things they need to fix, pointing out flaws in their aura control and sword technique. He stands with one hand on his hip and turns toward another fighter as he continues speaking. He looks toward Burin and says the same advice applies to him as well. Burin stands stiffly with a drop of sweat on his face while hearing that there is hesitation in his sword and that he is not bringing out the razor wind he created in the Levine Desert. A close view of Rayon's eye appears as he says the hesitation makes the cut surface less sharp and sloppy and tells him to let go of the hesitation and focus his aura. Burin lowers his gaze and apologizes, admitting that he is right. Rayon stands facing Burin in silence. He turns slightly and says they will keep moving. A grand, ornate building stands beneath a bright sky with tall arched doors and a chandelier visible inside, as a voice says several months ago the graduation exam ended, and they became official swordsmen before attending the initiation ceremony. Three imposing men in formal military-style uniforms stand together as leaders from the Central Martial Hall, True Martial Hall, and Current Martial Hall while the new swordsmen prepare to introduce themselves and choose the group they will enter. Several uniformed graduates stand together as it is explained that normal graduates usually choose a place known by everyone, but the graduates of the 5 training halls are different. The top instructor Lemaire sits on a throne inside the hall and announces that he will establish a new organization. Lemaire sits with his arms crossed and reveals the name of the new group, the Raging Wind Corps. A pair of hands holds a glowing light as the new group is described as a rising force that offers glory and honor and an opportunity more valuable than jewels or equipment. Rayon stands in front while 3 other uniformed graduates stand behind him as most graduates of the 5 training halls enter the Raging Wind Corps founded by Lemaire. Burin stands in the hall with Rayon behind him as he says the Raging Wind Corps is tempting, but he will go to the Central Martial Hall. He turns his head slightly with a faint smile and says his goal is his father. Burin walks away while Rayon stands facing the opposite direction as Burin says that even if their paths split nothing changes, and they should both become stronger. He stands facing the Grand Hall as a voice calls for anyone who wishes to recruit Burin Sieghart to raise their hand. Several officials in the hall raise their hands to recruit him. Burin turns his head with a sweat drop on his cheek and murmurs in surprise. He stands alone on the selection platform as it is declared that he has made his choice since no one else raises a hand. Burin's father sits upright on an ornate throne with his arms crossed and a stern expression. Burin stands with a shaken expression and lowered eyes as he asks his father why, and Burin is not chosen by his own father. A tailor gestures with one hand while speaking as Rayon stands beside him inside a room filled with uniforms, and Burin's heartbreak from the initiation ceremony persists even while the Raging Wind Corps uniforms are being made. A blacksmith grips a hammer beside blazing flames while Rayon stands behind him holding a weapon, as members obtain or forge their own swords and Burin joins the Raging Wind Corps in that state. Rayon walks through a forest with members of the Raging Wind Corps moving behind him as the Corps receives its first mission and marches out. Rayon walks forward in the forest while Wrath floats beside his shoulder, observing Burin's unusual silence. Rayon walks along the forest path with his head lowered while Wrath floats beside him, and Rayon says Burin's goal collapses and he must stand back up on his own. Burin stands quietly in the forest with a calm but heavy expression as Rayon says all he can do is watch. Lemaire walks ahead while Burin walks behind him along the forest path. He looks to the side with a serious expression. Limer and Glenn stand side by side on a cliff overlooking the city as Limer says he never expected Kara not to choose Burin and that Burin had grown greatly in strength, willpower, and maturity. Limer stands behind Glenn as Glenn asks what Burin is doing right now, and Limer replies that Burin has shut himself away. Burn sits alone on a bed beside a large window with his head lowered, as it is explained that he desperately wanted to enter the central martial hall, and now his heart has fallen apart. Limer stands beside Glenn as it is explained that Karun dislikes his child having an ego and expects him to grow into someone who faithfully follows his commands. But Burn achieved mental independence. Glenn's face is shown in close profile as he says Karun was influenced too much while he was consumed by his inner demons. Limer and Glenn stand on the cliff as Glenn says choosing Swordsman is the leader's exclusive right and even he cannot control it, and Limer asks what he means. Glenn stands with his back turned while Limer looks at him in shock and says he obviously has to take Burn and asks why he is asking him, then blurts out in surprise that he should take him. Limer stands with a nervous smile and says Burn will do fine in the Raging Wind Corps but adds that he is not a nanny. Glenn turns his head slightly as a sharp sound clicks around him. He stands on the cliff, and Limer declares that he will do his best so Burn's wounds can heal. Limer presses his fingers against his forehead and sighs, asking why becoming a great teacher is so exhausting. Limer walks beside Rayon and asks if he plans to draw the new sword after going through the trouble of having it made. A close view shows the ornate sword hilt resting at Rayon's waist, as it is explained that the old man Valken forged it into an artisan's sword and turned it invisible as an artifact, yet it still has not been drawn. Martha and Runnon stand side by side as Rayon replies that he has not had a chance to draw it since everyone has been doing fine on their own, and a voice answers that there will probably be a time he draws it someday. Two uniformed corps members stand side by side, and a voice announces that everyone did good work and that they have arrived. People walk along a street lined with buildings and trees as it is stated that this place is Porbani. Limer stands with his back facing two corps members and explains that their mission is to search for missing people and find clues in a place where disappearances have recently been frequent. Two corps members shout their response and say yes to the corps leader. Limer looks ahead with a small look of surprise and asks if they should head inside. Two robed men walk forward from a building entrance as Limer recognizes one of them and asks Morel why he is here. Morel looks toward Limer and asks if he is the light sword Limer, saying he should be the one asking why Limer is here. Rayon looks forward calmly and recognizes Morel Kazan as the Salaman magic corps leader known as the Flame Serpent. Rayon's eyes widen as a voice suddenly asks, "What are you doing here?" Rayon stands facing a woman with orange hair and says, "You." The orange-haired girl stands with a tense, wide-eyed expression, as she is identified as Princess Jaina of Balkar. Princess Jaina turns sharply toward Rayon with her teeth bared and shouts that she can hear him while Rayon stands facing her and says she is the girl he met at the Carmelun auction house. Jaina glares with a tense expression and a sweat drop on her face as she demands how a fraud like him could insult her and asks if he has a death wish while Rayon replies that he never insulted her. She places her hand on her chest and leans forward angrily accusing him of lying about being a direct descendant of Sieghart, while Rayon faces her and says he never said that as she insists he manipulated the situation to make it seem that way. Jaina clenches her teeth with a sweat drop on her cheek and glares to the side as Rayon says that if someone is fooled by the mood it is their own fault, and she lets out a strained groan. Rayon stands facing her with a calm expression while she stiffens with a startled look, and a voice shouts not to speak so casually to the princess. A robed man stands facing forward with his mouth open as he shouts angrily declaring that mocking Princess Jaina of Balkar means having a death wish, and he is identified as Morel's disciple Enild. Enild thrusts his finger forward toward the viewer with an angry expression and orders him to apologize at once and observe proper courtesies. Martha turns her head slightly toward Enild while Rayon stands between them and she asks who he is and calls him domineering. Several robed men stand in front of the uniformed group while one leans forward with clenched fists, and a voice challenges them by asking if they are looking for a fight and mocking their words. A robed man points directly at a uniformed man while speaking aggressively as the uniformed men stand facing him, and he insults them as weaklings and questions if they are done talking. Morel and Limer stand side by side facing a group in the distance, and a calm voice remarks that the atmosphere is lively and comments on how nice it is to be young. Morel stands with his arms crossed beside Limer and says it seems he has come to search for the missing person while Limer looks ahead in silence. He turns his head slightly while keeping his arms folded and says the search will be quick and they should return instead of wasting time, adding that the novices brought are inadequate. He shifts his gaze forward with a neutral expression and Limer says that those called novices do not seem any different from their men. His lips part slightly as he speaks and he agrees to proceed. Morel faces Limer while speaking proposing to settle the matter with a sparring match where the loser follows the winner deciding whether to return or provide support. Limer smiles faintly with his hand near his mouth while Rayon stands behind him and he remarks on the sparring match and mocks him for poor acting. Rayon stands stiffly with a small vein popping on his face, while a voice declares they have reached the mission location and cannot return without drawing their swords, assigning Rayon as the representative. Enild places his hand on his chest and steps forward slightly while addressing Morel, insisting he take part in the match because he cannot ignore insults toward their princess and nation. He raises a clenched fist near his chest and shouts that he will show Sieghart what it means to be a mage of Balkar, while Morel stands beside him with a calm expression and tells him he will do well. Enild stands with his back facing forward toward Rayon and declares his name while Rayon stands opposite him with his arms at his sides. Enild places his hand over his chest with a confident smile and introduces himself as a combat mage of Balkar and a disciple of Flame Serpent Morel, while a voice cuts in calling him noisy. Rayon faces Enild with a steady gaze and says the match decides leadership of the search, asking if he even knows what the princess did, while Enild stands facing him in silence. Rayon stands with a cold expression as a voice says that does not change the fact that he insulted the princess and demands he reveal his name, adding he will show him the true greatness of Balkar magic, that his sword will never graze his flesh. He lifts one hand slightly while looking forward and calls for Dorian to bring what he needs as Dorian behind him places a hand on his chest and responds. Two cloaked men lean back with tense faces and sweat on their cheeks as they stare forward in shock, asking what that is and how something like that just came out of his pocket. Rayon holds a massive glowing club with both hands as heat and flames surround him, and the onlookers react to its enormous size. He speaks calmly, introducing himself as Rayon Sieghart and saying he will beat him down with the club, while Enild stares with wide eyes and sweat on his face. Rayon looks forward with a steady expression as flames burn behind him and says the opponent needs a good beating. Rayon stands holding the glowing club at his side, while Enild lies motionless on the ground in front of him, and two cloaked figures watch from a distance as one says there is no way. Enild lies on his side on the grass with dirt and bruises on his face, letting out a weak groan as a voice questions if he fell in a single hit. Morel stands upright with a composed expression and states that Rayon struck after filling the club with aura. A sword held in a hand emits flowing aura, and larger and blunter weapons are harder to fill with aura, while most aura masters use swords. Several blunt weapons are displayed together, and only a few people use blunt weapons for that reason. Rayon grips the glowing club with both hands and looks down at it as a voice notes he used aura with such a large club, and he calls out Enild's name and says he was not much despite his talk. Rayon stands looking toward Enild lying on the ground, and someone calls him a coward. Princess Jaina points forward with her arm extended and shouts that he attacked during strengthening magic and has no honor, declaring the victory null. Rayon turns his head slightly toward her and asks if she will say the same thing on a battlefield as she stands behind him with a tense expression. Rayon stands with his hands at his sides as Jaina clenches her fists, and he says a mage casting magic is no different from the start of a duel, adding that if they argue like this then Enild is the real coward, while Jaina says this is a duel. Jaina lowers her head with her eyes shadowed and trembles as voices around her say the Vice Lord is right, and that they cannot support her, adding that even among the 6 emperors Balkar cannot do anything against Sieghart. She trembles with her head lowered and refuses to accept the result, saying she cannot accept Balkar losing to Sieghart. She leans forward and points sharply at Rayon while shouting that he used a cowardly trick and that Balkar could not have lost otherwise. She clenches both fists and shouts that Enild acted on his own and does not represent Balkar, declaring herself the true representative of Balkar, and so the duel is void. Rayon stands face to face with Jaina, leaning slightly forward as flames rise behind him and tells her to stop. Jaina stiffens with a startled expression as Rayon declares the bet will not be voided, reminds her of their agreement, challenges her to face him, and speaks as the Vice Lord of the Raging Wind Core of Sieghart. Rayon looks down at her with glowing red eyes and a firm expression as flames flicker around him, warning that if she continues speaking he will take it as an insult and draw his sword. Jaina stares forward with wide eyes, her face pale and sweating as her body stiffens. She drops to her knees trembling and thinks in shock about who he is. Rayon stares forward with glowing red eyes as intense killing intent fills the air around him. Jaina clutches her chest and trembles, gasping for breath as she says she cannot breathe. A glowing magic circle forms in front of her as a hand extends toward it from above. Morel steps in calmly, placing a hand on her back as a glowing magic circle forms, instantly dispelling Rayon's overwhelming killing intent, and he says to leave things as they are. Jaina, still shaken and sweating, lowers her head and admits fault. Morel acknowledges her immaturity, agrees there is no excuse, and decides to apologize instead. Morel declares they will withdraw as agreed, stating that Balkar will step out of the matter and begins to leave with her. Rayon stops them by asking where they think they are going as Morel turns his head slightly and says they intend to return to the kingdom. Rayon stands calmly and says he has not stated his demand yet, and the bet is not over, while Morel says the losing side usually leaves, and Rayon replies that by their own rules the winning side has the authority to issue orders. Morel turns back slightly wary as Rayon presents a contract. Rayon calmly reveals the condition under the contract: Balkar must serve the Raging Wind Core until the mission is complete. In other words, instead of simply backing out, they are now bound to work under Rayon. Limer stands behind Morel and laughs, lightly saying their vice lord is sharp when it comes to gains and losses, while Morel looks visibly stunned. A tall building with orange rooftops stands under a warm sky as a voice says then. An older man sits at a desk with his hands open in front of him and asks if Sieghart and Balkar will complete the mission together located in Forban Market Oest. Limer gestures with one hand, while smiling, and Morel sits beside him with arms crossed as he says Sieghart will complete the mission, while Balkar serves them as servants, and the older man replies he understands. A hand rests near a cup on the table beside two documents as the speaker says there is a request regarding the mission and asks for the missing person search to be carried out quietly. Rayon sits beside Limer while listening as it is stated that Forban is a trade city and spreading rumors of disappearances could ruin them, and he asks how widespread the disappearances are. The older man's mouth is shown in close-up as he says that 100 people have vanished this week. A shadowy figure looms behind as Rayon sits still, and it is revealed that one of the missing is a swordsman who has reached the level of sword expert. A large building stands under a cloudy sky as the raging wind core splits into teams after hearing the full story from Mayor Oest. Rayon and Dorian walk down a stone path beside a railing as the investigation of Forban begins with divided personnel. Rayon walks through a narrow alley with a steady pace, while Dorian beside him looks at him and asks why he came here, saying this is not even the area they are supposed to search. Rayon keeps walking with a calm expression as Dorian beside him looks slightly nervous and says everyone else is investigating the square and asks if they can really get useful information here. Two other group members stand in the city as it is stated that those areas will be handled by Runnan, Martha, and Burin, and moving as a group would make them stand out. Rayon turns his gaze slightly downward with a serious expression and says that for this kind of information, they need to look below, not above. The mayor sits with a tense expression as it is revealed that the number of missing people has reached the hundreds, including many at the level of sword expert. Several civilians walk forward into darkness as none of their belongings are left behind, and only the people vanish without a trace. A dark figure with multiple arms stands above kneeling followers as the incident is linked to one of the 5 demons, with the white blood cult having the highest likelihood. Rayon walks forward calmly while Dorian looks worried and says he is uneasy about not traveling together and that it would have been reassuring with the others. And Rayon turns slightly and replies that after knocking out Morel's disciple and leaving the princess in that condition, those people would not want to move with him. A girl lies still on a bed inside a room as it is revealed that they are resting at the infirmary, and the princess remains bedridden from the earlier aura burst. The girl remains lying on the bed near the window as it is stated that no one is guarding directly, but powerful detection magic is set to trigger alarms if anyone approaches. Rayon walks ahead with a steady pace as Dorian beside him looks at him and asks why he asked about security, and Rayon replies that it is nothing and he asked just in case. Rayon continues walking forward as Dorian behind him leans forward slightly and asks him to explain. They stop in front of a large building with people gathered around as the man looks surprised and says it is a casino. Rayon looks ahead with a faint smile while Dorian beside him looks confused and asks why they are here. And Rayon explains that a business of this size in a back alley must have backing, likely from an organization or an agreement with the mayor, and that casinos attract shady figures where information can be gathered. Rayon turns his head slightly while walking as Dorian behind him looks uneasy and says they cannot just interrogate everyone in the casino and calls out to him. Rayon continues walking toward the entrance while Dorian hurries after him and tells him to wait. A large wooden door stands inside as this is the casino owner's office. A well-dressed man sits behind a desk with a composed expression and asks if they came from City Hall. Rayon stands with one hand slightly raised while speaking as Dorian beside him stands stiffly, and he says they received a report about illegal funds and asks to see the books. Dorian stands beside Rayon as he leans slightly and whispers nervously while Rayon keeps a faint smile, and he says, "Young master, what are you doing all of a sudden? How could you just impersonate City Hall out of nowhere?" The casino owner lifts his hand with a dismissive gesture while a guard stands behind him, and he demands evidence of illegal fund circulation and calls it harassment without proof. Rayon faces forward with a faint smile and one hand slightly raised as he says they understand the frustration, but must investigate reports and asks for cooperation. The casino owner's mouth curls into a grin as he lets out a low laugh and questions how they dare take his words lightly after being ignored when they needed them most. Rayon stands calmly with a steady gaze while men step in behind him, and a voice says, "Do you kids even know where you are?" And it is revealed the place is backed by the Thieves' Guild as an order is given to beat them. The casino owner drops to his knees with clenched fists while 2 others lie unconscious behind him, and Rayon stands in front of him as the question about the Thieves' Guild. Rayon stands facing the casino owner and asks to summarize if many disappearances happened among his subordinates, and the casino owner hurriedly confirms. The casino owner lowers his gaze with a tense expression and admits they do not know the circumstances of the disappearances. Rayon looks down with a serious expression as it is stated that people vanished suddenly even while walking together and no details of who, when, or how are known. The room remains still as it is revealed that not only tourists but entire families have vanished without a trace, as if they never existed. Multiple members speak in the city as it is revealed that such cases never reach City Hall and reports do not make it to the mayor, leaving them on edge. A hooded figure stands in darkness tearing papers as it is revealed that someone is blocking reports and there may be an insider within City Hall. Rayon faces the casino owner with a steady gaze and says there is one last commonality, that people near the victims felt a strange and alien presence during the disappearances. Rayon and Dorian walk away from the casino as he asks if he caused trouble on purpose, and Rayon replies they needed to find the Thieves Guild to get information. Their feet move along the ground as Rayon says those at the bottom know better, and Dorian questions whether the Thieves Guild would accept a request after what happened. Rayon turns slightly with a calm expression as he says they will think about that when the time comes, while Dorian beside him looks uneasy and says, he's not planning to beat them up too, is he? A sharp scream rings out as Rayon turns his head toward the sound, while Dorian stiffens with wide eyes and says it is a woman's scream. Rayon runs forward at full speed and shouts for Dorian to run, while Dorian follows closely behind and answers yes, young master. Two men press a girl down against the ground and restrain her body, while she struggles beneath them with her mouth tightly bound. The girl's face is covered with cloth, and her body twists on the ground as she muffles her cries and shakes under their grip. A man's body jerks backward with a shocked expression as he looks forward and says how a kid can be this strong. Rayon's foot makes direct contact with the man's body and sends him backward through the air. Rayon stands upright and looks down at the fallen man and says she is safe now, while Dorian crouches beside the girl and supports her as she responds weakly. Rayon stands still with a serious expression and a drop of sweat on his cheek, and says these are not the ones responsible. Two men lie unconscious on the ground with their bodies sprawled, as Rayon determines they are just trained thugs and not behind the disappearances. Dorian holds the girl by her shoulders to support her upright as she leans toward him and thanks them for saving her. The girl faces forward with tears in her eyes and trembling lips as she says she thought she would die if not for them. Dorian stares ahead with widened eyes and a sweat drop on his face, slightly leaning forward as he murmurs in surprise and says this is nothing. Rayon stands facing the girl at a distance while she stands opposite him, and she thanks him as a swordsman. Rayon's eyes widen slightly with a faint sweat drop on his face as he reacts in silence, while hearing that she does not know how to repay him. The girl stands with a faint smile and one hand pressed to her chest as dark swirling energy looms behind her, while Rayon feels an urge to hug and comfort her and questions if these are his own thoughts. Rayon stands facing her with a tense expression and a sweat drop on his cheek, and rejects the feeling as something that does not belong to him while recalling his past as an assassin. The girl turns her head slightly with her eyes closed and speaks calmly, saying she survived thanks to him and that he came as expected. The girl suddenly leans forward toward Rayon as a red streak shoots from her toward his neck, while she says she is doing this for him. A burst of blood splashes across the frame with a sharp impact. Rayon's boots stand firmly on the ground as drops of blood fall and spread across the stone floor near his feet. The girl looks down at her hand as it is cut and covered in blood with widened eyes and a stunned expression as blood drips from it. She lets out a sharp scream as blood splashes forward toward Rayon, who stands still facing her. The girl leans forward with a pained and angry expression, clutching her bleeding hand as he reveals she is from the White Blood cult, and she questions how he broke free from her spell. Rayon stands upright with a calm smile and relaxed posture as he answers that he broke free easily. Rayon stands facing the girl with a relaxed posture while holding the True Soul sword at his side as she leans forward toward him and shouts, "Damn it." The girl bends forward with a tense expression and a drop of sweat on her cheek as she glares ahead and says what happened, and states the bewitching spell was working on him at first and she is certain of it. Rayon stands upright with a calm expression and a steady gaze directed forward as the question is raised about how he escaped the bewitchment. The girl grips her injured arm while staring at Rayon's hand, holding the True Soul sword, as she realizes he must have something that lifted her bewitchment and reacts in shock after seeing it. She tilts her head slightly with a tense expression and a drop of sweat sliding down her cheek as she mutters that it must be that sword. Rayon stands with his back partially turned while holding the True Soul sword at his side as she states that the spirit energy from the sword blocked her bewitchment magic. He raises the True Soul sword upright in his hand with a calm expression and a bead of sweat on his cheek as he acknowledges her words and states that without the True Soul sword lifting her bewitchment, he would have been the one attacked and collapsed. Assassins cut down fleeing people with swords as blood sprays from their backs, while it is revealed that Shirn Village was massacred by the White Blood cult, and the citizens' grudge resides within the True Soul sword and must be interrupting her sorcery. Rayon smiles slightly while facing her as he states that her blood energy mixed with white blood during the attack proves she is a member of the White Blood cult. and adds that it is unfortunate while explaining the sword counters her spells as she looks toward him with narrowed eyes and her expression hardens in anger. She thrusts her arm outward as dark red energy surrounds her body while she states she does not know where he got that sword from and shouts asking if he thinks he has won. The girl thrusts her arm forward as blood red energy surrounds her outstretched hand. Rayon stands facing her with his arm lowered and states the ability to regenerate using blood energy and that she must be an archbishop at least. She raises her hand as a circular blood-red sigil forms around her arm while she says that even knowing that he still shows ease in front of her. Her foot slams into the ground as debris and dust lift upward from the impact. She stands close to Rayon with her arm extended and blood energy surrounding her while shouting that she will pierce his throat right now. Her attack meets the ground as debris scatters outward from the impact. Rayon twists his body as a bright curved slash cuts across the incoming attack and deflects it. He grips his sword with one hand and swings it across his body while saying that since the sorcery is not working, she is trying to fight in close combat. She stands close again with blood energy surrounding her as he says that compared to sorcery, she falls a little behind but she is still an archbishop after all. She strikes the ground with a powerful direct attack while he avoids her strikes as he calls it simple but strong. She stands in the crater after the strike and glares at him while Rayon stands above on the ground as she angrily calls him a rat bastard and asks how long he plans to keep dodging and where that earlier power went. Rayon stands calmly in front of her and asks if she doesn't like it. He stands right in front of her at close distance as he says he will stop running then. He drives a powerful blow straight into her stomach as the impact sends force through her body. She staggers back coughing in pain while glaring at him and cursing under her breath. Her expression shifts as her eyes widen in shock. Rayon raises a glowing red sword above his head while facing the girl and says he is tired of her techniques already. His red blade strikes across the girl's shoulder as blood splashes outward while she recoils with her mouth open. The girl leans forward with blood spilling from her mouth as she cries out in pain, and her eyes widen. Rayon stands back in front of her holding his red sword low while she kneels hunched over bleeding as he says he figured the white blood cult was behind this, and she coughs and responds you figured. He stands upright holding the red sword near his chest with a faint smile as he says the only crude bastards who abduct people of all ages are the white blood cult, and that she attacked him thinking she could easily extract blood from him. The girl glares up at him with blood smeared across her face while clutching her chest and he says, but I don't think you'll ever get blood from me. She throws her arms outward with blood splashing around her as she shouts I'll kill you, with a furious expression. She stands rigid with her arms slightly out to her sides as a dark red aura surrounds her while her eyes stare forward in shock. Rayon stands watching her as she is pulled into a swirling dark red portal behind her while she shouts Darigan, what are you doing? And cries I don't want to go yet, let go. She thrusts her blood-covered hand forward with a furious expression while shouting my name is Celine, and I will kill you kid, as Rayon looks at her in shock. A large dark red portal turns in front of Rayon as he stands facing it while Celine declares I will kill you with my own two hands. A green swirling energy forms around a foot stepping into view behind Rayon as he stands with his back turned and a voice says oh really? She ran. Limer lands with one foot on the ground as green energy surrounds him and Rayon says unfortunately, she must have felt your energy and ran away. My lord, and he says you sure have a sweet tongue, and it didn't matter even if I hadn't come anyway. Limer looks forward with a slight smile as he says that the earlier energy was above average even for an archbishop, but to overpower her means he has grown even more since he went to make the sword. Dorian reaches out toward Rayon's arm while looking concerned and asks young master, were you not injured from that fight? As he stands calmly and replies I'm okay, there's nothing major. Limer and Rayon stand side by side looking ahead as Rayon says anyway, my lord, as we thought, it was the white blood cult behind the missing people incidents. And Limer responds yes. That interaction just now made that clear. A blood-smeared ground with cracks and shadows is shown as voices state that if they had caught her earlier they could have found the headquarters location, and that interrogating them is pointless, and that the headquarters location still has not been revealed. Limer stands facing forward while Dorian beside him looks surprised as a voice says they do not know where it is but adds but. Rayon stands with a faint smile while saying they may be able to find the white blood cult branch located in Porbin soon. A large building with an orange roof stands under the sky as ambient sounds echo around it. Rayon stands facing a group of uniformed men in a hall as he says that since everyone has gathered he will share the situation and that the culprit behind the abductions was the white blood cult. Two uniformed men stand side by side with tense expressions as a voice states that the archbishop who came into contact has escaped and that she is seriously injured so she could not have gone far and that they will start tracking her. Two men stand whispering on either side while Rayon stands between them as a voice says the white blood cult and the 5 demons must have intervened, and that since an expert was abducted this is not an ordinary case. A close view of Rayon's face shows a bead of sweat on his cheek as he looks forward with a tense expression in silence. Martha in a uniform stands stiffly with a serious expression as a voice calls out Martha. Rayon stands facing forward with a calm expression, while wrath floats beside him as he asks what is wrong with the beef girl, and he observes that it is not just fury but hatred. Martha stands among others with a focused gaze as he says she was obsessed with power, and guesses she has a backstory related to the white blood cult. Morel stands with one hand on his hip, while facing Rayon as he says not to rain on his parade, but they will not appear anymore, and that the white blood cult is the craziest of the 5 demons and still moves even after being revealed. Rayon turns his head slightly while a man in the doorway behind him leans forward with urgency as he calls out Sir Morel. This time there's trouble. 2 men in robes turn with shocked expressions and sweat on their faces as a voice shouts that Princess Jaina, who was in the clinic, has disappeared. A hospital bed sits empty with a small artifact lying untouched on top as a voice says the artifact did not react at all and was placed right on the princess's bed. A group of robed men gathers in panic as one tries to calm Sir Morel, but he snaps back angrily asking how he is supposed to calm down and warning that if they cannot find the princess, not only them, but Sieghart will be in serious trouble. Morel holds a composed expression as Rayon speaks calmly saying it is fine and begins mentioning the princess's location. Rayon stands confidently as he reveals that he knows both the princess's location and where the archbishop escaped to, saying, "I know it all." A loud scream echoes beside a mansion under the night sky. Celine grips her bleeding arm while trembling in pain and shouts that this awful, irritating affliction will not subside. She sits on a bed clutching her arm as she looks toward a robed figure and shouts for Darigan to do something about this. An elderly bald man stands with both hands on his cane while looking forward calmly and says to calm down, because she is too loud for him to think straight as he is identified as White Blood Cult Porban Branch Executive Darigan. Celine turns toward Darigan while holding her arm and angrily asks why he summoned her, and says that if she had just killed him she would not have to deal with this pain, as he states that the brilliant sword Lemaire has moved, and they would have been exposed if things continued. Darigan keeps his hands folded over his cane while glancing to the side and remarks that it is terrible spirit energy. Celine tightens her grip on her arm with a pained expression, as he explains that it disturbs regenerative abilities and prevents recovery, and will take time to erase. She sits on the bed and shouts that they need to kill that man to get rid of the pain, while Darigan stands below with his cane and says that the spirit energy comes from the sword, and killing the swordsman will not erase it, as she cries out asking if she must just sit still and suffer. She looks sideways with a startled expression as Darigan responds that is not what he means, and says that while she was fighting he was carrying out a plan of his own. Princess Jaina lies unconscious on the floor with her hands bound behind her back, as Darigan reveals that he used a transportation spell to kidnap the Princess of Balkar from the clinic, and states that with the princess in their hands, the kingdom of Balkar will be provoked, and may even wage war against Sieghart. Darigan turns slightly away while Celine sits on the bed as he tells her to calm down and wait patiently, because soon 2 apostles will visit, and she reacts in shock asking why apostles would come here. A dark red portal opens in the wall beside Darigan as he steps toward it, and states that the 7th apostle will arrive alongside the 10th for training, and orders her to stop talking nonsense and guard the princess as she curses in frustration. A swirling red vortex expands in front of Celine as she faces it, and Darigan declares that once they arrive this situation will resolve itself. Celine turns her head with a strained expression and gritted teeth as she curses asking why this is happening to her and mutters about that Sieghart brat. She sits on the bed and declares she will kill him when they meet again as a shockwave bursts through the room's wall. She steadies herself with a focused gaze as dust and debris settle around her, and a voice says, "Here they go." Rayon stands calmly amid drifting dust while looking forward and asks if this is the White Blood Cult's Porban branch. Celine rushes toward Rayon wreathed in swirling blood energy as she attacks while screaming, "Sieghart, you bastard." Rayon lunges forward with a sharp, focused gaze and a powerful burst of speed. He slashes past her in a swift arc as he uses Rabid Fang Sword and Savage Fang Dance, leaving a curved blade trail that cuts across her. Celine's head jerks back as blood sprays from the slash, and she screams while he remarks that an archbishop is falling for the same trick. Rayon maintains a calm expression as he states that she is burning like a moth to a flame with no countermeasures against him or the true soul sword, and calls her pathetic. Celine drops to one knee clutching her chest as blood drips down while Rayon stands with his back turned. She pants heavily with her head lowered and asks how he knew they were here as he responds that it is simple. She grips her chest while blood continues to drip as he explains that during their fight he slipped a pin that reacts to his aura into her clothes and says she did not notice because of the pain in her arm. Rayon holds his sword handle while looking down and says that if she had changed clothes it would have caused him trouble, but he arrived before that happened and thanks her. Rayon stands holding his sword as Celine collapses to the ground behind him with blood splashing around her, and he states that he was only able to find this place because of her. He steps into a cell doorway facing forward as Jaina sits inside surrounded by hanging chains. Jaina lifts her head with a shocked expression with her hands bound behind her back, and he asks if she woke up because of the noise from their fight, and she demands to be let out. She looks forward with a tense expression as he asks why he should help her, and she reacts in confusion while shouting, "What are you saying?" Rayon looks down calmly and says that he has no reason to save someone who only thinks about bringing him down, and that he only came to see her final moments. Jaina sits in front of him with a fearful expression and stammers, asking if he knows what the kingdom of Balkar will do if she dies, and questions whether Sieghart is supposed to be their ally, as he responds that they are only allies on paper, and in reality they are on bad terms, and includes her and that Enid brat. He turns his head with a faint smile and says that this is perfect timing, because if she dies now he can blame it on the white blood cult, and bids her farewell, calling her Jaina. Jaina stares at him with wide eyes in shock as she tries to stop him and calls out for him to wait. She looks at him as he walks away and desperately shouts from behind that she will not get in his way again, and promises she will never look down on him again as she begs him to save her. Rayon stops and turns his head slightly to glance back at her as he calmly asks if she is willing to take responsibility for what she just said, while she immediately nods and shouts that she will take responsibility and pleads again for him to get her out of there. He stops completely and says all right before pulling out a document and asking if she knows what it is as she looks at it with a confused and uneasy expression. Rayon holds the paper in front of her and explains that it is a special contract made in Balkar which states that she will never act against him again and must carry out 3 of his requests, and coldly reminds her that breaking the terms of this contract will force her to pay a price. He crouches in front of her with a faint smile and tells her that if she wants to live then she should sign it. In the corridor outside, 2 members approach Rayon and report that all hostages have been rescued, and that Team 2 along with the Salem and Magic Corps are evacuating them, as Rayon listens calmly and asks about the others. In another area, Burin leads Team 3 and intercepts fleeing White Blood Cult members. Inside the building, Martha and Team 1 fight fiercely, cutting down enemies as the battle fills the area. Limer lunges forward with a green aura around him as his strike hits multiple cult members, and a voice says the Lord is taking out the executives by himself using transportation spells, while adding that things look like they are going smoothly. Rayon stands beside Jaina and speaks calmly as he orders Runan to take Princess Jaina and evacuate the hostages with Team 2, while also telling Dorian to meet up with Burin and help intercept the deserters. Runan stands behind Rayon and looks at him with concern as she asks if he is not coming with them, while Rayon replies that he is going to meet Martha and finish off the remaining White Blood Cult members. His eyes narrow with a serious expression as he focuses on eliminating the remnants while Martha's condition weighs on him, and he acknowledges that Burin should be fine, but Martha is his concern. Martha stares forward with widened eyes as the thought states that she must be blinded by rage. She spins through the air as her blade cuts through multiple enemies with blood spraying outward, while she uses the continuous flow sword technique Riven Sword. She dashes through surrounding enemies as her sweeping strike sends blood flying in all directions, while a voice shouts why they cannot stop a single expert, and that they will all die at this rate. 2 uniformed members stand in a corridor as one shouts to forget the spell users and focus on supporting the team leader, and to attack the scattered cult members, while another complains that he cannot keep up because the team leader is too fast. Martha swings her blade across a cult member's body, with blood spraying out as the command to kill and leave not a single White Blood Cult member alive is declared. She stares forward with a fierce expression as blood splashes across her face, while the command to kill them all is stated. She leaps into the air with her sword raised above her head, facing multiple hooded enemies, as she acknowledges that as the team leader she should not be doing this, and that her team's safety and the mission should be her top priority. 2 hooded cult members stand facing her with tense postures, as she looks toward them while acknowledging that with these abhorrent White Blood Cult bastards in front of her, stopping her blade from swinging is not an option. Marta slams down into the ground between surrounding enemies as a powerful impact bursts outward and sends them flying while declaring that it is not an option. Her legs stand firmly on blood-soaked ground as the aftermath of the impact settles around her. She grips her blood-stained sword while breathing heavily as she looks around and says not enough and asks where the rest of the White Blood Cult members are hiding. She stands with her sword lowered at her side as streams of blood rise around her and she reacts in shock. Marta faces forward gripping her sword as a massive circle formed from blood spreads across the ground around her. She turns her head with a tense expression and sweat on her face as she identifies it as a summoning circle made of blood and says it cannot be. She stands facing forward with her sword in hand as blood sprays across the figure standing across from her, and she calls out, "You." A man with long dark hair stands calmly amid the falling blood. As he says it appears the young of House Sieghart have broken in, and he is identified as the White Blood Cult Grandmaster 10th Apostle.
Daragon leans against the tree surrounded by bodies and blood as he coughs in disbelief that his energy core was crushed while he still kept up with his spatial movement technique. Lemur stands calmly in the snow with a faint smile and says rumors are always unreliable. Blood covers Daragon's robe as he says he has many questions, but suggests ending things first since he would never answer them anyway. Lemur turns his head slightly as Daragon says he should have arrived earlier and asks what he means by that. Martha stands inside the blood-covered hall with her sword drawn as Daragon reveals that 2 apostles will arrive today. A dark-haired man stands amid rising blood as he warns that not even he will survive once the apostles arrive. Martha stands facing the apostle. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes it is him. A young girl sits surrounded by flames and bodies as she remembers the day her village burned and half its people were slaughtered while the others were kidnapped. She stares toward the cloaked man standing amid the flames as she remembers the man who took her mother from her. The cloaked figure stands beside the burning village as she identifies him as a disciple of the White Blood cult. Martha launches forward with her blade raised as she shouts, "10th apostle." Her eyes suddenly narrow before she freezes in shock. A gloved hand catches her sword barehanded in mid-strike. She stares in disbelief as the apostle handles her titan aura and ambition like they are nothing. Martha stares at the apostle in panic as the thought of dying crosses her mind. The apostle's eye shifts to the side in silence. Flames explode across the hall as Martha is knocked away from the apostle. The 10th apostle stands calmly amid the flames as someone tells Martha not to rush and blinded by emotion. Martha sits on the cracked floor staring upward as he says she cannot fight him alone. Ron appears beside Martha and places a hand on her shoulder as he tells her she is not alone in this fight. Martha lowers her head and tells Ron to let her go because she has to kill him. She glares forward and screams at the 10th apostle, demanding to know what he did to her mother and the people of Arlen Village. Martha freezes in shock as the 10th apostle says he does not remember Arlen Village. The 10th apostle stands across from Ron and Martha as he says most humans brought to the main sanctuary die and claims her mother likely became sustenance for the cult as well. His expression hardens as he calls that treatment too generous for mere insects. Martha screams at him in rage and calls him a bastard. Ron rises beside Martha and tells her the 10th apostle is not her opponent, while Martha shouts that she is going to kill him no matter what. Ron looks toward Martha and calmly says the 10th apostle is not his opponent either. The 10th apostle stands silently as energy rises around him. Lemur suddenly appears beside the 10th apostle and drives his sword into him. Lemur clashes blades with the apostle and tells Ron that he is right. A confident grin spreads across Lemur's face as green energy swirls around him, and he declares, "He's mine." The apostle raises his arm through the blood and says he planned to kill them before Lemur arrived. A massive shockwave erupts through the hall as debris explodes outward. Lemur and the apostle exchange rapid attacks high above the ruined hall while Ron watches from below. Ron stares upward in shock, barely able to follow their speed even through the ring of fire, and wonders, is this what a battle between those who've surpassed the Wall of Master looks like? A shadowy figure suddenly appears behind Ron and asks where he thinks he is looking. Ron blocks the apostle's pure blood technique as their blades collide head-on. The red-haired apostle lands back and says Ron recognized the arc of his blade, meaning he must know about the White Blood cult's pure blood technique. Ron stares at him in shock, sensing overwhelming energy and asking who he really is. The red-haired man introduces himself as the White Blood cult's 7th apostle and the youngest person ever to earn that title. The 7th apostle smiles while saying he expected trainees to be boring, but finds them entertaining instead. The apostle lunges forward with Bloodbanner's sword and mocks Ron as an insect trying to flap its wings. Ron twists away from the blood-colored attack while gripping his sword tightly. Sweat runs down Ron's face as he admits the apostle's speed is beyond what his eyes can track, and says Glacio is the only reason he is still standing. The apostle grins as Ron says he is this strong without even using external energy. Then the apostle laughs, saying he blocked another attack. Ron stands with his sword raised as the apostle admits he is clearly not just any insect since most experts die from that technique. Ron freezes when the apostle says he wants to see if he can block the next attack too. Sweat runs down Ron's face as he realizes the apostle may finally use the master level technique granted only to those who surpass the wall. Dark red energy surrounds the 7th apostle as he raises his blade and releases eternal energy. Ron stares up at him while the apostle says he rarely uses external energy because it is exhausting. The apostle descends through the red energy while calling out to Ron from above, telling him that he is already using external energy, so Ron should do the same. The apostle raises his sword above his head and tells him not to die in a single hit. Flames surge around Ron as he glares back through the burning battlefield. The apostle unleashes a violent wave of crimson energy from above, forcing Ron to swing his flame-engulfed sword to deflect the massive impact. A massive explosion erupts above the estate. The apostle's boots settle onto the shattered ground through the dust. The apostle smiles and admits he honestly did not expect him to survive that attack either. Kneeling across the shattered battlefield, Ron looks up as the apostle asks who he really is. Breathing heavily behind his sword, Ron stares forward while the apostle declares that he has finally reached his limit now. The apostle looks down at Ron through the smoke and quietly says it looks like this is the end. Watching Ron kneel, the apostle realizes he managed to fend off external energy with nothing but sword energy, even though he should have been crushed together with his blade. The apostle lowers his sword and says Ron's weapon is clearly no ordinary sword. sword, asking if that blade is what allowed him to withstand the attacks. A faint grin crosses Ron's face as he admits that is exactly right. Flames coil around the sword while Ron reveals the greatest heaven sword was forged through a secret method, and without the blade amplifying his aura, that strike would have left him with severe internal damage. Red killing intent engulfs the battlefield as Ron realizes the Apostle's external energy leaves him with no openings, and facing him normally will only lead to death. Holding his burning sword between them, Ron stares at the Apostle and quietly wonders what he is supposed to do next. Martha suddenly bursts into the battlefield from behind the Apostle with her sword raised. Watching her charge straight at the Apostle, Ron immediately realizes sneak attacks will never work against him. Ron stares forward in confusion, wondering why Martha would rush in so recklessly. Martha's expression stays completely focused as Ron realizes her eyes look far clearer than usual, and she is not acting impulsively. A sharp realization hits Ron as he grips his burning sword and stares toward Martha, leaping into the air with her sword overhead. Martha rushes straight toward the Apostle, while he casually notices another small fry was there too. Martha swings her sword down with killing intent blazing around her and screams for the Apostle to die. Her face twists with fury as she roars that she refuses to die to him. Martha's sword crashes down with the continuous flow sword technique, Great Mountain Cleaver. The Apostle's eyes widen in shock as the strike reaches him. Flames erupt around Ron as he lunges forward with his sword. Ron attacks through a storm of flames with the Thousand Flames technique, Setting Sun. Fire sweeps across the battlefield behind the Apostle as the attack passes straight through him. Grinding his teeth, Ron realizes the strike was shallow, and the Apostle twisted his body to avoid a direct hit. Blood runs down the Apostle's arm while he stares silently at the wound. Standing beside Martha, Ron watches the Apostle question how someone like him could actually be injured by insects like them. Red energy coils around the Apostle as he glares at Ron and Martha, vowing that he will never forgive them. Surrounded by dark red energy, the Apostle declares that he will turn them all to dust. Dark red energy erupts like a shockwave across the battlefield, throwing Ron and Martha backward. Ron braces himself with his sword raised as sweat runs down his face. Red energy whips across the battlefield, throwing Ron and Martha backward. Sweat trails down Ron's face as he realizes the Apostle is stronger than before and going all out. Ron's eyes widen in shock as the Apostle suddenly appears right in front of him. Ron grimaces in pain while blocking the Apostle's fist with his hand. Wrapped in spiraling red energy, the Apostle's attack overwhelms Ron and throws him backward. Ron collapses before the Apostle as he admits he never expected a mere expert to injure him and says, "And you're still alive too." Standing over Ron, the Apostle says he was only going to toy with him at first, but he has changed his mind. Red killing intent twists around the Apostle as he vows to kill Ron in the most excruciating way possible, before grinding his blood and drinking it. The Apostle pulls his sword back and roars for Ron to die. Flames ignite around Ron's sword as he declares that someone like you will never be able to kill him. Surrounded by flames, Ron walks forward and declares that the Apostle will be the one dying here. Flames coil around Ron's foot as he takes another step forward. Fire swirls around Ron as the technique Supreme Harmony steps activates, and the Apostle stares up at him in shock. Sweat runs down the Apostle's face as he realizes Ron moved behind him in an instant. Wrapped in blazing flame, Ron rushes toward the Apostle while using Thousand Flames technique, 10 Flames Fire Dragon's Breath. Grinning through the red energy, the Apostle mocks Ron and says those worthless flames will do nothing. Leaping into the air, Ron suddenly appears behind the Apostle and leaves him frozen in surprise. Reaching his hand through the red energy, the Apostle shouts that an ambush would never work on him. Flames spiral around Ron in midair while the Apostle raises his hand and mocks the attack as nothing more than a rear ambush hidden behind massive flames. Smirking through the rushing red aura, the Apostle declares that pure blood technique alone is enough to handle his aura. The Apostle's eye narrows in confusion. Ron rushes toward the Apostle as the Apostle stares in shock, realizing the blade has no aura. Red energy coils around Ron as he grips the soul sword and explains that the Apostle saw through the ambush and countered with pure blood technique exactly as expected. Holding the true soul sword overhead, Ron declares that this blade can cut through pure blood technique and destroy even an Apostle's defense. The Apostle's expression stiffens as he stares forward in alarm. Energy spirals around Ron as he raises the crimson blade and activates Ron Zeegart style sword technique first form. Blood bursts across the Apostle's body as Ron tears through him with frost barrage. Amid the shattered hall and drifting dust, the 10th Apostle stands before Lemmer. The 10th Apostle admits that the rumors claiming Lemmer could no longer fight were false. Smiling with a sword resting on his shoulder, Lemmer replies that rumors are shallow things, and if the 10th Apostle is swayed by them, then he is already outdated. Looking toward Lemmer, the 10th Apostle says a rumor spread across the entire continent is hardly shallow and suggests he must have recovered his martial arts by some other means. Lemmer laughs and simply answers that he wonders. His expression turns serious as the 10th Apostle says it does not matter, because while he was held back by his injuries, he continued moving forward. Red energy surges around the 10th Apostle as he raises his sword overhead. His weapon slams into the ground as crimson energy erupts around him. A massive surge of red energy explodes around the 10th Apostle. Lemmer braces himself and admits that a battle decided by raw strength isn't quite to his liking. Green energy gathers around his sword as he says this mission might be his last and activates Sword Field. Red and green energy collide across the ruined hall, sending out shockwaves. Both men suddenly look ahead in surprise as they sense something. Ron suddenly appears behind the Apostle as blood sprays from the Apostle's body. The Apostle clutches the wound in shock as blood pours from his chest. Trying to steady himself, he growls that this kind of wound is nothing. Blood continues streaming down his body as he doubles over and coughs, gripping the wound. The Apostle realizes he is not healing fast enough because the two delayed sword strikes and the spirit energy within them are preventing his recovery. Staring at Ron's weapons, the Apostle demands to know what kind of sword that is. Ron looks at him and realizes the Apostle avoided a direct strike to the heart, admitting that a master would not survive this long for no reason. White energy swirls around him as he decides the Apostle has reached his limit and should collapse at any moment. Rushing forward through a burst of energy, he declares that this attack will finish the fight. A red symbol suddenly appears in the sky above him, stopping him in his tracks. A massive pillar of crimson energy erupts directly in his path. Ron throws up both blades and braces against the explosion. Standing before the wounded Apostle, the 10th Apostle says he can hardly believe what he is seeing with his own eyes. Looking forward, the 10th Apostle says that no matter how strong an expert may be, defeating a master is impossible. When the wounded Apostle insists he can still fight, the 10th Apostle tells him to stop the pathetic act because the battle is already lost. He adds that the Apostle would already be dead without his intervention, and asks what he plans to do in that condition. Helping the wounded Apostle stand, the 10th Apostle admits that Zeegard has won today and says they will meet again. As the two begin to leave, a voice demands to know where they think they are going. Martha steps forward and declares that they will die here by her hands. Ron raises his blade and agrees, asking who said they would be allowed to leave. Ron glances back as Lemur approaches from behind and says he would like to agree as well, but he does not recall saying such a thing. Resting a hand on Ron's shoulder, Lemur says that is what he would like to say, but fighting now would cause the entire Raging Wind Corps, including both of them, to perish. Lemur says they can continue the fight if Ron truly wants to, but there is still much they need to protect. Sweat runs down his face as Ron admits he understands that, but still struggles to let the matter go. Supporting his wounded disciple, the 10th Apostle listens as Ron asks whether even a person like him values a fellow disciple so much, leaving him in shock. Ron tightens his grip on his sword and reminds the 10th Apostle that he destroyed a peaceful village, drank the villagers' blood, and consumed their flesh. With anger written across his face, Ron demands to know whether trash like the Apostle is capable of valuing a fellow disciple. Standing over the ruined hall, the wounded Apostle claims the villagers should have been grateful to become nourishment for the white blood cult. Ron immediately fires back, asking what that makes someone who lost to such filth. Martha stands beside Ron as he declares that he is saying this here and now. Facing the Apostles directly, Ron declares that the 10th Apostle, the survivor of Arlen Village whom the cult does not even remember, will be the one to kill him. Martha blushes in surprise as Ron firmly declares, "I will make it so." Supporting his injured disciple, the Apostle looks toward Ron and asks for his name. Ron answers, Ron Zeekart. A faint smile forms on the Apostle's lips as he remarks that it is amusing to see the Zeekart family still alive and well. Standing beside Martha, Ron introduces himself once more as Ron Zeekart, the survivor of that village. A burst of blood, red energy fills the air as the Apostle says he will eagerly await the day they meet again. Watching the empty space ahead, Ron asks if they have already left. Ron suddenly doubles over while Martha stares at him in alarm. Rushing to his side, Martha grabs Ron by the shoulders and urgently asks what is wrong. Supporting the exhausted Ron, Martha urges him to wake up, while Limmer tells her he has simply reached his limit, and that remaining standing for so long was already a miracle. With a faint smile, Limmer calls Ron truly remarkable, praising him for holding his own and achieving victory against a master. As he reflects on Ron's performance, Lemur says the sight of him standing before the 10th Apostle reminds him of the patriarch in his youth. A smile spreads across his face as he quietly remarks that his decision seems to have been the right one after all. Looking down at the unconscious Ron, he declares that he is willing to stake the rest of his life on him. The scene shifts to the infirmary beneath a bright blue sky. Inside the infirmary, the disciples note that the Vice Lord still has not woken up after 3 days, adding that he was nearly half dead when he was found in the annex. The disciples continue, remarking that he usually wakes up quickly, but even for the Vice Lord, fighting a master could not have been easy. Sitting alone on the bed, Martha quietly says she hopes he wakes up soon. Looking down in silence, she admits that he really is incredible. Standing beside Ron in her recollection, she reflects that defeating the 7th Apostle as an expert was remarkable, and that he still faced the 10th Apostle, despite severe internal injuries and certain defeat. Remembering Ron beside her, she says that because he supported her even then, she was able to face the 10th Apostle properly as well. Holding a sword, she reflects that the resentment she carried inside her has finally been released. With one hand clasping the other, she quietly thanks Ron. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she asks Ron to please wake up already. Her gaze snaps toward the person who suddenly calls out. As Dorian rushes in, the others tell him he scared them, and ask why he is screaming out of nowhere, but he blurts out that the Vice Lord has opened his eyes. Ron sits upright in bed as the announcement rings out that he has finally opened his eyes. Seated before the members of the Raging Wind Corps, Ron praises their performance on the mission, noting that despite the operation becoming far more difficult than expected, they completed it without serious casualties. Addressing the group, Ron warns them not to become drunk on their success and and says this is a chance to calmly examine their own shortcomings. Called on first, Team 2 stands at attention with nervous expressions. Recalling the mission, Ron tells Team 2 they protected the hostages well but failed to keep all of them under control, instructing them to properly account for and manage every hostage next time. Looking tense, Burin receives praise as Round says Team 3 executed the Raging Wind tactic nearly perfectly and suffered the fewest casualties, earning a nervous thank you in return. Ron turns his attention to Team 1, while Martha stiffens and hurriedly answers. Standing before her team, she lowers her gaze as Round states that Team 1 performed the worst, blindly following their enraged leader, and risking fatalities had the ambush become a frontal assault. Seated on the bed, Ron says he understands her grudge against the White Blood cult, but reminds her that a team leader must place the safety of the team above any personal vendetta. With her eyes hidden behind her bangs, Martha falls silent as Ron asks if she understands his point. Bowing deeply before Ron, she admits the mistake was entirely hers and apologizes for her reckless actions. Her eyes widen in shock when Ron suddenly asks if it was Arlen Village. Facing Ron, Martha listens as he says the Raging Wind Corps stands as one and will inevitably clash with the White Blood cult again. Ron tells her to share her story when she is ready, and she quietly replies that she understands. Standing frozen in surprise, she hears that preventing the seventh apostle from taking action helped secure their victory, and Ron commends her courage in facing a master. As the others excitedly ask if she really landed a strike on a master, she awkwardly tries to explain that she only wanted to get in his way. With his hands clasped together, Ron formally declares that the self-reflection session ends here. Members of the corps begin filing out as a call rings out for everyone to make their preparations before departure. Ron calls out to Burin, and he immediately answers, "Yes, Vice Lord." Standing face to face with Burin, Ron thanks him for giving the mission his all, leaving Burin visibly stunned. Turning back at the doorway, Ron tells Burin that the Raging Wind Corps needs him, and that he absolutely wants him by his side. Burin stands speechless as Ron simply tells him to get some rest. A dark memory flashes through Burin's mind as his father declares he has no need for a foolish son, while Ron insists that he desperately needs him. Burin's expression tightens as he silently takes in those words. Under the open sky, Burin walks away alone through the town streets. An overhead view shows the gathered members as narration states that the Raging Wind Corps' first mission in Porban has come to an end. After seeing Balker off, Round stands among the departing group while narration explains that they met with Mayor Oist. A document rests on the table before Mayor Oist as narration reveals that the corps received compensation for completing the mission. Ron stands with a faint smile as the narration reveals that, since the Raging Wind Corps is a new unit in need of supplies, he squeezed extra compensation from the mayor. A grand building rises beneath the evening sky as narration explains that they returned home and Ron headed straight to the Patriarch's Hall to make his report. Standing before Glenn, Ron begins reporting everything that happened in Porban on behalf of the corps. Glenn listens from his throne while narration states that the full report on the events in Porban has been given. With one hand over his chest, Ron formally concludes his report. Glenn calmly recounts the report, noting that Ron won the competition against Balkar, located the White Blood cult's Porban branch, and defeated the seventh apostle. As Round stands before the throne, he comments on how calmly Glenn is reacting, and Wrath remarks that such achievements are trifling matters for someone like him or the old geezer, prompting Round to tell him to stop being so cheeky. Facing Round across the hall, Glenn simply says, "Well done." Glenn praises the corps, saying that despite the pressure of their first mission as swordsmen, they performed admirably and even succeeded in making Balkar support them. As Glenn adds that facing one of the 5 demons without a single casualty is worthy of praise, the corps members stare in disbelief that the Patriarch is personally praising them. Lowering his gaze, Glenn warns that the most important part comes next. The corpse stands before the throne as Glenn explains that many people will continue to look down on them, while others will test whether the rumors about their strength are true. So what they need now is unity and power. Snapping his fingers, Glenn acknowledges their unity from training together in the 5th training hall, but bluntly states that they still lack strength. Towering bookshelves appear behind Glenn as the members stare in stunned silence. Surrounded by endless shelves, the corpse members stare in awe at the Library of Enlightenment, hardly believing they are seeing it with their own eyes. Standing beside Dorian, Ron listens as Glenn declares that the library is their reward, and that each person may summon one martial arts book by raising a hand toward it. Ron then tells Dorian, "I'll take mine last, so you all can go first," and Dorian thanks him. Holding newly summoned books, the corpse members learn that the Library of Enlightenment automatically understands what each person lacks and provides a martial arts manual suited to their needs. Studying the book in her hands, Martha hears Glenn urge them to use these manuals to grow stronger. Dorian stares at the strange symbols on his book and nervously wonders if it has something to do with payments. As Glenn calls for Round Zagart to step forward, Ron calmly realizes that it is finally his turn. Raising a gloved hand toward the library, Ron focuses on obtaining footwork to complete the Supreme Harmony steps, which he currently possesses only in part. Standing before the tower towering shelves with his hand raised. Ron waits for a martial arts book to answer his call. Sweat runs down Round's face as he reaches forward in confusion, while a warning declares that the Library of Enlightenment is crying out. The Library of Enlightenment continued crying out as strange light rippled through the endless shelves surrounding Rayon. However, instead of producing a martial arts manual, the towering bookshelves began trembling one after another. Watching the silent shelves, Rayon was left stunned when no book emerged from the library. A voice then informed him that the martial art he needed could not be found there. With a snap of his fingers, Glenn calmly declared that the Library of Enlightenment held no affinity for Rayon and that the process should end there. As the golden shelves gradually faded away, the shocked members of the Raging Wind Corps realized that the Library of Enlightenment was disappearing. Unable to understand what was happening, they wondered if their Vice Lord would receive no reward at all. While Glenn ordered the members of the Raging Wind Corps to leave, Rayon suddenly turned around as someone called out to the Patriarch. Stepping forward with her martial arts manual in hand, Martha stated that they had only survived the mission because of Vice Lord Rayon. Because of that, she asked that Rayon receive the same reward as everyone else, even if she had to return the footwork technique she had been given. She then asked whether there was truly no way for Rayon to be rewarded as well. Glenn remained silent for a moment, leaving Martha anxiously waiting for his response. To her surprise, Glenn told her that she was gravely mistaken. Standing beside Martha, Rayon listened as Glenn explained that failing to receive a book from the Library of Enlightenment did not mean he would go unrewarded. In fact, a different reward was already being prepared for the Vice Lord of the Raging Wind Corps. Hearing that, Martha immediately relaxed and hurriedly thanked the Patriarch before apologizing for speaking out of turn. After Glenn dismissed her concerns, Runan remarked that such concern was unusual coming from Martha. The comment instantly earned her an embarrassed shout in return. Stepping forward before the Corp, Rayon ordered the Raging Wind Corps to salute. The entire Corps knelt together and thanked Glenn for the gifts granted to the Raging Wind Corps. Watching from his throne, Glenn admitted that he had never expected Martha to make a request on Round's behalf. When Rowan asked what he thought about Round, congratulating his subordinates despite receiving no reward himself, Glenn replied that no one who witnessed that scene could still view the Raging Wind Corps as a newly formed unit. As Rowan listened quietly, another voice suddenly asked who deserved credit for all of that. Limmer immediately struck a dramatic pose and proudly declared that the answer was, of course, the Lord of the Raging Wind Corps, Limmer himself. According to him, everything had only been possible because he maintained order. Glenn gave a brief acknowledgement, allowing Limmer to laugh confidently before him. Still smiling, Limmer pointed out that the mission had been completed entirely by those children. He added that surviving an encounter with the 10th Apostle at their age was far beyond simple luck. As the image of the 10th Apostle appeared, it was revealed that he had already broken through the second wall and reached the realm of a Grandmaster. Not only that, but the White Blood Cult, the Fallen, and even the Heavenly Demon had all been present, making the situation impossible to avoid. Seated on his throne, Glenn stared ahead in silence. Limmer then casually remarked that no one spoiled a grandson quite like a grandfather. The unexpected comment prompted Glenn to ask what he was talking about all of a sudden. Recalling what had happened in the audience chamber, Limmer openly accused Glenn of blocking the book that had been about to emerge from the Library of Enlightenment. He suggested that the Patriarch had done so because he wanted to teach Rayon personally, rather than simply hand him a martial arts manual. Before he could continue, Glenn firmly ordered him to stop. Spreading his hands with a bright smile, Limmer quickly changed the subject and cheerfully asked whether he could receive a reward as well. Closing his eyes, Glenn replied that he had already planned to reward him. As Rowan confirmed that a reward had indeed been prepared, an excited voice immediately thanked them. Unfortunately for Limmer, Glenn followed that up by declaring that his wrongdoing would be corrected before he received anything. Confused, Limmer asked what wrongdoing he was talking about. In response, Glenn held up Limmer's mission report. The report proudly stated that Round had defeated the 7th Apostle. Surrounded by a menacing aura, Glenn pointed out that despite such an incredible achievement, Limmer had submitted a report that was only 2 lines long. Limmer nervously explained that he had written it in a hurry because of the circumstances. Glenn's expression immediately darkened. As flames of aura surged around him, he sharply declared that enough was enough. Later that night, the Zeegard Annex stood quietly beneath a bright full moon. Sweat covered Rayon's body as he paused his training and looked up in confusion. Standing before him was Glenn. The Patriarch's sudden appearance left Rayon visibly surprised. Rayon immediately knelt beside his sword and respectfully greeted him, asking what had brought him to the annex so late at night. Glenn simply noted that Rayon had already been training and remarked that the timing was perfect. Facing him directly, Glenn calmly instructed Rayon to prepare himself. The unexpected order left Rayon completely puzzled. Glenn then reminded him that he had promised a different reward earlier. Hearing that, Rayon couldn't help wondering why the Patriarch had personally come to the annex in the middle of the night just to deliver a reward. No matter how hard he tried, he could not read Glenn's intentions. Standing face to face in the courtyard, Glenn asked how far Rayon had progressed with the Supreme Harmony steps. Rayon honestly admitted that he had only mastered the first step. With a disappointed look, Glenn acknowledged that mastering the first step was impressive. Even so, he warned that anyone satisfied with only that much would never advance any further. Rayon quietly apologized. To his surprise, Glenn declared that the situation was actually fortunate. Instead of teaching him a new martial art, Glenn announced that he would personally teach the Supreme Harmony steps once again. Standing before Raon, he firmly stated that he would hear no complaints and added that Raon had only himself to blame for neglecting the technique. Raon's eyes immediately widened. He eagerly thanked Glenn and admitted that being personally taught the ancient Supreme Harmony steps was the greatest reward he could possibly receive. Golden energy swirled around Glenn as he spread his cape. Announcing the start of the lesson, he ordered Raon to watch closely. A powerful shockwave erupted above the annex and rippled across the night sky. The scene then shifted beneath a crimson sky at the White Blood cult's main branch. As a stone statue stood silently within the cult hall, a voice quietly responded that it understood. Kneeling before the cult leader, the 10th apostle reported that the 7th apostle had been defeated by a child of Zegart. He further praised the boy's extraordinary potential. Still kneeling, he explained that the boy had defeated the 7th apostle, declared war while standing on the verge of collapse, and possessed the potential to become a major obstacle to the White Blood cult in the future. Lounging on a sofa with a faint smile, the White Blood cult leader asked whether the boy had truly reached such a level. She then remarked that despite everything, the 7th apostle had still lost to an expert, failed to secure the sacrifice, and brought shame upon the White Blood cult. A crimson eye peered through strands of black hair as she calmly wondered whether the 7th apostle should be executed. The 10th apostle lowered his gaze and remained silent while an icy pressure filled the hall. After a brief pause, she dismissed the idea. Considering the investment that had gone into raising that child, she felt that executing him over a single failure would be excessive. Instead, she issued a new order. If the 7th apostle failed again, Raon was to be brought before them alive. She then revealed that she intended to make the boy her disciple. As flames rose around the image of Raon, she referred to him as Zegart's greatest talent and wondered just how far that boy could go. A faint smile spread across her face as another thought crossed her mind. She wondered what expression that decrepit old man would make if Raon accepted the White Blood cult. The thought amused her greatly, and she admitted that she was eagerly waiting for the day she could witness his despair. Surrounded by swirling rings of energy, Raon relentlessly continued practicing the Supreme Harmony steps with his sword in hand. Even while keeping his eyes fixed ahead, he admitted that it still wasn't enough. As he dashed through the flowing rings, Raon realized his control over the Ring of Fire had improved, yet he still couldn't grasp more than a fraction of the Supreme Harmony steps Glenn had demonstrated. Recognizing the technique as an incredible treasure, he kept replaying those movements while they remained fresh in his mind. Determined not to waste even a single moment, Raon pushed his exhausted body forward and continued practicing the steps. As day gradually replaced night around the mansion, his relentless training never stopped. From atop a rocky ledge, a woman silently watched Raon train. She noted that 3 days had passed since the patriarch taught him the Supreme Harmony steps, yet he hadn't slept once during that entire time. Quietly admiring his unwavering determination, she was revealed to be Cheryl, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Order. A flashback showed Cheryl asking the patriarch whether she should continue watching the boy. Glenn replied that since she had taken an interest in Raon herself and the Heavenly Sword Order had no urgent mission, she could continue observing him. Standing behind him, Cheryl answered that protecting the patriarch was her duty, and whenever she had no assignment, she simply followed his orders. Pleased with her response, Glenn praised her for remaining as vigilant as ever. The patriarch then instructed Cheryl to watch over Raon until his training ended, warning that once the boy became completely focused, he lost awareness of everything around him. Leaning against a tree with her arms crossed, Cheryl continued observing him, while remarking that mastering the Supreme Harmony steps would take an incredibly long time. As Raon reached toward the image of a shining chalice, the narration explained that the Supreme Harmony steps were like a poisoned chalice, causing even geniuses to waste their lives pursuing something they could never truly attain. Although Cheryl admired Raon's determination, she concluded that he still wasn't ready to master the technique. However, her expression suddenly changed after noticing something unusual. Golden energy wrapped around Raon's foot as he took another step. Bathed in swirling golden light, Raon continued moving through the Supreme Harmony steps, and for a brief instant, the patriarch's silhouette appeared beside him. The sight left Cheryl frozen in complete shock. Unable to believe what she had just witnessed, she wondered if she was actually dreaming. Watching Raon's movements more carefully, Cheryl realized that, for a brief moment, she had seen the patriarch's technique reflected in his steps. Although he still had a long way to go, he was clearly following the same path. Still stunned, Cheryl couldn't help wondering if the rumors had been true after all. As Raon quietly placed a hand against his chest beneath the rocky ledge, Cheryl found herself questioning whether he had really grasped the Supreme Harmony steps in such a short time. The scene then shifted to Raon sitting beside Yua on a garden swing as he asked whether she was enjoying the food. Yua smiled brightly while holding her meal and happily replied that the food was delicious and everyone at the annex had treated her kindly. Glad to hear that, Raon welcomed Yua to Zegart once again, still surprised that she had actually come to live there. Beaming with a warm smile, Yua said she was happy they had been able to meet again. Remembering the past, she explained that after Raon and the others left, she told her grandfather she wanted to proudly help people just as Raon did. After receiving her grandfather's permission, she wrote a letter requesting Zegart's approval to let her train alongside Rayon. Not long afterward, Zegart came to bring her over, giving her the opportunity to meet the patriarch in person. Returning to the present, Yua looked down and explained that after telling the patriarch everything about her past, he suggested she stay at the annex, although she had secretly hoped to surprise Rayon with how much she had grown. Rayon then asked whether her sound lessons with Lowen were going well, and Yua happily replied that she understood every lesson and could sing much better than before. Unable to hide her excitement, she eagerly offered to sing for him, and Rayon smiled before telling her to go ahead. Standing in the garden, Yua began singing with a bright smile, her beautiful voice filling the air. As Rayon listened, unfamiliar emotions suddenly overwhelmed him. The melody stirred memories of fierce battlefields, making his heart pound as he imagined drawing his sword and standing atop fortress walls against countless enemies. Lowen suddenly appeared behind Rayon and calmly explained that a god was hidden within Miss Yua's voice. Standing beside him, he revealed that although Yua didn't realize it herself, she possessed the power of a siren, allowing her voice to directly influence the hearts of those who heard it. Looking toward Yua as she continued singing, Lowen added that even Eden coveted her extraordinary talent. If they had obtained her, she could have become a terrifying weapon, which was exactly why Zegart had taken her in. Rayon had always known Yua wasn't ordinary, but he was impressed that Lowen had identified the true source of her power so accurately. Looking at Lowen, Rayon also concluded that he must have been an exceptional assassin in his younger days, which explained why he was such an expert on sound. Even so, he quietly hoped Lowen wouldn't teach Yua anything too dangerous. Trying to phrase his concern carefully, Rayon awkwardly asked if singing was all Lowen planned to teach Yua. However, he immediately panicked when Lowen cheerfully assured him he wouldn't teach her anything dangerous, forcing Rayon to quickly explain that wasn't what he meant. Before the conversation could continue, Cheryl arrived and told Rayon they needed to talk before ordering him to follow her. Once they were alone, Cheryl informed Rayon that the two of them would be working together on a guarding mission. When he asked if she really meant a mission, she confirmed that she did. Although Rayon wondered why the Heavenly Sword Order alone wasn't enough for such an assignment, the scene shifted to an earlier conversation between Cheryl and the Patriarch. The Patriarch instructed Cheryl to take Rayon with her, explaining that although he had already broken through by defeating a master, he still needed an opportunity to advance even further. Cheryl was left stunned as he added that witnessing her swordsmanship would surely help Rayon become a true master. Accepting the Patriarch's decision, Cheryl asked if he had any concerns. As the Patriarch calmly sipped his tea, Cheryl asked why he cared so much about Rayon. She admitted that after watching him train the Supreme Harmony steps, she finally understood why he had told her to keep an eye on the boy, since Rayon's determination and talent were on an entirely different level. She went on to point out that she had never seen the Patriarch care so much about a single person, but he immediately brushed the comment aside, telling her not to say such meaningless things. The Patriarch simply smiled and explained that the rise of the youngest master would only bring greater honor to the family, making it only natural for him to support Raon's growth, leaving Cheryl speechless. Lowering her head, Cheryl then explained to Raon that the Heavenly Sword Order existed to protect both the family and the Patriarch. Since nearly 30% of its members were constantly deployed on field missions, there weren't many people available at the moment. Back in the present, Cheryl asked for his answer, and Rayon realized that any mission requiring the leader of the Heavenly Sword Order herself was far from ordinary. He carefully weighed the risks, knowing failure could cost him both his life and the reputation he had worked so hard to build. Even so, he also realized that Cheryl was a grandmaster who had mastered countless sword arts. Thinking it over, Rayon concluded that witnessing the swordsmanship of someone at Cheryl's level up close was an opportunity that rarely came around. Remembering Rath's words that he was standing on the boundary between expert and master, he believed this mission could finally push him beyond that limit. Without hesitating any longer, Rayon accepted the offer and agreed to accompany Cheryl on the mission. Cheryl instructed him to gather 6 members of the Raging Wind Corps, including himself, since they were scheduled to depart in just 2 days. When Rayon asked who they would be guarding, Cheryl revealed that it was the youngest daughter of the Yonan family. She explained that their mission was to escort the Yonan family's youngest daughter safely to Latran, a nation currently at war. The mention of the Yonan family immediately caught Rayon's attention, and Cheryl confirmed that he had heard correctly. The narration explained that the Yonan family stood alongside Balkar in prestige, not because of military strength, but because of their unmatched skill in creating artifacts. As a result, the Yonan family was recognized as one of the most prestigious families of artifact creators. After accepting Cheryl's request, Rayon returned to the Raging Wind Corps and selected Runan, Burin, Martha, Dorian, and Crane to accompany him on the escort mission. Crane points at himself in disbelief, as Rayon confirms he earned the final spot on the team because he had recently started showing real potential. Even with tears welling in his eyes, Crane receives Rayon's quiet assurance that one day he'll realize this mission was a valuable opportunity. With the team selected, the Raging Wind Corps joins up with the Heavenly Sword Order, and the escort mission officially gets underway. As evening approaches, Cheryl orders everyone to set up camp before before nightfall, and Raon acknowledges the instruction. Raon assigns Burn and Dorian to pitch the tents while Runan and Crane gather firewood. He then tells Martha to help him prepare dinner, explaining that she's the only one there who can actually cook food fit for people to eat. The mention of Runan taking over the cooking instantly leaves Martha speechless. A dark image of Runan's cooking is enough to make Martha silently change her mind. Giving in with a frustrated shout, Martha accepts the job as Raon tells Dorian to bring out the cooking pots and prepared ingredients, and Dorian immediately agrees. While preparing dinner, Martha suddenly wonders where the Heavenly Sword Order disappeared to since they had been nearby only moments ago. Raon and Dorian soon realize the Heavenly Sword Order never helped with the camp at all, leaving the entire setup to the Raging Wind Corps. A nearby voice praises how quickly the camp was prepared, remarking that they must already have plenty of experience with field missions. The man introduces himself as Ikon, the vice head of the Heavenly Sword Order, before another member casually points out that the tent is crooked, the support pole is slanted, the floor was set too low to survive the cold night, and they even forgot to dig a proper drainage trench around it. Soon after, Martha announces that dinner is finally ready. After tasting the meal, Raon admits the cooking is rough around the edges, but still surprisingly good, and even Wrath praises Martha's cooking beyond his expectations. The Heavenly Sword Order immediately starts criticizing the meal, questioning both the dinner itself and the heavy seasoning while warning that food this salty could leave everyone dehydrated later. Just as Martha is about to tell them to stop complaining if they aren't going to help, Raon raises a hand and cuts her off. Instead of arguing, Raon apologizes and promises to prepare the meal properly next time, while the Heavenly Sword Order says they expect better standards. Leaving the dishes and the entire night watch to the Raging Wind Corps, the Heavenly Sword Order heads off on patrol while encouraging the rookie swordsmen to keep working hard. Watching them leave, Martha fumes that they're treating the Raging Wind Corps like nothing more than errand boys, but Burn reminds her that the Heavenly Sword Order exists to protect the Patriarch and had already been patrolling before dinner. Martha fires back that there was nothing around to patrol anyway and accuses the Heavenly Sword Order of openly taunting and bullying them. Raon calmly ends the argument, tells everyone to finish cleaning up and get some rest, then announces that he'll handle the entire night watch himself. When the others question whether he'll really stay awake until morning, Raon tells them not to worry, because he has a few things to think about. Martha refuses to accept that plan and suggests splitting the night watch into two-person shifts instead, but Raon insists he'll be fine. As the group protests that they're not fine with the idea, Raon falls silent beneath the full moon. The campfire continues burning steadily through the night. As the fire crackles, Martha asks Raon if he's really going to let the Heavenly Sword Order keep treating them like this, saying they're openly picking a fight. Raon reminds her that she was the one who had been excited about joining them in the first place, making Martha admit she never expected the Patriarch's personal guards to be such petty people. Although Raon admits their behavior is different from what he expected, he simply smiles, which only frustrates Martha even more as she demands that he say something instead of quietly listening. Before Martha can continue, Raon suddenly stands up and suggests they train together. Looking at her, he says that since they're just sitting around during the night watch, they're only wasting time. Confused, Martha asks if he still wants to train even out here, calling him unbelievable, but he tells her he'll also help with her swordsmanship and orders her to get up. After a brief silence, Martha reluctantly gives in and tells him to stop talking because she already understands. The next morning, while the Raging Wind Corps heads out together, several members of the Heavenly Sword Order quietly watch them from a distance. Their attention soon shifts toward the forest, where the members of the Raging Wind Corps are already sparring and training together. Unable to keep finding faults, Ikon admits to the Heavenly Sword Order's leader that criticizing the Raging Wind Corps has become impossible because they do everything flawlessly. Listening with folded arms, Cheryl hears that the Raging Wind Corps not only performs every task perfectly, but even spends its spare time training. Quietly looking ahead, she listens as Ikon questions why they're continuing to torment such admirable youngsters. Recalling the Patriarch's words, Cheryl remembers being warned that Raon has a strong tendency to rely on his own strength to solve problems. Because of that, she ordered Ikon and the others to deliberately find faults and provoke complaints from Raon and the Raging Wind Corps. Cheryl reveals that if Raon had responded with force, the Heavenly Sword Order would have overpowered them to teach them the difference in ability and prevent arrogance. Looking down in silence, she remarks that it's remarkable for someone Raon's age to already possess such composure. Placing a hand on his chest, Ikon is told to stop the needless criticism because, starting tomorrow, the Heavenly Sword Order will share the workload with the Raging Wind Corps. As Cheryl starts to leave, Ikon calls out and asks where she's going. Cheryl replies that she's going to see the Raging Wind Corps, guessing they're probably training once again. Looking toward the Raging Wind Corps, she says they deserve compensation for the unfair treatment they received. When Raon looks surprised by the offer, Cheryl reveals that she knows they've been secretly training during every night watch. Smiling at the news, the others are told that until they reach the Yonan mansion, she'll personally observe their swordsmanship because they may need those skills during this mission. After thanking Cheryl, Raon asks why she's willing to teach them, leaving her visibly puzzled. Turning toward him, she admits it was frustrating to watch them train tirelessly every night while seemingly making no progress, and Rayon quietly remarks that he suspected something was unusual. Standing with her arms folded, Rayon realizes the Heavenly Sword Order would never behave so petty without a reason, and concludes they were simply testing how the Raging Wind Corps would respond. Standing before the group, Cheryl praises them for silently enduring everything and faithfully carrying out their duties, earning an enthusiastic thank you from the Raging Wind Corps. Looking at Rayon, she says she noticed he has been training the heavy sword technique and asks if that's correct. Drawing her sword, she tells Rayon they'll begin the lesson immediately. Raising her sword into position, she says it's better for them to experience her teachings firsthand than through words alone. A crushing sword aura engulfs the forest as the others brace themselves beneath its overwhelming pressure. Staggering under the pressure, the group exclaims that it's unbearably heavy, as if the very space around them is being crushed. Sweat runs down Round's face as Cheryl calmly declares that today's first lesson has begun. Surrounded by the overwhelming aura, she reveals the name of the technique she'll teach, Heavy Sword. She explained that Heavy Sword wasn't simply about imbuing a blade with aura to make it heavier. Instead, true mastery meant dominating the surrounding space with your own weight, turning it into your personal domain, and the key to doing that was creating a powerful mental image. A silhouette appeared as she introduced the concept of a mental image. Looking at her glowing sword, she explained that Heavy Sword worked by imagining the surrounding space completely filled with weight. Holding out her sword toward the struggling students, she said it currently carried only the weight of a single log. Still pointing the sword forward, she asked what they thought would happen if she replaced that weight with the weight of a massive boulder. The crushing pressure intensified, forcing Rayon to bend even lower beneath the overwhelming weight. Dorian clutched his chest and gasped that he couldn't breathe anymore, while Crane admitted he couldn't endure it any longer. Bracing himself on one knee, Rayon said that even with aura supporting him, it felt as though the space itself was pressing down on his entire body. As sweat ran down his face, he realized she probably wasn't even using external energy, and wondered how much heavier the pressure would become if she fought seriously. Facing the overwhelming pressure, he realized this was the true heavy sword wielded by a grandmaster. Lowering her sword, she said they had experienced enough and ended the demonstration. As the crushing pressure disappeared, the exhausted students struggled to catch their breath while she explained that the lesson had only demonstrated the basics. Standing before the group, she explained that the more detailed a mental image became, the stronger its effect would be, and advised them to train that mental image every day if they wanted to reach greater heights. She added that once they reached the realm of Heavy Sword, they would be able to crush space itself and might even defeat swordsmen who used Fast Sword. Looking back over her shoulder, she announced that today's lesson was over and that they would continue tomorrow. The students thanked her for the instruction as she walked away through the forest. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Crane said experiencing it firsthand had made the lesson truly sink in, while Dorian agreed that it had been difficult, but that he now understood what she meant. Still shaken, Martha admitted the demonstration was far beyond anything he had imagined. Standing on the cracked ground, the group concluded that even a simple demonstration from a grandmaster carried unbelievable power and proved she was on an entirely different level. Wrath scoffed that everyone could achieve a display like this with a little mental image training, leaving Rayon quietly, repeating the words, mental image. Recalling Wrath, Glenn, Limmer, and Daruth, Rayon realized they had all emphasized that while martial arts mattered, mental image became even more important the higher a swordsman climbed. Clenching his fist, he realized Cheryl's heavy sword could even crush the soul. Staring at his clenched fist, he believed that if he could make that power his own, the wall separating him from becoming a master might finally fall. The night sky faded into bright daylight as time passed. An elderly butler welcomed the swordsmen of Zeegart, saying the Yonan family had been waiting for them. A magnificent estate came into view as they were welcomed to the Yonan family. Looking over the enormous mansion, Rayon noted that a single family's estate occupied nearly a quarter of the city, and its legendary crafting skill clearly wasn't exaggerated. The butler respectfully announced to the patriarch that the guests from Zeegart had arrived. Patriarch Michelle Yonan praised the butler's work and politely asked that the honored guests be escorted to the reception room. Cheryl greeted Patriarch Michelle after their long time apart, and Michelle said she was relieved to see both the Heavenly Sword Order and the Raging Wind Corps safely return from the battle against the White Blood Cult. Closing her eyes, Michelle said they would skip the formalities and get straight to the main matter since their guests didn't have much time, and Cheryl agreed. Michelle revealed that she had a precious youngest daughter named Ensaya. She explained that Ensaya was loved by everyone, blessed with exceptional talent, and was even considered worthy of inheriting the family's leadership. Michelle revealed that everything changed midway through last year, when mysterious problems began appearing throughout Ensaya's body. She explained that the pain first began in the joints of Ensaya's fingers, feeling as though they were being pierced by burning needles. Despite examining her, every doctor insisted there was nothing wrong with her condition. Michelle said the pain soon spread from Insaya's hands to her entire body, growing far more unbearable with each passing month. With a sorrowful expression, she said that neither renowned doctors nor famous priests could help, and that the agony had become so severe that Insaya had given up on treatment and only wished to die. As a final hope, Michelle revealed that she sought the help of the Saint of Rags. Hearing the name, Raon immediately realized that this mission was connected to Sir Frederick. Recalling the kindness Sir Frederick had shown him when he was young, Raon quietly resolved to repay that debt if they met during this mission. Michelle explained that the Saint of Rags always put his patients first and would never come simply because someone requested his presence. Because of that, she asked the Raging Wind Corps to escort Ensaya to the Saint instead, revealing the true purpose of their mission. Looking at her, Cheryl immediately agreed and said they should leave as soon as possible. However, Michelle apologized and asked them to postpone their departure for a few days because a renowned healer named Timus was currently staying in a nearby village, and she wanted him to examine Enzaya one final time before they left. The moment Raon heard Timus's name, his expression turned cold. He remembered that Timus had served the Robert family as a highly skilled healer and one of Daruth's trusted subordinates, using his medical expertise to force powerful families into debt or even eliminate their patriarchs under Daruth's orders. Realizing Timus was here, he immediately suspected that Daruth was plotting something. Without wasting another moment, he asked if they could see Enzaya first so he could assess her current condition and prepare for any problems that might arise while transporting her. Michelle hesitated, explaining that Enzaya had become extremely sensitive and recently refused to let anyone examine her or even check her pulse. Even so, Cheryl agreed with Raon and said they needed to see Enzaya in person before making any plans. Michelle hesitated but agreed to let Raon see Enzaya as long as he only observed her outward condition without examining her directly. Rising from the sofa, Raon thanked Michelle for allowing the visit. Michelle admitted she still felt worried, but said that with Raon there, everything might be all right, leaving him stunned. Michelle led Raon to Ensaya's bedroom, where the young girl lay weakly in a large bed as they quietly entered. Lying in bed with sweat on her face, Ensaya remained visibly exhausted while Michelle gently asked Raon not to agitate her too much. Standing beside the bed, he quietly observed her and noted that her condition was extremely severe. Focusing on Ensaya's swollen, reddened hands, he observed that the energy within her body was barely present, leaving her physically weakened. Still lying in bed, Enzaya slowly opened her eyes and let out a faint, sleepy murmur. As Michelle began introducing the visitor, Enzaya slowly turned her head. Raon looked at her in surprise after hearing her reaction. Staring directly at Raon with flushed cheeks, Ensaya blurted out that he was unbelievably handsome. Walking through the forest, Timus mocks the Yonan family for taking so long to contact them, saying he would have burned them all if they had delayed any longer. His companion asks whether their plan could fail if the Yonan family suddenly seeks help from the Saint of Rags. Without changing his expression, Timus says that's exactly why they prepared bait for those insects. As they continue along the forest path, Timus explains that Michelle treasures her youngest daughter more than anything, yet no one has managed to improve her condition. Looking ahead with a cold smile, he reveals that Ensaya's condition is neither an illness nor a curse. He goes on to explain that when no one can cure an unknown condition and only they can ease the pain, the desperate family will have no choice but to rely on them. Imagining Michelle kneeling before him, Timus declares that she will eventually abandon everything and beg them to save her daughter. He calmly explains that they'll pretend to treat Enzaya while buying time, secretly place their own people inside the family, drain its wealth and artifacts, and eventually swallow the entire Yonan family. His eyes narrow with unwavering devotion as he declares that everything they're doing is for Lord Daruth. Meanwhile, Daruth walks through a town with his followers and asks whether they made sure to inject that into the Yonan family's youngest daughter. After receiving confirmation that her pain will soon reach its peak, he says the family will have no choice but to seek their help. With a wave of his hand, Daruth reminds Timus that they've spent 10 years preparing to take over the Yonan family. He warns him not to respond immediately, even if they ask for help, or they might grow suspicious. As Timus respectfully bows, Daruth tells him to wait until the family is truly desperate before reaching out and squeezing even more out of Michelle. Timus quietly agrees. Closing his eyes, Daruth says he trusts Timus and promises to reward him generously if he handles everything properly. Timus lowers his head with a faint smile. Looking up at the grand Yonan estate, the two men declare that it's only a matter of time before the entire Yonan family falls into their hands. Still lying in bed, Enzaya stares at Raon and blurts out that he's unbelievably handsome and absolutely perfect. Sitting beside her, Michelle quickly apologizes, explaining that her daughter can't control her habit, while Raon calmly asks what's going on. Michelle explains that the Yonan family has been blessed with an exceptional sense of beauty for generations, making an eye for beauty essential for crafting artifacts. She adds that even among the Yonans, Ensaya's aesthetic sense is on another level, allowing her to instinctively recognize and draw out the true value hidden within gemstones. Michelle explains that, in Ensaya's eyes, Raon, the Vice Lord of the Raging Wind Core, is like a flawless gemstone already perfected by a master craftsman. Inzaya stares at Raon's golden hair, ruby-like eyes, and sharp features, declaring that he looks less like a person and more like a living masterpiece. Forcing an awkward smile, Raon thinks dealing with this is even harder than fighting the Seventh Apostle because he has no idea how he's supposed to react. Hearing Inzaya praise Raon's appearance, Wrath scoffs that true beauty belongs to him and demands Raon's body for a moment so he can show it off instead. Ron bluntly tells Wrath to stay quiet, while Inzaya continues admiring him and calls him the very definition of perfection. Snapping out of it, Inzaya suddenly realizes what she's been saying and looks completely embarrassed. Turning to her mother, she asks who the visitors are, and Michelle explains that they're Sieghart swordsmen who came to escort her to Latran. She then introduces Raon as the Vice Lord of the Raging Wind Core. With a gentle smile, Michelle encourages Inzaya to endure just 2 more examinations, hoping they'll finally find a way to cure her. Looking back at Raon, Inzaya shyly asks if he'll be the one escorting her to Latran, and Michelle confirms that he will. Both Michelle and Inzaya turn toward Raon. The rest of the escort team quietly watches the conversation unfold from the side. Inzaya suddenly agrees to go to Latran for treatment, but only if Raon comes with her as her escort. Hearing that condition, Raon can only stand there speechless while the others silently look like they've completely lost the will to live. Before leaving, Raon politely asks if he can examine Inzaya's pulse, and she happily offers him her hand without any hesitation. As Raon checks her pulse, Cheryl is surprised that he even knows medicine. Raon explains that he learned medical theory from his mother and later received additional guidance from Lord Fedric. Still confused, Cheryl wonders how someone like Fedric ever ended up teaching Raon medicine. Closing his eyes, Raon carefully suppresses his aura, mixes in Glacia, and traces the flow through Inzaya's mana circuits to pinpoint the source of her illness. The deeper he examines her condition, the more shocked he becomes after discovering that her mana circuits have narrowed to less than a hair's width and her energy core has nearly melted away. The fact that she's still alive is nothing short of a miracle. As Inzaya lies on the bed, Raon realizes this isn't a natural illness at all and concludes that something artificial is causing her suffering. As he desperately searches for the source hidden inside her body, Raon's eyes suddenly widen after noticing something unexpected. Tracing the source of Inzaya's illness, he is stunned to discover that a hellworm has been planted near her head. The horrifying sight instantly reminds him of the rage worm once implanted in his own heart, making him realize that Daruth's research had actually succeeded despite being considered impossible. Clenching his teeth in anger at such a cruel experiment, Raon realizes he can't remove the parasite yet because Inzaya's weakened body wouldn't survive the process. Instead, he uses Glacia to temporarily freeze the hellworm in place, preventing it from moving until her condition improves. After finishing, Raon apologizes for the brief pain and asks if she's feeling any better. To everyone's surprise, Inzaya excitedly says the pain has eased dramatically, leaving both Michelle and Cheryl stunned by the immediate result. Turning back to them, Raon calmly explains that he only suppressed the source of the pain for now, and that Inzaya must first recover her strength before the parasite can be safely removed. Hearing that she can actually be cured, Inzaya can barely believe her ears as hope finally appears on her face. Filled with new determination, Inzaya tells her mother that she wants to go to Latran because she doesn't want to die anymore and wants to craft artifacts again with her own hands. Michelle is overwhelmed with emotion, but their conversation is interrupted when a voice announces that Lord Timus has finally arrived. Wondering how to turn him away, Michelle is stopped by Raon, who tells her to let Timus examine Inzaya as well because he's curious what treatment the famous healer will suggest. After apologizing for the delay, Lord Timus explains that he rushed over after hearing about Inzaya's condition and believes it may be connected to something he's currently researching. He confidently says he should be able to help, but before he can continue, Inzaya immediately declines his treatment. Timus is left speechless as Inzaya points out that Raon already said he could cure her, so she'll receive treatment from him instead. Raon quietly watches the conversation with a faint smile. A furious shout echoes through the forest as someone curses that worthless brat, venting his rage after what just happened. Lord Timus fumes in disbelief, angrily calling out Raon Sieghart and seething over the humiliation he just suffered. He recalls questioning Inzaya's decision, arguing that Raon was only an inexperienced swordsman, not a healer, and accusing her of trusting him solely because of his appearance. Raon calmly cuts him off, saying that's a rude assumption. He explains that he's confident in his medical skills too, but Timus immediately scoffs, insisting Raon could never surpass him in medicine and dismissing his treatment as baseless. Raon's mention of learning medicine from the Saint of Rags and the Mad Sword of Sieghart instantly leaves Lord Timus visibly stunned. Without backing down, Raon states that those two were his teachers and asks if Timus truly considers their teachings baseless, leaving him speechless. Inzaya happily backs Raon, saying that ever since he examined her, her pain has eased, her body feels much lighter, and she completely trusts him. She even shyly adds that he's handsome too. Trying to recover, Lord Timus insists Raon merely got lucky this time. He warns that recklessly meddling with Inzaya's mana circuits will eventually end in disaster, but Raon quietly replies with a single number, 108. Round explains that there are 108 fatal points on the head where aura can prove deadly, and he knows exactly which areas can be touched safely and which require extreme caution. He tells Lord Timus not to jump to conclusions before knowing the full story. Saya becomes completely smitten, thinking Rion is unbelievably handsome, incredibly knowledgeable, and almost too perfect to be real, while Rion can only react with an awkward, speechless look. She tells her mother that although Lord Timus is an excellent physician, she wants Sir Rion to treat her because she believes he can cure her faster. When asked why, she answers without hesitation. It's because he's handsome. Meanwhile, Lord Timus grits his teeth in frustration, cursing Rayon for barging in and taking over while blaming Inzaya for caring only about looks and her mother for believing her so easily. Realizing their plan will collapse if Inzaya reaches the Saint of Rags, Timus decides they must stop her from leaving. He orders his subordinate to raise the Hellworm's activity and range to 80% that very night. Even after being warned it could put Inzaya's life in danger, Timus coldly insists it's necessary if they want to keep her away from the Saint. Timus declares that trapping them will also give them the perfect chance to deal with that damned brat. Consumed by hatred, he vows to peel away every last bit of Round's skin, make him suffer slowly, and only then kill him to satisfy his revenge. To eliminate every possible threat, Timus orders assassins to be sent after the lunatic in Letran as well, and his subordinate immediately accepts the command. Thinking ahead, Timus says they'll also need the Yonin family's strength, explaining that no other family on the continent can create artifacts of such exceptional quality, especially considering how much the Patriarch has already invested in this plan. Outside, Timus swears that whatever they're after must never fall into Zegart's hands, or those of the Saint of Rags. Back inside the mansion, Raon urges them to leave at daybreak, explaining that every moment they wait will only make Insaya's condition worse, so her mother immediately agrees to prepare the carriage. Raon quietly sends an aura message to the matriarch, asking her to stay calm, dismiss the maids naturally, and listen carefully because he has something important to tell her. She quietly agrees. Without raising suspicion, the matriarch orders the maids to prepare the carriage for tomorrow's departure and clean the guest rooms for the Zegard visitors. After the maids leave, Raon thanks her for trusting him and warns that what he's about to say is only his personal suspicion, not part of his official mission. He then drops a shocking revelation, saying the person responsible for harming Lady Inzaya is hiding somewhere inside this very mansion. Raon explains that Inzaya's illness isn't natural at all. Someone deliberately created it and targeted her on purpose. Both mother and daughter are stunned, insisting it can't be true because their maids have served them faithfully for years and were treated like family, making the accusation almost impossible for them to believe. Raon tells the matriarch he understands how she feels, but for both her sake and Insaya's, this matter has to be handled without hesitation. Convinced by his reasoning, the matriarch asks how he plans to identify the person responsible, and Raon calmly reveals that the bait has already been set. Confident in his plan, Raon declares that by tonight, the culprit will be in his hands. Later that night, the bedroom door quietly opens as someone slowly approaches Insaya's bedside while she lies motionless in bed. The maid silently raises a syringe and carefully aims its needle toward Insaya's forehead. Just before the needle can touch her, Insaya suddenly grabs the maid by the throat, leaving her completely stunned. The maid crashes onto the floor as Insaya keeps her pinned down, unable to believe the supposedly bedridden young lady possesses such overwhelming strength. Raon reveals himself and calmly declares, "Caught you," confirming the assassin walked straight into his trap. Realizing he is using a face-changing artifact, the maid is horrified that he predicted her attack and prepared for it in advance. Raon explains that the moment they announced they would leave early, he knew the culprit's only chance to interfere would be that night, and thanks her for acting exactly as he expected. Keeping the maid pinned down, Raon warns that assassins usually carry suicide poison, then quickly forces his fingers into her mouth and pulls the hidden poison pill back out. Staring at Raon in disbelief, the maid wonders how an ordinary swordsman could possibly know even that secret. The maid freezes when a voice calmly calls her by name, leaving her completely stunned. Watching in disbelief, Insaya quietly asks if Lauren had really been trying to harm her. Panicking, Lauren desperately denies it and insists she only acted for Insaya's sock. Without hesitation, Raon knocks Lauren unconscious before she can continue speaking. Raon shows them the poison capsule hidden inside Lauren's mouth and explains that the instant it's bitten, it melts the victim's organs. He adds that spies always carry this kind of poison because they never know when their identities will be exposed. Shaken by the truth, Inzaya can't believe Lauren has stayed by her side since she was 8 years old, yet still tried to betray her. Raon explains that deception and patience are the very nature of spies. He suggests locking Lauren up for now, admitting they may not get any useful information from her, but it's still worth trying. With the plan changed, Raon announces they'll leave the day after tomorrow instead and tells Insaya to get some rest. Grateful for his help, she quietly thanks him. As the night grows quiet, the scene shifts. Elsewhere in the forest, One man reports that Lauren still hasn't sent word back, even though she should have confirmed the mission was completed by now. Realizing something has gone wrong, Timus curses Lauren for getting caught despite having such a simple task. When his subordinate suggests contacting their superior, he immediately shuts the idea down, warning that doing so would only get them killed. He reminds his subordinate that they've spent over 15 years preparing to take over the Yonan family, and if news of this failure reaches their superior, both of them will lose their heads. Determined to contain the damage, he declares that he'll handle the entire situation himself as quickly as possible. He then orders his subordinate to contact every nearby branch, gather as many Shadow Squad members as possible, and have them bring every weapon and poison they can. He explains that now their spy has been exposed, the head of the Heavenly Sword Order will be far more alert. To stop her even briefly, they'll need every poison and smokescreen they possess. His face twists with rage as he vows to turn everything around by killing both the head of the Heavenly Sword Order and that brat. Before they leave, Michelle Yonan asks everyone to take good care of her daughter. In response, the Zegart family promises to safely escort her daughter to the Saint of Rags. As they prepare to leave, Burin says that being prepared is always a good thing, and Rayon simply responds with a puzzled look. Looking at the artifacts, Burin questions whether they really need to accept all of them. The group has been equipped with several rare artifacts, including anti-poison, enhancement, weight reduction, and impact mitigation artifacts. Even with enough money, these are extremely difficult to obtain, making the whole setup feel a little excessive. Raon explains that the artifacts were originally prepared for Lady Anzaya, and the matriarch gladly lent them out for this journey. They'll simply return everything once they get back. Looking at the situation, Raon suspects Timus must have thrown the plans off course, but he's sure Timus will do whatever it takes to fix things. And considering the murderous look in his eyes and how much he hates being humiliated, there's no doubt he'll come after them for revenge. With that in mind, there's no harm in being over-prepared for the journey. Once they cross the forest, they'll reach Latran. The group sets off through the forest, traveling without stopping until they reach their destination. When the order is given to keep moving, everyone agrees. The horse suddenly reacts to the changing terrain, leaving Cheryl startled as she realizes something is wrong. Burin and the others are caught off guard when the ground itself begins shifting beneath them. As the terrain shifts around them, the group finds themselves surrounded by the strange forest. Without wasting time, the Heavenly Sword Order forms a defensive formation, while the Raging Wind Corps takes position behind the carriage. Cheryl takes charge and orders everyone to follow her commands, making it clear that no one is allowed to die. Rayon remarks that they've finally arrived, and he had been wondering why everything had been so quiet until now. Timus finally appears, looking completely unfazed, as Rayon says, "I almost thought you wouldn't show up, Timus." From the rocky heights, one of Timus's men reports that the targets have entered the formation, and Timus calmly replies that once they've stepped into it, they're as good as dead. The blood lightning formation takes effect, disrupting their senses and restricting their breathing while creating an illusionary space that crushes anyone caught inside. And because the formation becomes harder to break, the more sensitive a person's senses are, experienced fighters are actually at a greater disadvantage. Even if they somehow manage to break through the formation, poisonous fog is waiting above ground to block their vision, while dozens of deadly poisonous insects lie beneath them, ready to strike even a master. Looking at Cheryl, Timus reveals that he has gathered every shadow in the area, making it impossible for even the head of the Heavenly Sword Order to escape his trap. Smiling, he declares that he won't leave even a single fragment of their bones behind. At the same time, Burin immediately tells everyone to stay calm, hold their positions, and keep an eye on their surroundings as a strange illusion begins spreading around them. The soldiers are surrounded by an unfamiliar sight, but they're reassured that it's only an illusion and not reality, so there's no need to panic. Then Martha orders the Raging Wind Corps to stop covering the rear and raise their swords. The soldiers react with surprise but agree. Round looks at her as she threatens to smack their heads with the flat of her sword, while he realizes the squad leaders are calmer than he expected and that all their regular training has paid off. Round is suddenly contacted through Aura, leaving his eyes wide with surprise. Cheryl reminds him that, just as he said, the spies have attacked them and asks if he had prepared for this as well, to which he agrees. She then says he must be curious to see how the heavy sword techniques he learned from her will fare in real combat, making it clear that their order will protect Anshaya Yonan's carriage no matter what. She then challenges Rayon to show her what he can do, leaving him surprised by her words. After hearing that, Rayon smiles quietly, deciding that he can't disappoint her. With his sword drawn, Rayon takes the lead and says, "First, we'll deal with the poisonous fog. To the north and west, just as we planned before leaving." The others respond, "Yes, understood." Martha lands in front of them and raises her sword with a determined look, while Burin readies himself for battle, and Runon prepares to strike as well. Martha then activates an artifact called the Whirlwind Lotus, unleashing a powerful gust of wind across the battlefield. The sudden whirlwind tears through the poisonous fog, completely clearing it and exposing the hidden attackers. Realizing their concealment has been blown, the enemies are caught off guard. Even with the fog gone, the enemy tells everyone not to panic, explaining that they have already inhaled the poison from the fog pellets and that the blood lightning formation is still active. Glancing to the side, Raon calmly explains that their plan won't work because the core of the poison fog pellets is the poison itself. That's exactly why he prepared the Whirlwind Lotus along with anti-poison artifacts. He realizes they've badly underestimated him, thinking that someone who was once the head of the Shadow Squad in his previous life would obviously know all their tricks. Looking at the glowing artifact in his hand, Raon reveals that it is more than enough to deal with the poison, while the luminous stone can neutralize the blood lightning formation. The formation suddenly starts shaking, leaving the assassins confused about what's happening. One of them can only wonder what strange artifact he used this time. Even with the formation becoming unstable, one of the assassins tells the others to stay calm, reminding them that they still have the numbers to overwhelm them. Raon unleashes a powerful burst of force with his sword, sending several attackers flying through the air. Watching Raon respond so calmly, Cheryl realizes that the boy is extremely thorough when it comes to preparation, as if he had already expected everything they would do. She's even more surprised, because it has only been a few days since she taught him how to use the heavy sword, yet he can already wield it to this level. With a slight smile, she admits that he is exactly as expected. He's no fun to teach. As another powerful blast erupts ahead of them, two assassins watch in shock, with one asking Timus what they should do. The subordinate admits that Raon seems to know exactly what they're planning, but Timus remains calm, saying that although the formation has become unstable, it's still holding. He then says that there are poisonous insects hidden beneath the ground. Raon grips his sword with both hands and drives it into the ground, unleashing a powerful force that tears through the earth and sends a swarm of poisonous insects scattering through the darkness. As the force reaches the formation's core, the dark orb cracks under the impact. With the core destroyed, the formation collapses, leaving everyone staring in surprise. The soldiers celebrate the formation's collapse, praising the Vice Lord for pulling it off exactly as expected. Cheryl says she understands how Raon noticed the poisonous insects beneath the ground, but she's impressed that he could channel the weight of his heavy sword into his aura and destroy the formation's core. Raon warns that it's not over yet, leaving her surprised as she points out that there aren't many enemies left. Are there? Facing her, he says they need to capture the mastermind behind this attack and root out the remaining enemies completely, which would also help the Yonan family. He believes the enemies must still be hiding somewhere nearby. Cheryl understands his intent, but says that even she can't locate enemies concealed like this, explaining that they must have taken careful measures to avoid detection. Even so, Raon says he wants to take a look himself, assuring her that it won't take long. Seeing Raon's expression, she realizes that he has come up with something and tells him to go and return quickly while she and the others deal with the remaining enemies. Just then, Raon calls out to Wrath, who appears and asks what he wants. Raon looks at Wrath and calmly asks, "Shall we make a deal?" Timus slams his fist against the ground in frustration, realizing the situation is slipping further out of control. He can barely believe what happened and wonders how every plan he prepared so carefully could have gone wrong like this. His frustration turns toward Raon as he blames everything on a mere 17-year-old brat. One of his men asks what they should do now, warning that their location will be discovered at this rate. But Timus immediately shuts him down and tells him not to be ridiculous. The hidden area turns out to be protected by a double-layered formation placed beyond the range of normal detection. He even questions whether that brat could really sense something that the Heavenly Sword Order leader couldn't. He orders everyone to stop talking nonsense and prepare to leave, but suddenly, his subordinate is attacked and collapses to the ground. Then Raon's voice reaches him, taunting him for hiding here like rats. Timus turns around in shock and finds Raon standing there with a calm smile. He says he's been waiting a very, very long time to see that expression on Timus's face. Seeing a fallen man on the ground, Timus angrily accuses him of killing an innocent person and asks if he's lost his mind. Raon dismisses the excuse, saying he expected better from the great Timus and is disappointed. Timus can only stare at him in confusion, asking what he's talking about. Raon holds up the formation resonance flute, pointing out that a top-grade artifact capable of activating formations came tumbling out of his disciple's clothes. He asks if Timus is still going to keep pretending he knows nothing. Raon reminds him that they were trapped inside a formation, yet he still tried to escape with such a flimsy excuse. He adds that Timus probably never imagined they would actually catch him. Timus finally loses his temper and demands to know what Raon is, asking why he won't just die instead of ruining all his plans. He also wants to know how Raon managed to find this place. Raon calmly explains that he has a friend with very sharp senses. Earlier, while searching for Timus, he had made a deal with Wrath. In exchange for helping him find Timus, Raon promised 3 boxes of ice cream, and Wrath happily agreed. Back in the forest, Raon walks toward Timus and tells him he's run out of excuses and that they should finish this quickly. Knocked to the ground, Timus desperately begs him to hear him out. Even after being ignored, Timus can only glare at him and mutter that he's a bastard. He then asks if Raon really came here alone, and Raon points out that bringing several people just to capture one person makes no sense. Hearing that Raon came alone, Timus suddenly laughs, clearly pleased by the news. Covering his face with one hand, he declares that heaven still hasn't abandoned him. He reminds himself that Raon only knows him as a physician and has no idea that he also knows how to use poison arts. As Raon approaches him, Timus plans to strike with poison in a single blow, believing Raon has no idea what he's capable of, then escape before the Heavenly Sword Order arrives. Raon stops and raises his sword high, while Timus desperately reaches out toward him with a clawed hand. Raon smiles, revealing that he already knew Timus would try something like this. His sword comes down in a swift strike, cutting Timus's arm and leaving him staring in shock, his eyes wide as he struggles to react to the sudden attack. Raon drives his sword into Timus's chest, pinning him to the ground as Timus groans and curses him. He calmly points out that with his left arm gone, he looks like he's finally out of tricks. Looking down at him, Raon asks, "Then shall we have a serious conversation now?" With Timus slumped against the tree, Raon stands over him and continues the questioning. He asks where the Shadow Squad branch is located and what his master's goal is, but Timus admits he doesn't know either, saying his master only told him that he had something to do. Raon presses him about his master's martial realm, saying he knows his master has reached the absolute realm but not his exact level. Timus admits that his master never tells him things like that and desperately asks Raon to believe him. Raon decides he has gotten all the information he can for now and says he'll continue the interrogation after they return to Zeegart. He then declares that Timus is now a prisoner of Zeegart and will be escorted back to the family. Timus suddenly spits out blood before screaming in desperation, "Master, why are you abandoning me?" While Raon simply stands there, calmly watching him. Looking at that reaction, Raon recognizes it as a rage worm. He realizes that Darus had even implanted a rage worm inside Timus, his closest subordinate, and the moment Timus sensed fear, the worm activated and killed him before he could reveal anything. Raon looks down at Timus's body and calls Darus a ruthless bastard. Just then, Cheryl arrives and asks Raon if he's finished looking. Runan has come along with her as well. Runan explains that Raon was taking so long that she got worried and decided to come along. Cheryl then asks if he found the mastermind behind the attack. Raon points toward Timus and identifies him as the man who tried to take down the Yonan family from the shadows and attacked them. Runan looks at Timus in shock, realizing that he was behind everything. Raon notices that, as expected, Cheryl isn't rattled even after seeing Timus, and quietly wonders if she realized what happened when the formation broke. Cheryl examines Timus's condition and concludes that his heart ruptured because of a rage worm, which means someone behind Timus is capable of controlling rage worms. She asks if Timus revealed who his master was, and Raon says he didn't. He tried asking again, but the moment Timus became afraid, the rage worm inside him killed him. At the same time, Raon knows he can't reveal yet that Daruth is the real culprit. Without solid proof, accusing one of the 6 emperors could start a war and put countless people in danger. He calmly sheathes his sword, knowing that Timus's death is something he must bring about with his own hands. Cheryl then tells Raon that she'll take the credit for solving this whole mess. When he asks why, she explains that Timus was a physician who was well known across the continent. So even if they show proof that Timus was involved, many people might still refuse to believe it. On top of that, Raon and the Raging Wind Corps could end up becoming targets. In short, if the truth about Timus's death gets out, it could badly hurt his reputation. As he looks at her, Raon thinks Cheryl is far stronger than her appearance suggests, strong enough that not even a needle could pierce her. Yet throughout the entire journey, she has been quietly looking out for him and the others, proving that beneath her tough exterior, she is truly a warm-hearted person. Raon understands her point and agrees to leave the matter to her. Just then, Runan looks shocked as a voice remarks that they've actually run into each other in a place like this. Sirius Cillian smiles as he greets the head of the Heavenly Sword Order and Raon before turning his attention to Runan and warmly calling her his lovely younger sister.